Jun Chen had participated into speaking engagements before. One was at the Maritime Summit, and the other was at the recent Kyushu bidding conference. All the seated dignitaries were worth over $1 billion. While today's audience was slightly larger, Jun Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of pressure. Unlike the previous occasions, he was at ease. When Jun Chen started speaking, Song Kingli was impressed, recognizing his demeanor as that of a big shot. Previously invited dignitaries were similarly relaxed, showing no signs of nervousness. It was evident that they were accustomed to speaking on stage, being influential figures used to reporting, seated confidently in front of a crowd of juniors. Song Kingli realized that Jun Chen wanted to keep a low profile. This was different from the invited dignitaries in the past, who were eager to showcase themselves as CEOs or founders. Jun Chen, being so young, had already grasped this business principle, which was indeed rare. After a simple warm-up, Jun Chen began discussing the arduous process of his entrepreneurial journey. Jun Chen, during his first year in college, was obsessed with novels and possessed a talent for fiction. Of course, he didn't reveal everything but focused more on his strategic competition with Yami Group, Jiwon-woo, and Dafu-woo, which are now subsidiaries under Kianju Group. Listening to Jun Qian's speech, the younger students couldn't help but admire him. This guy must be in network marketing. Why is he leaving people stunned? I wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Lu Shanshan hesitated. She had heard from her mother about some commercial affairs in East State, knowing that a new Kianju group had recently emerged. However, what Lu Shanshan didn't expect was that Jun Chen was a director of the Kianju group. Although uncertain, her experiences suggested that the processes Jun Chen described might be true, and Yami Group, Jiwon-woo, and Dafu would have indeed become subsidiaries of Kianju Group. Apart from this, Kianju Group's extensive cooperation with Jingshu Group had lately emerged. Considering Shinshan Shipyard as Kianju Group's biological child, Jingshu Group was like its adopted daughter. Altogether, these companies were worth at least tens of billions. Tang Xingyu furrowed his brows, his eyes flickering down. He had heard of this enterprise, which had recently emerged and was considered a major competitor by Tang Xingyu's father. Recently, his father's company was in a cold war with Kianju Group. In other words, before Tang Xingyu even graduated to start his career, Jun Chen had become a competitor to his father. Was he already swimming in the sea of fame and fortune? Jun Qian's academic achievements in school were above average, but not exceptional. Yet, he possessed such a business acumen and remarkable abilities. How did they not notice this before? People always assumed Jun Chen was a young man living off of others, but now they discovered he was one of the Kianju Group's directors. When Jun Chen called Lu Shanshan over, Kui Jinghui quietly informed his subordinates, instructing them to bring more people over to surround Jun Chen. Unexpectedly, Jun Chen, fearing for their safety, had brought along several people disguised as his bodyguards. Kui Jinghui recognized the man closest to Jun Chen as the one who broke his hand that night. Well, the adversaries were all present. Kui Jinghui sent another text message quietly, indicating they should bring more people over to confront Jun Chen and that individual surnamed Duan. If they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. After an inspiring speech by Jun Chen, he bowed to the audience as a gesture of thanks. Song Kingli saw Jun Chen finish his speech and stepped forward to take over the stage. Senior Jun, you graduated in 2016, and I graduated in 2017. So technically, I'm your junior sister, Song Kingli said. So, as a junior sister today, representing all the junior sisters present, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Senior Jun, are you married or not? A wave of screams erupted from the girls in the audience. Song Kingli had just voiced their inner thoughts. Jun Chen awkwardly smiled. Not married yet. Song Kingli winked at the audience, receiving a burst of cheers. Then, Senior Jun, do you have a girlfriend? The screams from the audience grew even louder. How should I answer that? It's okay, we're all family here. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't, Song Kingli said with a smile. If you're asking on behalf of all the junior sisters present, then yes, I have a girlfriend. But if you're asking, then I'm actually single, Jun Chen jovially replied, prompting laughter from the audience. Together. This response left Song Kingli feeling extremely embarrassed, especially with the younger students stirring up the atmosphere. She blushed instantly. Initially planning to tease Jun Chen with her hosting experience, Song Qingli unexpectedly found herself teasing back. Was this because Jun Chen had more social experience as a senior? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I actually do have a girlfriend. Seeing Song Qingli blush, Jun Chen jumped in to defuse the situation. Alright. Song Qingli composed herself. Next up was the donation segment. Today, as an esteemed senior here, I am deeply honored to attend this alumni event as an outstanding alumna invited by our alma mater. Jun Chen began. I've decided to lead the way with a donation to our school, contributing a little bit to the construction of our alma mater. How about it, everyone? Yes, echoed the audience. Since her freshman year, Song Qingli had been hosting various programs at the school, and in terms of experience, she could certainly hold her own against Jun Chen. Unyielding, she wanted to challenge Jun Chen a bit. So, Senior Jun, how much are you planning to donate to express your gratitude to our school for nurturing you? Laughter filled the audience, as many saw through Song Qingli's trap for Jun Chen. It was time for Jun Qian's performance. I have my limitations. Today isn't about personal donations, it's a joint donation, Jun Chen said. 10 million. This amount may seem like a lot, but it's a tribute to my alma mater's nurturing. A joint donation of 10 million. The audience was left in astonishment. Previous distinguished alumni donated tens of thousands at most, and the vice president of a mobile phone manufacturer even donated 500,000, hitting the ceiling for the preceding years. And here, Jun Chen donated a direct 10 million. Senior Jun, you're not joking, right? You donated 10 million? I didn't donate alone. It's a joint donation with a friend. She contributed the majority, and I contributed a small portion. Is this friend of yours also an alumna of our school? Song Qingli inquired. Yes. She's present here today. Can we have her come up and say a few words? Donating such a large sum to our school, we should thank her too. Of course. Jun Chen cleared his throat. Could Ms. Le Shanshan please come up on stage? Jun Chen repeated this several times. Ms. Le Shanshan, Tang Xingyu, Kui Jinghui, Yunana. Jun Qian's 10 million donation was already beyond people's expectations, making everyone stunned. And he even made a joint donation with Le Shanshan. What was going on? All eyes turned to Le Shanshan in anticipation. Don't look at me like that. I had no idea Jun Chen would donate so much money. Le Shanshan explained. Song Qingli interjected from the stage. Senior Jun, you seem to be quite the showman. You've been talking about this joint donation for a few minutes, yet she hasn't come on stage. Is this a case of making something out of nothing? Oh no. Let me call her again. Jun Chen chuckled. She's a bit shy. Maybe she doesn't want to be in the spotlight. The audience chuckled too, and even the school officials backstage found it amusing. Who would have thought inviting Jun Chen would bring such a program effect, resulting in a 10 million donation? Jun Chen was speaking the truth. He wouldn't be willing to part with 10 million from his own pocket. He only wanted to leverage Le Shanshan's name to gain some system rebate. Please have Ms. Le Shanshan come up on stage, Jun Chen repeated. Le Shanshan in the audience was nervous to the extreme. She had never been this nervous even during her first period. Eventually, Le Shanshan stood up from her seat and made her way slowly to the stage. No need to search her. Let her come up directly, Jun Chen told the security guards. Initially, the security guards had no intention of stopping Le Shanshan. Upon hearing Jun Qian's words, they even raised their head slightly, giving Jun Chen a look. Laughter erupted from the audience. It felt like they had entered a comedy club, with Jun Chen delivering the jokes. Song Qingli thought to herself, what a character. Jun Chen, as a guest at the event, seemed to be taking over like it was his domain. So the person who made the joint donation with Senior Jun is our Snow White from our school back in the day. Do you all recognize Le Shanshan? Yes. The younger students shouted in unison. Welcome, Senior Lu. Once Le Shanshan heard the term Snow White, she became extremely shy, though everyone knew it was never openly mentioned before so publicly. Hello, Teacher Song. Senior Lu, can you tell us how much you contributed in the joint donation with Senior Jung? Faced with the first question, Le Shanshan didn't know how to respond. She threw a pleading look at Jun Chen. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of so many people. I can answer this. Your Senior Lu contributed 9,999,000. I contributed $1. Jun Chen replied casually, eliciting laughter. You're quite humorous, Senior Jung, remarked Song Kingli. Seeing that neither wanted to answer the question, she didn't press further. Everyone knew that Jun Chen had donated more. What difference did $1 make when compared to 9,999,000? Lu Shanshan wasn't avoiding the question, she just didn't know how to answer. And Jun Chen spoke the truth. Though he contributed the money, it was under Lu Shanshan's name. 9,999,000 versus his $1. Song Kingli and the younger students had simply misunderstood. Students, make sure to study hard, strive for success, and look at Senior Jung, not only successful, but also soon to marry our school's Snow White. Here, I'd like to congratulate the two of you on your engagement and wish you early prosperity. Lu Shanshan, shall we wish Juna Senior and Lu's sister blessings together? Song Kingli interacted with the audience below the stage. Sure. Jun Senior, look at how enthusiastic everyone is towards you and your girlfriend. Lu Shanshan, what girlfriend? That's not me. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Shanshan wanted to explain, but with the microphone in Jun Chen and Song Kingli's hands, she didn't even have the chance to explain. Normally, joint donations are something done by couples to let the juniors know that they are doing well now and have a long-standing relationship with their university girlfriend. Jun Chen donated money today, and so much money at that, pulling her into a joint donation. It's normal for people to misunderstand them as boyfriend and girlfriend. She just didn't know what Tang Xingyu would think. On the stage, Tang Xingyu had already clenched his fist quietly. The group of people had never expected Jun Chen to have so much money. This guy wasn't just a freeloader relying on his looks, right? The classmates from a few years back all had puzzled expressions. Even as a director of a certain company, it wasn't possible to have that much money at hand. 10 million. What kind of concept was this? Compared to Lu Shanshan's mother's clothing company with a value of 20 million, the amount Jun Chen donated today was equivalent to half of a company. Just 3 years after graduation, being able to donate so much money to his alma mater for free. What kind of generosity was that? With so much money, couldn't he just buy more sports cars? Tang Xingyu didn't believe that Jun Chen could really donate 10 million. When JD's founder Kong Dong graduated, he made millions, which was already impressive. Jun Chen, who had graduated for 3 or 4 years, could donate 10 million. Then how much money did he have in savings? How big was his business? I think this is all just a show, Tang Xingyu analyzed thoughtfully. A show? The crowd was puzzled. Yes, a show. The others quickly understood Tang Xingyu's meaning. According to Tang Xingyu's understanding, the new Qianzi Group Pingyecheng was a group company established through the cooperation of the CEO and Zhonggan Fund, a combination of entrepreneurs and capital. With a company as big as Qianzi Group, how could Jun Chen, a person with no background, possibly enter it and become one of the directors? Even if Jun Chen was capable, he couldn't break free from the hierarchy. One must understand, there are thresholds in upper circles. A person like Jun Chen, what made him able to enter the capital circle in just 3 years? Xingyu, are you suggesting that all of this is fake, just for the junior students to see? Yunana's mind couldn't keep up. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Tang Xingyu, who was accustomed to the political and legal circles, spoke seriously. The university most likely couldn't invite powerful figures, so they presented a fake influential senior to motivate the junior students. After all, Yecheng University is one of the top universities in Yecheng, but not so recognized nationally. There are still the double first-class universities, 211, 985, and even graduates from Ivy League schools. Yecheng University holds an alumni gathering once a year. They can't invite powerful seniors every time, even if they could. Yecheng University hasn't produced that many powerful individuals. Tang Xingyu believed that the school's intention was good, as it was meant to motivate the students. Real or fake didn't matter, as there are many successful motivational speakers in the market who are all packaged. From the atmosphere at the event today, Jun Chen did quite well, but this didn't change the fact that Jun Chen was doing better than them. The bias Tang Xingyu and Kui Jinghui had for Jun Chen was deeply ingrained. Even if the truth was in front of them, they wouldn't believe or admit that Jun Chen was doing better than them now. The relationship between him and Lu Shanshan was basically known in their circle of classmates, very good friends, but not lovers yet. Jun Chen took the opportunity to bring Lu Shanshan on stage and do a joint donation. Wasn't it aimed at her? Looking at the host Song Kingley's reaction, she probably never expected Jun Chen to suddenly bring a girl on stage, completely deviating from the script. Xingyu, rest assured, after the dispersal, I won't spare this guy. Hearing Tang Xingyu's analysis, Kui Jinghui's anger multiplied. With his father's previous statement that Jun Chen was just a small fry trying to act big, Kui Jinghui's fierceness gradually resurged. After being humiliated by Jun Chen so much at the Red Rose before, he couldn't swallow that shame. Today, he came to the alumni gathering wearing a mask with his arm in a cast. When several old classmates saw him, although they didn't mention it explicitly, they all knew what had happened. Kui Jinghui was determined to regain his lost dignity. What are you planning to do? Tang Xingyu asked. I've called some people. After the dispersal, I'll corner this guy and pay him back hard. Kui Jinghui slammed the armrest fiercely. HMPH. It's time to teach Jun Chen a lesson. Yunana didn't care about the consequences, she just wanted to see Jun Chen beaten and begging for mercy. Only by doing so could she vent her anger. This time, the usually calm Tang Xingyu didn't intervene. He had reached his limit with Jun Chen as well. Lu Shanshan was a thorn in his side. And with Jun Chen bringing Lu Shanshan on stage for a joint donation, it made everyone think she was Jun Qian's woman. Jun Qian's actions were a blatant disrespect to him. Tang Xingyu was someone who didn't back away from trouble, so if Jun Chen chose to take such an unwise step, he would have to pay the price. This was Ye Cheng, Kui Jinghui's territory, making good use of his power. He could properly teach Jun Chen a lesson. Spent 9,999,999, system cashback 99,999,990 yuan, already credited. Jun Chen looked at the system prompt on his phone showing the bank transfer, feeling that he had really not come in vain today. Not only did he steal the limelight in front of many people, but he also earned close to 100 million. Jun Qian's purpose for attending the alumni gathering was simple: to raise his profile, so that his business competitors wouldn't dare mess with him easily. Unexpectedly, he even made some money along the way. It was a multi-level victory Jun Chen couldn't even count. After swiping his card, Lu Shanshan, who was very angry, found Jun Chen and pulled him to a secluded spot in the backyard. Jun Chen, can you explain to me what you meant just now? Lu Shanshan questioned. With her beautiful face, cold and arrogant, she was demanding answers from Jun Chen. Do you know how much time I need to explain after you pulled me for a joint donation just now? Lu Shanshan stared at Jun Chen, not mincing her words. Jun Chen. He looked at Twin Kiran beside him. You guys go over there. I'll talk to her for a bit. Twin Kiran nodded, then took a few of his brothers not far away, but his eyes were still on Jun Chen. When I asked you just now, didn't you agree? Jun Chen was a bit puzzled. Did I agree? I don't think so. When Jun Chen said this, Lu Shanshan's momentum immediately weakened. Think carefully before you speak. If you keep silent, I'll take it as your consent. But you didn't say anything. Jun Chen was a bit scared, letting her think carefully before speaking. If she regrets now, the system might confiscate Jun Qian's cashback received earlier under the pretense of fraud system. Jun Chen did say such a thing, but her silence didn't mean consent, only indecision in thought. Lu Shanshan fell into silence for a moment. Tell me the truth. Did you really donate over 9 million in my name to our alma mater? Why would I lie to you? Here, take a look. Jun Chen opened the recent transaction information. Jun Chen had made two separate donations to the school, one for 9,999,999 yuan and another for 1 yuan. After reviewing the two transactions, Lu Shanshan didn't know what to say. Why would someone donate so much money to the school in her name? Why did you do this? Before Jun Chen could answer, Song Kingley ran over. Senior Jun, you walked so fast earlier. I couldn't catch up with you. This is a gift prepared for you by the school, one for each of us. Please take it. Song Kingley held two beautifully packaged bags, each containing a thank you letter and a souvenir from the school. By the way, Senior Jung, Lu, I developed a photo we took with the school leaders earlier. They have personally signed it. Let me add you on WeChat, Senior Jung, and I will send you the digital copy. After donating the money, several key school leaders took a group photo with Jun Chen. Jun Chen and Lu Shanshan stood in the middle. After receiving the photo, Lu Shanshan knew there was no way to distance herself from Jun Chen now. With their reputation established and the group photo taken, she couldn't possibly say, at this point, that they didn't jointly donate the money. Today's donation, along with the photo, would be included in the school's history. Shanin hadn't found an opportunity to explain to Song Qingli earlier, but now she had a chance. However, if she explained now, it might send mixed signals. Jun Chen and Song Qingli exchanged WeChat contacts. Nice job, Qingli. Your photography skills are great. Whether it was the photo or the developed image, Jun Chen looked handsome. Oh, stop it. I'm just a photographer for my circle of friends. You're too kind. Just then, Kui Jinghui arrived with a group of people, holding steel pipes and other weapons. Trouble ahead. Jun Chen saw this and immediately brought people to help Jun Chen. Jun Chen, you can't run away. Kui Jinghui was extremely arrogant. Today, he had called over a dozen people, all good fighters under his father's command. What do you mean by this? Jun Chen was a bit confused. What do I mean? Is your brain not working? Have you forgotten about the incident at the Red Rose Club? Are you pretending to forget now? Too late. Behind Kui Jinghui were several classmates, including some rich second-generation individuals, real estate developers, and a junior government official. They had followed Kui Jinghui to watch the drama unfold. University students on campus came over to see the commotion. Isn't that Kui Jinghui? Why is he starting trouble with someone? Let's see what happens. Don't talk. It's getting interesting. Sun even recognized that Jun Chen was the one who beat up Kui Jinghui that one night. I thought Senior Jun looked familiar. Turns out he's the one who beat up Kui Jinghui that night. Today there's another fight on campus. Soon, a crowd gathered, with some taking out their phones to take pictures and videos. Just a few of you want to start trouble here. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Jun Chen shouted angrily. Get lost. Ha! That night you relied on numbers. Now you're afraid. Kui Jinghui thought Jun Chen was scared and spoke arrogantly. Perhaps Kui Jinghui had more people on his side today, totaling just over 10 individuals. They were all part of the provincial fighting team, each capable of taking on 5 opponents. Jun Chen and his group could easily handle all of them. Senior Kui, this is the campus. Please don't cause trouble here. It's bad for the students. Seeing this, Song Qingli stepped forward to advise. She knew about Kui Jinghui's reputation for fighting, but she never expected him to start trouble today, especially targeting Jun Chen. Whatever conflicts you have with Senior Jun, you can sit down and resolve them properly. As far as I know, you and Senior Jun are classmates. Please don't cause trouble for the school. Cause trouble? Ha ha. Kui Jinghui laughed loudly. I donated so much money, and you didn't invite me as an outstanding alumnus. Instead, you invite a fraud. Where's the face for our alma mater? Exactly. Our family donated 500,000, and we weren't considered outstanding alumni. Why should a fraud be honored? Yunana added fuel to the fire. Inviting a fraud? Song Qingli was shocked. Senior Kui, you might have misunderstood. What's this about kind group? Stop pretending. Let me ask you, Jun Chen. How much did you pay these people to come here? Must have spent over 1,000 or 2 per day on each of them. Sunglasses, headsets, trying to impress. Spent quite a bit, didn't you? Brothers, no need to pick fights over a few $100. Step back and let us deal with Jun Chen and that guy surnamed Duen. I'll double the offer for you. Miss Song, you better stay a bit further. Fists don't discriminate. I don't want to hurt your pretty face. Kui Jinghui was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, it was time for him to save face. Hey, those of you with phones, get ready to record. Watch how I'll deal with them. Seeing the situation, Shanin stepped forward. She knew Kui Jinghui's temper and that Jun Chen had indeed donated 10 million to the school. Shanin knew that Kui Jinghui held a grudge, but even if he wanted to settle the score, was this the right place to do it, with so many younger students watching? Xingyu, please persuade Jinghui. Shanin hurriedly went to Tang Xingyu's side. Unexpectedly, Tang Xingyu looked indifferent. Shanin, step back, don't get hurt. What? Tang Xingyu actually supported Kui Jinghui taking action here. What relationship did she have with Jun Chen? There seems to be a huge misunderstanding here. Tang Xingyu's calmness during the Red Rose incident didn't solely come from her family background. She had been practicing Taekwondo since childhood, and now held a second-degree black belt. With her tall and slender figure, she could easily take on 3 opponents. During the Red Rose incident, facing 30 people, the opponents held the absolute advantage. Even if she acted she couldn't gain any advantage. But things were different now. Jun Chen made a joint donation with Lu Shanshan, directly provoking him. Kui Jinghui had brought over a dozen skilled fighters to date, while Jun Chen only had Dun and a few others who could handle themselves. With her help, they definitely could overpower the opponents. Senior Jun, I'll hold off these people. You run. Jun Chen chuckled. He didn't say anything but just gave Song Qingli a reassuring look. You're still laughing. Attack. Jun Chen is not worried at all. If people like Dun Qiren can't even handle a few ruffians, then the provincial Sanda team might as well disband on the spot. Wow, that's a real fight. So exciting. I'll definitely post this on my moments later. If I record this, will it trend? On the side, watching as two groups of people start fighting, they're even more excited than the ones directly involved. Several girls, including Lu Shanshan and Song Qingli, subconsciously cover their eyes. Dun Qiren and the others approach with the most focused and professional attitude, and within a few minutes, they manage to code the group. Tang Xingyu, relying on his height and reach advantage, offers some resistance, but is ultimately kicked by Dun Qiren, breaking to ribs. Xingyu. Lu Shanshan sees Tang Xingyu fall to the ground covered in dust and quickly rushes to check on him. Damn. Only now does Kui Jinghui, who was observing from the sidelines, come to his senses. These people are not just for show, they have real skills. They are not actors hired by Jun Chen. Jie. How should we deal with this kid? Dun Qiren and the others surround Kui Jinghui, seeking Zhong Qian's opinion. You handle it, Jun Chen says indifferently. No need to show mercy. All right. Jun Chen thought Kui Jinghui had learned his lesson, but he never expected him to dare send people to confront him. Seeing Tang Xingyu unable to stand up on his own, Jun Chen feels no pity. Jun Chen knows that Tang Xingyu had never taken him seriously before, but he never expected to personally deal with him today. Could it be because of the incident involving Lu Shanshan's joint donation? Kui Jinghui is cornered and slapped in the face. Kid, haven't you learned your lesson? Didn't you get enough beating that night? Several people take turns slapping Kui Jinghui, who cries out in pain. Spectators enjoy the scene. It's all captured on camera. Jun Chen, please stop this, okay? Lu Shanshan places Tang Xingyu in a corner and pleads with Zhong Qian. Little Duan, let's go. Enough playing around. Jun Qian doesn't acknowledge Lu Shanshan and greets Dun Qiren instead. After witnessing the whole incident, Song Qingli is stunned in place. Jun Qian pats her shoulder gently and says, Teacher Song, I have something to attend to. I'll leave first. Unexpectedly, Jun Qian strikes so harshly. Lu Shanshan makes an emergency call. Emergency center. I need your help here. Someone is seriously injured. Multiple ambulances rush to the North Yebai University. In the Third People's Hospital of Yebai, Kui Jinghui lies in bed with various medical equipment attached. On a drip, Tang Xingyu also bears injuries, broke to ribs, sitting by the bed lost in thought. Lu Shanshan approaches to comfort him, saying, Xingyu, you shouldn't be like this. There's really nothing between me and Jun Chen. Tang Xingyu admits he acted out of anger. He couldn't bear the humiliation, so he agreed to Kui Jinghui's actions. Suddenly, the ward's door is pushed open rudely. A middle-aged man in floral shirt, nearly 50 years old, enters followed by two subordinates. The head of the West Asia Club, Kui Jinghui's father, Kui Hongliang. Very worried, he rushes to his son's bedside. Jinghui, how are you? Dad, I'm fine. Kui Jinghui struggles to speak. You know, with tears in her eyes, says softly, Uncle Kui. Jinghui was diagnosed as a second-degree disabled person. You must seek justice for him. Kui Honglian is furious. Tang Xingyu, whose head still shows signs of treatment, appears to have also been involved in the fight. Though not as sturdy as Kui Jinghui, he was trained. What a mess these young people have made. Kui Hongliang feels helpless. He knew his son was upset but had warned him not to get involved in such matters. He looks at Tang Xingyu. Xingyu, why didn't you stop them men? Tang Xingyu's father is a high official in the Starlight Group and involved in law enforcement. Kui Jinghui's father is a local influential figure. They had countless ways to handle Jun Chen, but chose violence. Tang Xingyu realizes his mistake. Even with his father's power, there's no turning back now. You young people, what have you done? Kui Honglian is at a loss. He admits his mistake to his son. Seeing Jinghui in pain, he can't bear it. Jinghui, rest assured, Dad will seek justice for you. Investigations revealed Jin Yadao just got out of prison, with his associates still behind bars and no social connections. But who is Jun Chen? According to himself, he's a director at Client Group. Tang Xingyu responds. Kui Honglian is puzzled. He has never heard of Jun Chen or his family. He starts to devise a plan. They can't confront Red Rose head-on. Let's play it smart. Jun Chen wants to revive Red Rose, right? Well, I won't let him. Today, everyone did a great job, so each person will be rewarded with $10,000. Jun Chen had already arrived downstairs at the company building, where he gathered several team members, including Dwayne Kieran, and distributed the rewards to them. Qianzhe is mighty. Qianzhe is generous. Earning $10,000 in a day made them extremely happy, and they greatly praised Jun Chen. Qianzhe, I'm not afraid of trouble, but that kid has some background. I think they won't just let it go. They'll definitely seek revenge when the opportunity arises. Dwayne Kieran reminded Jun Chen with concern. It's okay, I'm aware of the situation. Later I'll transfer the money to you, so you can take the brothers out to have fun. And you don't need to follow me tonight, Jun Chen reassured Dwayne Kieran. Seeing that Jun Chen was indifferent to the situation, Dwayne Kieran realized that his worries were unnecessary. Jun Chen dared to openly confront Kui Jinghui twice, without concern, which meant that Jun Qian's background was much stronger than that of the Kui family. It was as if he didn't care at all. Thank you, Qianzhe. I was just being overly cautious. Don't worry about it. Jun Chen, I finally caught up with you. During Jun Qian's conversation with Dwayne Kieran, a woman dressed beautifully suddenly appeared nearby. Several team members immediately shielded Jun Chen with their sturdy bodies, not allowing her to approach. Hua Muyan. After seeing her long, slender, beautiful legs, Jun Chen immediately recognized her. Hua Muyan had been looking for Jun Chen these past few days, searching from the shipyard to the headquarters of the Client Group. She suspected that Jun Chen was deliberately avoiding her and not willing to pay the bill. Today she waited patiently and finally caught up with Jun Chen. Stop, you can't come any closer, the group shouted firmly. Why are you stopping me? Are you his bodyguards? Yes, we are Qianzhe's personal bodyguards. Who are you? What do you want? Do you know our Qianzhe? The bodyguards interrogated her sternly. Who are you? I don't know you, Jun Chen said, secretly amused inside, curious to see how Hua Muyan would react. Jun Chen, are you playing games with me? Hua Muyan seemed puzzled. She remembered that Jun Chen had asked her to repaint the remaining 27 cargo ships as per their agreement. But now, Jun Chen was denying knowing her, which angered Hua Muyan. Your boss owes money and refuses to pay. Isn't that unreasonable? Who are you? Why would Qianzhe owe you money? The group burst into laughter. They knew that Jun Chen spent a lot of money just on their salaries. As the chairman of the Client Group, with such a large business, why would he owe her money? Moreover, even Jun Chen claimed not to know her. So what was she causing a scene for? Let's go. Get out of here. Dwayne Kieran also sought Jun Qian's approval. Qianzhe, just say the word, and we'll throw her into the sewer immediately. Hua Muyan panicked upon hearing this. Sewer? She had spent time and effort to dress up nicely. Now being thrown into a sewer was unacceptable to her. A beautiful girl in a sewer, seeing Jun Chen deeply contemplating, she feared he might actually throw her in. Jun Chen, how dare you? Hua Muyan, reduced affinity by 20. Touch me and see what happens. My dad. Hua Muyan revealed her father's identity. Jun Chen was too terrifying. Hua Muyan had believed in Jun Chen, but now he was denying her, pretending not to know her. She thought she should have made Jun Chen sign a contract earlier. All right, you guys go play. I'll handle this person, Jun Chen declared. The others were surprised but only left after confirming with Jun Chen multiple times. Once the bodyguards left, Hua Muyan nervously approached Jun Chen, ready to settle things. Jun Chen, you are something else. You hired bodyguards just to avoid me. Today, you have to clear the debt. 47 million. Not a penny less. I don't have it. I was just joking with you earlier. Jun Chen chuckled. Look at you, getting so angry. Even if I apologize, it's not enough. Enough talk. Settle the debt. Okay. Okay. I will. Can we talk after we get in the car? Jun Chen opened the car door. What kind of tricks are you playing? Hua Muyan asked coldly. You're so clever. How could I deceive you? I've been busy lately. Even had an attempted assassination. hence the bodyguards, not because of you, Jun Chen explained. Really? An assassination? Huo Muyan was skeptical. Wasn't that just fiction or movie plots? Could such things really happen in real life? I swear on my family, I'm not lying. Jun Chen made a solemn vow, showing great determination. Huo Muyan's affinity towards Jun Chen increased by 5 points upon seeing his sincerity. Fine, can we settle the debts between our two companies today, big chairman? Huo Muyan insinuated. Let's settle it. Today, we must settle it. Do I look like a debtor? You have money, so clear the debt. Why have you delayed for so long? You get in the car first. I'll take you somewhere, and then we can discuss it. Is that okay? HMPH. I doubt you'll try anything funny. Huo Muyan got into Jun Qian's car. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Lanhu Villa. Why did you bring me here? Huo Muyan asked in confusion. Didn't I take one of your ocean view villas in the Maldives? Since you helped me, I wanted to repay the favor. Last time, at the bidding conference, showcasing the paints you designed to the export traders drew a lot of attention. I got many export contracts signed. Thanks to your designs, Jun Chen praised. Huo Muyan was skeptical of Jun Qian's intentions. The flattering words and the rewards he mentioned earlier were all made up by Jun Chen. Spending 47 million on repainting cargo ships was a waste of money. She was starting to realize that Jun Chen had been trying to appease her to get in her good graces. Jun Chen had been thinking about how to handle the situation with Huo Muyan perfectly in recent days. Then Jin Lu showed him several Lanhu villas the other day, with prices around 45 million. Jun Chen thought about buying one for Huo Muyan. By clearing their debts and earning system cashback, it seemed like a perfect plan. Blocking Huo Muyan earlier, besides enjoying the drama, was also to lower her affinity level. Otherwise, if her affinity was too high, he couldn't earn the cashback from her later. Then what's next? What do you want to say? Huo Muyan urged Jun Chen to speak frankly. Just pick any villa here, and it's on me. That way, we'll settle everything between us. What do you think? Jun Chen pointed outside the window. Huo Muyan understood Jun Qian's intentions. Housing now was scarce. Even a place like Yezhou had purchase restrictions. Even if it were for her father, he couldn't bypass the rules. She couldn't obtain the purchasing qualification after 6 months of registration, but had applied for property in the Maldives out of anger. The property management was very strict without any backdoor channels. Most purchasing qualifications were held by the banks in control of property mortgages, closely linked with real estate developers. Unfortunately, her father worked for the Oceanic Administration, not the Land Administration, making it challenging to acquire a property. The Oceanic Administration had no vested interests with real estate and banks, and her father was clean, focusing solely on his salary. He didn't mingle in those circles, which was why she couldn't easily buy properties in Yezhou. Can you get me the purchasing qualification? Huo Muyan asked skeptically. Of course. I have a great relationship with Mr. John, the vice president at the Yezhou Bank. I've done him a big favor before, Jun Chen assured. Before, Jun Chen had deposited so much money in the Yebi Bank. Isn't that considered a big favor to him? Vice President John. Do you mean John Dao? Isn't he the president of Yebi Bank? Previously, Huo Muyan had also considered pursuing the banking route, pulling strings through friends and connections to find many acquaintances. However, the presidents and vice presidents of the big four banks completely ignored her. She finally found John Dao of Yebi Bank. Yebi Bank is a local commercial bank, with the majority of loans being mortgage loans and having a good relationship with real estate developers. John Dao said that for the sake of her father's face, he could give it a try, but in the end, it didn't materialize. He probably got promoted, right? A president can definitely help us with this matter, don't you think? Plus, I'm not looking for a mortgage, I'm paying in full cash. I just need a home buying qualification. Jun Chen thought. He hadn't heard John Dao mention his promotion. If John Dao had been promoted, wouldn't he invite him for a drink? 30 million, in a place like Yebi Bank, a small local bank, is already a big client. As long as Jun Chen speaks up, John Dao can easily get it done for him. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. Huo Muyan was half skeptical about whether Jun Chen could have that much influence. You don't believe me, do you? I'll call John Dao right now, Jun Chen said, taking out his phone and dialing John Dao's number. Yebi Bank, President's Office. Due to his outstanding performance, Zhang Dao had just been promoted to the president of the bank. These days, he had many issues to handle, and was so busy that he even neglected meals at meal times. Until now, he was still in a meeting with bank staff, planning tasks for the next quarter. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting Zhang Dao's speech. "Gao Fen, your bonus for this month is cancelled." Zhang Dao immediately reprimanded, making Gao Fen, the junior staff member, realize he had forgotten to put his phone on silent mode and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, President Zhang, I'm sorry. If anyone dares to answer a call in my meeting, I will fire them on the spot." Zhang Dao was not joking. As a new leader, he needed to show his staff some discipline. At that moment, Zhang Dao's phone suddenly rang. Initially, he had no intention of answering, but when he caught a glimpse of the caller's name, Jun Chen, Zhang Dao immediately put down his work and signaled everyone in the office to be silent before answering the call. All the bank staff in the office were shocked. Zhang Dao had just emphasized not allowing calls during the meeting, yet he was answering one. What kind of person could make the bank president break his own rule? "Hello, General Zhang." Zhang Dao stood up subconsciously and answered Zhang Qian's call with respect. The bank staff present were astonished. They were all wondering what kind of high-profile individual could make Zhang Dao, the bank president, behave in such a manner. "Are you busy, President Zhang?" No, not busy." Zhang Dao smiled as he answered the call, placing a finger on his lips to gesture for silence around him. "I heard you've been promoted to president. Why didn't you inform me?" "Congratulations to you, President Zhang. I apologize for not informing you. That was my mistake. I will visit you another day to apologize in person." "President Zhang, is there something you need by calling?" "Oh, well, I have a friend who wants to buy a house in Lanhu Villa but currently lacks the qualification. Can you assist with this?" When Zhang Dao was a vice president, he had a good relationship with real estate developers, advancing loans for construction projects. Now as the president, Zhang Dao's authority had increased, and he had a vast number of home buying qualifications at his disposal. "General Zhang, for me, this is a small matter. I can handle it in no time. How much is your friend's down payment?" Zhang Dao cautiously inquired. The bank staff listening in the office were dumbfounded. Zhang Dao controlled the bank's loan system, and any business owner seeking a loan had to treat him with respect as he held the power to grant loans. Yet today, why was he being so polite and humble, even to the extent of apologizing to someone? If he offended anyone, especially the likes of General Zhang and Director Han Huahout, how would he survive as a president? "All right, let me send you the details later." Beep beep beep. After that, Jun Chen hung up. This phone call left Zhang Dao sweating profusely. All the staff in the office took a collective sigh of relief. They finally got through it. Throughout the call, they dared not even make a sound, fearing they might disturb Zhang Dao's conversation. Gao Fen, who forgot to put his phone on silent, found himself sweating, his heart still racing. He couldn't help but imagine the consequences if his phone had run during Zhang Dao's call. It would be much more serious than just a bonus deduction. Lanhu Villa sales office. "How is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Send me your information later, and I'll forward it to him. What's wrong with you?" After finishing the call, Jun Chen looked at Hua Muyan. She had a surprised look on her face, her innocent and puzzled expression showing. Hua Muyan couldn't believe that she couldn't even achieve what she wanted with the help of her family and even mentioning her father, while Jun Chen had effortlessly accomplished it with just a phone call. Jun Chen was a powerful figure in Hua Muyan's eyes. "Is your relationship with President Zhang that tight?" The relationship was more than just tight. A bank president, who was akin to a subordinate brother under Jun Chen, almost to the extent of getting on his knees and calling him father. "It's pretty good. I helped him out. Let's go. Let's go see the house." The two of them walked into the sales office together, with a top salesperson immediately approaching them. This man seemed familiar. "Wait a minute. Wasn't he here a few days ago with a different tall and aloof lady? Why isn't it the same woman today?" "Good buddy. Jun Chen has quite a diverse taste. Last time it was a proud and cold, extremely elegant woman. Today, is a pure and simple woman mixed with a hint of elegance, slightly charming. This mini skirt, these little leather shoes. Seems like a college student from somewhere." Jun Chen felt a bit awkward upon meeting her. How come it's the same person who hosted him and Jin Lu for sales last time? But fortunately, The salesperson is smart. If it were all clueless fools, they wouldn't be able to work as salespeople on the Dragon Lake Villa site. Sir? Hello. Are you here to view properties? Yes. May I ask what your budget is? No budget. Accompany her to choose a house. If she likes it, pay the full amount today and introduce it nicely. Jun Chen saw the top salesperson being so clever, so he also treated her openly, clearly telling her that he wasn't just browsing, he really intended to buy. Serve the young master well, and you learn quite a bit in sales. No budget. Quite wild. Is this the man who has several girlfriends at the same time? Handsome and wealthy, confidently saying he has no budget. The salesperson has been selling houses here for a lifetime, but never managed to buy a villa for herself. Now she even wants to become Jun Qian's girlfriend. The salesperson subconsciously treated Huo Muyan as Jun Qian's girlfriend. What, no budget? Don't talk nonsense. My budget is around 40 million, not exceeding 45 million. Jun Qian helped her so much, saving him some money too. You don't have to save me money. Even if there's no budget, show us some houses. Jun Qian said firmly. Buying you is sweet. Why are there so many complications? The more expensive the villa you choose, the more the system will return to me. If possible, he would buy all the villas and become the richest person directly. That the good impression of an ordinary woman can easily be maxed out. Jun Qian glanced at Huo Muyan's current impression of him. After experiencing several fluctuations, her current impression was at 20 points. Paid a visit to the Dragon Lake Villa for about 2 hours. Looked at over a dozen available villas, ultimately deciding on one in the northeast corner and one in the central location. Why are you speaking so little? Aren't you usually quite talkative? Let's do this. Watch my back. Which one do you think is better? The prices of the two villas are both around 45 million. Well, if I had to choose, I'd go with the one in the northeast corner. Jun Qian suggested. Why? I actually value the one in the middle more. The middle one is indeed everyone's first choice. That the problem is, the villa in the middle and the one Jin Lu picked are right next to each other. If Huo Muyan chooses the one in the middle, wouldn't that mean Jun Qian becomes neighbors with Huo Muyan in the future? That won't do. You don't get it, do you? The villa in the northeast corner faces north-south, with a view of the Dragon Lake, which is a place of wealth. The one in the middle, despite looking good everywhere, actually has a leak of wealth. Listen to me. Choose the one in the northeast corner. Jun Qian brought out his feng shui theory again. The salesperson endured a smile, only daring to laugh in her heart. She knew why Jun Qian said that. Because a few days ago, Jun Qian bought the one in the middle. If Huo Muyan also picks the one in the middle, they'll become neighbors. The risk is too high. I didn't expect you to know much about feng shui. Yes. Trust me. Choose the one in the northeast corner, and you'll see a steady stream of wealth. Jun Qian tried to persuade Huo Muyan in every way. The villa in the northeast corner enters and exits through the north gate, while the one Jin Lu chose goes through the south gate. If they are selected together, with Jin Lu's social nature, she would surely want to get to know Huo Muyan, then expose Jun Qian. That wouldn't be good. Duty. Just listen to your boyfriend. His words definitely make sense. How could he be so successful otherwise? The salesperson now played the role of Jun Qian's accomplice. He's not my boyfriend. Huo Muyan explained. Jun Qian has a girlfriend. She didn't want to be misunderstood. Last time in the Maldives, splashing the cash to make a redhead smile, he didn't hesitate to compete with her, and bought a sea view villa in the Maldives for that pretty woman. Hehe. Huo Muyan chuckled. I won't pick the one in the northeast corner. I'll pick the one in the middle. It's already this day and age, and we're still dealing with this crooked theory. Jun Qian fainted. Didn't manage to persuade her. Fine. Fine. Go ahead. I won't stop you. Jun Qian then took out his bank card. Give her the card details. Credit card. Jun Qian once again took out his worn-out bank card that had been through the test of time. Spent 45 million. System rebate for 150 million. Received an account. Good buddy. Indeed, buying properties still makes money. So far, all the large system rebates Jun Qian earned came from buying houses. With this for 150 million, Jun Qian could buy another villa, just not next to Huo Muyan. So you're not choosing the one in the northeast corner, right? Okay. Then I'll choose it. Huo Muyan. Good impression plus 50 points. Current good impression, 70 points. Good buddy. Buying a house directly boosted the good impression by 50 points. Huo Muyan completed all the procedures, including getting the title deed and keys within half an hour. After leaving the Dragon Lake Villa, Huo Muyan suggested to Jun Chen, "It's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner." "No rush. We can have dinner later." "Then what will you do?" Huo Muyan was a bit puzzled. Did Jun Chen have other plans? "What? It's just 45 million. There's still 2 million left, so I'll take you to buy a car." Jun Chen started the car and drove to the Yebi auto sales market without waiting for her consent. "Huo Muyan, it's not necessary. You've already helped me enough. Let's forget the 2 million. Huo Muyan really didn't lack money. Actually, if Jun Chen didn't settle this debt, Huo Muyan's studio wouldn't suffer much, mainly for fulfilling the bonus promises to a few subordinates, which she could manage herself. The last thing Huo Muyan hated was untrustworthy people. Jun Chen not clearing the debt was acceptable, but she needed an explanation. Unexpectedly, Jun Qian's actions made Huo Muyan trust his character more. At the same time, she pondered a question. Why did Jun Chen choose to buy a house for her instead of sending her money directly? Both methods involve genuine money. Could it be that Jun Chen wanted to further develop with her? It's impossible. Jun Chen has a girlfriend and is very generous towards her. Huo Muyan took a quick glance at Jun Chen. Hehe. Indeed, rich men are often fickle. Good impression -5 points. She's not a material girl who can be won over with money. Okay, absolutely not going to be Jun Qian's casual girlfriend. Even if she was, she would demand to be his official girlfriend, not allowing Jun Chen to have other girlfriends. Possessiveness is that strong. This man, despite having a unique charm, her upbringing wouldn't allow her to be someone's second girlfriend. Unless Jun Chen breaks up with his current girlfriend. Wait a minute. When did she agree to be Jun Qian's girlfriend? Oh my. Her mind is filled with all sorts of nonsense right now. Upon arriving at the sales center, Jun Chen helped Huo Muyan choose an Audi R8. The brand new on-the-road price was over 3 million yuan. Previously, when Jun Chen raced with Kui Jinghui on the road, although he won against Kui Jinghui, in terms of momentum, it was indeed Kui Jinghui who came out on top. The V10 naturally aspirated sports car engine, the same type used in Lamborghini Bulls. Jun Chen now felt like he was buying a car for himself by purchasing one for a woman. This car costs over 3 million yuan, already more than 2 million extra. Not really necessary, Huo Muyan reminded him. But I can't do that. I am a person of integrity. What if someone accuses me of being ungrateful? Jun Chen chuckled. Well, I misunderstood you. I apologize, she said. A grown man, bearing a grudge over such a small matter. HMPH. Maybe I shouldn't bite. After all, she thought Jun Chen was just talking, but he really started to swipe his card. Let me ask you 2 questions. Do you like this car? I do, she said. Do you want it? I want it, but Huo Muyan didn't finish her sentence. Swipe. Spent 3,680,000 yuan. System cashback of 36,800,000 yuan. Credited. Huo Muyan. Jun Chen exuded a domineering CEO vibe. She often read romance novels and never expected to encounter someone like him in real life. She fell for it. Jun Chen must have had many girlfriends. How was he so skilled? Huo Muyan. Likeability -5. Okay. Now you can treat me to dinner. Jun Chen glanced at Huo Muyan's likability score, which unexpectedly dropped by 5 points. Women are such strange creatures. All right, what do you want to eat? Huo Muyan naturally wasn't stingy. I want steamed buns. What kind of steamed buns? Small steamed buns. Jun Chen looked mischievously at Huo Muyan's proud chest. You pervert. How dare you curse at me? I said I want to eat the small steamed buns from Lanhu Street. You're lying. There's no such shop. How do I not know? Huo Muyan felt a bit embarrassed. Was he teasing her? You never say a truthful word. What if I did? Jun Chen, with his convincing tone, said. Wanna bet? What wouldn't I dare? If so, I promise you one request. Otherwise, you promise me one request. Huo Muyan tentatively asked, feeling challenged. Any request is fine. Any request. Then you're doomed. Hehe. Jun Chen wasn't kidding. He made up the name of the shop. Last time after seeing a house at Lanhu Street, Jinglu took Jun Chen to this shop and teased him. You like to eat small steamed buns, right? Today, I'll take you to eat. HMPH. I don't believe there's such a shop. Huo Muyan huffed. She had been to Lanhu Street many times. She never knew about this shop. It must be Jun Chen making things up. The two arrived at Lanhu Street. With Huo Muyan's stunning appearance, they attracted attention all the way on the food street. Finally, in a secluded corner, there was a shop called Wang's Small Steamed Buns, similar to Shaw County Snacks. It really exists. Huo Muyan had never come to such a remote place when visiting with her friends at Lanhu Street. It's too far off. Not considering it. Forget about the distance. Just tell me if it exists. Jun Chen called the shop owner and ordered 2 baskets of small steamed buns. It exists, but what? Want to back out? Jun Chen chuckled. Huo Muyan couldn't stand people who didn't keep their promises. Fine. You win. I won't back out. What request do you have in mind? Huo Muyan looked at Jun Chen mischievously, wondering. I can tell you, don't go overboard. Why? You didn't say it couldn't be overboard. You said any request. Jun Chen countered. Never mind, you propose. Jun Chen wasn't going to ask for something inappropriate, right? Thinking this, Huo Muyan tensed up. She had never experienced forbidden pleasures, but if she agreed to Jun Chen, would she seem too easy? Jun Chen rubbed his chin, seriously thinking, I'll pass on the request for now. I haven't decided yet. Let's keep it on hold. Huo Muyan. She was prepared for Jun Chen to ask for an unreasonable request, but now he suddenly said he wouldn't ask. Oh well, if he doesn't bring it up again, maybe he'll forget, and she won't lose out. That evening, instead of returning to Jianshan International, Jun Chen first went to the Red Rose Club. Finding Jin Jiwan, Jun Chen inquired about the business situation. Jun Chen offered generous terms to the public and hosted a free event, even slapping Kui Jinghui in front of everyone. eBay should know the actual strength of the Red Rose now. Well, some of the kids are really good. They know how to manage and talk. We'd hired them all, Jin Jiwan stated happily. Jun Qian's strategy was good, but it was also very expensive. With such a high cost, what if we suffer losses? By the way, Shaolin, I forgot to tell you, we're running out of wine. Should I have more shipped from Madagascar? The wine Jun Chen had shipped from Madagascar was selling exceptionally well. After the free event ended, within a day, they had sold 80% of the prepared wine, and now the wine seller was in trouble. Staffing wasn't an issue. Jin Jiwan had already chosen several people. The main problem was that every table was full, and there was a high demand for drinks. Jun Chen rubbed his chin. He had already considered this matter. To respond to the wine from Madagascar seemed good, so he would send someone there next, purchase the locals' recipe, apply for international patents, set up a factory domestically, produce and sell locally to save costs significantly. This way, the Red Rose wouldn't have to worry about the alcoholic beverages being monopolized, and could even counter monopolization and harvest some profits. From here on, you can handle the alcohol aspect. I'll mainly work on the recipe and patent issues. Jun Chen had already arranged for the Madagascar side, directly working with Jin Jiwan. Jin Jiwan nodded. By the way, Shaolin, let me ask you something. Did you hit that guy again? How did you know? Jun Chen was puzzled. This happened just today. How did Jin Jiwan already know? I heard from the people at the venue. They even showed me the video. Hitting someone twice. It's serious. We can't take it lightly. Jin Jiwan admonished seriously. Jin Ita's reputation was known, but that was 20 years ago. Now, he was just an ordinary person. Jin Jiwan no longer had the power to stir things like back then. Jin Zhongliang was his little brother. True. But now if Jin Zhongliang didn't want to give him face, he just wouldn't. Confronting the Kui family head-on, Jin Zhongliang didn't have that ability now. Even the Red Rose was managed by Jun Chen. Uncle Jin, don't worry about this. I'll handle it. The Kui family won't dare to provoke us. Today he provocatively sent someone to try and set me up. What can I do? I had to defend myself. In front of you, he humiliated both of us. Hitting him once wasn't even enough. Jin Jiwan finally felt at ease with that statement alone. With just these few words from Jun Chen, he felt assured. Shaolin, I leave Xuan to you in the future. I trust you. Jin Jiwan patted Jun Chen on the shoulder, as if transferring some burden to him. Xia Club. To avoid being secretly filmed, Kui Jinghui had quietly left the compound. The Kui family needed to deal with Jin Jiwan and Jun Chen in many ways. At the same time, Kui Hongliang promised to break the legs of these two and vent his anger. Jinghui, You know the situation at home now, you can't be reckless anymore. Cut off all ties with those hustlers. Focus on work. Got it? Kui Jinghui nodded like he was crushing garlic. The situation in the Kui family was not as simple as the outsiders imagined. The Kui family had only emerged in the past decade, controlling 60% of the entertainment venues in Yi province. This wasn't just achieved by Kui Honglian alone but by the three brothers. In the second generation of the Kui family, there were three sons, and Kui Honglian was the middle one. Kui Jinghui was arrogant and flaunty, known for his frivolity in Yi province. Outsiders also referred to him as the young master. This title made others in the Kui family very unhappy. It was a share split equally among the three brothers, so why was Kui Jinghui called the young master? Since he was given this nickname, the once not so harmonious Kui family became chilly, and the other uncles and brothers quietly guarded against the Kui Jinghui family. After making such a big mistake this time, the Kui family would surely seize the opportunity to strip Kui Jinghui of all his duties within the family. Originally, Kui Honglian's plan was to let his son take over the Red Rose, a kind of accomplishment within the family, and give Kui Jinghui some credit so he could rise in the ranks. Jinghui, the Red Rose is like a piece of fat meat now, right at our fingertips. We can't let that opportunity slip away. Dad, I've realized it. I need to consider the bigger picture. Kui Jinghui suddenly had an epiphany. What his father said was correct. The Red Rose was currently the best opportunity to boost performance within the family. After doing so much groundwork, they couldn't let go when success was at hand. Kui Jinghui volunteered to continue to take care of things at home and take down the Red Rose. But, Jinghui, can your injury handle it? Kui Hongliang was very concerned for his beloved son, feeling somewhat unable to bear it in his heart. Even if he couldn't support his son to take over the family business, he didn't want his son to leave any repercussions because of these matters. Don't worry, Dad. I'm fine. It's just a minor concussion and a few broken ribs. No big deal. Kui Jinghui reassured, patting his chest. Good. You are truly my son. Ambitious. Dad fully supports you. That day, Kui Jinghui got out of bed and began to deal with the Red Rose. Kui Jinghui had never been so driven before. By taking down the Red Rose, not only could he redeem himself, defeat Jin Yida and Jun Chen, but he could also boost the family's reputation. When it's time to discuss merits and rewards in front of the old master Kui, their family's status could be lifted a bit higher. By then, when the old master retires, he would naturally take over as the head of the family, controlling the entire Kui family. That night, Kui Jinghui gathered some of his able lieutenants to discuss how to deal with the Red Rose. The Jia Club is currently facing two situations, a significant loss of personnel and customers. Many experienced salespeople from Jia Club, attracted by high benefits, have switched to the Red Rose. The free order event had a significant impact on the Jia Club. The issue with personnel wasn't significant, as the Kui family has many connections and could easily borrow some personnel. The main problem lies elsewhere. If the Red Rose can offer free orders, then so can we at Jia Club. Spread the word. We're offering free orders tonight too. They do a free order event once a month, so we'll do it once a week to compete with them. Kui Jinghui's method was straightforward and aggressive. Isn't it just to attract people? Who wouldn't know that? The Kui family's resources are countless times greater than the Red Roses, and Jia Club can handle it completely. Even if it's a war of attrition, they can outlast the Red Rose. Kui Jinghui immediately had his subordinates spread the news and rearrange the venue. That night, many people rushed in, attracted by the unlimited drinks and free orders at Jia Club. However, there weren't as many repeat customers the next day. Over the past 2 weeks, Jia Club has offered to free order events, but the response is worsening. Because of this, Kui Jinghui became somewhat anxious and quickly called another meeting with his subordinates. Young master, if we continue like this, it won't work. We've already lost tens of thousands, and we haven't seen any feedback. Jia Club's operations director Lu Wenwei reminded him. He had seen since the first week that this method wouldn't work, but Kui Jinghui insisted on it, and he couldn't sway him. After all, he was just an employee, and Kui Jinghui was the young master. Of course, I know it won't work. Otherwise, why would I have called you in so late? Kui Jinghui was initially enthusiastic, but his mood fluctuated greatly upon seeing the lack of response, becoming very anxious. He didn't bring his subordinates here to hear these worthless words. Do they need to stress the situation on the surface again? I'm puzzled. Shia Club's benefits are similar to the Red Roses, so why are all the customers spending money at the Red Rose? Kui Jinghui was scratching his head, unable to figure it out. Lu Wenwei then with a suggestion. It could be the alcohol, young master. Alcohol? That's right. I've visited the Red Rose twice and found that the alcohol they sell is completely different from what we have. It's rich, fragrant, refreshing, and cheap, making it hard to get drunk quickly. The liquor had been monopolized by the Kui family 3 months ago. Kui Jinghui had always thought that the Red Rose sold the same kind of alcohol as them, which is why he used that method to compete. If Shia Club loses tens of thousands, the Red Rose might lose over 1 million. So what's to fear? And now the Red Rose has stopped outsourcing and developed its own supreme liquor, available in two classes, 58,888 and 88,888. Shia Club was still selling their old liquor, the Small Dragon 38,888 and Big Dragon 78,888, 88,888. I think the customers may have grown tired of our alcohol. Otherwise, how can the Red Rose sell more expensive liquor than us with more customers in the store? Lu Wenwei hit the nail on the head immediately. Kui Jinghui suddenly realized, the last time the Red Rose did the free order event, he had tried this alcohol and found it different from what was commonly available. Under similar settings in appearance, personnel, and reputation, why was the Red Rose more popular? Perhaps the problem indeed lies with the alcohol. Immediately investigate what type of alcohol the Red Rose is currently using and order batch exactly the same. Young master, I've already checked. These alcohols don't have brands, and we can't trace them. Whack. A slap landed on Lu Wenwei's face. Useless. If you can't even find information on the alcohol, what are you good for? Lu Wenwei was speechless and on the verge of tears. He had worked so hard for the Kui family, only to be met with a slap. Lu Wenwei dared not show his anger and kept silent. Young master, it's not that I lack skill but genuinely can't find any information. The alcohol doesn't have labels and comes in barrels taller than half a person, so there's no way to track it down. Even if you can't find it, you better find it from me. Kui Jinghui shouted angrily. He fought through his injuries and is now under significant pressure. If news of losses reaches the family, they will surely hold this against him. This was Kui Jinghui's chance to make a name for himself in the family. As long as he defeats the Red Rose, his father can bring him up. At the same time, Kui Jinghui's hatred towards Jin Jiwan and Jun Chen has only increased. He wants to retaliate by taking down the Red Rose, seeking revenge, what they call killing two birds with one stone. Kui Jinghui wants everyone to know he's not just a brute who only resorts to force. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the room. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with sharp eyebrows and eyes, a firm jawline, and stood at about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a fashionable blue suit, exuding a charismatic charm. The woman, 27, had a standard face, delicate eyebrows, a hint of makeup, wearing a white kippah that reached her thighs, revealing large areas of fair skin, showing her alluring side. They were Kui Jing'an and Kui Ziking, Kui Jinghui's cousins, a male and a female respectively. Kui Ziking is the only daughter of the eldest uncle. Kui Jing'an is the son of the third uncle. Especially this Kui Jing'an has been bullying him since childhood, taking advantage of being 2 years older than him, and later learning boxing, making things difficult for him everywhere. It can be said that he is the one who is bullied by Kui Jing'an. Xinghui, what's going on? I heard the nose of you scolding and hitting someone outside. Can't do things yourself, so you hit your subordinates. You really have some ability. Kui Jing'an had nothing good to say from the start. Sarcastically, Director Lu has been working at our Kui family for several years. Is it something you can just hit as you please? Kui Jing'an, what business is it of yours here? How much older are you? Kui Jinghui, with a violent temper, would definitely have fought Kui Jing'an if he hadn't been injured. I'm your cousin. How can you talk to me like that? Disrespectful to your elders, huh? Kui Jing'an, arms crossed, with a disdainful attitude. Don't be fooled by Kui Jinghui's current injury. Even if he wasn't injured, he could defeat Kui Jing'an with just one hand. He had long been displeased with Kui Jinghui. Being from the same third generation of the Kui family, why should this little guy be called the young master? How is he inferior to Kui Jinghui? He is from the third branch, but Kui Jinghui is only from the second branch. In terms of ability, in terms of seniority, Kui Jing'an should be called the young master. Kui Jing'an has been eyeing the Red Rose for a long time, and has devised a series of tactics. He wanted to use the Red Rose to gain some achievements, so that he could shine at the family annual meeting. This way, he could take over Kui Jinghui's position as the young master. Entrusting the Kui family to such an incompetent person was truly hopeless. Kui Jing'an looked down on Kui Jinghui, just as Tang Xinyu looked down on Jun Chen, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. He believed that Kui Jinghui was not capable of winning the Red Rose, and now it was just a joke to see Kui Jinghui desperate and frustrated. Alright, you two fight as soon as you meet. When will it end? As the eldest sister of the family, Kui Ziking had a weight in her words that no one dared not listen to. Hot. Who wants to argue with him? Who gave him the right? Cousin. Does he deserve it? After Kui Jing'an finished speaking, he gave Kui Jinghui a cold look and left directly. Sister Ziking, are you here to laugh at me too? Kui Jinghui was very angry, but had to admit that he had messed things up. Is your sister that kind of person? No matter what, it's never right to hit someone. Uncle Lu, please forgive me. Don't take it to heart. I'll personally arrange a place for you to apologize later. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenwei felt a bit relieved. It was still the eldest daughter of the Kui family who knew how to handle things. If Kui Ziking weren't a girl, she would probably have taken over the Kui family long ago and handled things on her own. Eldest sister, you're too serious. The young master is just upset. No big deal. Jinghui, I've investigated for you. The Red Rose is one imported from Madagascar. It docks at the Bai Wharf every Tuesday and Saturday. I don't need to say more about what to do next, right? Today, Kui Ziking came here not to laugh at Kui Jinghui, but to help him. They were all family, and if Shota lost, it wouldn't benefit the Kui family. Here are the details of the Red Rose. You can take a look. The boss behind the Red Rose is actually Jun Chen. Is it Jun Chen? Kui Jinghui quickly took the information to check. It has to be my sister Ziking. Seeing a certain part of the information, Kui Jinghui suddenly froze, his face becoming serious, as if he had missed a beat in his heart. He's the chairman of the Qianza group. Kui Ziking nodded. I have to remind you, this person shouldn't be underestimated. Also, the Bai Wharf is also owned by the Qianza group. Be careful in your actions. Kui Jinghui laughed when Jun Chen said he was the chairman of the Qianza group, not believing it. Now Kui Ziking was telling him that Jun Chen was the chairman of the Qianza group, a company worth over $1 billion. Even if all of the Kui family's assets were combined, they wouldn't match up. In other words, the things Jun Chen talked about at the alumni meeting weren't just for show, they were all true. Donating 1 million was also true. Bodyguards are also true bodyguards. No wonder the people under Jun Chen could fight so well. They were all professionals. You better not provoke this person again. After getting beaten twice, you should have learned your lesson. Kui Ziking felt that no matter what grievances Kui Jinghui and Jun Chen had, Kui Jinghui was always the one at a disadvantage and it should be settled. As for the Red Rose, it was just a side business developed by Jun Chen. The main business was maritime transportation. There was nothing wrong with what Kui Jinghui was doing now, just normal business competition. If Jun Chen couldn't handle it, it was his own fault. I understand, Sister Ziking. Shuangliu Street, inside a high-end cafe, a cold, haughty woman with indifferent eyes ordered a cappuccino and sat by the window, as if waiting for someone. Her skin was fair, wearing a white long dress revealing half of her calf. Even sitting in the corner, she attracted the attention of many men. Thus, a white Audi R8 parked in front of the cafe. Only then did the woman's eyelids move. Wow, Miss Huo, got a new car. How come I didn't see you drive it when it was my birthday? Lu Shanshan smiled. After the KTV last time, Jun Chen didn't attend the dinner that night, otherwise he would have met Huo Muyan directly. Lu Shanshan and Huo Muyan's fathers were old acquaintances from the same department, and when they were assigned houses, they were assigned next to each other. Since childhood, the two had been neighbors and got along well, true childhood friends. Their relationship could be considered intertwined. How should I say it? It wasn't me who bought it. It was a gift from someone else. After sitting down, Huo Muyan ordered a latte. The men who came in halfway would secretly glance at this coffee table. Now, with two gorgeous women sitting together, all men would secretly steal glances. A gift? Who gave it to you so generously? Tell me quickly. I'm dying to gossip. Shanin was suddenly eager. Huo Muyan was known to be very selective. It must be significant if she received such a valuable gift, indicating some progress between them. How far have you two progressed? Well, we haven't even started yet. Huo Muyan blushed slightly. It was just a friend's gift. I helped him with a favor, nothing more. Stop asking. Ha. Don't you stop asking. Ha. Lu Shanshan changed seats and sat next to Huo Muyan. Quickly tell me, which nobleman was it? Is his family wealthy? Huo Muyan's suitors had been non-stop. Lu Shanshan couldn't be sure. Huo Muyan didn't want to answer Lu Shanshan's gossip because she herself didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Jun Chen now. Business partners. At best, friends. Jun Chen hadn't expressed clearly his intention to pursue her romantically. He started his own business, has some assets, I guess. After some thought, Huo Muyan thought Jun Chen belonged to the entrepreneurial generation, and she really didn't know what his family did. But Huo Muyan could be sure that there was family support behind Jun Chen. Otherwise, at such a young age, how could he become the chairman of Qianza Group? Nowadays, there were too many playboys who were soft and lived a lavish lifestyle. Jun Qian's strong business acumen and drive were rare to see. To make Miss Huo evaluate him like this person's achievements must be quite impressive. In today's society, high-quality men are rare resources. You better hold on tight. Oh, don't just talk about me. What about you? Huo Muyan and Lu Shanshan bantered. Are you still nursing a grudge against your college classmate? Didn't he come back for your birthday? I won't take the initiative to confront him. If he's a man and really likes me, he will surely confess to me first. Lu Shanshan couldn't admit that Tang Xingyu was outstanding, but in this matter, it wouldn't be right for a girl like her to take the initiative, would it? What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for Shanshan? Huo Muyan teased back. No. I don't have much to do with him. We just have a little mutual affection. I don't have any special desire to be with him. Lu Shanshan expressed her true thoughts. After her father was transferred to another department, he often worked late, didn't come home until late, either working overtime or socializing. Since she was in junior high school, she hadn't seen her father smile, let alone travel with her family. She was very busy. If Tang Xingyu turned out to be like that in the future, she would feel very terrifying. That's not what I remember you said last time. Shanshan. Could it be that Shanshan already likes another man? Originally, it was just a casual joke, but it touched Lu Shanshan's heart. If Tang Xingyu really became someone like her father, Lu Shanshan would never like him again, and there would be no need to even begin a romantic relationship. It's not really anyone special, just a former university classmate of mine who suddenly piqued my interest. Wow. Is it true? Hurry up, spill the beans. Who is it exactly? Who has captured the heart of our Miss Lu? Huo Muyan said, as she leaned in towards Lu Shanshan, showing great curiosity. It was only then that Lu Shanshan realized she had misspoken. In fact, she was only slightly interested in Jun Chen. She had not yet figured out the fact that Jun Chen had donated 10 million in her name to their alma mater. Considering the way Jun Chen used to look at her back in school, Lu Shanshan could smartly deduce that he had a crush on her at the time. However, with numerous suitors vying for her attention, Jun Chen was not particularly noteworthy among them, and Lu Shanshan had no intention of dating at that time. Now, with Jun Chen donating 9,999 yuan to buy university in her name, Lu Shanshan couldn't be certain if he was expressing his feelings for her indirectly. Women, sometimes small things can trigger a cascade of thoughts, leading to various interpretations, which is actually quite normal. Is it true that he donated so much money in your name? Yes, it's true. He even showed me the payment records, and the money was truly spent. Wow. Isn't it obvious? He must have feelings for you. Miss Lu, you need to seize this opportunity. Oh, come on. We're still at the very beginning, and I'm not sure what he wants to express, whether he wants to show off in front of us old classmates, now that he has transformed from a nobody to somebody, or something else. Upon hearing this, Huo Muyan was a bit confused. She felt that the way Lu Shanshan's old classmates spent money was somewhat similar to Jun Qian's. Do all wealthy people spend money like this now? Oh well, let's not talk about this. I've been quite troubled recently and don't have time to think about these things. What's wrong? It's about my mother's company. Let's not dwell on it. Lu Shanshan's mother's fashion company had recently encountered major problems, causing Lu Shanshan a lot of distress. Updates to keyboard shortcuts. On Thursday, the 1st of August 2024, DRIZZLE keyboard shortcuts will be updated to give you first-letter navigation. Learn more. Jun Chen could easily revive the company by sharing the issue with Huo Muyan and having her design a few sets of autumn-winter styles. This could immediately give the company an edge over competitors and capture a significant market share. Furthermore, the company could potentially gain popularity and elevate its position in the domestic children's clothing industry. Huo Muyan's design studio primarily focused on fashionable women's wear. Designing a few children's clothing sets would be effortless for her. However, Huo Muyan's business was expanding rapidly, and she already had an exclusive contract with Burberry and Louis Vuitton, holding a prominent position in the fashion industry. If Jun Chen asked for Huo Muyan's help, she would not refuse. Just a few days ago, Huo Muyan mentioned securing a 47 million deal, making it even harder for Jun Chen to approach her. Jun Chen had previously asked for Huo Muyan's help, and now seeking help again made her hesitant. Even if Huo Muyan was willing to assist, Jun Chen felt embarrassed, as if she needed help with everything. It's really just minor things. Jun Chen regretted bringing up the topic and quickly changed the subject. Did that sponsor settle with you yet? Are they still delaying your design fee? It got delayed for a while, but they've settled now. Not wanting to press further, Huo Muyan casually mentioned the car she received from the sponsor as an apology gift. Jun Chen didn't dwell on it, and their conversation shifted as they headed to Lanhu Street for shopping. Later that evening, at the Bye Bye Pier. Could you guys be a bit more discreet? Kui Jinghui smacked his subordinate's head with one hand. The Bye Bye Pier belonged to the Qianju Group, and every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m., unloading at the pier was conducted under total lockdown. Except for the dockworkers and sailors on the ships, no outsiders were allowed. I saw you all a long time ago. Come out. A security patrol officer, holding a powerful 10,000 lumen flashlight set to strobe mode, illuminated a patch of grass. Kui Jinghui and his two accomplices were discovered and reluctantly had to come out of hiding. Their intention was to bypass the pier area and contact the Mobdai's side directly on the ship to arrange a batch of liquor to be sold at the West Asia Club. However, their plan was foiled when discovered. The security officer, with a flashlight in one hand and a baton in the other, shouted loudly, "Don't move. What are you guys up to?" He was about to reach for his waist radio to report to the team captain. "Brother, calm down. We're just here for sightseeing. Can you be lenient? These are just small tokens. Use them to buy some goodies for the children." Seeing the money offered, the security officer decided not to report the incident and let them pass. He even pointed them toward the shortcut leading directly to the coast. "Okay. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Kui Jinghui lowered his dignity in order to develop the wine distribution channel in Madagascar. Under normal circumstances, which security guard would dare to talk to him like this and even demand a red envelope from him? His leg would have been broken. Following the directions of the security personnel, Kui Jinghui arrived at the edge of the pier and saw a cargo ship docking at the shore, with several sailors using carts to transport barrels wine from the ship. "This is the one." Kui Jinghui approached and chatted with the sailors, saying he wanted to see the captain, but he couldn't communicate with these sailors at all. They spoke some local language from Madagascar, and after much difficulty, they finally understood that he wanted to see the captain. Upon entering the captain's cabin, Kui Jinghui finally met the captain wearing a gold-trimmed white cap. He had a medium build, dark skin, and it was unclear if it was from tanning or his original skin tone. Still no communication. The black captain could speak a few words in English, but Kui Jinghui was helpless, as he didn't even understand English. He regretted not studying hard in school. His subordinates looked clueless as well. Having no other choice, Kui Jinghui had to call his cousin Kui Ziking, asking her to come and act as a translator. Kui Ziking once again bribed the security personnel with money and finally arrived. Cousin, I'm really sorry to trouble you so late at night. Forget it. Where is the captain?" Kui Ziking couldn't have imagined that Kui Jinghui would involve her in this matter. She had just finished removing makeup and was about to take a bath when Kui Jinghui called, saying he had found the captain in Madagascar and asked her to come and translate. After chatting with the black captain for a while, they finally found out that he was not the captain but a first officer serving as the acting captain. "Ah, not the captain? Then what are we talking to him about? Are you silly? An acting captain is still a captain. You can negotiate with him. Kui Ziking suddenly thought her cousin was foolish. Tell him that I want to order some wine for transportation, and I can pay a high price. Kui Ziking translated Kui Jinghui's words into English and conveyed them to the black captain. The captain burst out speaking rapidly in English, which made Kui Jinghui furrow his brow. Cousin, what did he say? Kui Ziking sighed after hearing it. He says they are only responsible for this transport mission and not in the business of selling wine. Upon hearing this, Kui Jinghui felt dejected. So all this trouble was for nothing. Let me ask him if he can help connect with wine merchants. Using her impeccable English skills, Kui Ziking translated. She had graduated from Brown University, a top student. The black captain took down a delivery note from the wall and pointed to a set of numbers. Cousin, what does this mean? It's a phone number. Don't you want to write it down quickly? Kui Ziking scolded. Oh. Okay. Kui Jinghui hurriedly took a photo with his phone, but before he could take it out, the black captain pushed him away and shouted, No, I can't believe it. Jinghui, are you being foolish? Don't take photos, just write down the number. He kindly provided you with a contact. Taking a photo is inappropriate. The delivery note is confidential. Okay. I'll write it down. Kui Jinghui still couldn't get his head around it. After leaving the pier, they all returned to the West Asia Club. With Kui Ziking's translation, Kui Jinghui made an overseas call. The result was disappointing. The person on the other end was indeed in charge in Madagascar, but had a hostile attitude, reluctant to talk with them. However, when Mr. Jung was mentioned, the tone changed to being extremely respectful. The wine belonged to Mr. Jung, and if they wanted it, they had to find him. That was Jun Chen. Moreover, they refused to provide any wine, not even a drop, no matter how high the price offered. This angered Kui Jinghui, almost causing him to smash his phone. Damn it, these people in Madagascar don't know how to show respect. Kui Jinghui shouted, extremely frustrated. Don't be angry, it's quite normal actually. Normal? Is this normal? I'm willing to pay a high price, but they won't give me a drop. Isn't this a blatant provocation? If you were in front of me, I'd smack him with a wine bottle. Kui Ziking analyzed the situation seriously. Madagascar was a small country heavily reliant on imports and exports and the tourism industry. The Shinshin shipyard under the Kanju Group had recently acquired the Amai Group, becoming the most powerful shipping enterprise in Yocho. Madagascar hoped the Kanju Group would bring them prosperity. The Kui family, running entertainment establishments, had a slim chance of establishing a relationship with Madagascar as they were in different industries, unable to resonate with each other. Cousin, what should I do now? The Red Rose Club's popularity is growing, packed every night. Many of our wealthy clients have gone to John Kian's place to have fun. Cousin, it's very challenging for me. Kui Jinghui hoped for Kui Ziking to give him some ideas. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Lu Wenwei walked in. Young master, look what I've got. Lu Wenwei and his 3 men carried a huge wine barrel. Director Lu, what is this? Is it the wine from Madagascar? Kui Ziking asked. Miss, you're indeed smart. Lu Wenwei explained that he had put in a lot of effort to obtain it. Suddenly, Kui Ziking had a brilliant idea. Since they couldn't order the wine, why not invite some top mixologists to taste this wine, figure out its ingredients, and try to make a similar one themselves. Experienced mixologists could identify the make of the wine with a few sips. With their good relationship with the wine merchants, they could get the recipe, let them produce it on their behalf. Problem solved. The Kui family's business has been involved in some shady dealings over the past decade. The entertainment industry is ultimately not a viable option, and some senior members of the Kui family are considering retiring, wanting to transition to something else. However, in recent years, all industries have been struggling, and despite researching the issue of transitioning several times, no conclusions have been reached, so it has been temporarily put aside. If they could obtain this kind of recipe, wouldn't the difficulty of the Kui family's transition have a new direction and be solved easily? That's right. Cousin, why didn't I think of that? You are truly too clever. Kui Ziking immediately called a few sommeliers and invited them to the West Asia Club to taste this kind of wine. She poured herself a glass of Madeira wine and took a sip. As soon as it entered her mouth, Kui Ziking was astonished. She felt her taste buds being greatly stimulated. The rich and delicious taste constantly swept through her mouth. Generally, the biggest taste in wine is the alcohol, But this Madeira wine somehow, using a special technique, masked the taste of alcohol just right, making it extremely enjoyable to drink. No wonder the business of the Red Rose is so good. The promotion activities are just a gimmick. This wine is their true killer. With this Madeira wine in hand, even if Kui Jinghui held 10,000 free events, he still wouldn't attract repeat customers. Kui Ziking considered herself quite knowledgeable about wine, but she couldn't say what ingredients or techniques were used to make this wine. She would have to wait for the experts. Soon, 3 sommeliers arrived at the club. These 3 sommeliers came from Yunnan, Guizhou, Shandonglu, and Shanghai, all of whom have a good reputation internationally. They happen to be conducting a top-notch wine event in Ibi these days, and since Kui Ziking was very familiar with them, she invited them over. "I'm really sorry for inviting you over so late." "No problem, Miss Kui. Our schedule is usually nighttime. The reason I asked you to come is that I need your help with something." Kui Ziking pointed to the wine that had already been poured and asked them to taste it, to see what ingredients and techniques were used to create it. The 3 of them showed very confident expressions, because this was a simple matter for them. They say that it takes 3 generations to produce a gourmet, and sommeliers are no exception. These 3 individuals were practically raised in wine jars since childhood, and their knowledge was extensive. With just a small sip of any wine on the market, they could identify the year, composition, manufacturing process, brand, and even determine the weather conditions of the day based on the taste. "All right, since you 3 masters are so confident, I'll have to trouble you." Kui Ziking adopted a very humble attitude. Regardless of her high position in the Kui family, she was currently asking for their help and couldn't show any arrogance or be disrespectful. She made a gesture of invitation. Once the 3 took their seats, they first observed the color of the wine. The Madeira wine sold by the Red Rose come in many varieties, and this was just the most common type, which had a yellowish hue overall, looking similar to beer. After observing it, the 3 of them took a small sip. At the first taste, they were shocked. The taste of this wine was something they had never experienced before, truly unprecedented. It even stimulated their taste buds. The 3 of them looked at each other in astonishment, realizing they were all feeling the same thing. "Masters, what are your thoughts?" Kui Ziking inquired. Kui Jinghui, on the side, couldn't help but be anxious, eagerly hoping that the next moment, he could get a recipe from these 3. The 3 of them were not speaking, each with a different expression on their faces. After taking a few more sips, carefully savoring it in their mouths, they finally broke the silence. "This wine is good. Indeed, it's very good. This is the best mildly alcoholic beer I had ever tasted. To be precise, it can't be considered beer. It should be classified as a mix between sparkling wine and beer. The fruity aroma perfectly masks the alcohol taste. The front palate is extremely stimulating, while the finish is smooth." Kui Jinghui frowned. "Damn it, you were brought here to taste the recipe, not to enjoy yourself here. So much talking, but what are the ingredients of this wine and the process used to make it? Could you be a bit more straightforward and stop beating around the bush?" He was getting really impatient. Kui Jinghui dared not speak. These were all friends of Kui Ziking, and she explicitly instructed him not to talk before they arrived. "As for the ingredients, I really can't tell. Nor can I mean either. As for the manufacturing process, regarding this, I can give an idea. It should be a traditional manufacturing method, somewhat similar to the liquor made by peasants in ancient times, but it's not entirely traditional as it incorporates many fruits." "Nonsense. Was it necessary to invite you here just to say that? Fruit beer?" Kui Jinghui couldn't help but interject. "It definitely isn't fruit beer." Kui Jinghui's suggestion was immediately rejected by the 3 sommeliers. If it was fruit beer, why did they need so much talk? Kui Jinghui was getting increasingly impatient. "If he said it included fruits, wouldn't that make it fruit beer? If you insist on making an issue with me, then I can't help it. Yes, including fruits makes it fruit beer. Indeed. However, if you were to compare the fruit beers on the market with this wine, it's like putting a piece of broken tile in front of a gold brick. Do you understand what I mean?" The 3 sommeliers were extremely confident. If they weren't cousins friends, Kui Jinghui would have given them a slap already. "I would like to ask Miss Kui, where did you get this wine? I have never tasted it before, and it feels very unique. Could we take some with us?" "Sure. No problem. Thank you for your hard work tonight." Kui Ziking agreed to their request. This wine was sent to me by a friend from Madeira. If you masters like it, I can have someone pack some for you to savor at your leisure. If you have any ideas, feel free to give me a call anytime. Someone, pack the wine for the masters. Madeira, one of the sommeliers suddenly slapped his thigh. No wonder. I should have thought of that earlier. This kind of wine has extremely high temperature requirements. Unless in a tropical climate, the temperature must remain between 28 to 31 throughout the year, fluctuating by no more than 3. The climate conditions for this wine are quite stringent. Madeira is located right on the equator, precisely meeting these climate conditions. In temperate continental areas like Kyushu, it's tough to mass produce. Even if produced, the taste and texture would be greatly compromised. After the sommeliers left, Kui Jinghui finally couldn't bear it and complained to Kui Ziking, "Cousin, those 3 people came over, drank the wine, said a bunch of nonsense, and took a lot with them. Are they frauds?" "Nonsense. These 3 are internationally renowned sommeliers participating in various events and competitions of all sizes. They've tasted more wines than you've eaten grains of salt. Why couldn't they figure out anything? Just talking useless rubbish." Kui Ziking was caught off guard. She was also wondering. This wine didn't seem so complex to drink, it should be quite easy to make. How come when it came to these 3 sommeliers, they couldn't talk about the production process or even the ingredients? Kui Ziking suddenly thought of something unpleasant. Originally, the Red Rose was a bar that Kui Jinghui used to show off his accomplishments, but now, unknowingly, it has become defensive and appears very passive. Kui Ziking just realized this. The Red Rose now operates this kind of wine. The Kui family can't even order it, and even the sommelier can't tell what kind of wine it is. It's even said that Kyushu is hard-pressed to mass-produce this wine. Only Madagascar can produce it. Just with this line of defense, Kui Jinghui can't break through, let alone take down the Red Rose. If it can't be helped, then let's talk peace. In this situation, there is no other way but to make peace with the Red Rose. "Cousin, what are you saying? You want me to shake hands and make peace with him?" Kui Jinghui listened to Kui Ziking's suggestion and got angry. "Jinghui, I know you are angry, but this is unavoidable. Look at the current situation, not just in West Asia. If the Red Rose increases its efforts, our entire Kui family business could be threatened." Over the past few days, Kui Ziking has been closely monitoring the operation of the Red Rose, which is doing booming business with full house every night. On the contrary, Ki's family in Yebai has a total of 7 bars, with very poor business, not even half as good as the Red Rose, with a drop of 4/5 in customer flow, basically no customers, all concentrated at the Red Rose. The Red Rose's business is getting bigger and bigger, even buying out both sides' shops, walls directly opened up, adding up in area larger than Ki's family's 5 bars in Yebai. Kui Jinghui also understands that even if she doesn't speak up, this matter will soon attract the attention of the family. But he still can't bring himself to let go and make a deal with Jun Chen. Leaving the Red Rose alone, Kui Jinghui feels unwilling. "Cousin, here's the thing. I have a solution." Kui Ziking listened and felt a chill. "Absolutely not." The next day, the Kui family held a family meeting to discuss this matter. Ki's patriarch, the 3 elders Kui Chengxi, Kui Hongliang, Kui Wei, as well as the 3rd generation of the Kui family, young cousins Kui Ziking, Kui Jing'an, Kui Jinghui, all attended. "Jinghui, tell us, what's the situation with this Red Rose?" "Uncle, here's the thing." Facing the elders' questions, Kui Jinghui casually explained the threat of the Red Rose, emphasizing his plan. "HMPH. Total nonsense. Bam." Kui Chengxi slammed the table, accusing Kui Jinghui of hiding information, deceiving others. "We have already known the actual situation. Back when your father handed this matter to you, I strongly disagreed 100 times. Now you've messed it up. With the current situation, can you solve it with those unprofessional means?" Unbelievable. Kui Jinghui's suggestion of seizing the port in Yebai. Kui Chengxi looked at Kui Jinghui with displeasure. His uncle is the eldest in the family, with great influence and a strong presence. A significant part of Kui Ziking's temperament inherited from Kui Chengxi. This message was for Kui Jinghui, but also to his father Kui Honglian, who has always pampered him. Among the 2nd generation of the Kui family, Kui Wei's family looks down on Kui Jinghui the most, considering him uneducated and unsuitable to manage the family business. Kui Jing'an, under his father's increasing influence, looks disdainfully at Kui Jinghui. Jinghui means well. I just found out about this situation. Kui Hongliang defended himself and his son. Enough. Let's not talk about it. Jinghui, trying to seize the pork din yebai is absolutely unacceptable. We must prioritize the family's interests. Exactly, Jinghui. What you're doing is illegal. Do you know that? After playing around outside for so long, have you absorbed the vulgar ways? Using these means against the Red Rose, do you think you can win? Even if you win, will you shine? Kui Jing'an now looked righteous, not missing any chance to mock his cousin. Kui Jinghui felt 10,000 grievances in his heart. What the hell is Kui Jing'an pretending to be a good person for now? Doesn't the entire Kui family know the shady things he's done? And now he comes out to lecture him. Have some shame, will you? Jinghui, if you cooperate with the Red Rose, both sides can profit. Have you considered that Jun Chen could buy the surrounding shops of the Red Rose and could also open a bar elsewhere? We have 7 bars in Yebai, hundreds of bars throughout Yi province. If Jun Chen opens a bar elsewhere, what then? If there's a red rose in Yebai, why not open a pink rose in the south, green rose in the east, and a golden rose in the west? Kui Ziking said solemnly. Everyone praised the idea. It was well thought out. If Kui Ziking were male, he would probably have been supported to take the lead, and no one would dare to say anything. However, with the large family business, Kui Ziking's future is that of a married-off daughter. Once she manages the family's business, it's akin to giving it all away. The heirs must be chosen from Kui Jinghui and Kui Jing'an. Ziking is right. With so many roses, even our Kui family can't handle them. Kui Chengxi expressed. Knock, knock, knock. The silent Kui patriarch sitting at the head of the table pounded the cane 3 times heavily. Everyone instantly fell silent. The room plunged into silence. The Kui patriarch, being in his old age, retired from active management long ago, leaving all the decisions to his 3 sons. In situations where there's no consensus, they decide by voting whether to continue fighting with the Red Rose or to negotiate cooperation. The result was 2-1. The oldest and 3rd sons both chose cooperation. The Kui patriarch also leaned this way, as the threat to the entire Kui family's interests was not desirable. Once there's a hint of trouble, it must be quashed in its infancy. The family sent Kui Ziking to represent the Kui family in negotiations with Jun Chen. The Red Rose, VIP table on the 3rd floor. Several men in suits are toasting around Jun Chen. These people are not part of Duan Qiren's security team, but leaders from the school. Accompanying them is Song Qingli, and Jun Chen also invited the absent from the Alumni Association, Shai Yuju. Little Shai, you're also an outstanding alum from our school. Why haven't we seen you at the alumni meeting? A leader suddenly mentioned. Shai Yuju smiled happily. Several leaders, I was coincidentally sent on a business trip by my family that day. I really couldn't get away. All right, I'll penalize myself with a drink. Shai Yuju raised his glass and downed it. Good. Little Shai has a generous heart. Shai Yuju naturally knew that he was not an outstanding alumni. There were plenty of people who were more outstanding than him. He just liked to make friends with people. I heard that Jun Chen was making a big splash at the Alumni Association, donating 10 million to Yebai University. If it weren't for Jun Chen inviting him today, how could these leaders possibly praise him as an outstanding alumni in front of him? It's all because of Jun Qian's good relationship with him. Now looking at each of you who have achieved great success, we educators feel so proud. Zi Qian, do you remember when you first entered school, there were several subjects on which I criticized you. As luck would have it, I helped you back then. Otherwise, if you had gone astray, what would you have done? Don't you agree? These leaders were mostly counselors, teaching directors, grade directors back then. Now, after 6 or 7 years, they have all become leaders of the school. Jun Chen chuckled, saying, I remember, if it weren't for your criticism back then, I wouldn't have known how to study. I would have just read novels all the time. These words at the scene were just a way to show off. If it weren't for my good education back then, where would you be today? Liao Yang, have you had too much to drink? Little Qian's achievements today also owe to his own efforts. We teachers just played a supportive role. Here, let me toast you, counselor. Don't take it to heart. One grade director understood that something was not right and quickly raised a toast to Jun Chen. Jun Qian's achievements now, if you take all the credit yourself and ignore his personal efforts, how can that be? Put it on anyone's head, and nobody would be happy. especially now that Jun Chen is such a high-profile boss. Yes, Z-chan, I drank too much. I spoke out of turn. Don't take the teacher's words seriously. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. 3 cups. Jun Chen took the initiative, saying it couldn't have been done without the teacher's guidance. That's a different matter. If you say it's all thanks to your good teaching, what does that mean? Jun Chen couldn't help but shudder at this. Indeed, money isn't everything. But without money, there are so many things you can't do. Jun Chen remembered that back then, Tang Xingyu, Kui Jinghui, Lu Shanshan, etc. were the counselor's precious darlings. They were treated like adopted sons and daughters, pampered to death. Whatever violations they had committed, he turned a blind eye to all of them. Although Jun Chen was near the top in academics back then, he wasn't outstanding. And with no background at home, he was practically left to his own devices. Throughout the year, he couldn't speak a few words with the counselor, and if he did, it was to criticize Jun Chen or have him do things for him. Now he is status and position. Even the former counselors, teaching directors, grade directors now have to toast him. Who made Jun Chen donate 10 million to the school, even though it was donated in the name of Lu Shanshan? In reality, it was Jun Chen who swiped the card. Everyone knew it. It's nothing. The teacher was too harsh. Jun Chen also drank with them. Alright Chen, we won't drink anymore. We have work tomorrow, unlike you. With such a big company, you can sleep in as late as you want. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is quite late today. I also need to go back and rest early. I have to classes at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Song Kingli also put down her glass. She had the least seniority and the youngest generation here, so when the leaders took a few more drinks in succession, how could she not drink? After a few rounds, Song Kingli was almost at her limit, her face flushed, looking even more delicate under the purple neon lights. Teacher Song, why don't you have a few drinks with your senior here? I'll arrange your schedule for you tomorrow and find another teacher to cover for you. Director. Song Kingli glanced at Jun Chen sneakily. Was she being asked to stay on purpose? Xiao Song, it's too late today, and if you wake up tomorrow, you won't be in good shape to teach the students properly. Better to stay here and have a few drinks with your senior. I won't count it as you taking leave. Come in the afternoon as usual. After some excuses, she couldn't escape the arrangement made by the leader, who was much more senior in position. In the end, Jun Chen and Shai Yuju saw off the rest of the leaders at the bar, but Song Kingli stayed behind. You're something. Even our school sister back then can be charmed by you. Not bad. Don't talk nonsense. I and her, we have nothing. What do you mean? I saw you two exchanging looks. How else could those school leaders have kept Song Kingli back to drink with you? Trying to hook you up, using their status to persuade her to stay to drink with you. Shai Yuju inwardly exclaimed. If only he had known the benefits of having money, he would have studied hard back then. Now he can only be his father's little waste. To Song Kingli from back then, she was the new generation goddess of the school. After becoming famous at school, she had more admirers than even Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan was only popular in her freshman year for a while, attracting many beaux. But Song Kingli was different. After entering school, for a full 4 years, without interruption, she surpassed Lu Shanshan, becoming the goddess in the eyes of countless new students. Her status was much higher than Lu Shanshan's. Song Kingli came from an ordinary family. Her father was a common civil servant, not like Lu Shanshan, who was arrogant. She was a pure and cute beauty. On short video platforms, there were frequent videos of Song Kingli captured on the playground, in the cafeteria, classroom, self-study room. As long as she appeared, even as a background, she would garner many likes from netizens. After Song Kingli's stay on as a teacher at the school even used her as the central figure to shoot promotional videos to attract new students. I lost. Is this a thing now? Jun Chen was greatly surprised, not expecting the school to be so up to date. It must be said. Thanks to Unicom. Should I step aside at this point? Let you to deepen your bond? Shai Yuju joked. No need. If you leave today, you won't recognize me as your brother anymore. Jun Chen said firmly. I still need to discuss something with you. Let's go inside and talk. All right, I'll be your wingman. After the two returned to their seats, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Song Kingli was just a teacher. She could see the meaning behind the leaders leaving her with them. Seeing that she was single, was this an attempt to match her with Jun Chen? If 10 million could sell her, Then she must be worthless. Moreover, Jun Chen donated 10 million, but it was done in Lu Shanshan's name. She was present when the card was swiped, with 2 transactions, one for 9,999,999. Jun Chen already has a girlfriend like Lu Shanshan, a goddess-level girl. Why would he want to get to know her so well? Being just friends is fine, but going any further is not acceptable. She doesn't like scoundrels. Mr. Son, I feel the need to explain. Actually, Lu Shanshan and Nan Xiaoqian are not in a romantic relationship. They are just ordinary classmates. Xiuju glanced at Zhengqian. Chen, can I say this? Zhengqian didn't show any expression. Seeing Zhengqian's silent agreement, Xiuju then confidently continued. Back when I and Zhengqian were really close, like brothers, I definitely can't deceive you. Huh, really? They're not in a romantic relationship. Song Qingli was very surprised to hear this. If they're not in that kind of relationship, why did Zhengqian donate so much money in Lu Shanshan's name? 10 million. That's enough to buy 3 brand new Porsches and still have some left over. Why would Zhengqian do that? It has misled the whole school. Xiuju helped explain for Zhengqian. Earlier, Tang Xingyu and Kui Jinghui had some conflicts with Xiaoqian, so Xiaoqian used this method to give them a slap in the face. This is just my guess. I may be wrong. Chen, don't take it seriously if I'm mistaken. Zhengqian waved his hand. Your guess is spot on. That's exactly it. He hadn't thought about these implications at the time. He was just trying to get cash back from the system. But since Xiuju had already come up with a reason for him, he might as well go along with it. Song Qingli felt relieved seeing Zhengqian admit it. She had been thinking of keeping her distance from Zhengqian until now. Being friends was okay, but not too deep. Now that Zhengqian said Lu Shanshan wasn't his girlfriend, just someone he used to let off steam, she could develop a normal friendship with Zhengqian without the heavy psychological burden. Without the pressure of those bureaucratic leaders, the 3 of them let go of work, school matters, senior and junior identity, and chatted happily. During the time, Song Qingli took out her phone and took many photos, mostly solo shots with Zhengqian. Qingli, why only photos of you and Xiaoqian? Can the 3 of us take a group photo too? Xiuju only thought about how he could brag about hanging out and drinking with Zhengqian, who had donated 10 million, and the former campus beauty. Of course we can. I was planning to take one before we leave, but let's do it now. Song Qingli on the right, Zhengqian occupying the middle C position, Xiuju standing to Zhengqian's left. The 3 posed for several shots in front of the camera, with funny expressions, cool poses, and ambient shots. The original colors are a bit off. I'll adjust them at home and send the finished photos to you guys. After reviewing, Song Qingli said, it's fine, haha. Oh, Xiaoqian, you mentioned wanting to chat with me about something earlier. What is it? Xiuju suddenly remembered. Zhengqian talked about wanting Xiuju to join his company. The company needs people right now. If you're willing to join, I'll appoint you as my master's assistant. What do you think? In the treacherous business world, trustworthy people were scarce. Zhengqian had thought that Zhao Xinhao could be trusted, but he unexpectedly betrayed them for a little benefit, selling out the company. After interacting with Xiuju these days, Zhengqian felt that he hadn't changed, like a reliable rock to rely on. If he could bring Xiuju into the company, he could fully trust him as a confidant in the future. Currently, Li Dao was the executive director and CEO of Qianhu Group. Appointing Xiuju as his assistant wouldn't demean him in any way. Wow, that sounds great. I've been tired of working under my old man, being exhausted and scolded every day. Okay, then let's settle it. I'll report to your company tomorrow. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even mentioned your salary yet. Zhengqian felt Xiuju agreed easily. No need to discuss. Even if you don't pay me, I'll still come. Ha ha ha. Xiuju laughed. Senior Zhong, is your company really lacking people? I have someone to recommend. Song Qingli casually mentioned. Oh, who? Zhengqian asked. Song Qingli introduced her cousin, who had worked at several big companies, but her family wanted her to return home because the capital was too far, and prompted her to consider a job as a civil servant or a teacher. Despite taking exams multiple times, she hadn't passed, and was still living off her family. Your company is in Lanhu, right? It's relatively close, and she's looking for a job recently. She's very capable. If you need people, I can contact her. We need people for sure. Zhengqian thought even giant internet companies like Goose Factory and DRIZZLE wouldn't claim they weren't hiring. Such a small business like Jenkian's couldn't refuse someone with such diverse work experience. They immediately set a time for Jenkian to meet her, and if satisfied, she would be hired on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Jenkian received a text from an unknown number, stating that someone wanted to talk, asking for a suitable time to contact. Jenkian glanced at his watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. Who would message him at this hour? Nonetheless, the message was polite for not calling at this late hour. Jenkian replied, "Who is this?" The other person quickly responded, "Quiziking. I'm Kuiziking from the Kui family. Sorry for disturbing you so late." Jenkian didn't recognize the name, but he had interacted with the Kui family a few times. Jenkian, "Who is Kui Jinghui to you?" Kuiziking, "Kui Jinghui is my cousin. I represent the Kui family and would like to discuss something with you. When can we meet and talk?" After thinking for a moment, Jenkian replied, "How about now, Red Rose?" Good partner, Kuiziking didn't expect Jenkian to agree so readily. She had planned to take Kui Jinghui with her and apologize to Jenkian first, after a truce between the two sides, then discuss the manhwaedit matter with Jenkian. But now that he wanted to meet immediately, she didn't dare delay. She never expected such a late-night text message. Kuiziking, "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be right there." After replying, she quickly got up from bed, hurriedly put on some makeup to hide her dark circles, appearing presentable and awake. Being there on behalf of the Kui family, she couldn't show up looking exhausted. It would be a disgrace. "Jenkian, is she really coming?" He was just joking. Nonetheless, the sincerity of the Kui family was commendable. He decided to see what the other side meant. "Cousin, why are you so urgent? I was just sleeping and you woke me up with a dozen phone calls." Kui Jinghui complained while sitting in the passenger seat, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Go see Jun Chen now. Do as I told you. Got it?" "My cousin, it's almost 4 in the morning." Kui Jinghui glanced at the time. "Who makes an appointment to meet at 4 in the morning? Stop talking nonsense. Just go see him and do as you're told." Kuiziking said sternly, pinching Kui Jinghui's thigh hard to wake him up instantly. "Stop pinching. Cousin, it hurts, hurts. I know. Can't I just know?" Kui Jinghui was annoyed, but under Kuiziking's guidance, he realized that the Kui family was indeed in a disadvantageous position. If he could reconcile with Jun Chen in time, they could avoid a major battle in the future, and the Kui family might even have a chance to transform. Then the family would consider him to have made a contribution much greater than if he had just acquired a small bar. What's the big deal about just apologizing to Jun Chen? Although he had a grudge against Jun Chen, in the face of huge benefits, he chose to listen to Kuiziking. A real man knows when to yield. In the absence of outsiders, not only would he apologize to Jun Chen, he would even kneel to him. No one else would know, and it wouldn't affect his reputation. It would even be a shining performance, a sacrifice for the family. However, at the Red Rose, Kui Jinghui's expression changed slightly when he saw the people at the table. Is that Shai Yuju there too? He knew more people than he thought. Even Song Qingli? In their university days, Song Qingli had been the campus goddess. Even he, while still with Yunana, had flirted with Song Qingli to express his affection. But to his surprise, Song Qingli had rejected him outright, calling him a fickle man. If he guessed correctly, Song Qingli only truly met Jun Chen at the alumni gathering, right? Weren't you supposed to be pure and righteous? Weren't you supposed to be a role model? Damn it, you just met, and you've been drinking with Jun Chen until 4 in the morning. It's a work day and she's skipping classes just to drink with Jun Chen. Back then, Song Qingli didn't even pay attention to him, so how could she be interested in Jun Chen now? But things had changed. Jun Chen was now a wealthy corporate board member, a status far removed from before. Even Song Qingli actively sought his company. Kui Jinghui felt extremely discontented. "Hello, Mr. Jun. I'm Kuiziking." Kuiziking walked up to greet Jun Chen. Jun Chen gave her a glance. "Huh, a woman? I thought you were a man, which is why I called you over. If you were a woman, then I was really in the wrong. I do know how to appreciate beauty." Jun Chen looked at Kuiziking's flawless face and those long legs that couldn't be hidden by her pants, and smirked. "Shai Yuju, is this Kuiziking? The daughter of the head of the Kui family. She's a notable figure in Yi County. It is said that Kuiziking, with exceptional talent and interest in mathematics and business, didn't even attend high school. After graduating from junior high, but directly enrolled in Stanford's business school. After graduation, instead of starting her own business, she chose to help manage the family business. Despite a third of the Yi County business being officially attributed to the eldest son Kui Chengxi, in reality, it was managed by Kui Ziking. Efficient and capable, with a sharp mind, in the family's industries managed by Kui Ziking, she employed extremely advanced management methods with a clear system of rewards and punishments. There is a joke in Yi County that describes the strong contrast between Kui Ziking and Kui Jinghui. Kui Jinghui, is she flirting? No way. That's my cousin. It's okay. Mr. Zhong, it's actually my fault. Oh, and this is my younger cousin Kui Jinghui. You two are old acquaintances, right? I heard you were classmates in university. Kui Ziking smiled as she pulled Kui Jinghui out from behind her, where he had been hiding. Younger cousin? Why was Kui Jinghui being dragged over at this hour? That shows how influential Kui Ziking is in the Kui family. Hello, Qianjie. Kui Jinghui forced a smile, trying to hide his discomfort. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuju was surprised beyond belief. Kui Jinghui apologized. The proud and arrogant young master had finally lowered his head to someone. Xia Yuju knew Kui Jinghui well and his stubbornness. Previously, Kui Jinghui was like a fierce tiger, yet now he seemed as docile as a kitten, greeting Jun Chen as if nothing had happened. Song Qingli's expression was not much different from Xia Yuju. Her cherry lips slightly agape, she appeared incredulous. Mr. Zhang, shall we sit down? Sure. But Jun Chen made things difficult intentionally. We've all had quite a bit to drink already. Before you join us, you must take a sip. Jun Chen pointed at the table where bottles of high-proof X liquor had already been prepared. 3 shots of this could make someone dizzy even with a strong tolerance. You. Kui Jinghui wanted to retort, but a sharp look from Kui Ziking shut him up. Wasn't she deliberately making things hard for them? That's when Song Qingli and Xia Yuju realized why Jun Chen had opened a bottle of X earlier. It was for Kui Ziking and Kui Jinghui. This strong liquor was no joke. They felt it was a bit unfair. Were they being tested? There were 2 options in front of Kui Ziking and Kui Jinghui. Drink and sit down to chat, or don't drink and stand outside the private room. Everyone was curious about what Kui Ziking would choose. Kui Jinghui had no say in this situation. Only she could represent the Kui family. As Mr. Zhang has already had quite a lot to drink, how can we who've just joined not drink? Kui Ziking picked up the bottle and filled 3 glasses to the brim. Down one after another, 3 glasses in total. This surprised everyone, including Kui Jinghui, Song Qingli, and Xia Yuju. So bold. No wonder she was idolized. Even Song Qingli, who had heard stories about Kui Ziking, knew of her reputation. Kui Ziking was someone she admired. Song Qingli's entire family, including relatives, worked within the system, safe and secure. Initially, no one in her family supported Song Qingli's career ambitions, which is why she became a university teacher. All right, since you're so sincere, come sit down. Jun Chen gestured for Kui Ziking to join him. I wonder, Miss Kui, what would you like to chat with me about? Jun Chen asked. It was already quite late. The earlier they could finish the conversation, the sooner he could go back to bed. Well, there isn't really anything in particular. It's just that my immature cousin caused a misunderstanding with you before, Kui Ziking explained. He realized his mistake and volunteered to come to me and insisted on coming to see you, personally apologizing to you. Wow. What a good lad, Kui Ziking thought. Kui Jinghui was indeed Kui Jinghui. He was capable of saying such humble words. The eloquence in his words was remarkable. Just by speaking, it was evident that Kui Jinghui's status was quite high. Jun Chen would never have believed that Kui Jinghui could say such humble words. Jinghui, you were so eager at home. Now that you've met General Zhang, shouldn't you hurry up? Kui Ziking glanced at Kui Jinghui. Kui Jinghui hesitated. It would be one thing if there were no one else present, but the key players, Song Qingli and Xia Yuju, were both there. Xia Yuju knew all about what he had done before. He even used his influence at school to bully Song Qingli's deskmate. Xia Yuju, outside of school, liked making friends and knew more people than Kui Jinghui. Song Qingli, within the school, had become a teacher, constantly dealing with new students coming in. It seemed like there were only 2 people, but if he were to lower his head and apologize to Jun Chen today, everyone within and outside the circle would know about it. He would be everyone's laughingstock. What's wrong with you, Jinghui? Sorry, General Jun, he hasn't fully woken up yet. Kui Ziking pinched Kui Jinghui hard. Kui Jinghui's expression changed drastically. He had no choice if he wanted to secure his position in the Kui family. He had to apologize. Qianjie, I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. Kui Jinghui apologized sincerely. Wow. A real apology. Xia Yuju was taken aback. Jun Chen, his childhood friend, had really made it big now. Huh. Even Kui Jinghui had to apologize to him. Xia Yuju understood Kui Jinghui. He was someone who would never willingly bow down to someone. It was definitely Kui Ziking who had forced him. But what difference was there between voluntary and forced? Both were bowing down to Jun Chen. Both were losing face. Even San Qingli couldn't help but sigh. She had heard plenty of legendary stories about Kui Jinghui during her studies. Now, even he was bowing down to Jun Chen. Indeed, university was a turning point. Kui Jinghui had relied on the Kui family business to reach his position today, while Jun Chen had progressed from being a man with no backing to becoming a director of the Qianza group. Kui Jinghui felt 1,000 regrets. But what could he do now? Jun Chen wasn't just a Qianza group director, he was the chairman. The difference between a director and a chairman was immense. A director only held a small portion of the company's shares, while the chairman had control over the vast majority of shares, wielding significant power and control over the company. Jun Qian's wealth far exceeded their imagination. Jun Qian's capabilities were beyond their comprehension. If Jun Chen had been a high-ranking executive in the company, Tang Xingyu could still compete with him. But now, as the chairman of the Qianza group, Jun Chen was essentially the competitor of Tang Xingyu's father. Normally in a school circle, a slight lead would be enough to show off. Jun Chen was far ahead of them all. Only heaven knew what Jun Chen had done in these past few years to establish the Qianza group. Kui Jinghui felt inadequate. He couldn't even handle his own cousin now. Even if he could handle his cousin, he would still be overshadowed by the family's uncles and aunts pressuring him. It was too difficult for him. Miss Ziking, what can I help you with? Jun Chen asked straightforwardly. Calm. I'll avoid for now you to talk about your matters. Xia Yuju finally felt the disparity between himself and Jun Chen. Xia Yuju would probably never be able to have more than a few words with someone of Kui Ziking's caliber in his life. Maybe when playing with Kui Jinghui, they could exchange a word or two. In normal circumstances, he and Kui Ziking were in entirely different worlds, unreachable heights. Now, for Kui Ziking to come to discuss matters with Jun Chen, he even drank 3 cups of XO in a row just to show understanding. It was better to avoid in such a scenario. No need. You will be an employee of my company in the future. We are all part of the same team now, so feel free to listen. Kui Ziking didn't hesitate to say, the reason we hurried here before dawn today was mainly to bring my cousin and have him apologize to you. Would General Jun be gracious enough to forgive him? My cousin has deeply realized his mistakes and just sincerely apologized to you. You see, the previous 2 incidents, you didn't suffer any losses, right? Kui Ziking concluded. The incidents of the past were to be forgotten. In a society governed by law, Jun Chen couldn't possibly take Jinghui's life. Even after Jinghui was left with an India-like imprint on his head and had his arms in casts, with a few broken ribs, Jun Chen didn't pursue his responsibility. Everyone was now developing their paths in Yecheng. It was better not to make enemies. All right, I will consider it a face-saving matter today. I will not pursue this any further. Jun Chen represented the Red Rose, while Kui Ziking represented the Kui family. With this statement, it was as if both sides had called for a truce, moving forward independently without interfering with each other's paths, like waters not crossing. Good. General Jun is indeed a person of great tolerance. To General Jun, Kui Ziking raised 3 more glasses and finished them in one go. The previous glasses had been a formality. Now, these glasses were an act of apology. General Jun, besides that, I would like to discuss cooperation with you. Kui Ziking smiled. How can we cooperate? Jun Chen inquired. Kui Ziking pointed at the glasses on the table and brought up the matter of the imported wine, hoping to reach a collaboration with the Red Rose. If she hadn't mentioned it, it would have been fine. But as soon as she did, Jun Chen recalled the previous attempt at wide blockage by the Kui family. Without that incident, the Red Rose wouldn't have landed so easily into Jun Qian's hands. Previously, the Kui family had wanted to seize the Red Rose by exploiting this situation. Now, Not allowing the Kui family to face some antitrust measures wouldn't be justifiable. You want to order wine? Sure, 10 times the price. Miss Ziking, you must have also investigated that the wines in my store are all imported, high-end goods, and not cheap in cost. You probably have also checked that these wines I bring over from the Maldives have very high transportation costs, manufacturing costs, transportation costs. Add to that Jun Chen's current ownership of the wine farm. If you buy from me, you definitely have to earn some profit. You want to order wine? By all means, 10 times the price. Kui Ziking and Kui Jinghui's faces were filled with black question marks upon hearing the prices reported by Jun Chen. The winemaking process was simple. The 3 wine tasters before had mentioned that it didn't seem to involve complex craftsmanship but rather unique techniques or weather conditions. As for transportation costs, that goes without saying. The Crane Group primarily dealt with shipping, and its subsidiary, Jenkson Shipyard, owned over 40 cargo ships of more than 10,000 tons each, simply burning money for fuel. The price Jun Chen offered was hard for the two to accept. Kui Ziking quickly calculated in his mind that if the Kui family were to switch entirely to Madali wine, the price would have to be on par with Ronskianj in order to potentially attract customers. By doing so, the lifeblood of the Kui family would be completely controlled by Jun Chen. Once Jun Chen stopped supplying, the Kui family would be unable to operate their business. He could then continue increasing prices in waves, forcing the Kui family to continuously order Madali wine at high prices. In Yi City, not only the Kui family was involved in the entertainment industry, but others as well. If they refused Jun Chen's price, once Yi City was filled with roses, the only path awaiting the Kui family would be a dead end. It wouldn't be about ordering drinks anymore, but rather negotiating how much Jun Chen thought the Kui family's bars were worth. They would be at his mercy or face ruin. Kui Ziking, though authorized to represent the negotiations with Jun Chen, couldn't make a decisive decision. Even Kui Ziking couldn't make the final call. Shai Yuju and Song Qingli, standing nearby, didn't quite understand either. Though when they heard Kui Ziking's words, they realized the gravity of the situation between the two parties. As you wish, Jun Chen casually replied. He had already sent Xia Qianchen to Madagascar, where she found many local winemakers, offering an irresistible price and acquiring their recipes. Upon returning, a brand named Sunetti was established, with an international patent already approved and power over distribution and pricing in Jun Chen's hands. This was the power of branding. Take it or leave it. No one was begging for your approval. This was Jun Chen's confidence. After the meeting, Jun Chen arranged for a driver for Shai Yuju, picked a new receptionist to escort Song Qingli home, and drank so much that he slept until 3 in the afternoon the next day. On the nightstand, there was a note left by Jin Lu. You vomited quite heavily yesterday. I hung up clean clothes for you at the foot of the bed. I have some matters to attend to today. Love you. The note was a red heart, like a child's doodle. Jun Chen felt warm upon seeing it. Being cared for wasn't that bad. After freshening up and having a light meal, Jun Chen arrived at the company around 5 o'clock. General Jun, what's the matter? Immediately intercepted by Xia Qianchen upon arriving at the company building, Jun Chen inquired about the situation. Xia Qianchen explained that a girl had come in the morning, asking to speak to him about something, so she directed her to wait in the meeting room, not expecting Jun Chen to arrive so late. Has she left? Jun Chen asked, not particularly alarmed. Most likely, Kui Ziking had given him a response. Not yet. She's been here since 8 in the morning and hasn't even had a drink of water. I suspect she has something important to discuss with you, so I hurried to inform you. Jun Chen walked to the meeting room and peered inside through the glass. La Shanshan, she was the girl Chen Ziyao had received in the morning. Initially thought to be a client, but she'd been waiting since 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon without even a sip of water. Xia Qianchen probably understood. It was likely that Jun Chen had unintentionally impregnated the girl, prompting her to seek redress. Normally, Jun Chen wouldn't come to the company in the morning unless he was exceptionally busy, usually arriving afternoon, or might skip it altogether. Towards the end of the workday and Jun Chen's late arrival, Xia Qianchen wondered if he was avoiding the girl on purpose. Feeling sorry for her, Xia Qianchen went to keep her company, but apart from a hint of concern visible on the girl's face, she did not disclose any details. Poor girl, just ask for whatever money you need, and be done with it. Otherwise, if you sue him later, it'll cause more trouble. Jun Chen. Huh? Are you misunderstanding something here? Why does it seem like I'm already a dad? La Shanshan is asking for compensation from me. Don't get me wrong. She's just a university classmate of mine. Tisk. Men. Zia Qianshan coldly snorted. Despite being well off now, Jun Chen couldn't resist trying to court his former dream girl and possibly ended up getting her pregnant without precautions. What are you imagining now? I'm not that kind of person. Jun Chen decided to stop explaining. Things were getting murkier the more he talked. I'll go see what's going on. Jun Chen entered the meeting room and knocked on the glass. La Shanshan, holding a cup of hot water, was sitting in the chair curled up. Upon seeing Jun Chen, she immediately stood up, but her long period of sitting had caused her legs to go numb, resulting in her falling to the ground as Jun Chen approached. Quickly rushing to help her up, Jun Chen said, "Be careful. I heard you'd been here since this morning. I was busy late last night, so I came in later today. If you had something to discuss, you should have messaged me. I would have replied once I saw it." Supporting La Shanshan, her legs numb, Jun Chen helped her up and guided her towards his office as they slowly walked. A scumbag. Look at him, taking advantage even though she can't feel her legs, and he still pretends they are just classmates. Who would believe that? Zia Shishi shot Jun Chen a very unfriendly look. Jun Chen responded with an eye roll. He wasn't trying to take advantage of Lu Shanshan. Her legs were numb. How could he not help her to his office? Honestly, this was the first time Jun Chen and Lu Shanshan had physical contact. Jun Chen held Lu Shanshan's left wrist, his right arm across her back, resting on her right side armpit, with a significant amount of body contact. He was cautious, afraid that Lu Shanshan might resist him. Unexpectedly, Lu Shanshan showed no resistance at all, becoming increasingly powerless as they walked. The closer she got, the more her back pressed against Jun Qian's chest. Jun Qian's heart was pounding. This was the girl from university that he didn't dare to pursue. Memories of university flooded back to him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shanshan was in his arms, like a possession. Just now ... That girl, is she your subordinate? Lu Shanshan asked softly. Sort of. My secretary. Be careful. Take a step with your left foot first. Secretary? Yes, as a company director, it was only appropriate to have a secretary. But that secretary's aura, figure, and looks were a bit exaggerated. Lu Shanshan couldn't help but wonder if Zia Shishi and he were both legitimate secretaries. If Jun Chen knew what Lu Shanshan was thinking, he would surely be speechless. Why were both of these girls thinking the same thing? They both believed the other had a relationship with him. The life of wealthy people was so difficult, always misunderstood. Most of their classmates had entered major companies after graduation, like Tang Xingyu, continued their studies, or went back to help with family businesses. Jun Chen was the only one who started his own business. Lu Shanshan thought that Jun Chen had truly transformed from a carp to a dragon, rising above their classmates. Within 3 years of graduation, he had become a director at Kind Group, undoubtedly making significant contributions to the company. His current status was achieved through hard work and dedication. Lu Shanshan had no reason to look down on Jun Chen anymore. Jun Chen. My legs really are numb. I can't walk. Lu Shanshan looked at Jun Chen with innocent and weak eyes that made any man want to lend a helping hand. But this was the company. In private, Jun Chen could have done something else. Carrying Lu Shanshan into the office or even hugging her in front of subordinates. What would people think of him? The chairman. Kind Group wasn't like the previous shipyard. Many new colleagues didn't know him well yet. This was still during working hours. If the chairman suddenly carried in a beautiful, soft woman to the office, it would be a scandal. Lu Shanshan had malicious intentions. Just then, Jun Qian's right and left guard, Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli, appeared. They had noticed Jun Chen and Lu Shanshan's intimacy earlier, but hadn't intervened until Lu Shanshan went too far by claiming she couldn't walk. Were they trying to make Jun Chen carry her into the office? This was unacceptable. Jun Chen was put in a difficult situation, and they promptly stepped in to help him. General Zhang, is this your client? Let me help you. Not a client, she's my university classmate. Make sure you support her properly. Jun Chen explained. Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli took Lu Shanshan from Jun Qian's hands, giving her an unfriendly look. Hey, your act is old. We've played this game many years ago. From clocking in this morning, they had noticed Lu Shanshan waiting for Jun Chen, suspecting she had intentionally numbed her legs to have physical contact with Jun Chen. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli both had the same idea at that moment. Lu Shanshan's appearance was ordinary, slightly prettier than Yao Manman. What's more, they had totally figured out Lu Shanshan's scheme, trying to seduce Jun Chen using such methods. She was just a girl. Jun Chen wouldn't be interested in such a schemer. Wait a minute, something's wrong. They couldn't go to his office. His office was for the chairman, revealing his identity prematurely. After giving it some thought, they decided to head to the director's office instead. Jun Chen checked Li Dao's office first to ensure there was no one present before feeling at ease. Help her in, Jun Chen instructed Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli. Perplexed, they stood bewildered in the room. This was Li Dao's office, so why were they bringing her here? Suddenly, they understood. She wasn't here to settle scores with Jun Chen but to ask him to handle something for her. She only knew he was from Kind Group but not his specific position. Jun Qian's move was smart, truly smart. No wonder he was Jun General. After helping Lu Shanshan to the couch, Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli confidently left the office. Jun Chen, the two from before were also your subordinates. What's the matter? Jun Chen found Lu Shanshan's repeated question odd. Lu Shanshan rubbed her ankle. Zhang Xiaoya purposely walked out of sync with the girl on her left earlier, causing her pain. Especially in front of Jun Chen, she didn't want to speak ill of Zhang Xiaoya. It's nothing, just asking. It seemed like Jun Chen was a target for many women in the company. They saw her as a competitor. Jun Chen had transformed from an inconspicuous student to a coveted man. If only she had been nicer to him in university, at least there would be a good impression. You've been waiting for me since this morning. There must be something urgent. What can I help you with? Jun Chen inquired. It's not that I need your help, but now that you're a director of Kind Group, I'm exploring potential collaboration between our companies, Lu Shanshan said with an air of equality. Lu Shanshan wasn't lowering her status to seek help but aiming to collaborate. If it was collaboration, then both sides were on equal footing. Lu Shanshan wasn't willing to give in, nor did she know Zheng Qian's exact position within the company. It wasn't just asking for help, it was about cooperation. Lushan withdrew a folder from her Hermes bag, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars, and handed it to Zheng Qian for him to see. Inside were detailed financial statements of her mother's company, plans for the second half of the year, and future goals. If Qianju Group is interested in the fashion industry, we can discuss cooperation, Lushan said tactfully. One primarily in shipping, the other in children's clothing. These two industries are completely unrelated. Only some investment companies, such as Liu Shiqi's Zhonggong Fund, would participate in such projects. Otherwise, without any connection to the industry, they generally would not be considered. It's clear that she wants Qianju Group to provide financing. Zheng Qian immediately saw through Lushan's intentions. The financial statements of the Liu family for the past 2 years only showed profits in the first half of the year, and for the subsequent year and a half, they were in a state of loss. However, even in a state of loss, it gives the impression of earning money elsewhere. Definitely some accounting manipulation. Her intentions became even more obvious. Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. If she wanted money, why not just tell him directly? Why make it so complicated by talking about cooperation and manipulating the accounts? Does she really think he's a fool who can't see through it? Can't be, right? She doesn't want him to do something for her and then pull this on him. Originally, if Lushan had approached Zheng Qian in a more humble manner and had a good conversation with him, Zheng Qian might have agreed. However, now Zheng Qian was a bit resistant. It's understandable. They hadn't seen each other in several years, and during these days, they had only met at class reunions and alumni events. Now she's coming to him for help with such a large sum of money. It would affect anyone's pride. I've reviewed it, Shanshan. How do you plan to cooperate with Qianju Group? Can we discuss the details? Isn't it just about wanting money? If she can't say it directly, then here's a chance to do so now. Lushan hesitated, not sure how to broach the subject. But if she didn't speak up now, she might not have another chance in the future. Lushan's real purpose was to secure financing, but she didn't want Qianju Group to provide financing for free. They would receive corresponding shares. This money was like a lifeline. Her mother's company was in urgent need of it. If they were truly crushed by competitors, bankruptcy was imminent, and there could even be substantial debt. In that case, her status as a wealthy heiress would be at risk. Although Lushan's father held a high position, he never engaged in power money transactions, and if the entire family relied on him for support, their standard of living would decrease significantly. After a complex internal struggle, Lushan finally put aside her pride and confessed the situation to Jun Chen. Her mother's company needed a total of 15 million for operations. Jun Chen had donated 10 million to their alma mater. 15 million shouldn't be a problem. 15 million. Jun Chen thought she was going to ask for 1 or 2 billion. Jun Chen had nearly 8 billion in his account. He could easily resolve this matter by taking out a small amount. The reason he donated 10 million to his alma mater was to get cash back using Lushan's name. In other words, how much money I donate is my business. What does it have to do with you? Just using your name. The 15 million Jun Chen gave was a favor. Not giving it would be the norm. Luckily, Lushan did not try to emotionally manipulate Jun Chen. Otherwise, he would have kicked her out of the office immediately. Who cares about being the campus goddess? Don't pull that on me. Shan. You know I'm just a board member of the group. Financing matters are not my responsibility. I can help you by transferring you to the business department, perhaps make some introductions, can you understand? Jun Chen had helped Lushan collect 1 billion in cashback, so giving some back was only fair. Lushan also agreed to exchange shares. Jun Chen didn't want Lushan to perceive him as a lapdog, which is why he phrased it that way. As the chairman of Qianju Group, giving or not giving money to someone was solely his decision. Outside the door, Director Li, you can't go in for now. Zhang Xiaoyao stopped Li Dao, who wanted to return to the office. Why can't I go into my own office? Li Dao was puzzled. Director Li, the situation is like this. General Manager Zhang is currently meeting his university classmate in your office. Perhaps he knows that General Manager Zhang has made great progress, so he sought his help, and he used your office to maintain his own status. Qin Zuli explained in detail. Li Dao nodded and looked inside through the glass. Isn't that the girl who came in the morning? She's still here? Waiting for Jun Chen all day. What is going on? Is it private or business? If it's private, it's best not to disturb them. If it's business, he could assist. He knew what to do. Excuse me. I know what to do. I'll go help General Manager Zhang. I'm afraid he can't handle it alone. If it's the former, he'll leave immediately. If it's the latter, he can lend a hand. After learning the full story, Li Dao began knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. General Zhang, are you busy? Jun Chen heard Li Dao's familiar voice and thought something was wrong. Nothing. Director Li, please come in. You came at the right time. This is my university classmate who wants to discuss financing with the group. Pan is willing to give shares. Jun Chen said. Shan, let me introduce you. This is our group's director, Mr. Li Dao, one of the executive directors of Qianju Group, and the director of the business department. Executive director, business department director. There are so many positions. Based on appearance, behavior, experience, Li Dao seemed more seasoned and held a higher position than Jun Chen. After all, Jun Chen was just a board member, while Li Dao was an executive director and the head of the business department, a higher rank. Lushan smiled and greeted Li Dao. As she was about to stand up and shake hands with Li Dao, her legs went numb and she stumbled, almost falling onto Jun Chen. Director Li, Miss Lu's leg went numb. Please excuse her, Jun Chen explained. No problem, Li Dao said, as he motioned for her to sit. Director Li, this classmate of mine is looking for financing from our group. Could you take a look at their company's data first? Jun Chen handed the documents to Li Dao. After a simple review, Li Dao thought, this financial report has issues. Beautification is one thing, but has this been overly glossed over? And all these plans and goals at the back require substantial funding support. It's all just empty talk, pie in the sky. You haven't even resolved the loss situation. How can you achieve those lofty goals? Manager Li, what do you think? Do you think it's feasible? We're colleagues, so let's speak frankly. Jun Chen saw Li Dao's expression was a bit strange, so he inquired. Li Dao was now confused as to what Jun Chen meant. Based on this information alone, Li Dao felt that the sincerity was lacking on the other side, and they would definitely not agree to the financing. However, Jun Chen was the chairman of Qianju Group. If he wanted to help, who could stop him? After all, she was such a beautiful classmate. Maybe back in school, she was Zhang Qian's secret crush. General Zhang, I've reviewed this project. How much funding does Miss Lu's fashion company need? 15 million. Jun Chen answered on behalf of Lu Shanshan. General John, what do you think? Li Dao tossed the question to Jun Chen. He had prepared 2 sets of responses. If Jun Chen felt it wasn't feasible, he would be honest about it. If Jun Chen thought it was viable, then he would agree. With Jun Qian's capability, he was sure to spot any issues in the material. I think it's not bad. Our company is exploring other fields, and venturing into the fashion industry might be worth a try to diversify our revenue streams. Jun Chen said a very nice word. The message conveyed to Li Dao was clear. He agreed to the project, so Li Dao should proceed to cooperate accordingly. Lu Shanshan's expression instantly brightened, and she even smiled. Indeed, Jun Chen was reliable. He hadn't forgotten about his old classmate. After the matter is settled, she must treat Jun Chen to a nice meal. But Li Dao's following words added some haze to Lu Shanshan's face. General John, this project requires careful consideration. Although 15 million is not much for our company, the fashion industry is uncharted territory for us. Plus, I see that Miss Lu's company is not that big. This sentence was meant to confirm Jun Qian's opinion. I know you have money, but even with money, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. The situation Lu's family is facing is very complex right now, like a bottomless pit. Investing this 15 million might be in vain. Solving the problem might require additional funding. It's like trading stocks and turning yourself into a major shareholder. In a way, you're indirectly acquiring Lu's fashion company at a high price. After hearing this, Lu Shanshan's mood fell again. Are you sure? I think it's promising. Do you not think so, Manager Li? Jun Chen gave an affirmative reply. I'm not sure myself. Since Jun Chen had spoken like this, Li Dao stopped trying to persuade him. How about this, Miss Lu? I'll have our manager Chen take a look at the materials. If he also approves, then the deal is basically on, and we can discuss the share matters later. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. What do you think, Miss Lu? Sure. Thank you, Manager Li. Can I add you on WeChat? Lu Shanshan said, as she took out her phone to scan. Haha, that's not necessary. Once we reach a decision, General Jun will inform you. Li Dao smiled and waved his hand, refusing her. Oh, okay then. Alright, that's it for now. I'll go find Manager Chen. General Jun, remember to come over after you're done. After Li Dao finished speaking, he left the office. Lu Shanshan looked into Jun Qian's eyes affectionately and said, Jun Qian, thank you. Thank you for helping me. I'm very grateful. Well, that's said too soon. Let's wait to see what Manager Chen says. Nothing's certain yet. Jun Qian advised Lu Shanshan not to be too hasty in making conclusions. Although the success of this matter depended on Jun Qian's mood, the diplomatic talk still needed to be in place. As you saw just now, it's not my decision alone. Manager Chen, Manager Li, and I need to discuss it in a small meeting. But don't worry, I will definitely support you. Jun Qian expressed his willingness to speak up for Lu Shanshan. Oh, okay then. Thank you again. Lu Shanshan nodded. It seemed that Jun Qian's influence within Kind Group was not very high. Even as a board member of such a large corporation, he didn't have the authority to decide on 15 million. He seemed to be the youngest small board member in Kind Group, but Lu Shanshan was still grateful for his willingness to speak up for her. Jun Qian, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Jun Qian raised an eyebrow slightly. There's something going on at Tang Xingyu's school. He's cut his holiday short and gone back. Couldn't make it to see you. Here's his chat record. Tang Xingyu asked me to apologize on his behalf. He regrets his impulsive actions last time. I'm sorry. Jun Qian glanced at Lu Shanshan's phone. Tang Xingyu did say that, but there was no sincerity. It was like asking a friend to help pick up a package. Jun Qian didn't expect Tang Xingyu, who was so proud, to apologize, but there was no sincerity at all. It didn't seem like an apology. It was more like instructing a friend to help with something. What did Lu Shanshan mean by apologizing for him? Who is Lu Shanshan to him? Can she represent him? What's their relationship? Forget it. I don't want to dwell on it. After all, I didn't get hurt or lose anything. Tang Xingyu broke a few ribs, so we're even. Lu Shanshan was stunned. Tang Xingyu broke a few ribs, and Jun Qian, you obviously weren't injured, and that's considered even. Then what would be considered unfair? Or did you take advantage of the situation? Outside the office, Li Dao had just come out, and Zhang Xiaoyao approached him. Manager Li, Why is that woman looking for General Zheng? Zhang Xiaoya asked curiously. What's the point of asking that? It's General Zheng's business. What does it have to do with you or me? Li Dao criticized sternly, unaware that Zhang Xiaoya was eavesdropping. Ooh, it makes me sick seeing that fake tenderness. Zhang Xiaoya, mind your own business. Li Dao is right. Those things concern General Zheng. You're not his secretary, so why do you care so much? Qin Zuli scolded as she saw Zhang Xiaoya peeking through the window and not paying attention to the work. Qin Zuli, what do you mean by that? Don't pretend to be indifferent. Didn't you go help that scheming woman just now? Besides, what's wrong with not being General Zheng's secretary? I have work to report to General Zheng. I just wanted to see how far General Zheng's conversation with that woman had progressed. So how far has General Zheng's conversation with her progressed? It's almost over. Wait. Why should I tell you? Qin Zuli chuckled and ignored Zhang Xiaoya, returning to her workstation. This left Zhang Xiaoya frustrated. She had inadvertently blurted out the truth in her haste. Just as she turned, Lu Shanshan walked out from the office. General Zhang, you're out? Seeing Jun Chen, Zhang Xiaoya immediately put on a bright and radiant smile. Yes. Do you need something? Jun Chen nodded. Her leg is almost healed, so there's no need for you to help her. Jun Chen, I'll be off then. I'll wait for your message, Lu Shanshan said, glancing at Zhang Xiaoya subtly. All right, I won't see you off then. I have work to do here. Jun Chen finished speaking and called Zhang Xiaoya into the office. Zhang Xiaoya, you better have a good reason for spending the last half hour peeking through the window. Could you pay attention and not be a distraction? Jun Chen critiqued. Zhang Xiaoya looked very aggrieved. Jun Chen, please don't say that about me. I was checking in urgently on something. What was it? A mole. I've found out who it is. Who? Zhang Xiaoya looked around nervously, then whispered in Zhang Qian's ear, but didn't speak for a long time. The warm breath from her ear made Zhang Qian slightly alert. Zhang Qian, waiting to hear who the mole is, and you're here blowing hot air into my ear, teasing me. Ha, just spit it out. I'm not doing it on purpose. The mole is Ya Monmon. Zhang Qian, Ya Monmon, she's the mole. Kind Group's elevator entrance. Kui Ziking, with Kui Jinghui and a contract in hand, was waiting for the elevator. When it reached the first floor and the door opened, Kui Jinghui was surprised. La Shanshan, what is she doing here? Shanshan? Kui Jinghui called out to her softly. La Shanshan was wearing wireless Bluetooth earphones, but wasn't playing any music. She pretended not to hear and quickly walked away while listening to her mother's message. As the elevator doors closed slowly, Kui Ziking asked, do you know that girl? Yes. She's my college classmate. It seems like she didn't hear me calling her. Kui Jinghui nodded. Seeing La Shanshan's unusual expression, Kui Jinghui felt suspicious and his expression changed. This is the headquarters of Kiant Group, a building directly contracted by Kiant Group. La Shanshan appearing here must have come to see Zhang Qian. Does she also know about Zhang Qian being the chairman of Kiant Group? No. This situation must be reported to Tang Xingyu immediately. Kui Jinghui picked up his phone to message Tang Xingyu. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 48th floor. Miss Kui, Mr. Zhang is already waiting for you. Led by Zia Kanji, the two entered Zhang Qian's office. This time, it was the chairman's office. Miss Kui, I didn't expect you to respond so quickly. Please have a seat. Zhang Qian smiled, then asked Kui Ziking to sit down before they could continue their conversation. Well, this matter is urgent. We discussed for a whole day before reaching a conclusion. Kui Ziking, after leaving the Red Rose, stayed up all night analyzing the situation and preparing a report for the family meeting. Watching Zhang Qian gradually taking over the Kui family's assets. Should they agree to Zhang Qian's offer and hand over the family's lifeline to him? This decision could have irreversible consequences. After a full day of discussion, all three families in the meeting agreed to Zhang Qian's high liquor price. The rising star variety wine introduced by Red Rose will likely dominate the market within 6 months, becoming a must-have for every bar in Kyushu. The Kui family was the first to cooperate with Zhang Qian, a potential advantage. But Mr. Zhang, regarding the price, can we negotiate further? The price you offered is too high. Kui Ziking intended to negotiate with Zhang Qian. However, Zhang Qian shook his head. No, not a penny less. Well, in that case, we won't make any changes to the price as per your offer. Kuizaiking agreed. We have prepared the contract here. You can have the legal department review it, and if there are no issues, we can sign the supply agreement today. Kuizaiking handed a standard contract to Jun Chen for review. Secretary Zia, please call someone from the legal department to review this contract. Jun Chen placed the contract on the table and asked Zia Qianji to call the legal team. Kuizaiking, why so cautious? A typical contract signing is based on trust, usually just a quick review. Jun Qian's attitude implied he didn't fully trust the Kui family. A group of legal department personnel gathered for an intense discussion, reviewing every detail earnestly, with two individuals ready to refer to law books at any moment. Zia Qianji couldn't help but smirk at the situation's gravity. Normally, Jun Chen wouldn't be this meticulous for a straightforward supply agreement. Mr. Jun, could you please take a look at these clauses? The head of the sales department pointed out a few clauses to Jun Chen. The price is agreed upon. No issues there. But what about these subsidiary agreements? Can you explain, Miss Kui? The contract required Jun Chen, as the brand owner, to ensure the interests of Key's national distributor. If supplying to other distributors in the future, they must go through Key's distributorship. Kuizaiking already aimed to become the national distributor through this supply agreement. Essentially, the profits range from 5% to 10% based on the level of the distributor and order quantities. Miss Kui, you certainly make good business deals, Jun Chen joked. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Jun. Given we are the first company to cooperate with you, and your Meraidi wine is exceptional, it even impressed my uncles, Kuizaiking diplomatically responded. After some consideration, Jun Chen realized the practicality of Kuizaiking's argument. If Meraidi wine became popular nationwide, handling individual orders from small bars would become burdensome. Agreeing to Kuizaiking's proposal would make the process more efficient. All right, let's proceed. I agree to this clause. Jun Chen approved and signed the contract after ensuring no issues remained. Mr. Jun, you are truly decisive, a person who gets things done. Kuizaiking praised. She thought Jun Chen might argue about the clause, but his quick acceptance surprised her. Kuizaiking, +5 goodwill points, current goodwill 30. Jun Chen chuckled. He was increasingly appreciating Kuizaiking. Her keen insights and market control were commendable, recognizing the significant potential of his new Meraidi wine. Jun Chen found the Kui family's dynamics intriguing, nurturing talents like Kuizaiking and the privileged like Kui Jinghui. He found it amusing and perplexing. If only Kui Jinghui possessed half of Kuizaiking's abilities and humility, his situation might have been different. Xiao Hui, learn from your sister well. Don't play every day, and stay away from bad influences. When Kui Jinghui heard this, his expression changed slightly. Kuizaiking was present, and he didn't dare to say a word against Jun Chen. Good buddy, how many people has Jun Chen scolded with those words? He scolds everyone, including him, Yunana, Tang Xingyu, and those old classmates. And it doesn't end there. After listening to Jun Qian's words, Kui Jinghui had to force a smile. Yes, Qian Zhe has given me good advice. Damn it, aside from a few close friends, who dares not to call him Hui Zhe? Only Jun Qian dares to do so. Xiao Hui, only his father Kui Honglian and a few elders in the family call him that. Normally, who dares to address him like that? Qing Hui, don't take Zhong Zan's words lightly. I've told you many times before to break up with your girlfriend, but you never listen. What's worth holding on to about a materialistic and vain girl? There are plenty of girls like her out there. With our family background, what kind of girl can't you find? Moreover, now with Zhong Zan's support, there are plenty of good girls out there. Don't be fixated on one. Through educating Kui Jinghui, Kuizaiking also praised Jun Chen, wanting to establish a good relationship with him. Once this contract is signed, the fate of the Kui family will be completely in Jun Qian's hands, and the relationship between the two families must not break down. If one day Jun Chen gets angry and stops supplying goods to the Kui family, they'll be doomed. Then, they'll have to seek help from every corner. Although the terms of the contract can bring profits to the Kui family, there are also potential risks. The Kui family, as the largest agent for Jun Chen in Juzhou, has added an extra layer, earning profits of 5% to 10% with minor efforts, making others jealous. If they anger Jun Chen and lose the position of the largest agent to someone else, the Kui family will suffer significant losses. Kui Ziking has a long-term vision and has already seen the situation 3 years later. Jun Chen is someone they absolutely must not provoke. At this moment, Kui Jinghui lowered his head silently, like a child who has made a mistake. I understand, sister. I will go back and break up with her. He also knows that Jun Chen is someone he can't afford to mess with. It's not just him. The entire Kui family can't provoke him. Once they anger Jun Chen, the Kui family will collapse immediately. Even if he takes the lead, it will be a mess. Qianjie, I sincerely accept your teachings, and here I apologize to you again. I'm sorry. At the same time, on behalf of my ex-girlfriend, I apologize to you too. Kui Jinghui bowed to Jun Chen at a 90-degree angle. If this scene were captured and spread, it would ignite the circle of young masters and misses in Yabai. Kui Jinghui is quite shrewd. In fact, most of his conflicts with Jun Chen are because of Yunnan, and Kui Jinghui is also aware that Yunnan is a burden. Apologizing to Jun Chen once again is also a way to directly distance himself from Yunnan in front of Jun Chen. Jun Chen patted Kui Jinghui on the shoulder approvingly. You are not too foolish. Patting on the shoulder is a form of teaching from elders to juniors. Patting on the arm indicates familiarity among peers. Since Kui Jinghui and Jun Chen were college classmates, when Jun Chen patted him on the shoulder, Kui Jinghui knew that Jun Chen no longer considered him important. He was no longer the Kui Jinghui who could rival Jun Chen. The entire Kui family is under Jun Qian's influence. Naturally, Jun Chen doesn't regard him highly. Shanin, it's been a whole day. How did your meeting with your college classmate go? Mom, it didn't go well at all. I only met him a little after 5 in the afternoon. My legs are numb from sitting too long. After returning home, Lu Shanshan kept rubbing her legs. Really? You only met him after 5? Your classmate sure has a big ego if you keep him waiting that long. Let me massage your legs. A stylish and well-preserved woman squatted in front of the couch, massaging Lu Shanshan's legs. She is Lu Shanshan's mother, named Zhao Ying. In the 80s, Zhao Ying was the director of a clothing factory. After being laid off, she started her own factory, specializing in simple children's clothing. She worked her way up from scratch and accumulated assets exceeding 20 million. She is a formidable woman. However, with the development of the internet and the increasing wealth of parents, children are becoming more sophisticated at an early age. The children's fashion industry faced competition from international companies that began producing smaller sizes. In the past 5 years, Zhao Ying's clothing business started declining, with profits decreasing annually. If not for the mandatory school uniforms in kindergartens and primary schools, her business would have closed. In recent years, the company has shifted from profit to loss, with many bosses refusing to buy from Zhao Ying. They believe that children's clothing industry has no future except for the clothes worn by children in kindergartens. Zhao Ying was under immense pressure, barely keeping the business afloat for several years. Dear, why didn't you mention this college classmate before? Qianju Group was formerly Jiangxin Shipyard, and the capital behind it is quite powerful. The group recently acquired various long-standing companies in Yabai, Jiuan Furniture, Dafu Timber, and Yami Group. It even holds a significant percentage of shares in Jingshu Group, up to 40%. To become a board director of Qianju Group, one must be capable. Does he have a girlfriend now, or is he married? Hearing Lu Shanshan talk about her college classmate who became a board director at Qianju Group, Zhao Ying's eyes widened. It was her suggestion for Lu Shanshan to seek help from him. With the business in urgent need of new funds, bankruptcy loomed without fresh capital. Under such pressure, having the support of Qianju Group's capital would ensure a bright future for the company. Daughter, tell me everything. What exactly is the situation? Zhao Ying helped massage Lu Shanshan's legs and eagerly asked. Lu Shanshan explained the situation thoroughly. After hearing the details, Zhao Ying's expression changed immediately. What kind of director is this? Can't he even make decisions on such a small amount of money on his own? Zhao Ying's change of expression was almost instant. He said he doesn't handle the investment projects, and decisions must be discussed with a Mr. Li and a Mr. Chen. Lu Shanshan elaborated. Such a cow, not in charge of investment projects. Do you even know what a director is? In any company, big or small, directors have a say in many matters. This kid is lying to you. Could he be an honorary director? Just a title with no real ownership. Mom, You mean to say he's just an insignificant board director in the company? Has no real authority? Lu Shanshan furrowed her brows. That's right, if he had real power, he wouldn't talk so subserviently. He'd have settled for 15 million directly without discussions. Either he doesn't want to help, or he can't voice his opinions in front of those big directors. Seeing Lu Shanshan hesitating, Zhao Ying's opinion of Jun Chen plummeted. She initially thought he was someone important, but it turned out he was just that. Lu Shanshan carefully analyzed the situation inside the office combined with the discussions happening at the time. It seemed that Jun Chen didn't really have much authority. Forget it, Mom. Don't talk about him like that. It's already good enough that Jun Chen is willing to say a few words for us in the senior levels of the group. Sigh. Zhao Ying sighed helplessly. Ding dong. Lu Shanshan suddenly received a message from Jun Chen. Mom, he messaged me. Quick, quick, quick. See what he said. Jun Chen, tomorrow morning at 9. Meeting with Manager Chen. Perform well. A meeting. Lu Shanshan and Zhao Ying couldn't help but glance at each other. Well, daughter, what does he mean by this? Is he able to provide financing for us or not? Zhao Ying's expression changed slightly, feeling anxious. I'm not entirely sure, but there should be hope, I think. Lu Shanshan said with uncertainty. Since Manager Chen is willing to meet with her, it means that they have already discussed the matter. If there is no intention of providing financing, why bother meeting with her? Okay, good daughter, you must prepare well. This concerns the survival of our family business. If the company goes bankrupt, relying on your father's meager salary, we will starve, won't we? At the mention of Lu Shanshan's father, Lu Xingge, Zhao Ying couldn't contain her anger. It was already past 7 p.m., and he still hadn't returned. God knows where he was drinking and socializing, without even a word of greeting. It was so frustrating. All right, I'll prepare well. If Manager Chen asks me questions tomorrow and I can't answer, it will be embarrassing. Lu Shanshan said, as she took out the materials from her bag to review them again. After reading a few pages, she noticed something amiss. Mom, this isn't my material, is it? Before looking for Jun Chen, Lu Shanshan had prepared a set of materials meticulously, with layouts and designs done by her. She immediately noticed that something was wrong. Mom knows. Mom saw your material and felt it wasn't good enough, so I had some professionals beautify it for you. Zhao Ying mentioned the materials with a hint of pride. She had put in a lot of effort to bring in accountants to beautify the financial statements, ensuring her daughter wouldn't appear passive in front of others. But her daughter was worried that the over-beautification might lead to deceit. Why do you have to do this, Mom? Lu Shanshan thought to herself and sighed softly. The materials were overly beautified. Even she could spot the issues with them at a glance. How could Manager Chen, Manager Li, and even someone like Jun Chen not notice? She had sincerely prepared the materials to approach Jun Chen based on their relationship as college classmates. People look at materials, not just for data, but also to gauge sincerity. What's wrong, daughter? Why do you sound so frustrated? When seeking financing, which company doesn't beautify their financial statements? It's standard procedure. They don't look at your situation, they only look at your data. Mom just wanted to make you sound more assertive in front of them. Mom, you don't understand. Over-beautifying financial statements isn't a problem. The more you beautify them, the more urgent your need for financing appears. And her mother had gone too far with the beautification, bordering on deception. It's not that serious. 1,000 Cranes Group said they want to talk to you, right? That means they didn't pursue us, did they? Okay, rest well today. Perform well tomorrow. Mom awaits good news from you. All right. The next morning, Lu Shanshan arrived at the 1,000 Cranes Group. Last night, she had rushed back to the company to find her original materials. While her mother had a point, she felt that honesty and transparency were crucial in business partnerships. After waiting for about 30 minutes at the 1,000 Cranes Group, Lu Shanshan was led into a small meeting room past 9 o'clock. Apologies, Miss Lu, for keeping you waiting. Please have a seat. In the room were 3 individuals, Chen Weiqian, Li Dao, and surprisingly, even Liu Shiki was present. 3 vice presidents. It was a great show of respect. Typically, for a financing contract of 15 million, Li Dao alone could approve it. However, following Jun Qian's request to take it seriously, all the bigwigs showed up. Lu Shanshan looked at the 3 very serious individuals. She had only met Li Dao yesterday, while the other 2 were unfamiliar to her. Miss Lu, let me introduce them to you. This is our company's CEO and president, Chen Weiqiang. Manager Chen, hello. This lady here is our major shareholder and vice president, Liu Shiki. Manager Liu, hello. No need to be polite. Please take a seat. Liu Shiki was dressed in a very eye-catching red female suit, giving off a dominating aura that even made Le Shanshan feel breathless. Miss Liu, let's get straight to the point, shall we? Liu Shiki organized her papers and placed her hands on the table. How'd start now? Shouldn't we wait for Manager Jun? Le Shanshan looked around, unable to spot Jun Chen anywhere. Manager Jun is busy with other matters, so he won't be joining this business discussion, Li Dao explained. Liu Shiki remained silent, not even raising her eyelids, focused on reviewing an evaluation document. Oh, all right then. Jun Chen had promised to speak on her behalf in front of a few shareholders. But now, with Jun Chen missing, Le Shanshan felt a bit uncertain. Shall we begin? Li Dao inquired. Le Shanshan nodded lightly. She didn't feel like she was there to discuss financing, rather, felt like a fresh graduate looking for a job, reminiscent of those online job hunting scenarios. A CEO, a major shareholder, and a seemingly high-ranking director. Each one could make Le Shanshan extremely nervous, focused solely upon. If she had a heart rate monitor on, it would probably be signaling alarms already. For a 15 million financing, it seemed unnecessary to have the top executives present. Le Shanshan wondered if the senior management suspected her family's fashion company's financial statements were fishy, or perhaps Jun Chen wasn't at the level to attend such a business meeting. She had intended to use this opportunity to explain the situation with yesterday's material, but with Jun Chen absent, her confidence wavered. Let's start with discussing the material you showed Manager Li yesterday, Liu Shiki said assertively. Liu Shiki entered the financial industry right after graduating from college. In order to climb the ladder, she resorted to using some extreme methods, and her mentality had matured greatly. After founding Zhonggong Fund, her business experience multiplied several times. Just by saying a few words, she could easily shut down someone like Le Shanshan, a fragile girl who had not experienced the harsh realities of society. Ms. Liu, please wait, I have something else to say. Le Shanshan hurriedly took out the real materials from her bag and handed them over. The materials from yesterday were the wrong ones I brought. I'm really sorry about it. This is the real situation of our company, without any embellishments. Please take a look at it first, and we can discuss further. Le Shanshan honestly handed over the materials. Liu Shiki glanced at Le Shanshan and suddenly felt that this female classmate, Jun Chen, was more interesting. Originally just a formality, why did she still have to submit the materials? But since they were submitted, there was no harm in taking a look. The three of them quickly scanned through the materials. After reading it, the three looked at each other. Especially Chen Weiqiang and Liu Shiki. Their expressions were slightly surprised. This situation was far from what Li Dao had mentioned before. These materials look much better. Li Dao couldn't help but exclaim. The data and everything were all normal. Losses were just losses. I have already heard the situation of your materials from Li Dao before. I am relieved that you could submit the real materials. Actually, losses are just losses. If it wasn't for difficulties, your mother, who started the company from scratch, probably wouldn't have come to our Kanju group for financing, right? Liu Shiki had dealt with countless companies seeking financing. She found that there were only 3 types of companies that needed financing. The first type were small companies with good ideas, but lacked funds. The second type were not large in scale, could be self-sustainable in 10 years, but only needed financing for 3 years. The third type were facing difficulties, on the verge of bankruptcy, and had some salvation value. As for those family businesses trying to raise operating funds by selling shares, 99% of them had problems. Based on Liu Shiki's years of experience in finance, this children's clothing company indeed had little salvation value. Not to mention 15 million, even 150,000, she didn't want to provide. Regarding the 15 million coming out of the company's accounts, Liu Shiki would personally put in around 2 million. However, her refusal was ineffective, as Jun Chen from Kanju Group was the decision-maker. If he said he would provide the money, Liu Shiki's objections wouldn't matter. Please make sure to tell Mr. Jun that I did not intend to bring the wrong materials. Please do not misunderstand him. All right, Miss Liu, we will convey it accurately. Chen Weiqiang nodded, calming Liu Shanshan down. Even if Lu Shanshan didn't bring these materials, they would still provide financing. Jun Chen had made the decision. Who would dare not listen? Let's talk about the shareholding matter then. Liu Shiki started to proceed with the discussion. As soon as she mentioned shares, Lu Shanshan felt there was still a chance in this matter. Perhaps her honesty had moved them. Given the current situation of your company and the difficulties encountered, I believe that Qianzhu Group should obtain 51% ownership by investing 15 million. Liu Shiki said, indifferently. Class of shares. Liu Shiki coldly spit out the two words. She feared she wasn't clear enough or that Lu Shanshan might try to play tricks, so she explicitly expressed her intention to have class of shares, which provided the highest voting rights. Generally, the group won't interfere with your management system, but major decisions must be thoroughly analyzed and submitted for group approval. Lu Shanshan's expression slightly changed upon hearing this. What Liu Shiki wanted was control of the company. By grasping control, she would have the power of decision-making. Before coming, she had already consulted with her mother, and ideally, the shareholding should be controlled below 40%, which would determine which side the company belonged to. If Qianzhu Group held 51% of the shares, the company would directly become a subsidiary of Qianzhu Group. If Qianzhu Group held only 49% of the shares, the company would still be theirs, creating an investor and investment relationship. Liu Shiki's conditions exceeded her expectations. She couldn't make this decision alone. She needed to call her mother for consultation. It's okay, Miss Liu. It should take about 10 minutes to make the call, right? Please go ahead. I'll try my best. Lu Shanshan rushed out to make the call and returned after more than 20 minutes. Miss Liu, what did your mother mean? Li Dao inquired. My mother agreed. According to your requirements, 51% of the shares, but I hope we can finalize the contract procedures today. Lu Shanshan sighed lightly, reluctant to see her mother's company control handed over to Qianzhu Group. In the past, the company's valuation had reached up to 80 million, but now they had to give up control for 15 million. But what other choice did they have now? The company was in a desperate situation, and they had to focus on the present moment. No problem. Chen Weiqian waved his hand, instructing his secretary to prepare a contract. About 10 minutes later, two standard contracts and an agreement for the company's acquisition were placed in front of Lu Shanshan. Miss Liu, do you want to take the contract back and have the legal department review it? Liu Shiki asked. No need. I trust that Qianzhu Group won't tamper with the contract, Lu Shanshan said, and signed it. Liu Shiki stood up first and extended her flawless white hand. Miss Liu, welcome to be part of Qianzhu Group. Meanwhile, on Zheng Qian's side, interviews were taking place. After Song Qingli pushed her cousin Song Yaxian over, they agreed to meet today. Facing Zheng Qian was a fair-skinned, exquisite-looking woman who appeared to be only about 25 years old. Her lustrous dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, her voice was somewhat neutral, and she exuded a mature sisterly aura from head to toe. Tall, slender, ample in the chest, and possessing exceptional grace. But compared to Zhang Yanren, she fell slightly short. Was this really a cousin? If he didn't know some circumstances, Jun Chen would have thought that Song Yaxian was Song Qingli's older sister. They chatted for a while, and basically learned about each other's situations. Since Song Yaxian had previously worked in the internet industry and had no experience in business, Jun Chen was unsure of where she would fit. I can be placed anywhere, but I must tell you in advance that I won't stay here for a long time. Jun Chen, who comes for an interview, chats for a while, and says they won't stay for long. Train you for 2 or 3 years, and then you leave. Moreover, Song Yaxian just used you instead of to address Zheng Qian, uttering 15 US. If it were another interviewer, they might have kicked Song Yaxian out already. Only because Zheng Qian had a good temper, he could continue the conversation with Song Yaxian. Why did you come to interview if you don't plan to stay long term? Are you using our company as a stepping stone? Zheng Qian asked without any anger. You can interpret it that way, replied the candidate. My parents want me to become a civil servant. I will work while preparing for the civil service exam, probably until after the provincial exam, just for a few months, explained Song Yaxian. For 3 generations, the Song family members have been mostly civil servants. Even though their positions are not high, being part of the system is considered prestigious, providing security for retirement. Song Yaxian, however, despises the idea of looking down on others just because they are not part of the system. What's so great about being inside the system? Does being inside the system give you the right to look down on others? Being inside the system means serving those outside the system. Yet, her family members would frequently pressure her to find a partner or return home to take the civil service exam, worrying that earning money outside the system, although lucrative, lacks stability. The Song family values stability over wealth. Ultimately, unable to withstand this pressure, Song Yaxian obediently returned to Yecheng. Jun Chen was surprised to encounter a woman speaking so bluntly for the first time. "Just for a few months, you might as well work as a janitor," he bluntly remarked. As luck would have it, Jun Chen needed more staff, so he offered Song Yaxian a position as a member of the special administrative team, a role under his direct leadership with a higher salary. "If you're so capable, why did you fail the civil service exam several times?" Jun Chen challenged. Song Yaxian, feeling questioned about her abilities, confidently stated, "I have rich work experience and can handle many roles. You can trust me." Song Yaxian's eyes reflected a hint of pride as she recounted her extensive experience working in top-tier companies since graduating. She had prioritized work over rest or relationships, often arriving early and leaving late under the 996 work schedule. "If you're so outstanding, why couldn't you pass the civil service exams?" Jun Chen prodded. The civil service exams consist of two parts, a written test and an interview. Although Song Yaxian consistently ranked in the top 3 in the written tests, she deliberately sabotaged the interviews due to her disinterest in becoming a civil servant. Her confidence in her abilities was unwavering. In the end, tired of explaining herself, Song Yaxian dismissed Jun Chen with a cold remark. Amused by her directness, Jun Chen allowed her to proceed to the HR department after issuing a confirmation. In a middle-class villa community near Yecheng, Shanin had just acquired a property through mortgage payment. During a business negotiation, she expressed her disappointment that her university classmate, who held a lower rank in the company, didn't attend. "He has other matters to attend to," commented Zhao Ying dismissively. Shanin, displaying her manners, suggested inviting the absentee colleague to a meal at their home to show gratitude and to clear any misunderstandings regarding the situation. Although the dinner invitation had noble intentions, Shanin's recent loss of control over her company to the Qianzi Group left her resentful. Zhao Ying felt indignant, contemplating negotiating the return of shares, and the company grew. She reassured Shanin about the benefits of having the Qianzi Group as an ally for future growth. Despite their optimistic words, Zhao Ying, still upset, had no appetite after the day's events. Ultimately, Shanin decides to host the dinner elsewhere to uphold their image even though Zhao Ying seemed indifferent to the venue choices. They settled on the Luyuan resort for the gathering. Shanin and Jun Chen agreed to meet at Green Source Mountain Villa at 8 o'clock in the evening. She and Zhao Ying arrived 20 minutes early, hoping to reserve a private room. However, they were informed by the front desk that it was a busy holiday period and all private rooms had been previously booked. "What's this? Are you joking? Get your boss here," Zhao Ying sneered. She was quite familiar with the boss of Green Source Mountain Villa, Anai Gudong. They were in the same class in junior high school and even sat together. Although they had lost touch since her marriage, their relationship still held weight. Seeing that Zhao Ying was not one to be messed with, the front desk immediately found the manager, who then called Anai Gudong. "Hey, isn't this Yingzi? What wind has blown you here?" "My old classmate." Anai Gudong always liked making friends, so upon seeing Zhao Ying, he recognized her immediately. Shanin had no idea her mother knew the boss of Green Source Mountain Villa. "How impressive. Oh, is this my little niece? Hello, Uncle Anai. Hello, hello. You've grown so big, so graceful and beautiful. Has my little niece found a partner? I happen to have a nephew who's still single," Anai Gudong said with a smile. All right, Gudong, today I need to borrow your place to treat someone to dinner. Since there are no private rooms, please make arrangements." "Oh, I'll check for you." Anai Gudong called the manager over, and indeed there were no private rooms left. However, there were a few tables reserved for 10 p.m., given that it was not even 8 p.m. yet. Zhao Ying was considered a small entrepreneur in Yecheng. Although her business was not large in scale, it was worth giving her some face. "Yingzi, who are you treating to dinner? Can you manage in 2 hours? If you can, I'll arrange for you to go to the Queen's Hall. 2 hours are enough. We'll leave right after eating and won't chat for too long." "All right, I'll have someone escort you there." At that moment, a familiar face walked in. Jun Chen was known for his punctuality, so he had arrived a few minutes early. Unexpectedly, he bumped into them just in time. Before Lu Shanshan could go up and recognize Jun Chen, Gudong, like a deer spotting water, went straight to him. "General Jun, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I would have welcomed you at the gate." Gudong's attitude towards Jun Chen left Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan stunned and speechless. What was going on? "General Jun, did you make a reservation to dine here? I've always kept the Emperor's suite reserved for you, just in case of your sudden visit. Please, inside, please." Gudong's courteousness towards Jun Chen left Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan flabbergasted. What was happening? Why was he being so respectful to him? Isn't he just a small director? In terms of power, Gudong's social status wasn't lower than Jun Qian's. Also, didn't he say there were no private rooms left? How come suddenly an Emperor's suite appeared? Was it specially reserved for Jun Chen? Did she not deserve it? Without saying a word, Jun Chen was led towards the Emperor's suite by Gudong. In his peripheral vision, he saw a familiar face. Standing beside the front desk were two women, one of them being Lu Shanshan. The other should be Lu Shanshan's mother. Lu Shanshan was carrying a Hermes, while Zhao Ying had an LV leather bag, both looking quite expensive. "Jun Chen, you're here." Lu Shanshan walked up to greet Jun Chen. "Are you Jun Chen?" Zhao Ying sized up Jun Chen, who was dressed elegantly. "Yes, I am. Hello, Auntie. Have you made a reservation for a private room? If not, let's go to the Emperor's suite as Mr. Ni mentioned. It seems quite dizzy." Gudong observed and understood the situation. How could he not see that the guests Zhao Ying wanted to treat were Jun Chen? Half a year ago, Gudong had heard some rumors about Zhao Ying's clothing business not doing well, not as prosperous as before, even facing bankruptcy. This meal could help to spell those rumors. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ying knew such a big shot. "It's settled then. It's just the Queen's suite, not as high class as the Emperor's suite I reserved for you," Gudong said jokingly. "Since Auntie and I are old acquaintances, let's follow Mr. Ni's suggestion and go to the Emperor's suite." "All right, I'll serve you." "General Jun, please." Gudong gestured politely. Jun Chen and Lu Shanshan headed towards the Emperor's suite. "Yingzi, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there silly?" Gudong asked Zhao Ying. "I just don't understand why you, the esteemed Gudong, the boss of Green Source Mountain Villa, are being so polite to him. Haha. It's only right. Don't you know who he is?" Gudong thought Zhao Ying was joking with him. How could he invite Jun Chen to dinner without knowing his identity? "Who? I really don't know. Tell me." Zhao Ying inquired. "You're really joking, Yingzi. You don't know General Jun of the Kind Group?" Gudong also half-jokingly responded. Seeing that Gudong was not willing to disclose more information, Zhao Ying stopped asking. After all, who knew who Jun Chen was? But then again, wasn't he just a small director? Why was Gudong treating him with such respect? After they were seated, they didn't even have to order. Gudong directly arranged a top-notch menu and opened a bottle of 1980 to Lafite, presenting a grand image. "Today is on me. No one else needs to pay." Jun Chen stayed silent upon being invited as a guest. He hadn't planned to spend any money today, helping Lu Shanshan in such a big way. If he didn't even treat them to a meal, it would be somewhat unreasonable. Jun Chen even hesitated to use the system to give cash back. Upon glancing at their friendship levels, he was somewhat surprised. Lu Shanshan's friendship level was fluctuating up and down. Though he had invited her into the office yesterday, and her friendship level had increased, agreeing to the investment had boosted it even more. But as soon as she found out he wasn't in charge of the project, her friendship level dropped by 20 points. Her current friendship level stood at 50 points, not even matching the level of a close friend, and remained in the category of ordinary friends. However, Zhao Ying's friendship level was even lower. It was only 10 points. Jun Chen, he had helped Zhao Ying in such a big way, and she gave him only 10 points of friendship. How could that be fair? He had heard from Liu Shiki's professional analysis about Zhao Ying's clothing company being in dire straits. Just 10 points for that. Was she joking with him? No need. Uncle, today is my treat, so why would you cover the costs? Well, we should share. All right, then I won't interfere. You handle it. If you need anything, just call me. General Jun, I'll be off now. Nigudong withdrew from the emperor's bag in disappointment. He originally wanted to introduce his nephew, but seeing that he was a friend of Jun Chen, he decided against it. People like Jun Chen, a business tycoon, were known for taking advantage of others. Chen might already be under Jun Chen's control, so he didn't dare to make any moves. Jun Chen, thanks for helping with the financing. Without you, we might not have been able to secure it. It's nothing, Jun Chen modestly replied. Also, the documents I submitted earlier were incorrect. I've already shown the new materials to Director Liu and Director Chen, and they found no issues with them. Please don't misunderstand. Chen explained. Yes, I heard from Director Liu. Submitting the new documents and securing the financing is the main thing. It's not a big problem. Chen felt that Jun Chen was quite accommodating. Even she herself felt that the financial statements were overly embellished, bordering on deceit. It's all thanks to you. I'll raise a glass to you. Chen poured a drink and raised it to Jun Chen. Hearing this, Zhao Ying felt displeased. She had never planned to invite Jun Chen for dinner, and seeing her daughter lowering her stance made her even more upset. Jun Chen appeared humble and accepted whatever her daughter said. Zhao Ying couldn't hold back her sarcasm. Just by taking 15 million from our client group, and you want to take control of us, is that also your accomplishment? Mom, please. Chen hastily gave her mother a look. Jun Chen immediately got annoyed. He had sensed Zhao Ying's dissatisfaction towards him for a while. He pondered for a moment and realized it was all about control. Auntie, since you care so much about maintaining control, why did you let Shanin sign the contract? How about this? If you don't want to lose control, I'll inform the company right now that we won't pursue your breach of contract liabilities. The contract is void. You regain control, and Kind Group gets back the 15 million in financing. How about that? Jun Chen was the one who invested time and money, yet Zhao Ying's words were too offensive. How could a nearly 50-year-old woman have such low emotional intelligence? Was she even lower in EQ? And her daughter Chen? Jun Chen's words turned Zhao Ying's face green. How could she not show some respect for herself? After all, she was Shen's mother. Jun Chen. Sorry, unless you're my mother-in-law, why should I respect you? In Jun Chen's eyes, Zhao Ying was just a figurehead of the Kind Group, and regardless of whether he was the chairman or a director, he was her superior. Trying to use their former school relationship against him, was she blind to the occasion? They were here because they were invited to thank Jun Chen. They should address each other based on their roles. Just because Jun Chen was younger, didn't mean he deserved any less respect. Jun Chen wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Mom, please stop. Chen tried to reason, regretting bringing her mother along as she clearly couldn't handle the situation. Just inviting Jun Chen for a thank you dinner on her own would have been better. Jun Chen, my mom is a bit emotionally unstable right now. Please don't take it to heart. Chen tried to empathize with her mother's situation. From quitting her job at the clothing factory, venturing into business, and starting a children's clothing company from scratch, losing control of the company must have been hard for her. Ha. Being emotionally unstable doesn't justify speaking like this, does it? Jun Chen didn't appreciate it. If you don't want to sign, you can leave. Why waste time here with me? Jun Chen didn't give face to anyone at that moment. Chen, not even a chance. I never wanted to sign in the first place. Zhao Ying's temper flared, confronting Jun Chen directly. Mom, please, say less. Chen tried to intervene but failed. Not willing. Your company will go bankrupt within a month. What's not to be willing about? You should be thankful to our Kind Group. Bankrupt? How do you know we will definitely go bankrupt? Many people want my clothing company, not just the Kind Group. Even without the Kind Group, I can still find funding. Alright, you're amazing. Since you're so regretful, I can provide you with a pill of regret. Jun Chen took out his phone and made a call. Oh, Jun Chen, wait, can't I apologize to you? My mom is just like that. Chen wanted to stop Zheng Qian from making the call. As the chairman of the company, Jun Chen had the final say. Whatever he wanted to do was just a matter of a word. Simply by receiving the money and keeping quiet. Why stay here taunting sarcastically, acting as if Kind Group taking control was a big deal? The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Director Chen. Tell the legal department to cancel the financing deal. Yes, cancel it. Also, Do not pursue their legal obligations. Alright, that's it for now. After hanging up, Jun Chen stared at Jun Chen for 3 seconds. You disappoint me. He had tried to help Jun Chen, but she had taken advantage of the situation. With that, Jun Chen left the private room. Chen. Wait. Jun Chen wanted to follow. Don't chase after him. Zhao Ying angrily stopped Jun Chen. Coincidentally, Ni Gudan, who had come in to offer a toast, crossed paths with the scene. Seeing that they had finished teaing and the conversation probably didn't go well, he came over to offer some compliments. He was surprised to see Chen leaving in anger. What's going on? Oh, Ziheng? Niece? Ni Gudan initially thought it was an urgent call that prompted Jun Chen to leave, but the tense atmosphere indicated that something was not right. English, what happened? Weren't you here to discuss business? Neither of us can agree with each other, and we quickly had a falling out. Zhao Ying sat still with her arms crossed, her face looking extremely unpleasant. Neither of you can agree with each other. You don't agree with Jun Chen? Then why did you bother discussing business with him? He knew of Zhao Ying's strong and stubborn personality from their school days. They may have had a good relationship before, but now that she was struggling with her failing company, it was unlikely for them to connect. Still, what gave her the right to match up with Jun Chen? In terms of strength, her nearly bankrupt clothing company was beneath Jun Qian's notice. Mom, if we breach the contract, we have to pay a compensation of 5 million. With little money left in the company's accounts and barely enough to pay the workers' salaries next month, adding a 5 million breach fine will only push the company further into trouble. Haha, not going to happen. He's just a minor board member. Can he cancel the contract with a phone call? I don't believe it. Isn't he just bragging when he says don't pursue our responsibilities? This 5 million won't go to waste. Is he going to pay the amount to the group himself? It's ridiculous. Rather than being worried, Zhao Ying laughed heartily. Lu Shanshan lowered her gaze and eyebrows. Gudan's expression became unusually solemn, with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. He finally figured out what was going on. Zhao Ying is truly an ignorant woman. Not only is she ignorant, but she is also very arrogant. As Gudan recalled that he had claimed to be acquaintances with Zhao Ying before, a chill ran down his spine, and he dropped his wine glass before rushing out. Just before Jun Chen got into the car, Gudan caught up. Knock, knock, knock. Gudan tapped on Jun Qian's car door. Jun Chen lowered the window by 5 centimeters with a solemn expression, not even glancing at Gudan. Oh no. Jun Chen was really angry. Jun, please listen to my explanation. Zhao Ying and I are not close. We were desk mates in junior high school, and we haven't been in contact for years. Please don't associate me with her. Understood, Jun Chen replied, and then stepped on the gas, speeding away. Gudan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that woman Zhao Ying had caused trouble between him and Jun Chen due to her ignorance, it would be troublesome. Only then did Lu Shanshan arrive, gracefully but a bit too late. By the time she reached Gudan, Jun Qian's taillights were already out of sight. Zhao Ying emerged from the private room. Gudan, what is his identity, really? Why reserve the Emperor's suite just for him? Zhao Ying still had a disdainful look on her face. You really need to change your attitude. Gudan pointed at Zhao Ying, hesitated, and ultimately left after saying those words. To have such a strong support and not cherish it but instead provoke others. What a waste. Gudan felt that even with 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare offend Jun Chen. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Shanshan received a call from an unknown number. Is this Ms. Lu Shanshan? Yes, it's me. What's the matter? I am the Minister of the Legal Department of the Qianju Group. I am formally notifying you that both sides are terminating the financing cooperation agreement. You have 24 hours to transfer back the 15 million financing amount to the group account. The number is 998. I will send this information to you as a text message. If the payment is not received within 24 hours, we will apply the national standard interest rate. With that, the call ended, and Lu Shanshan received a text message. She hurriedly opened her mother's door and shared the news with her. Zhao Ying, who had not yet woken up, immediately became alert upon hearing this news. Her well-maintained hands started trembling slightly. Mom, what do we do now? Do you really have a way to find new sources of funding? Lu Shanshan was more anxious than anyone, as Jun Chen had turned against them the previous day. I'm not sure. I can only try. Shaking, Zhao Ying dialed several numbers. Some company bosses had shown an interest in her clothing company, but their offers were not satisfactory. Zhao Ying made 7 calls within 10 minutes. The responses were either lack of interest or low bids, ranging from 10 to 12 million, some even offering to buy 90% of the company for 12 million. All these people wanted to gain control of the company. If not for this condition, no one was even offering a bid. Zhao Ying realized she had miscalculated. Even if she found new funding, it would likely be inferior to what Kanju Group had offered. 15 million for only 51% ownership, with no management involvement, simply reporting the financials periodically and seeking approval for major decisions. Where would she find such a good funding source now? Zhao Ying's face darkened, looking pale, feeling pegged. Mom, what do we do now? Lu Shanshan was anxious. Daughter, why don't you go back to Jun Chen and see if you can convince him? Mom, after what you said yesterday, how can I go back? Lu Shanshan resisted. If it doesn't work, I'll apologize to him personally. Will that be enough? Lu Shanshan shook her head silently. Why make things difficult? A successful financing like this could save the company from crisis. It shouldn't have come to this. For the Kanju Group, there was simply no need to cooperate with Zhao Ying. Jun Chen had initially given Lu Shanshan a chance as a favor to their shared past as classmates, offering the 15 million. However, Zhao Ying not only showed no appreciation but also provoked him at the dinner table, displaying her arrogance. Since they thought themselves to be impressive, why bother working with them? No way. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Pei has arrived. Show him in. Soon, a well-dressed bald man entered Zhang Qian's office carrying a briefcase. He introduced himself as Pei Jingguan, the owner of several liquor factories. Pei had been reaching out to Zhang Qian for several days, hoping to discuss potential business. Have a seat, Mr. Pei. You've been trying to reach me for several days now. I hope what you're about to say will interest me. Zhang Qian sipped his coffee. Pei had been seeking a chance to partner with Zhang Qian for their brand. Zhang, there are more than 300 entertainment venues in the whole Yezhou. I know quite a few of the bosses there, as well as some outside Yezhou. If our two families partner to run this brand, I can have my 4 distilleries work full steam, round the clock in shifts, relentlessly producing sunity. I guarantee we will expand into neighboring states within 6 months. How much do you want? The world is bustling, all for profit. Temples are full of flies, all for fame. Pei Jingguan is challenging him on this, for profit and for fame. Don't underestimate the future of sunity too much. Hehe. I don't want much. Pei Jingguan extended a palm and placed it in front of Zhang Qian. 50%? Pei Jingguan smirked. Mr. Pei, are you joking with me here? The things you mentioned, I can do them too. The patent is mine, the technology is mine, the brand is mine. You have a few distilleries and you dare ask for 50% equity. You might as well just rob me. Mr. Zheng, you are unaware. My sales channels are extensive, even more so than you think. Since I dare ask for 50%, I will certainly put in 50% effort. Don't you think? Oh, then tell me, what effort can you contribute? Firstly, the more than 300 entertainment venues in Yezhou are mostly owned by the Kui family, Pan family, and the Zuo family. I have decades of friendship with them. As long as I push, they will immediately place orders. Secondly, in the whole Yezhou, there are only 4 distilleries, all under my name. Lastly, without me, even the best liquor wouldn't be able to be produced. Haha. Pei Jingguan said this with a laugh, but there was a significant threat in his words. Seeing his confidence, Zhang Qian immediately understood. It turns out Pei Jingguan is well connected. Threatening me. Zhang Qian coldly glared at Pei Jingguan. No. 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 Mr. Zheng, as the chairman of Qianza Group, with assets of tens of billions, who would dare threaten you? Pei Jingguan quickly explained. He just wanted Zhang Qian to understand that cooperating with him was the best choice. Asking for 50% is not excessive. Others even offer to give him money. Pei Jingguan did not agree. I can do these things myself, Zhang Qian said coldly. Establishing a distillery, simple. Just recruit some masters, bring in some equipment, and you can start work. How difficult can it be? Pei Jingguan smirked at this moment. Mr. Zheng, perhaps you don't quite understand Yezhou. Let me explain it to you. The regulations in Yezhou are special. Only for distilleries are granted operation permits within the state. This means that even if you establish a distillery, without the operation permit, you can't start operations. Tae Jing-won's implication is that he holds all four operation permits, creating a monopoly. I know you have the capability, but with my help, the promotion of Sunity will be much faster. Jun Chen shook his head, decisively rejecting Tae Jing-won. Mr. Pei, have you never heard a saying, good wine needs no bosh? Since you willingly came to me, it shows your approval of Sunity. Even a distillery owner like you praises it. By then, won't many people come seeking cooperation with me? And your name is quite ominous. Tae Jing-won, losing everything. Look at me, Jun Chen, making money. If I were to cooperate with you, I'd likely end up losing. Forget it. Secretary Zia, see our guest out. When Tae Jing-won heard this, he was so enraged that his mouth twisted. Why does the name matter? It's not like he chose that name. Fine. Since Mr. Jun is so confident, we shall see who dares to cooperate with you later. I'll wait for you to come begging at my door. After Tae Jing-won finished speaking, he left the scene in a huff. The factory was indeed a headache for Jun Chen. If Tae Jing-won hadn't reminded him, Jun Chen would have forgotten about this regulation in Yejo. The main issue wasn't the ill-fated name but rather that Tae Jing-won's price was a bit too high. Demanding 50% right off the bat, based on what? If Tae Jing-won was willing to contract out the production, giving him a 20% profit wouldn't be unreasonable. After all, operating machinery incurs costs. Besides the 50% being too high, Jun Chen had another thought. He has invested so much in Sunity, put in so much effort to gain a patent. Even if it can't be sold overseas, it would at least have a place in the consumption habits of young people. Taking a long-term view, which liquor company doesn't have its own factory? After all, to establish an international brand, a distillery is necessary. It's just that holding all four operating permits in Yejo creates a bit of trouble. However, Jun Chen wasn't in a rush to mass market yet. Currently, he only needed to supply Red Roses and the bars owned by the Kui family. The output from the Mayura dock twice a week, perfectly meeting the demand. A few days later on Shuangliu Street, Shumul Cafe, two elegantly dressed women sat in the corner of the shop. One was sophisticated with a touch of elegance, while the other was slightly glamorous. Between Lu Shanshan's brows hung thick sorrow, her face exuding an aloofness that kept others at arm's length, giving off an air of a female CEO iceberg. Her expression was a stark contrast to the high-spirited demeanor of Huo Muyan. Shanshan, what's wrong with you? We're good sisters. There's nothing we can't discuss. Huo Muyan had noticed days ago that Lu Shanshan had something on her mind, but Lu Shanshan wasn't willing to talk about it at that time, so Huo Muyan didn't press. Today, Lu Shanshan asked her out again, saying she had something she needed help figuring out. Lu Shanshan was very distressed, almost in tears. Who would have thought that a phone call from Jun Chen would lead Kianza Group to pull out its investment? She had sent multiple messages to Jun Chen over several days, but received no reply. When she went to Kianza Group to look for Jun Chen, no one received her, saying he was on a business trip. When she asked when he would be back, no one told her. Lu Shanshan now felt like she had hit a dead end, so she brought Huo Muyan to think of a way to see if she can get some help. It's because of the family company. Lu Shanshan recounted the difficulties her family business was facing to Huo Muyan. I found an investment through my university classmate from Kianza Group, but they wanted 51% of the shares, taking control of the company. My mom was displeased and had a quarrel with my classmate during dinner. As a result, they pulled out, and now I don't know what to do. Although Jun Chen has little power and a low position in Kianza Group, he is still one of them. Jun Chen may not be able to conclusively approve a financing project, but he certainly has the power to persuade the group to withdraw, as it is just an optional financing option. After listening, Huo Muyan probably understood the situation. If you put it this way, Auntie indeed didn't control her emotions well. If she wasn't willing to hand over control, she could have simply not signed. What's the point of causing a scene over dinner? Is it the university classmate you mentioned last time? Huo Muyan asked. Lu Shanshan nodded. The Crane Group is indeed very powerful. You can tell from the amount of money Jun Chen spent. This company is not simple. There must be very strong capital support behind it. 47 million, just for the painting on the cargo ship, for appearance. What's the difference between this and buying a piece of skin? Ordinary entrepreneurs wouldn't spend this money. It's better to buy 2 more cargo ships. Listen, Shanin, don't be discouraged. My biggest client is a senior executive at the Crane Group. How about I go talk to him for you? But I can't guarantee if he will agree. Huo Muyan felt that even though Jun Chen is the chairman of the Crane Group, 15 million is not a small amount. It requires convening a board meeting. However, Jun Chen can approve the painting money, so this financing should not be a problem. It's just that Shanin's mother, Zhao Ying, is a bit troublesome. If Jun Chen agrees, it's like slapping someone's face, right? Therefore, Huo Muyan also couldn't make a firm promise. She could only make a phone call to ask if Jun Chen could work it out and keep this financing for Shanin. Jun Chen and her, in the end, are just in a client relationship, and Huo Muyan is just the second party. Jun Chen is her father's first party. She doesn't have the right to ask Jun Chen to do this and that. Really? The Crane Group is the one you signed a contract with? Shanin was surprised. If it's the Crane Group, it means this company is really powerful to spend 47 million just on painting for appearances. Mother's analysis is indeed correct. The Crane Group must have powerful capital behind it. If the clothing company has the Crane Group as a backer, it's actually not a big deal for them to take control. And the Crane Group is just playing it safe. After all, the company's situation and conditions are very bad. They clearly stated: 1. Participate in management. 2. No inquiries about operations. 3. No internal interference. The power given is actually significant. Yes, it's the Crane Group. Huo Muyan nodded. Who is it? Chairman Zhang, Chairman Li, or Chairman Liu? Shanin mentioned she has visited the Crane Group twice and met with the top management there. Huo Muyan shook her head. None of them. His last name is Zhang. Shanin's face became extremely ugly upon hearing this surname. Jun Chen. Do you know him? Jun Chen. The one who asked Huo Muyan to do the design. Is it Jun Chen? He reached an agreement with you orally. An oral agreement? She vaguely heard Huo Muyan mention that before. But how could Jun Chen have such power to decide on a transaction worth 47 million without even signing a contract? This is not a small amount. It's more than 3 times the amount of financing they asked for. Initially, she thought it must be General Chen or someone higher up who dealt with Huo Muyan. Unexpectedly, it's Jun Chen. Let me ask him to see if it can work out. Shanin's face turned pale as a sheet. She never imagined that Jun Chen would be Huo Muyan's big sponsor. Last time at the Crane Group, she saw that Jun Qian's office plaque only had the title of a supervisor. And judging from Jun Qian's position in the company, he couldn't possibly have this much power. Seeing Shanin looking troubled, even Huo Muyan hesitated for a moment. Could Jun Qian be your university classmate? Shanin's surprised mouth slightly opened, nodding. This. After hearing this, Huo Muyan was taken aback and spoke awkwardly. Shanin, and he really picked the wrong person this time. Do you know what position your university classmate holds at the Crane Group? What? What position? Shanin asked nervously. Chairman. Doom. This sentence was like a drum in Shanin's heart. Yes. Jun Chen is the chairman of the Crane Group. Shanin knew very well what the position of chairman represented, having the largest stake in the Crane Group, being the company's helmsman, every big and small matter, all at Jun Qian's command. Have you seen my car? He gave it to me. Boom boom. Shanin subconsciously glanced at the Audi R8 at the door, suddenly realizing something. Isn't Kui Jinghui also driving the same car? It's just an older version, while Huo Muyan has the latest model. The donations, the 47 million deal, the car, all from Jun Chen. Why did Jun Chen say he's just a small supervisor at the Crane Group? His way of speaking and acting is like someone with little power. Low-key, donating 10 million to the alma mater is not low-key, right? Shanin now understood why Jun Chen would not appear in that financing negotiation. It's not because Jun Qian's position is not high enough, but because this deal is too small to waste Jun Qian's time talking with her. Tainting the cargo ship is essentially just giving money to Huo Muyan. To be able to give away 47 million, isn't he willing to give 15 million? Shanin, this situation has really become complicated. Huo Muyan was also very surprised, regretting they couldn't communicate better. So this kind of situation wouldn't have happened. Huo Muyan knows a bit about Jun Qian's personality. If you are polite to him, he might help you. But if you play hardball with him, he will definitely push back. Shanin, I'm not trying to be harsh, but given the current situation of your company, it's really difficult to find a financing company. If the three big bosses of the Crane Group agree, it must be because Jun Chen hinted at them. Otherwise, how could a company with a market value of over 10 billion take notice of our small company? Jun Chen kindly helped you. But, oh, I'm not going to say more. Handling this matter seems a bit blurry, not something a nearly 50-year-old adult should do. Huo Muyan stopped there, feeling sorry for Shanin. What do we do then? Shanin was frantic, feeling the pressure building. Is there any way to salvage the situation now? Huo Muyan thought carefully. I'm not sure, but Jun Chen approached me again recently, offering me $1 billion to design wine models, corks, packaging, logos. Maybe he's getting back into the wine business. Shanin slapped her forehead. She had a plan now. After finishing with the accounts, Wu Shanin hurriedly said goodbye and ran to the bottom of the client group building to wait. She had to wait for Jun Chen, and sure enough, when it was time to get off work, she actually found him there. Jun Chen had just hung up a phone call and walked out from a president's exclusive elevator. Jun Chen hadn't seen clearly who it was yet, but he felt like he had been hit with a chest full of spring-like warmth, a soft feeling coming from Lu Shanin, with her delicate scent of flowers. This scene could be said to shock onlookers. This building was contracted by the client group, and all who came and went were employees of the client group, who didn't know Jun Chen. Seeing a top-quality woman rushing into the chairman's arms and holding onto him tightly, filled with envy. The chairman was truly talented and charming. If only they had such a romantic relationship. Hey, what are you doing? From another elevator, a group of burly men came down, wanting to separate Lu Shanin and Jun Chen. No need. I will handle this. You guys wait for me at the door. Jun Chen had already seen clearly, firmly holding the face of his woman. Lu Shanin, if you have something to say it directly. Let go of me first. It's not good to be seen like this. Jun Chen looked around and noticed many people intentionally slowing down their pace, casting glances towards him and Lu Shanin. Let go of me. You're not allowed to run. What do I have to run from? You let me go first. Jun Chen was a bit helpless. The passing employees sighed again. Good lad. Turns out the chairman has a romantic debt too. Debtor to leave quickly. The less people know about this, the better. Lu Shanin let go of Jun Chen, and the two went to a corner where no one was around. Why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Lu Shanin's eyes were red, as if she had just finished crying. Where did I avoid you? I've been busy with other things. Besides, is there anything between us worth meeting about? I've already let go of holding you accountable for breaching the contract. What more do you want? That's what my mom wants, not me. Lu Shanin tearfully said. Jun Chen sighed helplessly. These days the distillery business had been troubling him. He hadn't expected that even with money, there were things that couldn't be done. Where would he find the time to deal with Lu Shanin's matters? If you have something to say it directly. Don't cry here with me, Jun Chen said coldly. At this point, Lu Shanin's fondness towards him dropped to 35 points. I've cried. Don't you had any consideration from me? Jun Chen? It's not like he made her cry on purpose. Regarding the financing matter, he had agreed, but Zhao Ying was the one who was entirely unwilling. He couldn't do much if she didn't want it. How could he go against a man's dignity, let alone force Zhao Ying? Wouldn't that make him despicable? Jun Chen couldn't do such a thing. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I'm very tired today, Jun Chen said as he prepared to leave. Lu Shanin saw that her usual approach wouldn't work this time, so she quickly grabbed his arm. Again, there was that soft and gentle feeling. Jun Chen, as long as you don't withdraw your investment, I can help you out with something. Jun Chen was at a loss. How could she help him when she could barely take care of herself? I know you've been thinking about starting a distillery recently, but you probably don't have a business license, right? My dad happens to have a distillery project in hand, and I can help bridge the connection between you two. Jun Chen? How did Lu Shanin know that he was worried about the distillery business lately? How did he forget about this? Lu Shanin's father was someone from the Yezhou office. Tell me more. Jun Chen stopped in his tracks. Lu Shanin explained that her father had several integration projects without forbidding, including a distillery project. I can arrange for you to have a meal with my father, and you can discuss this matter at the dinner table. Sound good? This time, I won't invite my mom. I apologize on her behalf. Sorry, Jun Chen. Apologies again. This was the third time Lu Chen had said sorry. Jun Chen had thought she would directly use her father's relationship to get things done, but it turned out she was just acting as a middleman. Okay, let's discuss it then. What about pulling out your investment? Lu Chen stopped crying, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I'll reconsider it. That evening, at the Bayou Huafu Manor, Lu Chen and Zhao Ying sat in the living room until midnight, waiting for Lu Xingye. Chen, Yingzi, why are you still up so late? Lu Xingye placed his briefcase on the table, took off his suit jacket and leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette as if releasing the day's fatigue. Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about. Lu Chen explained the situation to Lu Xingye in detail. After hearing it, Lu Xingye furrowed his brow. Dad, just help out this once. Approve this project for him. Helping him is helping our family too. No, Lu Xingye firmly refused. If he meets the bidding conditions, I will approve it without your plea. But if he doesn't meet the requirements, no matter how much you plead, I will not award him these projects. Do you want me to use my authority for personal gain and engage in corrupt practices? I'm putting my foot down today. It's not happening. This was Lu Xingye's principle. He had come this far by holding on to his bottom line and adhering to his principles. Over the years, Lu Xingye had rejected numerous tempting offers, returned gifts of cigarettes and alcohol, and rejected discreetly slipped bank cards. Lu Chen, seeing her father putting such pressure on her, couldn't find words to refute for a moment. She also knew there was a hint of favoritism and corruption in this request. Just that her father lacked any sense of personal relationship. Suddenly, Lu Shan's opinion of Tang Xingyu dropped even lower. She hoped her future husband would be like her father, even though he wasn't wrong. But Lu Xingye, what are you saying? Since we got married, have you ever taken care of us, mother and daughter? Have you ever helped with anything before? As soon as you do, you flaunt your sense of justice and refuse to help your daughter. What kind of a father are you? All you think about is protecting your reputation and authority. Other than that, you're useless. Lu Xingye directly threw the cigarette on the ground. Nonsense. I do all this for the sake of this family. I won't argue with you. I'm going to sleep at the office tonight. We'll talk tomorrow night at the Sigu Hotel. If it works out, great. If not, forget it. Lu Xingye put on his coat again and left the house directly. Mom, don't be so angry. You know what kind of person Dad is. Let's talk nicely. Talk nicely about what? Has he ever managed anything in this family before? Whether big or small, isn't everything something I worry about? Your dad's suits, shoes, watches, glasses, weren't they all luxury items I bought for him? Just asking him to handle one thing. And look at the arrogant face he puts on. Ungrateful. Zhao Ying crossed her arms, her face extremely displeased, her temper not less than Lu Xingye's. Saikoku Hotel. Jun Chen arrived as promised. In a high-end private room, he saw Lu Chen and Lu Xingye. Jun Chen, you're here. Lu Chen greeted him with a smile as she walked over. Let me introduce you. This is my father. Hello, Uncle Lu. I am Jun Chen. Lu Xingye hesitated for a moment. Is he so young? Dad, I forgot to tell you, he is my university classmate. Oh, a university classmate. Lu Xingye shook hands with Jun Chen. After sitting down and taking a few bites, Jun Chen went straight to the point. Uncle Lu, Shanin mentioned and that you have some unannounced bidding projects on hand. Lu Xingye nodded. Indeed, there are some bidding projects that have not been made public. In fact, the bidding projects in his hands had already been disclosed half a year ago. Many people were eyeing the abandoned distillery, craving for that operating permit. A province could only allow for distilleries to have operating permits, but if one accepted a closed-down distillery from him, the province would provide an additional operating permit. These projects included a timber processing plant, a glass manufacturing plant, a farm tool production plant. Besides the distillery, all were sunset industries. If a distillery was managed well, it could break even in 3 months. Many people were only interested in the distillery, ignoring the other industries facing elimination. These projects, in Lu Xingye's hands, were actually a hot potato. His principle was as long as someone was willing to take over those 3 sunset factories, they could receive a distillery with an operating permit as a bonus. Jun Chen understood. It was a bundled sales strategy. The remaining 3 factories were state-owned enterprises on the brink of bankruptcy, founded in the 1970s and 1980s. However, the province dared not let them collapse, as huge severance payments would have to be made once they did. The distillery had long been abandoned, with all the machinery already sold off. The only valuable asset was the operating permit. Let me be clear with you. 3 factories, 1 billion each, can guarantee no bankruptcy for 2 years, and you will get the distillery for free. Lu Xingye admitted. How about it? Can you accept? Lu Shanshan had briefly explained the conditions of privatizing state-owned enterprises to Jun Chen before he arrived, and found them too stringent. Others just wanted a distillery, yet Lu Xingye insisted on bundling 3 unrelated and failing factories. Her father was a principled man, and no matter what, he couldn't sway him. Jun Chen was a businessman and surely calculated the deal in his mind. Even she felt the transaction was not worth it, so how could Jun Chen easily agree to it? Regardless of whether Jun Chen could accept it or not, Lu Shanshan could only help up to that point. She was extremely anxious now and kept observing Jun Qian's expressions. It was no wonder these projects had not been sold by Lu Xingye. The reason was here. The distillery was highly profitable, but one had to invest 3 billion first, take over 3 nearly bankrupt enterprises, and continue to operate them at a loss. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a losing deal. 3 billion just for an operating permit for the distillery. It indeed deterred many people. However, for Jun Chen, this was not necessarily a bad deal. Although it was a bit pricey, it could still be useful. The timber processing plant could be handed over to Chan Dashan or Mo Wencheng. Both of them had dealt with wood for half of their lives and could manage it well, not seeking profit as long as it didn't incur losses. The glass processing plant might be a bit problematic, but it was said that Su Shuyan had recently begun trying out these projects, which could give her some hands-on experience, even if it resulted in losses. In other words, Jun Chen was getting a distillery for free. After some contemplation, Jun Chen agreed. All right, 3 billion it is. Lu Xingye thought he had misheard. Was he agreeing so readily? Aren't you going to consider it further? Lu Xingye hadn't planned to have a serious discussion with Jun Chen when he came over tonight. If he accepted, fine. If not, then so be it. The project was deteriorating in his hands, and he would not sell state-owned assets at low prices. However, Jun Qian's quick agreement caught him off guard. No need to consider further. These 3 factories are fully within our kind group's capability to take over and guarantee profitability within 2 years. Jun Qian waved his hand, and 3 billion was spent. Great. Truly a person who can accomplish great things. Lu Xingye involuntarily applauded Jun Qian. Send someone to my office tomorrow, and we will take care of the relevant paperwork and procedures. How about that? No problem. Even Lu Shanshan had not expected this matter to go so smoothly. This also indirectly indicated how much Jun Qian needed this distillery, willing to spend a hefty sum to take over 3 nearly bankrupt enterprises. Ha ha. Come, let's have a drink. Earlier Shanshan told me to lower the conditions for you and compromise, but now, who needs to compromise? Lu Xingye laughed. Lu Shanshan awkwardly smiled along. Jun Qian didn't say much. This matter could somewhat be credited to Lu Shanshan for her sincerity and the small favor she did for him. After the meal, Jun Qian did not stay long but left the Saikoku Hotel directly. On the way back home, by the way, Shanshan, how is it going with Tang Xingyu? Any progress? Lu Shanshan never dreamed that her father would inquire about her private matters. There's no progress. We're just ordinary university classmates. Dad, stop making stuff up. It's been so long, and you still haven't made progress. If there's no progress, just leave it. I think Jun Chen isn't bad, and you two match well. Why don't you try pursuing him? Lu Xingye, seated in the passenger seat, said with a drunken tone. Lu Shanshan, Dad, what are you saying? Did you drink too much? Don't you know your dad's drinking capacity? I didn't have that many glasses just now. What I meant was, you're at the age to get married, and you and Tang Xingyu have been friends for so long without progress. How can that be? Lu Xingye had supported Lu Shanshan's relationship with Tang Xingyu since their freshman year, but it had been 3 or 4 years since graduation, and there had been no advancement. Their relationship remained at the level of ordinary friends, which was not acceptable. It was heard that Tang Xingyu had very good conditions. His uncle was a high-ranking political and legal official in Shandong. However, from the dinner just now, Jun Qian's performance was actually not bad. He could even be considered more outstanding. Tang Xingyu's future was indeed promising, but by the time he achieved fame and power, it would be at least 40 years old, which meant more than 10 years later. Jun Chen, in his 20s, had already taken on the role of chairman of the Kind Group. Give him another 10 years. No, give him another 5 years. The prospect of his development was unimaginable to Lu Xingge. Dad, are you asking your daughter to take the initiative? Look at how you're talking. When did I ask you to take the initiative? I just said you could try to get in touch with him. HMPH, you clearly didn't say that just now. Telling me to get in touch with him is still taking the initiative, isn't it? Lu Shanshan drove while speaking. A bit irritated, she admitted that Jun Chen was indeed outstanding, surpassing more than a step ahead of their generation. But how could she lower her pride to chase after him? During her university days, she was a campus goddess, though quickly surpassed by the younger Song Qingli. Lu Shanshan had been pampered since childhood, with suitors coming one after another. In her heart, she was already engraved with 2 words: pride. Ah, daughter, you don't get it. Whether he can take a liking to you is another story, but you still can't lower your dignity. Do you know how sought after these men are in society? How many women with better abilities and wealth compared to you would chase after Jun Chen? Lu Shanshan was left speechless by Lu Xin's reproach. The next day, Qianju Group, Jun Qian's office. Not long ago, Jun Chen received a tip-off from Zhao Ziyao saying that Yao Monmon might be the mole within the company, although it was just a speculation with a high possibility, lacking substantial evidence. Yao Monmon, Mr. Zhong is summoning you to his office. Zhao Ziyao walked up to Yao Monmon and teased, Huh, what huh? Hurry up, do you want Mr. Zhong to wait for you? Zhao Ziyao impatiently said. Yao Monmon then got up and slowly walked towards Jun Qian's office. She had been feeling uneasy these days, with the pressure from Zhao Ziyao and Chen Zuli. It seemed like they were targeting her. Previously, Jun Chen had secretly arranged something in his office with Zhao Ziyao and Chen Zuli, seemingly a confidential mission. Normally, the department Yao Monmon belonged to was a special administrative task force under direct leadership of Jun Chen, specifically handling tasks assigned by him. However, despite many days passing by, apart from a project worth $1 billion buying the Hui River Wharf, there had been no other movements. After Zi Dinhao left, Yao Monmon felt her position was not secure, fearing Jun Chen would deal with her sooner or later. Feeling extremely fearful, under the coercion of Zi Dinhao, she had no choice but to disclose the details of the billion project to him. Wait a minute. Yao Monmon now felt something was off. Qianju Group was only worth a few billion at most. For such a massive project, wouldn't everyone in the company have at least done some preparation? If it were before, the business team, planning team, and administrative team should have been extremely busy, but in recent times, it seemed like the others in the company were unaware of this project. Was it just a facade? The more Yao Monmon thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. Now, with Jun Chen calling her to the office again, could it be that? Yao Monmon was on edge, wondering whether she should just confess to Jun Chen. He hadn't taken any action against her yet, which likely meant he didn't have any solid evidence. Once he had concrete evidence, she would be in a very passive position. Yao Monmon had already looked into relevant laws. As a mole, she could face up to 3 years in jail. Having just graduated from university and at the prime of her youth, if she were to go to jail at this moment, not only would her youth be wasted, but she would also have a criminal record, making it impossible for any company to hire her in the future. Yao Monmon became increasingly nervous and anxious. A few days ago, she saw Jun Chen interviewing a young, beautiful and seductive woman, but she hadn't reported back yet. It was highly likely he was waiting to see how things unfolded before replacing her. Trying to suppress the issue, wasn't that right? As soon as Yao Monmon entered the office, she saw a woman dressed in a sexy office lady attire, wearing black stockings, with an elegant mature appearance sitting on the office sofa. It was her, Song Yaxian. She was the girl who had interviewed a few days ago. Wait a minute. The more she looked, the less it seemed like an interview. How could she dare to cross her legs in front of Jun Chen? That was extremely impolite, right? Mr. Jun, did you call for me? Yao Monmon cautiously asked. Have a seat. Jun Chen was playing a game on mute at the moment, planning to finish his session before speaking. Yao Monmon sat at the other end of the sofa. Though she was quite attractive, her presence was overshadowed by Song Yaxian's strong aura. They both sat in the office for 40 minutes. Song Yaxian was calmly browsing through some document on her tablet. In contrast, Yao Mongmong had nothing with her, sitting on the other end of the sofa, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles, extremely uncomfortable and tense. Was this Jun Qian's tactic as a ruler? He called her in, didn't say anything, kept himself busy behind the computer, with no information on what he was doing. And there was a woman with such a strong presence sitting beside her. Yao Mongmong glanced over at the file that Song Yaxian was reading. Terrible. Her guess was indeed correct. Song Yaxian was here to replace her. She was reading recent company documents. Jun Chen had pushed the oppressive atmosphere to the extreme. It seemed like he was waiting for her to confess. During these 40 minutes, the office was so silent, with only the sound of Jun Qian's keyboard and mouse. Eventually, Yao Manman's defense line crumbled, and she weakly stood up and walked to Jun Qian's desk. Mr. Jun, please stop ignoring me like this. Can't I just confess to you? Yao Mongmong, with red eyes, tears streaming down her face, said, Jun Chen, what's going on? He was just playing a game. He called Yao Mongmong to help Song Yaxian get familiar with the company environment. He didn't expect Yao Mongmong to confess on her own. Jun Chen then paused his game and began talking to Yao Mongmong. Mr. Jun. Yao Mongmong directly knelt down to him, with teary eyes. Mr. Jun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disclosed the project details to Zidinhao. I'll accept whatever punishment you decide. Just please don't send me to jail. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to. On the side, Song Yaxian raised her eyelids lightly. What's happening? Song Yaxian had been busy with personal matters in the past few days, which was why she hadn't reported to work even after completing the hiring process. Today she had some free time to come to Qianju Group for work. Jun Chen said he was busy and would find a colleague to help her get familiar with the environment. After calling her in, he ignored her and started operating the mouse and keyboard frantically, clearly playing a game. Song Yaxian wasn't in a hurry and just sat on the sofa, reading the document, waiting for Jun Chen to finish the game. Unexpectedly, a bombshell was revealed. During the conversation, Yao Mongmong revealed everything to Jun Chen, handing over all the evidence in seeking his forgiveness, including chat records and transaction screenshots. Zidinghao had directly transferred 50,000 yuan in cash to Yao Mongmong to get specific project information, but she had not accepted it and instead returned it to him. Song Yaxian, please step outside for a moment. I will talk to her alone. After about 20 more minutes, Jun Chen coldly led Yao Mongmong out of the office. Yao Mongmong was teary-eyed, looking like she had been crying. The three of them arrived at the Special Administrative Task Force. Let me introduce everyone. From today onwards, she's your new colleague. Welcome her. Jun Chen introduced Song Yaxian to the team members. Hello, I'm Song Yaxian. Please take care of me in the future. The applause was warm, but the expressions on their faces were icy. It was evident that the team members didn't particularly welcome Song Yaxian. What do you think? Shouldn't these words be applauded to welcoming our new colleague, new member? Ha ha. What kind of new member is this? Zhang Xiaoya felt extreme disdain towards Song Yaxian, who had just joined the group. Just as Jun Chen was introducing everyone, Yao Mongmong quietly returned to her seat and began packing up her things in full view of everyone. Wait, was she fired by Director Zhang? Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli glanced at each other simultaneously. Earlier, Jun Chen had given them a special task to uncover the mole in the group. After using various methods, the two of them had pinpointed Yao Mongmong as the most suspicious, so they reported it to Jun Chen. Although there was no substantial evidence yet, they were basically certain that Yao Mongmong was the mole. Their original plan was to gather evidence quickly during this time period, submit it to Jun Chen, and have the company prosecute Yao Mongmong, sending her directly to prison. Unexpectedly, Jun Chen didn't wait for them, and instead just fired Yao Mongmong. As Yao Mongmong packed her things, Jun Chen was nonchalantly introducing the new member to everyone. A mix of sadness and joy intertwined in the same scene, with indescribable implications. After Yao Mongmong confessed to Jun Chen, the evidence was actually enough to send her to prison. However, Jun Chen chose not to do so, placing most of the blame on Zishinhao and the alliance behind him, Chejinyi. Jun Chen regretted not sending Zishinhao directly to prison back then. This led to Zishinhao becoming a thorn in his side. Jun Chen had just made a deal with Yao Mongmong in his office, stating that if she made amends, he would continue to employ her. Yao Mongmong also realized that although the conditions Jun Chen offered were good, she could never return to the trusted department directly led by Jun Chen after this incident. Coming clean early on can bring peace of mind. Yao Monmon could even sleep better. Amid a silent sense of disdain, Yao Monmon left everyone's sight. Zhang Xiaoyao clapped for the new colleague but felt extreme disdain inside. While her looks might not compare to Yao Manman's, her temperament overshadowed Yao Monmon. Qin Zuli also felt helpless. Just as they got rid of one competitor, Jun Chen immediately recruited this new beautiful colleague, trying to balance the relationship between her and Zhang Xiaoyao. This man was becoming increasingly puzzling to Zhang Xiaoyao. The difficulty was gradually increasing, with Yao Monmon already losing her competitive advantage and Zhang Xiaoyao and Qin Zuli discovering her as the mole. They had seized the opportunity to report her. However, her departure brought in an even more competitive woman. Zhang Xiaoyao had anticipated this, almost wanting to protect Yao Monmon. "Zisan, I've added you to the WeChat group. Please approve it," Jun Chen said, operating his phone. "To welcome our new colleague in the team, I've decided to organize a team-building activity tonight so that Zisan can quickly integrate into our team." Great. Many in the team cheered at the idea of enjoying good food. Jun Chen was always generous. Each meal costed almost 100,000. Only Qin Zuli and Zhang Xiaoyao are displeased as they found the new colleague, Sun Yaxian, somewhat repulsive, showcasing extreme exclusivity. That might not be necessary. Sun Yaxian frowned, refusing. She wasn't planning to stay long here anyway. She had been told by Song Qingli to be cautious as Jun Chen was a senior figure at Kind Group, but she still didn't know his exact position. However, based on his actions, Jun Chen seemed to hold a relatively high position. Utilizing company funds so blatantly for a welcome banquet was just a facade in Song Yaxian's eyes. Jun Chen was simply using company funds for his own benefit. Leaders like Jun Chen were familiar to Song Yaxian from her experiences in major companies. "But how can I mistreat my employees?" "You're welcome to ask them," Jun Chen chuckled. He just wanted to help Song Yaxian earn some system rebate. While he already had billions in his account, one can never have too much money. Spending 10,000 could mean rebates totaling 1 million, and no one would turn down such a lucrative deal. "Well," Song Yaxian hesitated. "Zisan, Director Zheng means well. You shouldn't refuse," others persuaded her. If she declined, it would reflect poorly on her. Eventually, she agreed. "Ha, you want to show off but pretend to be reluctant," Zhang Xiaoyao sneered at Song Yaxian, folding her arms. "Director Zheng organized a welcome banquet for you, yet you act all hesitant. Who are you trying to impress?" Zhang Xiaoyao was extremely unhappy, finding Song Yaxian's faux humility distasteful. Jun Chen took 3 others in his car, while the rest took the company bus to the Moon Pavilion. Moon Pavilion had the highest consumption in Yebin North, and after a session of wining and dining, the bill easily surpassed 20,000. Jun Chen could clear to million in profits. "Waiter, bring us the best items, 2 bottles of golden edition Remy Martin XO, Jun Chen ordered at the Moon Pavilion. He was a VIP there, and even Han Huahao came to toast to him during his previous visits. Whether Han Huahao specifically instructed his staff or they recognized Jun Chen themselves, each displayed utmost respect. Others were accustomed to Jun Qian's spending habits, except for Song Yaxian, who was greatly surprised. Though she had spent several years outside, being a native of Yebin North, she knew that Moon Pavilion was the pinnacle of high-class entertainment in the region, where grand deals worth millions were sealed. Jun Chen had chosen a venue of this caliber for her welcome banquet today, complete with top-notch items on the table and the expensive bottles of Remy Martin XO, each worth 100,000. Zhang Xiaoyao and the rest naturally took photos. Even Song Yaxian couldn't resist snapping a few shots. Unfazed, Jun Chen continued to message on his phone. Seeing Song Yaxian taking photos as well, Jun Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Song Yaxian was unaware that Jun Chen was using her to tap into company resources or genuinely willing to spend so much on her, so her impression of him remained steady at 10 points. "Zhang Zong, as the leader of the Administrative Special Task Force personally led by you, I represent everyone in offering you a toast." Zhang Xiaoyao made sure to showcase herself at this moment. "Xiaoyao, you're not right about this. Today is a welcome banquet prepared by Zhong Zong for Zhao Song. How can you represent everyone?" Qin Zuli also teasingly retorted Xiaoyao with a smile. Xiaoyao shot Qin Zuli a cold glance. Why does she always oppose her? making her embarrassed at this moment. Is this drink meant for Jun Chen to consume, or is it not meant for him at all? It's okay, Xiao-san. Let me introduce you. This beauty will be your team leader in the future, and the other person is your deputy team leader. Let's have a chance to get to know each other as well. Jun Chen didn't want the atmosphere to be cold, so he stood up to smooth things over. Let's all raise our glasses together. Everyone stood up and drank the toast. Song Yaxian could tell that within this team, there were quite a few girls watching Jun Chen with ill intentions, especially the team leader Zhang Xiaoyao and the deputy team leader Qin Zuli. After a meal, Jun Chen suggested heading to a KTV room, so they could all sing some songs. Jun Zong, it's probably time to call it a night. I need to head back soon. Song Yaxian resisted a bit. She wasn't used to hanging out with so many people. She thought a meal would suffice. Going to KTV to sing could lead to excessive drinking, which wouldn't be fun. That meal probably cost tens of thousands, maybe even more than she earns in a year at the major company. If Jun Chen is really using public funds to indulge like this, and it gets investigated, wouldn't she end up taking the blame? Xiao-san, Jun Zan is rarely this happy today. Come and have fun with us. Yes. Xiao-san, it's a good opportunity to bond and make our future work smoother. Let's go. They moved to the KTV. Song Yaxian watched as Jun Chen sang happily with Zhang Xiaoyao on one side and Qin Zuli on the other, completely ignoring her presence. Talking about bonding with colleagues was just an excuse for extravagant use of public funds for eating, drinking, and entertainment. She couldn't stand sitting on the sidelines and watching Jun Qian's revolting grin. I need to use the restroom. Finding an excuse, Song Yaxian decided to step outside and calm down. In front of the mirror, she let out a sigh. Speaking of being a professional company, Jun Chen doesn't seem very professional. Where is this company headed with him in charge? Song Yaxian washed her face and prepared to leave when someone else entered the restroom. Zhang Xiaoyao. Song Yaxian, I heard you talking trash about Zhang Zan just now. Zhang Xiaoyao entered with a smile, locking the restroom door. Song Yaxian's face darkened. What do you want? Reporting me behind my back. Go ahead. Then, am I the type to report others behind their back? Zhang Xiaoyao sneered. I just have some things I want to discuss with you. What could they possibly have to talk about? You probably don't know Zhang Zan's position in the company, right? Zhang Xiaoyao stood arrogantly in front of Song Yaxian. Song Yaxian didn't back down and approached her, equally composed. What does his position have to do with me? I just need to focus on my work. He is the chairman of Qianju Corporation. Zhang Xiaoyao gloated. Oh, Song Yaxian coldly responded. Wait a minute. What did she just say? Jun Chen is the chairman of Qianju Corporation. This can't be. Jun Chen only seems a few years older than her. How could he be the chairman of Qianju Corporation? Previously, Song Qingli didn't mention Zhang Qian's significant role in the company, so she assumed he was just a minor leader. With Zhang Chen acting so condescending, seemingly looking down on a small company like Qianju, based on her experience, she could easily reach his position. She had thought Zhang Chen was just a small leader in the company. But now they're telling her he's the chairman of Qianju Corporation. Song Yaxian couldn't believe it. Compared to Goose Factory, a large internet enterprise with rapidly growing numbers, Qianju Corporation was just a small ant. Being a small team leader in such a company might not even guarantee a chance to enter a major corporation. But if he's a founder, a chairman, that's a whole other story. Establishing Qianju Corporation, acquiring so many locally dominant enterprises, is not something anyone can achieve. Even in Song Yaxian's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Our team is directly under his leadership as a trusted group. We oversee executives and employees. Do you understand how much power this team has? Song Yaxian sensed a hint of threat in Zhang Xiaoyao's words. Elevating Zhang Qian while subtly praising herself, the implication was clear about her high status and level of trust with Zhang Qian. What are you trying to say? Song Yaxian didn't back down. You must have noticed what happened to that girl when Zhang Zan introduced you to the company. Who do you think pushed her out? Zhang Xiaoyao's face displayed a sense of satisfaction, boasting her influence in revealing to Song Yaxian the implications. It seemed to carry a threatening tone. If you have the ability, go ahead and confront me. I'm not afraid of you. Two girls were having a standoff in the bathroom, refusing to give in to each other. You're Zhang Xiaoyao, right? I'm Song Yaxian and not someone easily scared. They challenged each other to see who was tougher. Yao Yao, something's wrong. Zhang Xiao Yao, what's wrong? What happened? That fox Qin Zuli took Chairman Zhang away. Letting Qin Zuli take Chairman Zhang, Zhang Xiaoya actually had a plan tonight. She arranged for her subordinates to take turns serving Chairman Zhang alcohol, indirectly getting him drunk. When they followed them out, Chairman Zhang was already intoxicated and disoriented. Originally, she planned to take advantage of the situation and lead Chairman Zhang to a hotel, turning a blind eye to his denial. But Qin Zuli deviously intervened and ruined everything. Why didn't you stop her? Letting that fox take Chairman Zhang away. Yao Yao, without you here, how could we handle her? She forcefully took Chairman Zhang away. We couldn't stop her. Zhang Xiaoya furrowed her brows in distress, hurriedly chasing after them, but she didn't even catch a glimpse. On the other hand, Song Yaxian coldly snorted. Chairman Zhang turned out to be this kind of person. She thought Chairman Zhang was just giving her bonuses and inviting her to meals. What was going on? It turns out rich people enjoy playing around, having an affair openly in the office and casually taking female subordinates home. Chairman Zhang was too carefree. Qin Zuli was even worse. Zhang Xiaoya and Qin Zuli probably had long been eyeing Chairman Zhang's bed. None of them were good people, neglecting their reputation. Although Zhang Xiaoya seemed to declare war on Qin Zuli, deep down, she decided Chairman Zhang was someone she couldn't get too close to. Regardless of whether he was the chairman of Kind Group or not, she didn't want to be associated with such a person and risk being misunderstood. Are you planning on using me as bait, Chairman Zhang? Fine. Let's see who the real fish is. Speed the 7th hotel. With the help of the staff, Qin Zuli guided Chairman Zhang to the bed in the room. Seeing Chairman Zhang completely drunk on the soft bed, a victorious smile crept onto Qin Zuli's face. Tonight, let's see where you can run to, she thought, and then took off the crow heart ring on her finger and the necklace around her neck. She leaned in close to Chairman Zhang's ear and whispered, eagerly anticipating this day she had envisioned for so long. Zichen, are you drunk? Qin Zuli nudged Chairman Zhang, testing if he was really drunk. No response. She called a few more times. Still no response. No matter. It doesn't matter, as long as Chairman Zhang responded to her advances later. She didn't mind if Chairman Zhang was in a lifeless state. If he wasn't dead, she might not have succeeded. In fact, Qin Zuli had long seen through Zhang Xiaoyao's plot. Even Chang Mengmeng, who couldn't hold her liquor, kept serving Chairman Zhang alcohol repeatedly. What else could it be other than trying to get Chairman Zhang drunk? Instead of letting Zhang Xiaoyao reap the benefits, Qin Zuli preferred to take control herself. Just then, Chairman Zhang's phone suddenly rang. Qin Zuli had to pause and fish out the phone from Chairman Zhang's pocket. Initially intending to silence it, she frowned as she looked at the caller ID. Xuan. Why did this name sound familiar? Qin Zuli recalled it was the woman who created a disturbance when Chairman Zhang first invited her out to shop and cause drama at the Red Rose Bar that night. She had been jealous then, pretended to be angry, left the booth early, booked a hotel room, but Chairman Zhang never showed up. She couldn't believe Chairman Zhang still had ties with that woman. How long had this been going on? Did Chairman Zhang prefer not someone like her or Zhang Xiaoyao, but a bar woman? Admittedly, that bar woman at Red Rose outshined them in looks, figure, and aura. However, bar women were dirty. Qin Zuli knew a few women who frequented nightclubs and bars. They were skilled and eager to share their experiences and positions. Did Chairman Zhang enjoy women like that? Did he like it when they did all the work, and he just enjoyed himself? Without hesitation, Qin Zuli immediately silenced the phone. Throughout the process, Chairman Zhang's phone continued to ring every 30 minutes, all calls from Xuan. Hehe. Calling so late. Was she feeling unwell and wanted to meet a man? Forget it. Your man is with me now. The next morning, Chairman Zhang slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Where was he? This didn't look like Donhu Villa, a hotel. Didn't return home all night. Who brought him here? There were two soft masses against Chairman Zhang. When he turned to look, he saw Qin Zuli. Startled, Chairman Zhang quickly sat up, jumped out of bed, hastily put on his pants. Glancing at his phone, it was already noon. Dozens of missed calls, all from Jin Lu. Qin Zuli must have silenced his phone. Otherwise, why hadn't he received any calls? Drinking was such trouble. Zichen, you're awake. Qin Zuli blinked her innocent, clear-eyed look at him. Did you bring me here? Chairman Jun couldn't recall what happened last night. Before opening his eyes, he was at the KTV on a leather sofa, singing and drinking. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the hotel bed. What happened in between? How could I have? You brought me here, but then got angry at me. I could only submit to you. I've actually liked Jun Chen for a long time. Chairman Jun, was this the legendary drunken mistake? Did I really bring you here? Indeed. Did you think I brought you here? Well, I like you. I wouldn't take such methods to share your bed. Chin Zuli looked genuinely wronged. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage at the front desk to see who brought whom here. Chairman Jun, fine. You win. I can't argue with you. Chairman Jun had no choice but to acknowledge it. The company doesn't allow office romances. As the chairman of Kind Group, I have to set an example. Don't spread this matter. Don't worry, dear. I know what to do. Chairman Jun had 3 black lines across his face. He knew he couldn't shirk his responsibility. From this angle, Chin Zuli did have a good figure. If Li Dao found out, who knows what she would think. A once unreachable colleague was now in his grasp, though he wasn't sure who initiated it. The deed was done. No need to review the surveillance. Jun Chen, I want to ask you, do you really like me? This is a question worth delving into. Jun Chen naturally doesn't like women like Chin Zuli. He didn't like her in the past, doesn't like her now, and won't like her in the future. The loyalty she possesses is leagues apart from Jin Lu's. She can be kind to herself and to other wealthy individuals. Isn't that the same logic? Despite Chin Zuli currently showing a lot of flattery towards him, if he were to lose his money, she would definitely kick him out immediately and draw a clear boundary. Maybe a bit slower than Zhang Xiaoyao, but eventually she will definitely do the same. Do you want to hear the truth? Of course, I do. Chin Zuli snorted. She will judge whether what Jun Chen said is the truth. Don't like, Jun Chen said lightly. Chin Zuli didn't feel surprised by Jun Qian's answer. It was within her expectations. Then, do you like the type of girls like Zhang Xiaoyao or Song Yaxian? Not either. Jun Qian sighed and shook his head silently. I actually already have a girlfriend. Our relationship can only develop to this point. If you want to take it further, I can tell you outright. It's unlikely, Jun Qian said. Just as expected, men are not good people. They pull away once their pants are on. He was comfortable last night. Chin Zuli thought as long as she cooked the raw rice into cooked rice, Jun Qian would acknowledge the situation, right? But she didn't expect him to have this kind of attitude. Chin Zuli, our relationship is rather toxic, unhealthy. Can you understand? Jun Qian explained with a guilty conscience. What's wrong with toxic? Are you not willing to accept me? Chin Zuli was now in this state. She wouldn't miss any opportunity. Even if it's a toxic relationship, she accepted it. How is it any worse than ordinary superior-subordinate relations? She had already given herself to Jun Qian, and if they didn't settle it now, it would be hard for him to be interested in her later on. I'm willing, but with this kind of relationship, it's a bit awkward. Jun Qian also considered Chin Zueli's situation. With her qualifications, finding someone with better conditions would be a piece of cake. Why does she have to persist in pursuing him? I like you. I can accept this kind of relationship. It depends if you're willing or not. Jun Chen, can you give me a straight answer today? Chin Zuli urged anxiously. She had shown the utmost humility. But what exactly was Jun Chen worried about? Why was he unwilling to accept her? Was Chin Zuli so detestable? During this time, she had many suitors, but she rejected them all for Jun Chen. She used to be the queen, a fish expert. Now, she finally realized, pursuing someone relentlessly without success, what kind of taste that brought. It was an unbearable feeling. Jun Chen, all right, he reluctantly agreed. I have to go to the company. Take care of some work. You won't be considered absent today. Just rest well. Jun Qian put on his clothes and spoke. After receiving Jun Qian's affirmative answer, Chin Zuli was overjoyed, and the worrying that had been weighing on her heart finally lifted. So, is she now Jun Qian's underground girlfriend? Even though it was just a physical relationship, it didn't mean she didn't have a chance. Compared to before, she had made significant progress. What if he has a girlfriend? They aren't married yet, right? As long as Jun Qian isn't married, she still had a chance. Chin Zuli secretly determined that she must win over Jun Qian. Kind Group. Jun Qian stepped into the elevator, his legs feeling slightly weak, almost stumbling. He arrived at the Special Administrative Task Force. Song Yaxian, come with me to the office." Jun Chen waved toward Song Yaxian and called her into the office. Zhang Xiaoyao, Chong Mengmeng, and Hao Russian looked at each other. "Hey, Yin Yao, what do you think General Zhang called her for?" "How would I know?" Zhang Xiaoyao's tone was slightly impatient. She also had no idea why Jun Chen summoned Song Yaxian to the office soon as he came to the company. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and Chen Zuli still hadn't shown up for work. Zhang Xiaoyao also hadn't heard anything about her taking a leave. She secretly took the drunken Jun Chen away last night, and he didn't come to work today. What did that mean? Chen Zuli had definitely succeeded. From Zhang Qian's mental state and his unnatural way of walking, it seemed like Chen Zuli had kept him busy last night. Damn it! Zhang Xiaoyao slammed the table hard. This scheming woman made her extremely angry. She felt very displeased, letting Chen Zuli climb into Zhang Qian's bed. Zhang Xiaoyao was both angry and regretful. Why did she follow Song Yaxian to the bathroom last night? She allowed that despicable woman, Chen Zuli, to succeed. It should have been her who went to the hotel with Zhang Qian last night. When Zhang Qian called Song Yaxian to the office, soon as he entered, the current situation was clearly unfriendly towards her. She felt like her position as the team leader was not secure. Zhang Xiaoyao's heart was in turmoil. The matter of Yao Mongmong being a mole, she had caught and dismissed, but the rewards had not been distributed yet. She originally thought it was a good thing to get rid of a jinx, but now a bigger one had come. Even Chen Zuli surpassed her with a bit of cleverness. Zhang Xiaoyao felt like she was walking on thin ice, on the verge of an abyss, with a thorn in her side. No matter how she felt, she couldn't describe the heaviness of her current mood. It seemed like she had to resort to some extreme measures. In the office, "What do you want with me?" Song Yaxian impatiently asked. "If you have something to say it quickly. I need to work. Don't waste my time." "Jun Chen, I'm the chairman of Kian Group, don't you know?" "What about being the chairman? I'm here to work, not to be your lackey." Song Yaxian coldly snorted. "All right, you're good." He thought Song Kingli would be a delicate flower, but Song Yaxian turned out to be a rose with thorns. He liked that. Song Yaxian had piqued Zhang Qian's interest. "Here's the situation. In 3 days, there will be a bankruptcy reorganization auction held by a cruise company. I need you as my secretary to accompany me to the south." The reorganization auction was like breaking down a company into several parts and auctioning them off. Zhang Qian wasn't interested in anything else, but he was interested in that company's cruise ship. "Why choose me? Don't you have your own secretary?" Song Yaxian asked, suspecting Zhang Qian had ulterior motives in using his power to launch a series of attacks on her. "Isn't your confidence in your abilities very high? Can't even handle such a small matter? Could it be that you can't do it, you?" "There's nothing I can't do." Song Yaxian knew that Zhang Qian was trying to provoke her, but she wouldn't fall for it. "So, should I take that as a yes? I just want to know, why didn't you send your secretary over and insisted on choosing me?" "Zia Qianchen is busy with other tasks that I assigned her, so she couldn't make it." Zhang Qian's exclamation was indeed true. He had sent Zia Qianchen to handle other matters, including the winery, and he simply couldn't free up time to accompany him down south. That's why he turned to Song Yaxian. Glancing at her, Zhang Qian could see that Song Yaxian's interest in him had dropped to 0. What a rare opportunity it was to spend a trip down south. Wouldn't he get a substantial cashback? Regardless, Zhang Qian was determined to bring Song Yaxian with him to Jiangnan. "Hey." Song Yaxian didn't believe a word Zhang Qian said. A man's words are as unreliable as a ghost. She had heard about what happened last night. Chen Zuli had taken the half-drunk Zhang Qian to a hotel. This morning, Chen Zuli didn't show up for work, and even Zhang Qian didn't come to the office in the morning. Wasn't that too much of a coincidence? When she followed Zhang Qian into the office earlier, she noticed that his walking posture seemed a bit off. If these two had nothing going on, she would shave her head bald tomorrow. But then Song Yaxian thought, if she rejected Zhang Qian over this matter, wouldn't it be the same as bowing down to Zhang Xiaoyao? The memory of Zhang Xiaoyao's arrogant face and her attempt to push her out of the company last night made Song Yaxian feel annoyed. Through last night's gathering, Song Yaxian gradually understood the situation within the group. Zhang Xiaoyao, Chong Mengmeng, and the others formed one faction. Chen Zuli belonged to her faction. Both groups were competing for Zhang Qian's favor, and it sounded kind of like a favoritism contest. Zhang Qian was now giving her this opportunity, but she wasn't too eager, as she felt nothing for him. but if she didn't agree to go to Jiangnan with Jun Chen, he would surely find someone else to accompany him on this trip, possibly Zhang Xiaoyao. After all, judging by Zhang Qian's attitude towards Zhang Xiaoyao, he didn't seem averse to her. So, Sun Yaxian concluded that if she refused, she would be handing the opportunity to Zhang Xiaoyao, giving her the chance to dominate her in the future. No way. She couldn't let this chance fall into Zhang Xiaoyao's hands. Even if Sun Yaxian didn't have good feelings for Jun Chen, she couldn't let Zhang Xiaoyao take over, as that would only lead to her own misery. Okay. Then I agree. Good. I'll send you the relevant documents later. You print them out. And the flight is tonight. Isn't it supposed to start the day after tomorrow? Sun Yaxian asked doubtfully. Just do as I say. Why so much talk? HMPH. Sun Yaxian snorted coldly and left Zhang Qian's office. She received a series of documents from Jun Chen on her phone and sat in front of the printer. Following Zhang Qian's instructions, she printed them out and organized them into a document. Zhang Xiaoyao, having noticed this, gave Chan Mengmeng a signal. Chan Mengmeng understood and casually picked up a USB drive, pretending to go print some documents. Yaxian, why are you printing so many documents? Did General Jun ask you to do it? Do you need my help? Chan Mengmeng asked insincerely, trying to find out what task Jun Chen had assigned to her. Sun Yaxian, sharp in intelligence and emotional understanding, could see through Chan Mengmeng's motives. Want to know? She had nothing to hide. Sun Yaxian even noticed Zhang Xiaoyao watching her from not far away. So, she intentionally raised her voice, with a hint of pride, and said to Chan Mengmeng, "Great. With the senior's help, the work will be done much faster." Sigh. General Jun suddenly asked me to accompany him to a trip to Jiangnan and gave me so many documents. It will probably take a while to finish printing them. If we're gone for a few days, the work in the department will be left to you and the sisters, including Director Zhang. Sun Yaxian even sighed intentionally, as if she didn't want to go, but Jun Chen insisted she did. Go? To Jiangnan? Did General Jun call you by name? Chan Mengmeng didn't react immediately. Yes. General Jun said he appreciates my abilities and believes I can do an outstanding job, so he personally named me to accompany him to Jiangnan. Sun Yaxian's voice became slightly louder. She wanted Zhang Xiaoyao to hear. Chan Mengmeng began to doubt. Was Zhang Qian being too greedy? Just last night with Qin Zuli and now launching an offensive on Sun Yaxian today. Money really does give one the freedom to do as they please. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaoyao would march over, full of anger? What did you say? It's impossible. You've just started here. How could General Jun personally name you to accompany him to Jiangnan? That's a secretary's job. Zhang Xiaoyao retorted decisively. She had been tirelessly loyal to the company, especially to Zhang Qian. With such loyalty, she had never been offered the chance to go out alone with Zhang Qian. And here comes a newcomer who just joined. Why should she get this opportunity? What's so impossible about it? When General Jun came to call me into the department just now, didn't you all see it? Sun Yaxian stood her ground. Why didn't General Jun ask Zia's secretary to go, but chose you? General Jun said, Zia's secretary has other tasks to handle, so he let me temporarily take her position and act as a temporary secretary. Temporary secretary. This term struck a nerve in Zhang Xiaoyao's fragile heart. She knew all too well what a temporary secretary represented. If Sun Yaxian performed well on this trip to Jiangnan, she might surpass the deputy team leader and even become Zhang Qian's second assistant, or even eclipse both her and Qin Zuli. A newcomer like you, wanting to take Zia's secretary's place. Daydreaming. Zhang Xiaoyao dismissed Sun Yaxian as nonsense. You don't believe it? Then take a look at this. Sun Yaxian turned up the brightness on her phone screen and showed Zhang Xiaoyao a flight information that Zhang Qian had just sent. A private plane. Zhang Qian had actually chartered a private plane. Isn't that too far-fetched? A private plane offers extreme privacy. You could even dance on it. Chartering a private plane was much more expensive than to first-class tickets, at least costing 200,000 for a round trip. Zhang Qian even mentioned in the message that it was a transit specifically arranged for her. What kind of treatment was this? Why didn't Zhang Xiaoyao get the same treatment? Zhang Xiaoyao felt extremely unfair. Spent 180,000 yuan. System cashback of 1,800,000 yuan. already deposited. 1.8 million deposited. Jun Chen had considered chartering a private jet last time, which was much more expensive than to plane tickets. 1.8 million, not too much to say, not too little either. Although he now has billions in his account, who doesn't think having more money is a good thing, right? A mosquito's leg is still meat. Yizhou is not far from Jiangnan, not close either. Probably just a few hundred kilometers away. A plane ride of only an hour and a half. Even Song Yaxian had not expected that he would arrange a private jet for such a short trip to Jiangnan. This was Song Yaxian's first time flying on a private jet. The highest standard she had experienced before was only business class. Chartering a jet has several advantages. Direct flights, without layovers, no need to worrying about delays or missing the flight. A private jet doesn't make customers wait for flights. Instead, the plane waits for the customers. Fly whenever you want. Phones are allowed throughout, and 20 stewardesses with long legs are there to serve you throughout the journey. They were practically fanning Jun Chen next to him. They even kindly cover her with a blanket when she goes to sleep. Is this the way wealthy people spend their money? It seems a bit extravagant. Spending 180,000 in just 2 hours. In her year of internship at a major company, she couldn't even earn 180,000. And yet, Jun Chen spent it in just 2 hours. After landing, there was a special shuttle to pick them up. Once they left the airport, a prestigious Rolls-Royce took them to the designated hotel. The hotel was top-notch, the only 7-star hotel in all of Jiangnan. The starting price per night was a whopping 100,000. Jun Chen had booked 2 suites. Jun Chen, why not just open one? One suite has several rooms, no need to specially book one for me. As long as you don't have the bad habit of running around naked, I can even stay in a small room. Jun Qian's spending habits truly startled Song Yaxian. He even didn't hesitate to book a presidential suite for a temporary secretary. Staying in Jiangnan for several days, spending 100,000 in one night, tens of thousands were gone in no time. In her several years of work, without eating or spending, she could barely earn tens of thousands. Moreover, Song Yaxian knew Jun Chen was wealthy, but she didn't want to owe him a personal favor. Who would book such an expensive suite for a secretary? It's all right, you don't have to worry. This is all on my personal account. It won't be reimbursed by the company, nor will it count against you. Good guy. He even knows how to save her money. Not bad. Worth encouraging. But if he only booked one suite, then all these things Jun Chen did would be meaningless. If it weren't for cashing in on the system's cashback, he wouldn't stay in such a 7-star hotel. 100,000 in one night, still a bit pricey. But before Song Yaxian could dissuade him, Jun Chen had already swiped his card on the POS machine. Spent for 150,000 yuan. System cashback of 4,500,000 yuan. Already deposited. Song Yaxian, already swiped the card? Fine. Then go ahead. You have money, right? A lot of money, right? I've said what needed to be said. Done what needed to be done. When the bill comes, it can't be on my head. Since you booked me a 7-star presidential suite, I will stay. So what? Another 4.5 million deposited. After checking into the hotel, Jun Chen felt it wasn't enough excitement yet. It's still early. How about we go out? I haven't had dinner yet. I'm a bit hungry. Rubbing his stomach, Jun Chen wanted to try some local specialty dishes. Jun Chen, did you bring me to Jiangnan early because you wanted to seduce me these 2 days? Why was she able to guess that? Was it that obvious? Jun Chen, let me tell you, maybe your extravagant spending has charmed many women, but it's not going to work on me. I don't seek luxury goods, nor do I like the gifts you give me. I advise you to give up this idea early. Is this for real? Are there really people in this world who would refuse these things? Jun Chen couldn't believe it. It's all just a matter of price. Spend 10,000. You might not be moved. Spend 1 million, and you might still be indifferent. Spend 10 million? Are you starting to waver now? Spend 1 billion. At night, wouldn't you want to call him daddy? Just as they exited the hotel, Jun Chen stopped. I forgot my suitcase upstairs. Can you help me get it? Song Yaxian, what's going on? Aren't we supposed to eat? Why carry a suitcase? Did she reject him? Make Jun Chen embarrassed, and now he wants to tease her. Why is Jun Chen so petty? The thing she fears the least in her life is being squeezed, being given a hard time, trying to humiliate her. Impossible. So what? HMPH. Angrily, Song Yaxian went upstairs to get Jun Qian's suitcase. Jun Chen, what's going on? Why is Song Yaxian so fiery suddenly? Her family is just ordinary, right? She's a mere government worker. She doesn't have the lifestyle of a princess, yet she's acting like a princess herself. He just forgot his suitcase, that's all. Jiangnan Water Village. A new world. This mall was considered top-tier domestically, with only 4 branches in the country: Jiangnan, Shanghai, Beijing, and Sichuan. It was a mall created specifically for the elite, where spending a bit would easily run into millions. For the middle class and working class to shop here, it was like crossing social classes entirely. Jun Chen wanted to cash in on the system's cashback through Song Yaxian, and this was the best place to do so. However, after strolling around, Song Yaxian did not ask Jun Chen for anything. Yaxian, do you like this bag? Jun Chen took Song Yaxian into an Hermes bag shop and had the staff take out their 10 million flagship product directly from the display case. Only 200 were ever sold worldwide. The store manager had specially transferred it from headquarters, not intending to sell it, just for show. That after Jun Chen walked in, he specifically requested their flagship item. She glanced at the Hermes bag, which she had once seen in a fashion magazine. It was released in 2017 and rumored to have only 200 pieces in the world. The blue and white gradient was a pure handcrafted masterpiece by the original craftsman. If carried, it would definitely make the most beautiful woman in the city. Darn it. She was actually tempted. Song Yaxian never expected Jun Chen to pull out such an extravagant move right from the start of their outing. An extremely unique bag like this had an enormous allure for any woman. The pink bag Song Yaxian was carrying was from Chanel. Even though it was an entry-level model, it took her 2 months to save up for. I've said it. Don't expect to win me over with these methods. I am not falling for your charm. Song Yaxian coldly exclaimed, rejecting Jun Chen. Everyone, including the store manager, staff, and other customers, was surprised to hear Song Yaxian say such words. What did she say? Not falling for this charm? Everyone looked at Song Yaxian with a different kind of gaze for a full 5 seconds. Judging by Jun Qian's appearance, she can definitely afford this kind of handbag. When someone offers it to you, why would you refuse? If any one of them were in your place, they would accept without hesitation. As long as Jun Chen can give them this bag, they would be willing to do anything. 3 days without protection. I'll take the medicine. 3 days. It might not be enough. At least 3 months, please. The bag you're carrying now isn't just a basic Chanel. It's only worth 10,000 yuan. If a big shot gives you this kind of bag, you actually rejected the big shot. Everyone can't understand. Is Song Yaxian really pure and incorruptible, immune to money, or is she pretending to be pure, acting arrogant, selling pretense? Fine. Since you don't like it, forget it. Jun Chen didn't expect to be rejected. If Song Yaxian agrees, Jun Chen would not hesitate to buy it, then receive a rebate of over 20 million from the system. But if Song Yaxian disagrees and Jun Chen forcefully buys it for her, it would be a waste of money, as the system would not provide the rebate. Okay. He likes Song Yaxian's character. Her goodwill towards Jun Chen is currently at 0. If even 2 million can move Song Yaxian, then it shows that these things are not enough to catch her eye. This is a very large potential stock. 2 million isn't enough, then 20 million. If 20 million isn't enough, then 2 billion. What's more, Jun Chen can't make a fruitless trip to Jiangnan and miss this great opportunity. Queen of Paris. A Western restaurant invested in domestically by a top Michelin chef from abroad, Gordon Ramsay. This restaurant has maintained 3 Michelin stars for 4 consecutive years and is a top-notch restaurant in Jiangnan with a prestigious reputation. Without a net worth of over 10 million, one wouldn't dare to enter here. In the private booth on the 2nd floor, 3 women and a man sit calmly at a dining table. The women appear to be in their 20s, aloof and glamorous, with a hint of light makeup on their faces that gives off a distant feeling. The man is in his middle age, slightly overweight, but with lively eyes. The other 2 women are their secretaries. This is a secret business meeting. Miss John, the reason I asked you here today is to discuss a collaboration with you. I wonder if you are interested. Hui Yunfang arrived in Jiangnan 2 days early to prepare for this restructuring auction. At the same time, he invited Zhang Yanren for this secret meeting. Just get to the point, Mr. Hui, Zhang Yanren said, raising her eyelids. She knew very well that Hua Yunfeng came to her because of the bankruptcy restructuring auction of Yu's Cruise Company. Yu's Cruise Company is a large and famous cruise company throughout Kyushu, and its most profitable department is overseas cruise business, which is like a giant cake. Many domestic shipping companies have been eyeing this opportunity since Yu's bankruptcy. Due to an epidemic 2 years ago, the international routes were closed, and over 100 countries suspended cruise operations, refusing foreign ships to dock. This led to the bankruptcy of the largest Yu's cruise company in Kyushu, which would undergo liquidation and restructuring auction in 2 days. The bankruptcy liquidation would involve dividing the entire company into several parts, such as business departments, advertising, reception, concierge, etc., with the most coveted part being the cruise business. Zhang Yanran nodded, understanding the situation. If Miss Zhang is willing to bid, why not collaborate with our Moon Hua Shipping? How about that? Mr. Hua, why do you think I would team up with Moon Hua Shipping? With the scale of Asia Airlines, you surely know that operating 2 ships wouldn't be a problem. Hua Yunfeng explained the potential collaboration with Moon Hua Shipping that could benefit Asia Airlines. Zhang Yanran listened and couldn't help but chuckle. If she didn't plan to bid, why waste time attending this meeting just to spectate? If Miss Zhang considers, I could also share a secret about the auction. What secret? The highest bid for the first ship, Platinum Princess, is 5 billion. Hua Yunfeng proudly shared this information. How do you know that? Zhang Yanran furrowed her brows. Some secrets are meant to be kept, Hua Yunfeng hushed, hinting at exclusive insider information provided by Zishinhao. This auction adopted the traditional dark bidding method where participants write their bids on a piece of paper or nowadays, input prices on a tablet. During the auction, other than the bidder and the organizer, no one knows the bid amounts. This method has its pros and cons. Bidding too high could lead to losses, whereas bidding too low might result in missing out on a valuable deal. Playing with the psychological aspects, bidders aim to win the highest bid with minimal costs in these auctions. 500 million. Zhang Yanran was half doubtful. In this kind of secret auction, every participant would tightly guard their price, not letting others know. How could Huan Feng know what the highest price for Platinum Princess was? Aside from having a spy in the Kind group, Huan Feng also secretly informed a few companies in Fujian, Shanghai, and other places with intentions, giving them a favor. Apart from the other companies, the most competitive one left was Yahan. As for Zheng Qian's Kind group, he didn't even care. This 500 million price was offered by the Kind group. As long as Huan Feng bid more than 500 million, even if it's just 1 yuan more, he could easily win the first cruise ship, Diamond Princess. What do you think, Miss Zhang? I've already told you this explosive news. Should you consider partnering with our Moonflower Shipping for this project? Zhang Yanran quickly calculated in her mind. If the cruise business had to be launched by the shipping company, a lot of money would need to be invested upfront, and it might not break even for 2 or 3 years. Working together would mean sharing even less. Huan Feng offered her a 55% cut. If they collaborated on this project, Yahan not only had to invest money, but also leverage their connections and networks, putting in money and effort, only to receive a meager share of the profit in the end. Why bother? Huan Feng found her because he wanted to use Yahan's strength. When the time came, he would deal with her in one fell swoop, leaving her in a difficult situation. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua, I can't accept your terms, Zhang Yanran said coldly. But you don't need to worry about me stealing this secret. I swear by the honor of the entire Zhang family that at the secret auction 2 days later, my bid will not exceed 500 million. One appetizer, to fill its steaks, to scallops, and bring a bottle of Roman Emperor. After Jun Chen sat down, he ordered the most expensive dishes on the menu. When he saw that the restaurant had Roman Emperor wine, Jun Qian's eyes lit up. 200,000. After the system cashback, that's 2 million. I'm sorry, sir. Our Roman Emperor is only available to VIP customers. Is this your first time dining with us? After the waiter carefully noted down the menu, he kindly reminded Zheng Qian, only for VIP customers? So, you mean I have the money but can't spend it, right? How can I become your VIP customer? Zheng Qian's disdainful expression carried a hint of contempt. At least you'll need to prepay 10,000. This restaurant was highly renowned in Jiangnan and rumored to be a branch opened by Gordon Ramsay in China. People have spent up to 460,000 at the restaurant, so prepaying 10,000 was not a big deal. Ordering a few dishes would cover it. However, Jun Chen was irritated that he couldn't order, as told by the waiter. Does that mean, without becoming your VIP customer, I can't order this bottle of wine? That's correct. The male waiter felt that Jun Chen, despite being in designer clothes, lacked the aura of top-tier tycoons. The beautiful lady sitting across from him was surely brought by him. His clothes might be fake or rented. Coming to dine here was completely extravagant, only pretending to be wealthy. All right, Yaxian, bring that suitcase over. Since it seems heavy for you, let's just spend it all here. Song Yaxian, what's going on? Song Yaxian handed over Jun Qian's suitcase in confusion. Snap. Jun Qian opened the black suitcase. Inside were neatly stacked 100 yuan bills. Whoosh! Jun Qian nonchalantly spilled the money at his feet. These bills formed a small mountain at the waiter's feet. Is this enough? The waiter, initially arrogant and looking down on Jun Qian, was now dumbfounded. This suitcase alone held at least 3 million. Sir, that's enough. If 3 million wasn't enough to become a VIP, then no customer in the world could meet their VIP conditions. Jun Qian's actions attracted the attention of many customers around, eliciting sounds of surprise and astonishment. In this digital age, who carries so much cash outside? Even Song Yaxian sitting opposite was stunned. She thought the suitcase contained some valuable items, not all money. No wonder it was heavy when she carried it downstairs. Wasn't it just a meal? Did he really spend 3 million in cash just for a waiter? Song Yaxian couldn't accumulate 3 million even if she didn't eat or drink for 20 years. Jun Qian spent it in one meal. You must be kidding. That's enough. Go ahead and take it. Put it all on my card. Got it? Jun Qian raised his eyebrows, not used to being looked down upon, remembering a previous incident at Zhou City when a cosmetic saleswoman disrespected him. With his current account holding nearly $1 billion, not just a millionaire, even those worth hundreds of millions would greet him as Mr. Jun or Brother Qian. What are you acting arrogant for? Jun Qian was now at the 4th level of needs according to a philosopher named Maslow. Presently, Jun Qian was at the stage of the 4th level of needs. Seeing the situation a bit out of control, the restaurant manager hurried over. Sorry, sir. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. To compensate our VIP, the restaurant is willing to prepare an exclusive VIP room for you. Would you like to move to the 2nd floor? A mild-mannered manager in tuxedo walked over, bowing 90 degrees to Jun Qian, expressing sincere apologies. Jun Qian felt relieved. Having money feels good after all. As for an ordinary customer, the manager might have kicked him and Song Yaxian out to maintain the restaurant's dignity. But seeing the 3 million cash mountain on the floor, the manager hesitated. The waiter, realizing he had exaggerated the issue, didn't know how to handle the situation in the restaurant. I'm too lazy to move. Let's stay here. Can I order that bottle of Roman Emperor now? Jun Qian's attitude was extremely arrogant. He almost put his feet up on the table. Yes. Yes, you're our VIP. We'll offer it to you as a gift. Please don't be angry. The manager fiercely knocked the waiter's forehead. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve our VIP. This manager has been working in high-end restaurants since he was 25 years old. He is now 40 years old and has been in this line of work for 15 years. During these 15 years, he has encountered countless upper-class individuals. Once, because the restaurant did not serve a certain big shot well, that big shot complained within their circle, resulting in no customers visiting for a whole month. The restaurant's reputation declined rapidly, leading to bankruptcy and closure. Jun Qian casually threw out 3 million in cash, stacking it into a small mountain at the person's feet. This kind of generosity surpassed everyone Jun had ever encountered, and his handling of the situation was unheard of. If he could be described in one word, it would be domineering. He did not want a newly hired service staff member to tarnish his professional career. Bro, let me collect the money for you. He's new here. Please don't bother with him. I'll upgrade you to VIP for free. From now on, whenever you visit the restaurant, I will personally serve you. The manager lowered his posture to the minimum level. In front of someone like Jun Chen, he had no leverage at all. The service staff member couldn't have imagined that the nonchalant young customer he was entertaining was actually a wealthy young master, and a hot-tempered one at that. This situation was a disaster for him. Throughout, Song Yaxian did not say a word. She understood men too well. Upon hearing that she couldn't be won over by conventional means, Jun Chen changed his approach, displaying his strong masculine side in front of her. For an ordinary woman, Jun Qian's actions might have earned him some points, but Song Yaxian was different. Jun Qian's arrogant attitude, similar to the nonchalant rich second generation in movies and TV shows, failed to capture her attention as planned, resulting in a decrease in her favorability by 5 points. It was now -5 points. On the other side of the restaurant, a man and a woman witnessed the entire process of Jun Chen and the service staff member. Heh. These days, all kinds of people exist. They readily throw money at others. How vulgar. Jun Chen said leisurely as he sliced into the Wellington beefsteak on his plate and elegantly placed it into his mouth. Shanin, don't stare at them, eat quickly. Lu Shanin kept her eyes fixed on the amusing scene happening on the other side of the restaurant. She wasn't particularly interested, but she felt that the man looked familiar, like an acquaintance. However, the distance was too great for Lu Shanin to be certain. At that moment, she realized that the man was also looking at her. Jun Chen. He seemed to have spotted her. What should she do now? Would Jun Chen misunderstand her intention? Lu Shanin was at a loss, feeling flustered. How coincidental to run into Jun Chen here. Why wasn't he in Yecheng? Why travel to Jiangnan? Lu Shanin had to explain her relationship with Jun Chen. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings. Lu Xingge was Lu Shanin's father, but she hadn't played a prominent role in the distillery matter, merely helping out a little. After an agreement was reached between the two parties, Jun Chen stepped back and didn't pursue her mother Zhao Ying's matter further, leaving the financing with the fashion company. However, Zhao Ying was not satisfied and planned to seek other opportunities. This led her to bring Lu Shanin to Jiangnan and arrange a meeting with Jun Chen. Jun Chen's father and Zhao Ying were college classmates, both from prominent business families. Zhao Ying intended for Lu Shanin and Jun Chen to interact, aiming to seize control back from Jun Chen through this investment plan. Lu Shanin understood her mother's intentions. In prior encounters, arranged by her mother, she had always rejected Jun Chen's advances. She hadn't planned to come to Jiangnan this time, but due to her mother's insistence, Lu Shanin found herself seated at the same table as Jun Chen for dinner. Lu Shanin knew Jun Chen's intentions. He merely wanted to sleep with her. If not for her mother's persistence, she wouldn't have sat at the table with Jun Chen. She just wanted the dinner to end as soon as possible. To her surprise, right at the beginning of the meal, she encountered Jun Chen, who was throwing money at the service staff. This was his spending style, for sure. Lu Shanin felt she had to go over and explain. Otherwise, it would be hard to clarify later. Shanin, where are you going? Jun Chen, seeing Lu Shanin getting up to leave, couldn't help but ask. I ran into an acquaintance. I'll be right back. Lu Shanin picked up her bag and headed towards Jun Qian's table. Jun Chen was forced to leave behind his knife and fork, following along. Jun Chen? What a coincidence to meet you here. Jun Chen was slightly taken aback. Lu Shanin? What was she doing here? When Jun Chen turned around earlier, he wasn't looking at Lu Shanin. He was waiting for the manager to serve him the wine. Beside him, Song Yaxian couldn't help but snore coldly. Jun Qian's behavior was just as she had imagined. He always attracted women wherever he went, and such a beautiful woman at that. Despite his young age, he was indeed charming, flirting everywhere. Lu Shanin glanced at the woman sitting across from Jun Chen. She was tall and slender, with a graceful figure and quite beautiful. Lu Shanin couldn't help feeling a trace of jealousy. What a coincidence. I'm here on a business trip. Why are you here? Jun Chen asked. At this moment, Jun Chen walked over, swaying the champagne glass in his hand. Allow me to introduce Kangming Shipping's chairman, Sun. Jun Chen, currently serving as Kangming Shipping's general manager. Jun Chen intentionally elongated the word Sun to emphasize his own status. Jun Chen started to understand. Kangming Shipping? That's right. Jun Chen nodded silently, a touch of disdain on his face. Is the chairman named John Lakon? Indeed, that's his name. I've heard of your father's reputation. Please send my regards to him. Huh, good that you know my father's name, Jun Chen thought. Judging by the woman sitting across from Jun Chen, there seems to be something about her. How could an ordinary nobody be dining with such a beauty? The more Jun Chen looked, the more captivated he was by Song Yaxian's beauty. even surpassing Lu Shanshan. However, Zhang Jian didn't hold Zhang Qian in high regard. Naturally, Zhang Qian knew about Kangming Shipping's reputation. The Chejini alliance was led by Yuhua Shipping, followed by Zhang Lekong's Kangming Shipping, and Fen Mingsu's Changsan Shipping. These three companies once tried to oppress him, an episode Zhang Qian would never forget. Miss Lue and I are having a meal together. Shanshan, if you have nothing else to say, shall we go back? Zhang Jian made his position clear, not wanting to share a table with Zhang Qian. It's all right. We are not on a date, we are discussing work matters. Song Yaxian spoke up to clarify. She had no relation to Zhang Qian. Indeed, we are not on a date. If you don't mind, then let's combine tables. Lu Shanshan appeared very excited, almost overly so, and promptly took a seat next to Song Yaxian. Zhang Jian was at a loss. What the heck was happening? Manager, have the dishes from that table over there remade, and bring them here. Put it on my tab. Zhang Qian extended his arm and snapped his fingers above his head. All right. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately dispatched the kitchen staff to prepare the dishes again. Zhang Jian. What the hell? Are you trying to impress him on purpose? Putting on a show here, huh? Zhang Jian glanced at Lu Shanshan and noticed her expression at that moment was very strange, full of admiration when looking at Zhang Qian, even with starry eyes. The dishes ordered were not cheap. Just two Wellington beefsteaks cost over 50,000, equivalent to a new iPhone for each bite. And yet, Lu Shanshan didn't even blink an eye. Zhang Qian had the restaurant serve another portion. Does she really admire him that much? Putting on a show here? Despicable. Making Zhang Qian show off like this. Zhang Jian couldn't stand it. After sitting down, he also snapped his fingers. The manager hurried over. I noticed on your menu there's a bottle of Romane Conti. Bring me one. And also separate the bill for the remade dishes and the bottle of wine from this person. I want to present this bottle of Romane Conti to the charming Ms. Lu, Zhang Jian said, with a proud look on his face. What are a few dishes compared to this? A bottle of wine he ordered cost 200,000. He was going all out tonight, to save Zhang Qian's face, showing off a bit in front of Lu Shanshan by ordering such an expensive bottle of wine. Zhang Jian even added that he didn't need to be on the same bill as Zhang Qian. The manager looked at Zhang Qian, his expression unchanged. He thought Zhang Qian had called him, not Zhang Jian. What are you showing off for? Learning to snap your fingers. I'm sorry, sir, if you want separate bills from this gentleman, we cannot provide you with the Romane Conti. Hod. My, Zhang Jian was a bit dumbfounded. He only saw Zhang Qian scolding the waitress just now, but didn't know what it was about. It was because of this bottle of Romane Conti. Because Romane Conti is extremely rare, the goods in our shop are limited, only provided to our VIP customers. But since you're a friend of this gentleman, we can consider providing you with a bottle. No, don't get me wrong, we are not friends, we're just sharing a table. But let's have separate bills. Zhang Qian didn't want to be associated with such a person. Then there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, sir. The manager sighed and shook his head silently. Zhang Jian couldn't believe it. He ordered Romane Conti and still had to rely on Zhang Qian's face for a favor. Damn it. Where's the justice in this? How can I become your VIP then? At least spend 100,000. 100,000. Why don't you just rob a bank? Zhang Jian knew this was Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, but his monthly salary plus pocket money was only 500,000. Compared to other rich second generations, it was pitifully low, not enough to be lavished like this. Well, I guess I won't take it. It's uncomfortable not being able to spend money even if you have it. Zhang Jian shrugged helplessly. Shortly after, the manager came over again holding a bottle of Romane Conti. Sir, the wine has been prepared for you. Hey, you're asking for it. Didn't I say I didn't want it? Why did you bring it over again? Forget it. Just leave it here. The manager didn't know what to say. He felt embarrassed for Zhang Jian, a situation where even a 3-room apartment could be dug with a toe. I'm sorry. This bottle of wine was ordered by this gentleman, not for you. Not only Zhang Jian, but even Lu Shanshan's face turned red. She felt embarrassed for Zhang Jian. Was it necessary to show off in front of others? This was Zhang Qian, the chairman of Kiant Group, worth billions. Although Zhang Jian was the general manager of Kangming Shipping, it was just a title. He had no real power, which was in the hands of his father Zhang Lekong. It was said that he got his position as general manager by begging Zhang Lekong. His mother arranged for her to meet Zhang Jian just to please him and try to get him to say a few good words in front of Zhang Lekong. It was impossible for Zhang Lekong to invest 20 million just with their former classmates' relationship. They hadn't seen each other in 10 years, and now she was asking for 200 million upfront. How was that possible? It was all about their relationship with Zhang Jian. But Lu Shanshan didn't see it that way. She thought that if Zhang Jian didn't withdraw his investment, she could make use of the funds. With his money, she could save the urgent situation and then negotiate with Kangming Shipping, regain control and shares, which would be a bit ungrateful to cut ties after using Zhang Qian's money. But Zhao Ying told her, in business, it's either you die or I survive. There's no room for sentiment. That's why she pushed her to interact with Zhang Jian, to develop the two families' relationship. If they became in-laws, even 200 million would be invested by Zhang Lekong. But Zhang Jian looked like a monkey, and she wasn't interested at all. Compared to Tan Xingyu, Zhang Jian fell far behind, not to mention Zhang Qian. Just sitting down, he was already comparing himself to others, embarrassing himself and losing face. 200 million isn't wanted anymore, right? It was clear that Lu Shanshan's mind wasn't on him, so Zhang Jian gave up the idea of marrying her. He changed his mind. If they weren't going to get married, then so be it. As long as he could take Lu Shanshan back to the hotel and teach her a lesson, even if it cost 20 million, it would be worth it. All right, I was just afraid you would misunderstand, Lu Shanshan said, considering her own thoughts. She wasn't afraid of how others might judge her. From her previous donations to the later financings, Lu Shanshan believed that Zhang Qian still had some affection for her. If she made Zhang Qian unhappy, he would surely withdraw his investment. Then her mother would definitely push her to develop a relationship with Zhang Jian, which she didn't want to see happen. She saw what Zhang Jian was like, and he made her sick to her stomach. Everyone, let's finish up our meal and call it a night. This meal cost Zhang Qian a total of 276,000 yuan. Mainly because of that expensive bottle of Romane Conti. Sir, these are for concert tickets gifted to you by the restaurant, the manager said, as he observed Zhang Qian's table nearing the end of their meal. Zhang Qian was taken aback by this gesture, as he had never heard of a high-end restaurant giving out concert tickets before. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, was getting increasingly frustrated. Seeing the manager fawning over Zhang Qian and giving him the tickets, Zhang Jian felt extremely annoyed. What is the meaning of giving 3 tickets? One for Zhang Qian, one for Song Yaxian, and one for Lu Shanshan, excluding me. The other 2 girls were also puzzled. Zhang Ziyu's concert? Song Yaxian's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Ziyu's photo of a ticket. Zhang Ziyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong, was a figure who excelled in both singing and acting. She was a loyal fan of Zhang Ziyuang, had heard about his upcoming concert in Jiangnan. Since she had no time to attend and tickets were hard to come by, she hoped that Zhang Qian would accept the tickets. Upon Zhang Qian's refusal, Song Yaxian struggled internally, but ultimately gave in to the offer. The manager, a loyal fan of Zhang Ziyu himself, presented Zhang Qian with the concert tickets to avoid any potential repercussions. After some negotiation, Zhang Qian agreed to take 2 tickets, with the manager happily profiting from the deal. As Song Yaxian was excited about the concert, Lu Shanshan couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed as she was also a fan of Zhang Ziyu. Feeling excluded, she realized that Zhang Qian had no intention of including her. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, observed the situation quietly, forming his own conclusions. He offered to get Lu Shanshan tickets, but she unexpectedly declined. This only added to Zhang Jian's growing resentment towards Zhang Qian. Shanshan, it's getting late, let's go. Zhang Jian didn't want to stay a second longer. Indeed it's getting late. Lu Shanshan glanced at the rose gold watch on her wrist. Zi Qian, can you take me back? Lu Shanshan's words stunned the 3 of them, especially Zhang Jian. His face turned pale, looking extremely unpleasant. He meant to take Lu Shanshan with him when he said, it's getting late. Lu Shanshan turned and asked to be taken back by Zhang Qian. This completely disregarded Zhang Jian. Zhang Qian was confused, setting aside whether there was anything between him and Song Yaxian. Even if there wasn't, allowing Zhang Qian to take her back in front of Zhang Jian seemed inappropriate. Zhang Qian refused, shaking his head. I had some drinks, and I didn't drive here in Jiangnan this time. We took a taxi. Isn't Zhang Xiao here? Let him take you. Lu Shanshan felt a bit down upon hearing Zhang Qian's response. Not only did Zhang Qian refuse to bring her to see Zhang Ziu's concert, now he even refused to take her back. She had already rejected Zhang Jian, and now with Zhang Qian also refusing, the situation became awkward for everyone. Zhang Qian couldn't care less. He wasn't trying to establish any relationship with Lu Shanshan. She had been clinging to him ever since they were seated at the same table. Zhang Jian felt extremely embarrassed at this point. Being with Zhang Qian was torture. He wanted to take Lu Shanshan, she didn't want him to, and instead asked Zhang Qian, who refused, ultimately sending Lu Shanshan back to him. Was Lu Shanshan someone he looked down on to be pushed onto him like this? This was going too far. Zhang Jian made a phone call. He wasn't particularly skilled in anything else, but he had plenty of connections in the circle he mingled in. Jiangnan wasn't his territory, otherwise, how could he tolerate Zhang Qian's insult? During the card game, he dared to confront Zhang Qian. Zhang Jian made a call to a local influential figure, gave a location, and instructed him to send some men over. Zhang Qian, I'll give you a chance, don't accuse me of bullying you. After threatening, Zhang Jian assured Lu Shanshan, Shanshan, don't be angry. I'll make sure to handle this and teach this disrespectful kid a lesson. After reading this, Zhang Qian was dumbfounded. Zhang Jian was truly a top-tier bootlicker among bootlickers. Before this, Zhang Qian never saw him act this way. If there was any humiliation, it was Lu Shanshan who should feel it. He hadn't done anything wrong. If Lu Shanshan suggested he take her back, accepting it would be an actual insult to Zhang Jian. Song Yaxian watched the scene play out with interest. She wanted to see how Zhang Qian would handle it. From early on, Song Yaxian noticed the disdain and hatred in Zhang Jian's eyes towards Zhang Qian. When Lu Shanshan asked Zhang Qian to take her back, she practically ignited Zhang Jian's anger. However, Lu Shanshan didn't seem to regard Song Yaxian highly either. Even if she and Zhang Qian had no relationship, letting Zhang Qian take her back in front of her, Song Yaxian had some dignity. She felt that if it were someone like Zhang Xiaoyao or Qin Zuli, they would probably take it as a challenge and start a fight. Right then and there. What do you mean? Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, showing remarkable composure. Can't you understand? I'm asking for an apology. Zhang Jian violently slammed his utensils on the table, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Zhang Jian, please stop. Lu Shanshan furrowed her eyebrows, feeling the situation turning grim. She tried to intervene, but Zhang Jian cut her off. Shanshan, don't worry, I'll handle this guy today. Zhang Jian soon received a call. Bro Jian, we're all here, should we come in? A rough voice came from the other end of the line. No need, wait outside for me. Zhang Jian hung up. Do you see that? My people are all waiting outside. Zhang Jian pointed to the window, where a group of thugs armed with steel pipes had gathered. They all wore black vests with various tattoos, exuding a fierce and intimidating presence, gazing through the tinted glass at Zhang Qian and the others. I'll ask you one last time, apologize or not. Zhang Jian spoke confidently, bolstered by his group of friends outside. Meanwhile, he cast a sidelong glance at Song Yaxian, who was as attractive as Lu Shanshan. If he could get something going with her, it would be perfect. He didn't let his men in because of Song Yaxian's presence. His expectation was that Zhang Qian would kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps even surreptitiously provide Song Yaxian's contact information, try to get her into his bed to seek forgiveness. However, observing Zhang Qian's expression, instead of fear, he was relaxed, smiling gently and leaning back slightly. I can apologize if you want, but you have to give me a reason, right? Why should I apologize? Zhang Qian chuckled. Zhang Jian was at a loss on how to respond to this. Zhang Qian did have a point. Lu Shanshan had suggested the card game. The purchase of alcohol was due to Zhang Qian being a VIP, while he wasn't. And now having him take Lu Shanshan back. In a fight, there should be a reason. Fuming with anger, Zhang Jian couldn't come up with a proper response. It was all Lu Shanshan's wishful thinking. He had no real connection to Zhang Qian. Deliberately bullying someone, no matter where you go, wasn't acceptable and put him in a weak position. Why all the talk? Just apologize when asked. Zhang Jian glared ruthlessly at Zhang Qian, his tone weaker than before. Zhang Qian remained unfazed. Others were scared, like the waitress and the restaurant manager, who witnessed the scene. They didn't dare to intervene. Just as the two sides stood facing off, Zhang Yanren and Hui Yunfeng happened to walk down from the upstairs private room. They hadn't concluded their business and were leaving on bad terms. Jun Chen? Zhang Yanran squinted her eyes, noticing a familiar face and confirmed it was Jun Chen. How did he end up here? She sought out the manager to inquire about the situation. After understanding what happened, she walked over with a cold, emotionless expression. Her face was icy, devoid of any emotion. Zhang Jian. What are you doing? Zhang. President Zhang. Zhang Jian turned his head and was surprised to see Zhang Yanran. Behind her stood a middle-aged man, who turned out to be Huan Feng. Oh my! How did I run into these two old bosses here? Zhang Yanran glanced at Zhang Chen. Zhang Jian had already asked someone to block him, but it seemed like he didn't care at all. She knew Zhang Chen was wealthy and powerful, but this wasn't He Zhou. It was Jianan. Didn't he know the principle that a hero doesn't suffer the immediate loss? Zhang Chen was now the chairman of Kind Group, no longer the vice president of Jiangxin Shipyard. In terms of size, Kind Group scale was even larger than Asia Airlines. Zhang Chen showing up here was probably for the secret bidding auction the day after tomorrow. If they didn't encounter each other today, it would be fine. But if they did, she couldn't just stand by. This was Jianan, kind of her territory. And besides, she intended to discuss cooperation with Zhang Chen. This favor that had come to her, she should take it, right? Zhang Yanran was actually impressed by Zhang Qian's growth rate. In such a short time, he had gone from being a vice president of a small factory to being the chairman of a group company worth tens of billions. It was said that he even acquired Yami Group, merged it with Jiangxin Shipyard, and owned a whole 95% of Yami Group's shares. Not long ago, Zhang Qian was just a small role who had to deliver packages to him late at night with just a phone call. Unconsciously, Zhang Qian had already reached a level where he needed to owe her favors in order to have the opportunity to sit down and discuss cooperation with her. Huan Feng also walked over with Zhang Yanran. Wait, isn't that Zhang Qian, chairman of Kind Group? They were arch rivals in the Kaijingyit Alliance. Since the last bidding event, Huan Feng believed he had already suppressed Kind Group in all aspects. He never expected to run into Zhang Qian here. Was he also here for those cruise ships? Unlikely. He had already checked with the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and there wasn't much money in Kind Group's account. Zhang Qian, a small figure like this, was no longer on Huan Feng's mind. He felt he could grit Zhang Qian completely. Zhang Yanran, usually proud and arrogant, surprisingly came over, as if she wanted to help Zhang Qian out of the situation. This move, truth be told, Huan Feng didn't understand it at all. President Zhang, it's just a small matter. Just a small matter. You can be busy with your own matters. Zhang Jian quickly stood up, smiling as he approached. Uncle Hua, you're here too. Well, nephew, what's going on here? Huan Feng asked. After hearing the manager's explanation just now, he already had a rough idea. By saying this, he was indicating that he could support Zhang Jian. After all, he had a good relationship with Zhang Jian's father, Zhang Likong. Uncle Hua, it's nothing much, just a small matter. I can handle it myself. Ha ha ha. No need to trouble yourself. Zhang Jian laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. He now had his brothers outside, and with Huan Feng present in the restaurant, he had support. If Zhang Qian wasn't defeated here today, my name is not Zhang. A small matter. What small matter? Why don't you explain? Zhang Yanran coldly stared at Zhang Jian. This look made Zhang Jian shudder. Zhang, sister. Don't call me sister. I already know what happened. Now withdraw your people and apologize to him. If something happens to him in Jianan these days, I'll hold you accountable. Zhang Yanran couldn't be bothered to listen to Zhang Jian's explanations. She knew this second-generation playboy Zhang Jian, always up to no good. Number one in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Today's incident was also caused by Zhang Jian for no reason, with no relation to Zhang Qian. Zhang Jian dared to do this in Jianan. If it were on Zhang family's land in Dongyi, wouldn't someone have already used a knife? Even Huan Feng was somewhat dumbfounded after listening. Zhang Yanran really stood up for Zhang Qian. As soon as he heard Zhang Yanran reprimand Zhang Jian, his face slightly changed. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. Now, Huan Feng's face was full of incredulity. He really didn't understand. He truly didn't understand. Zhang Jian stood dumbfounded in place, those two sentences from Zhang Yanran completely freezing him, his heart beating quickly, then slowly, emotions chaotic and lost. How could Zhang Jian offend Zhang Yanren? His father Zhang Leikong was part of the Kaijingyat alliance. If Zhang Yanren spoke, even Kaijingyat alliance's leader Huan Feng retreated without a word. The size of Kangming shipping was not enough to compete with Asia Airlines. Zhang Jian didn't dare to offend Zhang Yanren over Jun Chen, thus making such a formidable enemy for his family. If his father found out, he would surely break his legs. Zhang Jian's face was extremely unsightly at this moment. After Zhang Yanren said those two sentences, he felt a chill run down his spine, shivering. Zhang, sister? Song Yaxian frowned slightly. Could it be that the woman in front of her was Jiannan's top shipping company, the leader of the 5 Airlines Alliance, and the helm of Asia Airlines, Zhang Yanren? Suddenly, Song Yaxian remembered. No wonder Zhang Yanren looked so familiar. She had seen Zhang Yanren once at a previous event. Even a woman like her, confident and talented, felt inferior and admired Zhang Yanren's achievements. What shocked Song Yaxian was that not only did Zhang Chen know Zhang Yanren, she even took the initiative to step forward and assist him. The prestige boost was enormous. Women like Zhang Yanren usually held themselves in high regard. Could a mere Zhang Chen attract her attention yet? She couldn't quite understand the current situation and observed quietly on the side. As for Lu Shanshan, she didn't know Huan Feng, let alone Zhang Yanren. Judging from Zhang Jian's expression and gaze, the status of the middle-aged man should be quite high. This woman's status should be even higher. It even frightened the middle-aged man, who took 2 steps back and no longer interfered. The identities of the two were not simple. Zhang Jian was just a junior in front of these two, with Zhang Qian's status higher than both the man and the woman. Otherwise, how could he have their support in dealing with Zhang Jian? After much thought and struggle, Zhang Jian finally chose to bow his head. He sent a message to his brothers outside to withdraw. Zhang Jian couldn't understand why Zhang Qian was worthy of Zhang Yanren coming to his aid. Apologize to him now and you can leave. Zhang Yanren looked disdainfully at Zhang Jian and coldly said. In her eyes, Zhang Jian was a small fry, with no negotiating power. He had to do as she said. I'm sorry. Sorry to whom? Zhang Qian, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Zhang Jian verbally apologized to Zhang Qian, but internally, he was full of anger. His hatred for Zhang Qian multiplied several times. Get lost. Zhang Qian lightly uttered 2 words. Zhang Jian angrily left the scene. When passing by the front desk, Zhang Jian caught sight of a waiter munching on melon seeds and laughing while watching the drama unfold. It was the same waiter who had troubled Zhang Qian earlier. Zhang Jian was furious. Why the hell are you laughing? Come out here. He grabbed the waiter by the collar and dragged him out. Slap. Slap. He viciously slapped him twice. Despite this, Zhang Jian's deep-seated resentment could not be resolved. Whether in a high-end or low-grade restaurant, waiters were at the bottom of the hierarchy in situations like this. Zhang Jian, still fuming, found it ridiculous that the waiter was caught red-handed and slapped twice. The waiter could only cover his face in pain and dare not even breathe. Zhang Jian stormed out in a huff. Huan Feng quietly followed. Hey, nephew, don't go yet. Come over. Let's chat. Huan Feng called out to Zhang Jian. Uncle Hu8. Zhang Jian's expression was indescribable. A mix of hate, anger, and grievance. Who does this brat think he is? Why does Zhang Yanren have to step in for him? Zhang Jian was extremely unwilling. If it weren't for Zhang Yanren's intervention, he would have made Zhang Qian stay there and take a beating. Regardless of Zhang Qian's background, Zhang Jian was determined to pummel him first. This was Jiannan, not Dongyi. If it were on Zhang's turf, Zhang Qian wouldn't stand a chance. Huan Feng glanced around and waved for Zhang Jian to come closer. He whispered a few words into Zhang Jian's ear. After hearing it, Zhang Jian's face turned from red to purple, and finally to a ghastly white. Kind group. And he's the chairman. Zhang Jian had assumed Zhang Qian, like him, was just a second-generation heir. But to discover he was the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar company was shocking. No wonder Zhang Yanren had stepped in to help him. No wonder Lu Shanshan treated Zhang Qian with such indifference, and he seemed unfazed. Zhang Qian had this identity all along, but on second thought, with Zhang Yanren's personality and way of handling things, would she go so far to help him? Zhang Yanren could have simply ignored the situation and walked away as if nothing happened. Zhang Jian felt humiliated in front of Lu Shanshan because of Zhang Yanren and Zhang Qian. He felt uneasy about the situation, unable to sleep for days. I don't quite understand this. Qian Feng scratched his head. He could only vent his frustration on the waiter now. Jun Chen, don't dwell on this small matter. Zhang Yanren snapped her fingers and called the manager over. How much is his meal? I'll pay for it. Miss Zhang. Mr. Zhang has already settled the bill and left us a generous tip, the manager explained. Shall I arrange transportation for you? Jun Chen shook his head. All right, I have some matters to attend to. I'll leave now, Zhang Yanren said, then left the restaurant with her secretary. The manager was sweating profusely. None of them could afford to offend anyone here. Jun Chen chuckled inwardly. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Yanren had only said two things to him. The first, not to worry about it. The second, asking if he needed a car. Zhang Yanren, was this your change of heart? Was it not you who called me in the middle of the night to deliver your package? Quite the difference in attitude. Jun Chen had been a mere vice president at Jengson Shipyard before. Zhang Yanren treated him like a lackey. Now that he was the chairman of Client Group, her attitude changed drastically and swiftly. Despite only two short sentences, Jun Chen felt his status in Zhang Yanren's eyes had improved significantly. Her previous 40 points of favorability towards him had surged. Jun Chen remained calm, with no significant internal reaction. He had to focus on building his career with determination. Having strength would earn respect from others. After leaving the restaurant, Jun Chen hailed a cab for Lu Shanshan, ensuring she got back. In the taxi, Jun Chen contemplated Lu Shanshan's behavior earlier and what it meant. Was she trying to indicate their relationship or her connection with Zhang Jian? It didn't make sense. He had no other intentions towards Lu Shanshan. Nothing to explain. The explanatory tone, the sharing of a table, and the offer to escort her. Was she hinting at something more? Jun Chen analyzed several possibilities. My dear Jun, who is that girl from your past? Song Yaxian disrupted his thoughts. Speak properly. Didn't I already tell you? She's just a college classmate? College classmate? I don't believe you. You two must have a story. Otherwise, why would she give up her date and choose to share a table with you and ask for a ride? Look at you. Not cherishing elegance and grace. If I were you, I would have insisted on taking her back to the hotel, maybe to continue the story. Jun Chen could tell Song Yaxian was mocking him. Go away, am I that kind of person? You make me sound too fickle, don't you think? How so? You're exactly that kind of person, aren't you? You see? Tonight, you've had two women throwing olive branches at you. Song Yaxian, perhaps due to alcohol, kept talking without a pause. You mean Zhang Yanren? I have nothing more with her. We've only met a few times, and our relationship is not good. Jun Chen replied truthfully. There. You're lying again. How can I trust you? Where did I lie? Jun Chen rolled his eyes. If you have a bad relationship, why would she step in to help you? In Song Yaxian's eyes, although Jun Chen was the chairman of Client Group, he wouldn't have had the Jian and Zhang family's young miss willingly stepping in to assist him. To her, Yezhou was an obscure place, miles behind Jian and Nin status. Jun Chen himself didn't quite understand why Zhang Yanren had lent a hand. Was she trying to ease tensions between them? He hadn't brought his bodyguard team led by Dun Qiren to Jianan, but honestly, he didn't need Zhang Yanren's help. Just revealing his identity as the chairman of Client Group would have been enough for Zhang Jian to back off. Hilton Hotel. Lu Shanshan had a few drinks but was still sober. Good girl, why are you back? Lu Shanshan? Her face was full of questions. What do you mean? How did she come back? Shouldn't she come back? It's so late. If she doesn't come back, where did she go? Should come back. I was just asking casually. Zhao Ying quickly changed the subject. In fact, Zhao Ying was prepared for Lu Shanshan not to return to the hotel at night. Her plan was that tonight her daughter would be taken away by the kid Zhang Jian directly, to accept the situation and move on. No one should deny it. But she never expected Lu Shanshan to come back. That means the two of them didn't get along very well in their conversation. Well, it's a bit difficult. During dinner, I ran into Zhang Chen, Lu Shanshan said, in a low voice. Zhang Chen. He's also in Jianan? Zhao Ying was extremely puzzled. How did that kid end up in Jianan too? Yes. It seems like he's here on a business trip, and I even sat at the same table with him. Zhao Ying felt that this was a bad situation. She had almost reached an agreement with Zhang Jian. Coming to Jianan with her daughter was to match her daughter with Zhang Jian. But now, in the middle of it all, comes Zhang Chen, and her daughter even sat at a table with him. Could it be? She's interested in Jun Chen. No way. Zhao Ying couldn't accept it. Good daughter, behave. Why did you even sit at a table with him? That kid is not a good person. He just brought a little money and wants to take control of our company. His schemes and desires are too strong. You can't have contact with such a person. Zhao Ying was angered whenever Jun Chen was brought up. That money was not borrowed from Jun Chen. It was financing, agreeing to give shares. Give 40%, but he wouldn't settle for less than 51%. Why did we come to Jiangnan? You mustn't forget that. Zhao Ying didn't want to waste this chance, like providing Jun Chen with the perfect opportunity. A few days ago, Jun Chen took away her control. Zhao Ying was furious, but had no other option. The company was in a dire situation. They had to focus on the present. Her plan was to let her daughter spend more time with Zhang Jian. Once they confirmed their relationship, she would have Conming Shipping as a support. Zhang Lekong was clear that once this was settled, he was willing to invest even millions or billions. Your mom went through a lot of trouble to set you two up. Don't disappoint her efforts. I'm doing this for our family's good. Be considerate towards your mom. Then, Zhao Ying showered Zhang Jian with praises. Lu Shanshan was annoyed listening to all of this. She had interacted with Zhang Jian and felt that his charm was not even 1/10 of Tang Xinyu's. Compared to Jun Chen, he was even worse. Take tonight's event for example. Even though Jun Chen did nothing, Zhang Jian asked people to block Jun Chen but couldn't. This whole thing started because of her, and Lu Shanshan didn't even get a chance to apologize to Jun Chen for it. Lu Shanshan couldn't tell her mother about the conflict that happened tonight, otherwise, she would have to defend Zhang Jian endlessly. Lu Ying had already made it clear about their purpose of coming to Jiangnan. Internally, Lu Shanshan resisted the idea of interacting with Zhang Jian, especially after what happened tonight. On the other hand, her positive feelings towards Jun Chen increased. He remained composed when faced with adversity. A true man should have such elegance. By using her as a bargaining chip to secure financing from Conming Shipping, her mother was essentially selling her to the Zhang family in East Wing. Lu Shanshan felt uncomfortable about this. However, she couldn't bring this up with her mother, so she kept evading and attempting to sabotage her date with Zhang Jian. If her mother found out she was doing this on purpose, it would lead to arguments and a cold war between them. Lu Shanshan knew her mother's tactics all too well. If she cried, threw tantrums, or threatened, not even her father, Lu Xingge, could do anything about it. Lu Shanshan thought to divert the topic altogether. She remembered the woman she met today. Mom, do you know a girl named John with a surname? She looks similar to me in age, and even Zhang Jian respects her by calling her sister John. Seems like she's a local in Jiangnan, Lu Shanshan said, curious about Zhang Yanren's identity. Around your age, Zhao Ying frowned and seemed to be in thought. In her 20s, a local in Jiangnan, and even Zhang Jian respectfully addresses her as Sister Zhang. Wait a minute, John as a surname. Only one person fits the description her daughter gave. The most powerful shipping company in Jiangnan, the leader of the Wuhan Alliance, and the head of Asia Shipping, Zhang Yanren. Sweetie, did you meet Zhang Yanren? Zhao Ying was excited. Zhang Yanren was a young legendary figure. In her prime 20s, took over Asia Shipping and became famous for her tough methods and excellent abilities. Unfortunately, Zhang Yanren was a woman. If she were a man, Zhao Ying would have willingly married her daughter to him. However, it was also rumored that she had countless suitors, but Zhang Yanren remained uninterested in elite men. Maybe she was a lesbian. Determined, Zhao Ying decided she needed to find out more. In fact, there was nothing wrong with being a lesbian. Most men these days are unreliable. It might be easier to find true love with someone of the same sex. She's amazing. Definitely, she's the only daughter of the Zhang family in Jiangnan. After taking over Asia Shipping, she was ruthless and unyielding, didn't care about anyone's face, and made the previously powerful departments compliant. Her abilities are surprisingly strong. Within a few years, she elevated Asia Shipping by 2 levels. As fellow entrepreneurs, Zhao Ying well understood the significance. At Asia Shipping's scale, even slight progress meant enormous success, and Zhang Yanren taking Asia Shipping to levels up meant she became the dominant figure in Jiangnan, North Zhejiang, and Upper Shanghai, the leader of the Wuhan Alliance. Lu Shanshan was immensely shocked. Such a woman could be considered a commercial legend, an influential figure whose later years would be studied by countless writers. By stepping in to defend Zhang Chen, it showed how much respect Zhang Chen commanded. Lu Shanshan had thought she had figured out Zhang Chen, the chairman of Client Group. But it wasn't until tonight that she realized she had only seen the tip of the iceberg of Jung Qian's true power. Lu Shanshan didn't know how much more he was hiding. "What's wrong, daughter? You seem a bit off. Did she ask for your contact information?" "Mom, are you hoping I get married soon? Why are you asking me about it?" "I can tell you. My sexual orientation is normal." Jiangnan, the third morning. "Good girl, get up and get ready quickly. I'm taking you to an auction today." Lu Shanshan's hotel room door was opened, and Zhao Ying entered and woke her up. "An auction?" Lu Shanshan was a bit puzzled. "What auction?" Zhao Ying explained in detail about this bankruptcy reorganization auction, and Lu Shanshan finally understood what kind of event it was. Well, the people attending this auction were either rich or noble. Thanks to Master John, he got us 2 invitations, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get in. Zhao Ying told Lu Shanshan that the net worth of people attending this auction is at least 5 billion. Zhao Ying also wanted to show her daughter the world and broaden her horizons. Lu Shanshan? She didn't believe a word her mother just said. How could it be as simple as broadening her horizons by taking her there just because of Zhang Jian? Lu Shanshan only understood at this moment that her mother had been absent all day yesterday, not responding to messages or calls because she was dealing with this matter. After the events of the night before with Zhang Jian, he hadn't messaged her the next day at all. Normally, Zhang Jian would send her dozens of messages, but yesterday, not a single message. It should have been a good thing, but it felt a bit unusual at this critical moment. She felt that Zhang Jian and her mother had collaborated in advance. "Mom, why do I have to attend this? I'm not interested in these things." After understanding, Lu Shanshan immediately showed resistance. "Oh, good girl. Trust me and go. You'll understand once you're there." Zhao Ying understood her daughter's current mood since she had heard about the incident from Zhang Jian. Taking her to the auction this time was to help Zhang Jian regain his status in front of her daughter. Zhao Ying didn't know the specific plan, but Zhang Jian was confident and assured her that as long as they brought Shanshan, he could save face. Zhang Jian is really like a rat, messing up wherever he goes. Zhao Ying had already made up her mind to resolve this matter during her stay in Jiangnan in the coming days and prevent things from getting out of hand. She already had a vague feeling in her heart that her daughter had been enchanted by that odious Bo Zheng Qian. If left unchecked, the final result would be the company being taken away and her daughter suffering losses. Zhao Ying would not allow such a thing to happen. Both the company and Lu Shanshan were her treasures. If they were all ruined by that despicable Zheng Qian, she would be outraged. Zheng Qian was feeling troubled. Yesterday, he had taken Sun Yaxian shopping all day, visiting various luxury stores and boutiques, but hadn't bought anything except for 2 drinks. This was driving Zheng Qian crazy. Was Song Yaxian really so picky? She didn't accept any gifts. Determined, Zheng Qian decided to use his killer move. After making preparations, he took Song Yaxian to the venue of the auction. The auction was held in the ballroom of a 6-star hotel in Jiangnan. Before entering the venue, Zheng Qian noticed the parking lot, where almost all the spaces were occupied by luxury cars like Land Rover, Rolls-Royce, and Toyota Alfa, with no supercars in sight. The people attending the auction today were all wealthy, with net worths of at least 5 billion. The venue was large, almost the size of a football field, with a huge and extremely clear 4K screen on the stage that could be seen clearly even from the last row. Inside the venue, there were burly men wearing black sunglasses and Bluetooth earpieces every 10 meters, doing a great job in security. Zheng Qian looked at his invitation and was about to find his seat when he ran into a group of people. "Oh, isn't this our famous Mr. Zheng?" The leader was Hui Yunfeng. The pride on his face was about to overflow, looking extremely smug and confident. "Mr. Hui, you were right. This is our Mr. Zheng." "Yes. Yes. You got it right. Hui General. This is Zheng General, the chairman of Kind Group." Zixinhao cooperated very well. Between him and Zheng Qian, there was a deep-seated hatred and irreconcilable enmity. Since Zheng Qian kicked him out of the company, Zixinhao had been holding a grudge. Unlike most people, whose hatred fades over time, Zixinhao's grew deeper and he wished Zheng Qian would meet a tragic end the next day. Zheng Qian shook his head quietly. He used to trust Zixinhao so much that he often turned a blind eye to things happening in the company and even considered giving him important responsibilities. But little did he know, Zixinhao would turn against him and not even greet him when they met, instead starting to mock and ridicule him. In Zheng Qian's eyes, Zi Xinghao was not just a manager, but clearly a lackey of Huan Peak. Jun Qian's bottom line was not to be betrayed by him. Even if Zi Xinghao exposed his secrets, he would never accept him again. As for Huan Peak, Jun Chen remembered all the wrongs he had done to him. When the time was right, all accounts would be settled. Jun Chen thought about these things and simply walked away without acknowledging Huan Peak and others. During that time, he bumped into Zhang Yanren, and Jun Chen only gave her a glance and said nothing before sitting down with Song Yaxian. Zhang Yanren was clearly surprised as Jun Chen didn't even greet her. She had helped him out just a couple of days ago, and this was how he treated her. Quite disrespectful. Who is that person next to him? Zhang Yanren turned her head and asked the secretary beside her coldly. Should be Zhang General's secretary. Secretary? Zhang Yanren furrowed her brow slightly. This guy was quite flirtatious. Every secretary he had was elegant and beautiful. They even had candlelight dinner together yesterday. Was it really just a professional relationship between bosses and secretaries? Oh, Zhang General? A fair-skinned girl walked towards him. Her outfit seemed familiar to Jun Chen, and her face was even more recognizable. Yao Qiuqi, the female captain he met at the Shanghai auction. She wore a white sailor suit with golden trim, capturing the attention of numerous men as she walked towards Jun Chen. What a coincidence! Jun Chen didn't expect Yao Qiuqi to be at this black market auction. It was truly unexpected. At the same time, Jun Chen discreetly glanced at Song Yaxian and noticed a strange gaze directed at him. Jun General, why are you also attending this auction? In Yao Qiuqi's impression, Jun Chen was just a deputy general of a shipyard company, with a market value not exceeding 1 billion. Today's auction would require a net worth of several billion to enter, right? Just taking a look. What about you? Jun Chen had a brief encounter with Yao Qiuqi last time. A captain like her, coming to such an event, had only one purpose: to find a job. Well, Zhang General introduced me to someone last time, but after 2 trips, there were no more voyages, and my sisters and I are out of work again. Yao Qiuqi said, in a disgruntled tone. Female sailors, like her, face discrimination whether on cargo ships or cruise liners. Finding a stable job was challenging. Otherwise, Yao Qiuqi and her sisters wouldn't repeatedly appear at maritime-related events like this. Yao Qiuqi and her companions clearly loved this profession. I see. That's how it is. Jun Chen nodded. Yao Qiuqi seemed interested in him. Zhang General, are you interested in UASC shipping? She regretted as soon as the words left her mouth. Wasn't that obvious? Who else but her would be here looking for work? Well, I'm just looking around. Not sure if I'll even be able to bid. Yao Qiuqi nodded in response, greeted Jun Chen, and then moved to a seat at the back. The venue was large, accommodating over 1,000 people. However, only a few dozen top business tycoons with a net worth over 5 billion entered. Yao Qiuqi had to sit in the back row due to her status. She noticed 2 women in the front row, Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan. Without saying much, Yao Qiuqi sat even further back. She saw a man in a white linen suit, with a confident stride, a smile on his face, walking towards the back row. And Zhao, Shanshan, why are you seated here? Come with me. There are seats next to me. Let's sit together. Zhang Jian signaled to Zhao Ying, a scene he had planned. In the back row, you were merely an unrelated spectator. But in the front row, your status was much different. Although Zhao Ying was also an entrepreneur, her scale was far behind those big shots. She was merely a small player. Zhang Jian's invitation elevated both of their statuses. All right, let's go. Zhao Ying smiled and led Lu Shanshan to move forward. Lu Shanshan wasn't sure what they were scheming, as she had no desire to attend the auction in the first place. She didn't agree to come, and there she was, being dragged forward by her mother. Halfway through, Lu Shanshan suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Jun Chen. How was he here? Judging from Zhang Jian's expression, he must have known Jun Chen would be here, so was this an intentional invitation to her? When she saw Jun Chen, Lu Shanshan immediately lowered her head, fearing he might see her sitting with Zhang Jian and misunderstand their relationship. Lu Shanshan felt conflicted. Why was she so afraid of Zhang Chen misunderstanding something between her and Zhang Jian? She couldn't quite understand her own feelings. Zhang Jian's invited seat was in the 4th row, while Zhang Chen sat in the 6th row, not directly in front but to the right side. Although not exactly facing Zhang Chen, a slight shifting gaze would reveal her presence. Lu Shanshan regretted coming to watch this auction. She rummaged through her bag and quickly put on a duckbill cap, sitting on the outermost seat. Shanshan, why sit so far away? Come closer, sit next to Mom. Zhao Ying sat beside Zhang Jian, while Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan sat at least 5 or 6 seats apart. Observers might think they didn't know each other. I'll just stay here. I'm sitting near the cold air vent, and I'm a bit afraid of the cold. Lu Shanshan casually made an excuse. You child. Zhao Ying was about to scold Lu Shanshan, but was interrupted by Zhang Jian. It's all right, Aunt Zhao. We can move over there. The air conditioning is pretty strong here. Zhang Jian chuckled. Look how considerate Zhang Young Master is. Even though he's all grown up, he's still not sensible. Zhang Young Master, please don't mind. Not at all. I don't mind at all. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jian and Zhao Ying rose and moved to sit beside Lu Shanshan. The auction was about to begin, and Zhang Jian didn't want to miss the action. At the third row, Huan Peak gave him a reassuring look. Zhang Jian smiled triumphantly. After the confrontation with Jun Chen at the restaurant 2 days ago, Huan Peak hadn't defended him, but later promised to put pressure on Jun Chen at the auction to extinguish his arrogant demeanor completely. Zhang Jian came to Jiannan as a substitute for his father at this auction. He understood the rules and tricks inside. After hearing Huan Peak's introduction, Zhang Jian realized this was a great opportunity for him to shine in front of Lu Shanshan and suppress Zhang Chen. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Chen lose his competitive edge. Shanshan, isn't that Zhang Chen over there? Why don't you go say hi? Zhang Jian deliberately said, showing interest. I'd rather not. Lu Shanshan refused. Zhang Chen hadn't noticed her yet. It would be asking for trouble to go over to him instead of letting him naturally notice her. Zhang Jian acknowledged with an O. Shortly after, the auction began. Zhang Young Master, this auction seems quite competitive, with so many business magnates present. I recognize quite a few faces. Zhao Ying glanced around and spotted several familiar figures. Asia Shipping's Zhang Yanren, Duster Shipping's Chinese President, Tiangsha Shipping's Zhuo Shuwen, Jingyuan Shipping's Tsai Yang, Huaxia Shipping's Sun Zhanghao. In her front row were Yuhua Shipping's Huan Peak and Chansong Shipping's Fen Ningsu. There were many big shots from finance and real estate sectors, with the majority having a net worth exceeding 5 billion, while a small portion was close to that mark. Many entrepreneurs had their eyes on the prize, suggesting fierce competition at that day's auction. Indeed, UASC Shipping went bankrupt after buying 3 huge cruise ships and never completing a single voyage. They are brand new, and everyone is eyeing this juicy opportunity. Speaking of which, isn't your father, Lei Khan, interested? Zhao Ying inquired. My dad is interested, but he had a stroke after having seafood a couple of days ago. His right leg is swollen, making him quite uncomfortable, so he entrusted me to handle everything. Can you guess the budget my dad gave me? 3 billion. Actually, 3 billion is nothing on such a grand occasion. After the bankruptcy liquidation of Yu's Cruise Company, there are a total of 3 brand new cruise ships, each estimated to be priced at over 7 billion. That's why so many billionaires worth 5 billion are attending this secret bidding auction today. Among them, they all have comprehensive plans and preparations for this auction, including billionaires with assets of 10 billion to 20 billion who have already set aside enough cash in their accounts for the auction. Coming with 3 billion to attend this auction, Zhang Leikan just wants to try his luck, but the chances of winning are not high. However, for Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan, 3 billion is already a sky-high number. Zhao Ying's clothing company has a total market value of no more than 40 million now. 3 billion can buy 7 clothing companies, and there would still be extra. Zhang Jian knows that with 3 billion, he can't do anything at this auction, but he can show off in front of his mother and daughter. 3 billion? I really don't know anything about cruise ships, he said. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Ying heard about the 3 billion, her eyes lit up with greed. In other words, Zhang Jian currently has 3 billion in cash. Needing 300 million in financing is only a tenth of this amount. At the same time, Zhao Ying sent a meaningful look to her daughter, Lu Shanshan. Good daughter. Did you hear that? He has 3 billion now. But well, the chances of getting this 3 billion are not high. Zhang Jian added. Huh? Why? Can't he even get 3 billion? Is this cruise ship so expensive? Zhao Ying was surprised to hear this. Zhang Jian, looking smug, detailed introduced the value of these 3 cruise ships. The first ship, Platinum Princess, is priced at 7 billion. The second ship, Kyushu Dream, is at 8 billion. The third ship, Royal Symphony, is at 10 billion. Jun Chen emphasized, the prices I just mentioned are estimated for second-hand ships. Brand new ships will be even more expensive by 1/3. Now you understand how popular these 3 cruise ships are, right? My dad just wanted me to come and try my luck, but realistically, he never expected to be able to buy one. And also, one very important thing I haven't told you yet. What is it? The Platinum Princess has already been pre-booked by my Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua, you mean Hua Yunfeng? Zhao Ying's brow furrowed deeply. Lu Shanshan also felt very curious. Why was this cruise ship pre-booked when this auction was supposed to be a secret bidding auction? If it's already secured by Hua Yunfeng, then why bid at all? Hehe, you really don't understand, Zhang Jian explained with a smirk. He pointed at Jun Chen in the 6th row. Hua Yunfeng had actually made contact with the others. It was known that none of the big shots would bid over 5 billion for this cruise ship. Why 5 billion? Because Hua Yunfeng had found out that Jun Chen would bid 5 billion for the Platinum Princess. As long as Hua Yunfeng outbid Jun Chen by even a tiny amount, he could acquire the ship and make Jun Chen regret his decision. Lu Shanshan was shocked. In auctions like this, predetermined psychological prices were supposed to be kept secret. If Hua Yunfeng truly had this information and Jun Chen was willing to bid 5 billion, did that mean there was a mole around Jun Chen? Lu Shanshan was about to pull out her phone to inform Jun Chen and hope for a higher bid from him. If this worked out, Jun Chen would owe her a huge favor, and their past disagreements might be forgotten. But she had just realized that her phone had been confiscated during the security check before entering the venue. As a spectator, she had no right to carry a phone. Even if she wanted to inform Jun Chen discreetly, she had no way to do so. This was bad. Thinking about all this, Lu Shanshan couldn't help but lower her cap a bit more over her head. If Zhang Jian's plan succeeded, they definitely couldn't let Jun Chen recognize them. On the stage, a glamorous auctioneer in a revealing outfit with long fair legs walked to the microphone stand. Guests, welcome to sacrifice your precious time to attend today's auction. Yus Cruise Company has entrusted our company to fully organize this auction. Let me introduce myself. I am Wan Xiaoqi, and I will be the auctioneer for today's auction. She had a confident smile on her face as she introduced herself to the audience. Without further ado, the auction is now starting. Wan Xiaoqi, as the chief auctioneer, demonstrated excellent professionalism and eloquence as she introduced the auction items one by one on the stage. Today's auction didn't involve physical items, but rather involved breaking down and selling off Yus Cruise Company's assets and businesses, such as logistical items, which were physical. Besides physical items, some of the company's businesses were also up for sale, including debt rights, and the company's business departments, transportation departments, and logistical departments. The front row audience wasn't interested in these. They were all busy handling their own affairs. The main target for everyone today is the cruise ships. For the front row audience, these small profits were insignificant, and they were also very troublesome. John, that female sailor you just met, was she one of your flings from back then? Song Yaxian joked quietly. Jun Chen, she's the captain, not a sailor. Okay. Oh, you know her well. Huh? Song Yaxian felt that Jun Chen wasn't a serious person, with beautiful women greeting him wherever he went. Just yesterday, he had met two beautiful women just at a restaurant. Lu Shanshan had even sacrificed her current date to win Zhang Qian's favor, proposing to share a table. Zhang Yanren even stepped forward to help Jun Chen out of awkward situations. Today before the auction, a stunning girl had come to greet Jun Chen. Song Yaxian couldn't understand how many women Jun Chen had dealt with. She speculated that it wasn't less than 2 digits. It might even be 100. Don't make up stories. I have no relationship with them at all. Hehe, I still don't believe you. Even if there were no relationships, they still wanted to establish some kind of connection with Jun Chen, right? Otherwise, why would the girls be so proactive? In the eyes of ordinary people, they were goddesses, right? But when they got in front of Jun Chen, they all turned into flatterers. Zhang Yanren was relatively better, but Lu Shanshan made Song Yaxian feel sick. What she said and did almost made Song Yaxian want to vomit. Could we say she was a female flatterer? After 2 hours of bidding, they finally reached the grand finale, the Platinum Princess. Guests, due to venue and conditions restrictions, we are unable to exhibit the Platinum Princess physically. However, our team has sent a professional photography team who boarded the ship to take thousands of pictures. We have selected 230 photos to create a slideshow, and we will showcase it now for you to view. This slideshow was actually unnecessary, as everyone came for the cruise ship, and they had a rough idea of its value. Everyone present had amassed wealth through intelligence and strategy. This was just to showcase the auction company's professionalism and dedication. During this auction, Jun Chen noticed several internal staff members of use in the audience. They were positioned in different rows: the left side of the first row, the right side of the third row, and the middle of the fourth row. These three groups might not be use staff. They could also be from the auction company headquarters, commonly known as assisting bidders. Assistants, whether in open or secret auctions, were always present to protect the price. If the price dropped below the psychological threshold of use, they would raise it. Secret auctions were simpler, by entering their prices into the system. If a bid was lower than the psychological threshold, they would withdraw and re-auction it later. Both use and the auction house took great care and directly arranged three groups to assist in bidding. 230 photos of the cruise ship were meticulously displayed and played on the large screen. Wang Xiaoqi played the slideshow and also introduced various parameters of the Platinum Princess: tonnage, volume, power, water intake, water discharge, passenger capacity, etc. As the auction drew to a close, Wang Xiaoqi stood up again and said, "Guests can now enter your bid on the tablet in front of you. Be extra careful not to let others see it." Laughter erupted from the audience. Before entering, everyone was given a tablet, and a modified system ensure absolute confidentiality. If this were decades ago, bids would have been written on paper notes, with high chances of tampering and corruption, but now modern technology had greatly advanced. These numerous photos of the cruise ship had captivated Song Yaxian. She had expected the auction to involve only Yu's business activities and hadn't anticipated the sale of the ships themselves. By the 10th photo, she was already mesmerized by the Platinum Princess. It was so beautiful. How wonderful it would be to own a ship like this. Jun Chen caught Song Yaxian's fascinated expression clearly. "What do you think of this cruise ship?" he asked, crossing his legs confidently. Song Yaxian quickly concealed her admiring and longing expression and regained her aloof demeanor. Utilizing her remarkable calculation skills and market analysis since joining Kind Group, she quickly assessed the situation. "I think this cruise ship is not worth buying if it exceeds 7 billion. It won't hold much value. You can buy it if it's priced below." She still thought Jun Chen wanted her to analyze the value of the Platinum Princess cruise. Initially, she thought it was just a casual test of her abilities, but she misunderstood Jun Qian's intentions. Jun Chen wasn't asking her how the cruise ship was, as he had done enough homework before coming, knowing the details inside out, and didn't need to refer to Song Yaxian's suggestions or opinions at all. Although Jun Chen hadn't been in the business for long, compared to Song Yaxian, she was still considered a newcomer. "I'm asking you how this cruise ship is. Do you like it?" This was the question Jun Chen wanted to ask. Song Yaxian was stunned on the spot. She never expected Jun Chen to mean this. "What's the point of liking it? I can't afford it anyway. Even if it were just 1 billion. Song Yaxian didn't have that much money. She could give her all, but she might never earn that much money in her lifetime. The most significant amount of money Song Yaxian had ever seen in her life was just hundreds of thousands in cash. 7 billion was unimaginable to her. She only knew she would never be able to have that much money in her lifetime. "If you like it, I can buy it and give it to you." Song Yaxian, is Jun Chen joking? He had given her bags, belts, watches, and various luxury items, and she had rejected each one. Jun Chen saying this, could it be a joke? It just seemed impossible. This Platinum Princess cruise, even if it wasn't worth 7 billion, it was worth several billion. Jun Chen sticking to wanting to shower her with money. Jun Chen was indeed stubborn. She had refused bags worth tens of thousands, belts worth millions. Jun Chen directly starting to gift multi-billion cruise ships. Jun Chen was just the CEO of a Qianza group, maybe a prominent figure at the moment, but where did he get so much money from? This wasn't tens of thousands or millions of gifts, but several billion. This much money could buy 50 Lamborghinis, 100 Ferraris, countless luxury sedans from the BBA level. TND, spending so lavishly like this. Who did he think he was? Old Ma? Buffett? They wouldn't spend money this way either. Are you kidding me here? Give it to me. Are you out of your mind? Why should I deceive you? If you say you like it, I'll buy it immediately and gift it to you. Jun Chen didn't let go of any chance to cash back through the system. Since he had the system, this was the most significant amount of money spent yet. 5 billion. Jun Chen now had 10 billion in his account. He had planned to place a bid on a cruise ship. If he could get a tenfold cashback using the system, his net worth would instantly double. You're bragging. Song Yaxian still didn't believe Jun Chen would be willing to spend so much money on her. The entire market value of Qianza Group hadn't exceeded 15 billion. Jun Chen giving her a third of the money to buy her a cruise ship. Impossible. If I really bid on it, what will you do? If you bid and give it to me, I will be yours entirely. Are you satisfied? Fine. You said it. No turning back. The one who backtracks is a dog. Song Yaxian embraced herself, full of confidence. Jun Chen, on the tablet, entered a series of numbers. Song Yaxian counted them. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. 9 digits. 510 million. 1 coin. What was this 1 coin for? Jun Chen was bidding 5 billion, so in Jun Qian's eyes, she was more valuable than 5 billion. Zhang Yanren, using the tablet distributed at the auction, casually entered a string of numbers, 480 million. Earlier, Weinfeng had revealed to her the peak value of 5 billion, and Zhang Yanren had promised not to exceed it. She didn't know if the news of the maximum price for the Platinum Princess was truly 5 billion. In her view, perhaps Weinfeng's information was not baseless. Of course, he could also be using this information to deceive her into not bidding higher. In any case, Zhang Yanren felt her bid was just right. Zhang Yanren sat in the front row, entered her price, then turned to look at Jun Chen, finding him full of unwarranted confidence, as though the Platinum Princess cruise was already in his pocket. On the other side, Weinfeng had inputted a slightly higher figure than Jun Qian's 5 billion. Manager Z. There is still a vice president position vacant in the company. If this matter is successful today, I will remember your great deed. Not only will I give you a generous bonus, but also ensure you take the position of vice president at the board meeting. A smile was almost bursting on Weinfeng's face. He hadn't expected to get the confidential price from Jun Chen so easily. This lad living was worth more than dead. Thank you, President Hua. Zi Dinghao was also beaming with joy. This matter was sure to be a success. Could Yao Mongmon be lying with the information she provided? He did not expect that he could rise in position due to such an occasion and become the vice president. Weinfeng was much more reliable than Jun Chen, always saying he would promote him to vice president but never making good on it, finally even firing him from the company. Where could he turn for justice? Zi Dinghao took out his phone and started messaging Yao Mongmon. Zi Dinghao, what are you doing? President Hua said that if this matter succeeds, will be given a handsome bonus. Zi Dinghao, President Hua also said he will ensure I get the vice president position. So come to join my team when the time comes. I'll arrange whatever position you want. Doghead emoji. Yao Mongmon. Okay. Good. After finishing sending the message, Zi Dinghao put down his phone. He didn't expect Yao Mongmon to remain so indifferent to him. Were the bonus and the vice president position not attractive to her? Weren't they interested in her before? When he was coursing Yao Mongmon with this information, she seemed quite interested. Why was she cold now? Well, never mind. Let's focus on the auction first. Weinfeng sneakily glanced at the excited Zi Dinghao. He had no intention of supporting Zi Dinghao, nor would he give him any bonus. Jun Chen was Zi Dinghao's college classmate, but just because of a minor conflict, he could betray his classmate. If Zi Dinghao could be tempted in the same way in the future, wouldn't he also betray himself? Weinfeng couldn't trust a person like that. He planned to kick Zi Dinghao out of the company after the auction. Any bonuses, vice president position, were just baits he drew up to make Zi Dinghao do his bidding. Zhang Yanren couldn't help but take out her phone as well. She messaged Jun Chen. How much did you bid? Jun Chen was a bit stunned when he received the message. Why was Zhang Yanren asking him this? She thought the person who bid 5 billion was him, didn't she? She was trying to probe the truth. Jun Chen, what's the matter? Zhang Yanren. No particular reason. Zhang Yanren, I bid for 0.8 billion. How about you? Jun Chen, you'll find out in a bit. Zhang Yanren, seeing this message, was so angry that she simply turned off her phone, turned back, and gave Jun Chen a fierce glare. Jun Chen replied with an indifferent expression, which infuriated Zhang Yanren to the extreme. Seeing his overflowing confidence, there was indeed a possibility. If it was true, then there was a problem with the people around Jun Chen. Such confidential information leaked to competitors. Jun Chen bid 5 billion, and Huayanfeng's, it would just surpass Jun Qian's. Humph. She was just about to remind him. Unexpectedly, he was so arrogantly self-assured. Let him learn a lesson. Jun Chen had just entered the business world and didn't know there were always bigger fish in the sea. It would be good for him to stumble a bit. Zhang Yanran no longer turned around to look, but patiently awaited the auction house's computer to announce the winning bid. Zhang Yanran's secretary, Du Bingbing, with a slightly surprised expression, watched her boss display such significant emotional fluctuations towards a man for the first time. Could it be she was attracted to Zhang Chen? If Du Bingbing guessed correctly, then she might have no chance. People like Zhang Yanran are many times more outstanding than her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to be the head of an Asian shipping company, nor the secretary of the head of an Asian shipping company. If Zhang Chen had to choose between her and Zhang Yanran, he would choose Zhang Yanran 99% of the time. How long did it take for Zhang Chen to go from vice president of Jiangxin Shipyard to chairman of Kind Group? In just a few months, he integrated several leading companies in Yecheng and merged them together. Besides having massive financial support behind him, his exceptional ability couldn't be overlooked. When she received this news and was sent to investigate, she was shocked. Not just her, even Zhang Yanran was slightly puzzled upon hearing it, underestimating Zhang Qian's abilities, as well as the power behind him. She felt that she wasn't worthy of such an outstanding man like Zhang Chen. In front of her, there were countless women competing to be with Zhang Chen, and it wouldn't be her turn for several years. Oh, forget about it. She decided to keep this crush hidden deep in her heart. Du Bingbing thought silently. The computer quickly calculated the prices, and as soon as each VIP attending the auction entered their amount, it was transmitted to the auction house's server. In just a second, a list was compiled from the prices reported by everyone present. This list was sent to auctioneer Wang Xiaoqi's tablet. Thank you to all the VIPs for your bids and patience. Now let me announce the bottom 3 bids of this round. Revealing the bottom 3 bids was to give everyone an idea that their prices were at a discount. The auction was set to last for 3 days, and this gesture also helped increase prices for the cruise ships that would be auctioned in the next 2 days. The bottom 3 bids are 250 million, 234 million, 300 million. Wang Xiaoqi announced the bottom 3 bids, but did not disclose the identities of the bidders. This caused a small stir among the attendees, but most remained calm. The new price for the Platinum Princess was over 700 million, so how could someone try to grab it for 200 to 300 million? Zhang Jian, Zhao Ying, and Lu Shanshan were the most shocked. Zhang Jian had already expected that his 300 million wouldn't be enough, but being in the bottom 3 was unexpected. How much did the people in front bid? Didn't Huayanfeng say the highest bid is Zhang Qian's 500 million? How could his 300 million be in the bottom 3? Could there be a mistake in the information? If Zhang Qian wins, it would be embarrassing for him. Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan had never seen such a grand event. The fact that Zhang Jian's 300 million bid was only in the bottom 3 was terrifying. They couldn't help but gasp. It seemed like the people around them were very wealthy. Wang Xiaoqi, holding her tablet, swiped down with her graceful fingers. The top 3 bids are 4.8 billion. Zhang Yanran's bid was 4.8 billion. This was within her expectations. Although the Platinum Princess was valued at over 700 million new, the used company had a lot of debt and was undergoing bankruptcy liquidation. It wouldn't make sense for someone to spend 7 billion when they could buy a new cruise ship for that price. 5 billion was around the actual value of the Platinum Princess. At that moment, Huayanfeng sent a proud glance towards Zhang Yanran, as if to say, "I told you so." Zhun Chen, on the other hand, remained confident in his bid. "We've agreed on this beforehand. Don't go back on it." Zhun Chen quickly pinched Song Yaxian's delicate cheek while she wasn't paying attention, then subtly withdrew his hand. You jerk." Song Yaxian pouted. She was extremely nervous. She had clearly seen Zhang Qian's bid of 5.1 billion. That would put him in the top 2 spots. What if Zhang Chen really wins? Does she have to accept him? No. 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 This wasn't Song Yaxian's intention at all. She just said it out of anger, never expecting Zhang Chen to actually bid that much. Now she felt at a loss for the first time. Jun Qian's gaze, full of ill intentions, was already planning to conquer her completely. The bid in second place is 5.1 billion. When this number was announced, Huanfeng and the others were astonished, wearing expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Huanfeng clearly remembered that he bid 5.1 billion. Why did he only end up in second place? Zidin, what's going on here? Wasn't Jun Chen supposed to bid 5 billion? Huanfeng asked angrily. Zidin looked bewildered. He didn't know what had happened. Zhang Jian's heart was pounding. He was just one row away from Huanfeng, and seeing him furious, he knew something must have gone wrong. Shouldn't 5.1 billion be Huanfeng's bid? What would be the first place bid then? The winning bid is 5. Wang Shaoqi saw the winning bid and hesitated for a moment, squinting as she carefully counted the digits on the screen. The winning bid is 5.1001 billion. After hearing this bid, the whole room was stunned, sparking discussions all around. In a dark auction like this, ordinary people wouldn't bid rounded numbers to avoid being stolen from. The first place was only $1 higher than the second place bid. Clearly, someone had manipulated this. Many people present had received instructions from Huanfeng not to bid higher than 5 billion, promising a reward if he won. Was Huanfeng the winning bidder or not? Wang Shaoqi's voice was like a melodious bird. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang. No. 17. Mr. Zhang. Everyone immediately understood. Huanfeng's trap backfired, and he was outsmarted. You jerk, trying to trick me. Huanfeng erupted, slapping Zishin's face twice. Mr. Huanfeng, please remain calm. This is an auction house. Security, where are you? Come quickly. After hearing the congratulations to Mr. Zhang on the 17th, Zhang Jian's expression was indescribable, as if his heart had skipped a beat. It seemed as though Zhang Jian's ears had temporarily gone deaf, as even if someone had lit a grenade next to his ear, he would have found it hard to hear. He stood still, eyes blank, expression vacant, looking like a fool. Jun Chen won the bid by $1. What the heck? Everything just fell into place for him. He had wanted to show off in front of Lu Shanshan, to appear well-connected and knowledgeable, to regain some face for himself, but he never expected to be outbid by Jun Chen. And to top it off, he was outbid by just $1. This made Jun Chen appear shrewd and strategic, while Zhang Jian felt like a fool. Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan were clearly caught off guard by Jun Chen winning the bid, and at a price of 5 billion. How could he just casually throw out 5 billion to buy a luxury cruise ship? Not just any yacht, but a cruise ship. The famous Platinum Princess, when its shipbuilding plans were announced, caused quite a stir in the upper circles of Kyushu. Even small entrepreneurs like Zhao Ying had heard of it. Lu Shanshan was increasingly convinced that her choice was right. Song Yaxian's chest rose and fell incessantly, a hint of bitterness starting to spread in her heart. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Qian winning the bid, she deeply regretted her actions. Why did she have to make that bet with Zhang Qian? Not only did she bet, but she bet a large sum. Now she had essentially bet her own dignity. Now, let's invite Mr. Zhang to come up on stage and say a few words about winning the bid. Let's give him a round of applause. On the back row of the audience at the venue, when Yao Kaijuo saw that it was Zhang Qian who came up on stage to speak after winning the bid, she was incredibly surprised. It was him. Wasn't Zhang Qian just the vice president of Jingxin Shipyard? After that day, Yao Kaijuo had someone check it out, and Jingxin Shipyard was actually just a small shipyard company worth tens of millions that had been established less than a year ago. Where did they get all that money to bid for a cruise ship? 5 billion. This price could buy not just 10 Jingxin shipyards, but maybe 7 or 8. Could it be that Zhang Qian was a second-generation rich, and Jingxin Shipyard was just one of his many identities? She had miscalculated. How could she have overlooked this and turned to Zhang Yanren instead of Zhang Qian? Although she did get a job afterwards, it was just a fleeting moment. Zhang Qian was the real long-term meal ticket. Classic case of choosing a sesame seed over a watermelon. Zhang Qian was in the shipping industry, so he would need to hire people for this cruise ship. Yao Kaijuo was already harboring an extreme thought when Zhang Qian took the stage. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, on successfully bidding for the Platinum Princess cruise ship. No, I should change my name to Zhang now. The hidden bid auction played on the understanding of the auction item, as well as the psychological games between the big shots. Wang Shaoqi had hosted many hidden bid auctions before, But this was the first time she had seen someone use a $1 difference to outbid the opponent. When she first saw Jun Chen, she was stunned by his handsome and outstanding appearance. What surprised her even more was that Jun Chen was only in his 20s. The data the company had sent her marked the bidder's information, and Jun Chen was the chairman of the Thousand Cranes Group. Although she didn't know how he managed to accurately make up the difference to the single unit, the fact that he won the bid showed that in this game he had stood out and emerged as the victor. Zhang Yanren, in the audience, watched the interaction between Jun Chen on stage and the auctioneer with appreciation. No wonder Jun Chen had that look of confidence on his face. He had actually outsmarted everyone. His face exuded immense arrogance and satisfaction, and Zhang Yanren not only didn't find it repulsive, she somehow even felt a sense of admiration. President John, forgive me for being bold. May I ask what kind of mindset led you to bid with that number? A $1 difference. Wan Shaoqi was very curious. This largely depends on the collusion within the industry. Jun Chen smirked in response, and smirked provocatively at Huayanfeng. This small action infuriated Huayanfeng, who got up from his seat and left directly. While Wan Shaoqi might not have fully understood what Jun Chen meant, most of the people in the audience did. Huayanfeng had informed them of this before he went to see Zhang Yanren, knowing that the highest bid for the Platinum Princess was only 5 billion. There was no price between 4.8 billion and 5.1 billion. There was no 5 billion price. It was clear that Huayanfeng had been played. President John, would you be willing to disclose how you plan to operate this freighter in the future? Today, everyone present here are industry bigwigs. Is there a possibility of cooperating with any of the people below? Well, I haven't planned for that, because I bought this cruise ship to give it as a gift. A gift? The whole place buzzed again. Even Wan Shaoqi was a bit unsure about how to conduct the interview. Give? As a gift? That's right. Who do you plan to give it to? To the girl who came with me to the hidden bid today. All eyes in the room focused on Song Yaxian in the 6th row. Song Yaxian? She blushed as everyone stared at her, feeling embarrassed. Jun Chen was too naughty. He actually meant it. And in front of so many people, he said it out loud. This rascal, would he also mention their bet in public? President John, can I understand this as a confession to that lady? Well, it's up to you to decide. Jun Chen smirked mischievously, leaving people guessing and unsure. Wan Shaoqi nodded slightly, feeling that prying too much into their private affairs would be off-putting. After signing some legal documents, Wan Shaoqi began to wrap up the event. Spent 510 million yuan. System cashback 5,100,000,010 yuan. Credited to the account. 51 billion. Credited. Jun Chen had never received such a large cashback from the system before. 50 billion. Imagine how many tables, how high they would stack if you were to post this on social media. See you tomorrow. After leaving the event, Song Yaxian and Jun Chen left together. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Jun Chen was busy replying to messages after leaving the event. His phone exploded with messages, many from people in the shipping and finance circles, wanting to greet him. Some wanted to collaborate, some wanted to network with him, and some wanted to invite Jun Chen to dinner to establish a connection. Song Yaxian, on the other hand, stood there silently, not knowing what to say. Who would have thought that Jun Chen was serious? What should she do? Should she keep her promise? Why was Jun Chen constantly replying to messages? Song Yaxian was now not only afraid of Jun Chen speaking, but also afraid of his silence. It was terrifying. After returning to the hotel, Jun Chen completely ignored her and went straight to his room. Song Yaxian stood at the door of the adjacent room, feeling a bit lost. Half an hour later, a woman in a white sailor suit and a gold-trimmed captain's hat appeared at the door of Zhang Qian's presidential suite. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, is President Zhang here? Who is it? Jun Chen was still focused on replying to messages on his phone when he suddenly heard a knock on the door, accompanied by a refined female voice. It sounded familiar. It's me, Zhang Zong. Yao Qiuqi. Are you available to let me in for a chat? Yao Qiuqi had sent several messages to Jun Chen without receiving a response, so she had to find out where Jun Chen lived and personally come up. Upon opening the door, Jun Chen indeed saw Yao Qiuqi. I sent you several messages, and you never replied to me. Sniff. Come in first, I'm still busy. Jun Chen glanced left and right, realizing that Song Yaxian was not around, so he quickly let Yao Qiuqi in. If she saw Song Yaxian, it would be troublesome and could lead to misunderstandings deepening. Jun Chen was typing slowly on his phone and couldn't reply to the messages, so he logged into WeChat on his laptop, responding to messages from those senior executives. Because the computer screen was facing away from Yao Qiuqi, it gave her the impression that Jun Chen was very busy. About 20 minutes later, Jun Qian's hands finally left the keyboard. "What's the matter?" Jun Chen carefully sized up Yao Qiuqi at this moment. She was dressed in a sailor uniform, standing not far away, with her hands placed in between her legs, looking shy and timid. "Hey, why not sit down? Come on, have a seat." "It's okay, Zhang, I can stand. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to invite you for lunch. Are you available?" Yao Qiuqi had chosen Zhang Yanren over him in the past, leaving him hanging. They hadn't communicated through WeChat during that time, at most just liking each other's posts. By actively seeking him out this time, Jun Chen probably had an idea of what it was about. Seeing that he had been on a cruise ship, she probably wanted to discuss maritime work with him. "I do have time now, just lazy to go out. I'll call the front desk and have them send up some food." "Well, that works too." Yao Qiuqi agreed. Jun Chen was staying in the presidential suite, which had a direct phone line to the front desk. When he picked up the phone, someone answered immediately without needing to dial. Jun Chen casually ordered some expensive dishes from the menu, and soon enough, a waiter pushed a cart with food and knocked on the door. Upon seeing Jun Chen, the waiter was a bit puzzled. He specifically served the presidential suite, and although he had delivered dishes to Jun Chen twice before, this time there was a well-dressed girl sitting across from him. Did they change uniforms in advance? The waiter didn't dare meddle in the big shots affairs. The price for one night in the presidential suite was in the 6 digits, and it could very well be a little gift given out casually. It wasn't unusual for there to be multiple companions. When could he have a life like this, changing different girls every day? The suite was on the 74th floor, one of the tallest buildings in Jiangnan. In front of the floor 2 ceiling windows, one could see the grandeur of Jiangnan's water town. After the food was served, Yao Qiuqi didn't sit opposite Jun Chen, but beside him, sticking close. "Zhang, I actually invited you for a meal to apologize." Yao Qiuqi felt guilty for making Jun Chen pay. She originally intended to cover the cost. Even though she was currently jobless, she could still afford a meal. Ordering in a luxury hotel was twice as expensive as outside. "It's fine, let's eat." Jun Chen wouldn't care about such small expenses. He had just earned 50 billion at the auction. The cost of this meal wasn't even worth mentioning. Besides, Jun Chen was the one inviting Yao Qiuqi, and the system would even give him cash back, not costing him a penny. "All right, I accept your apology. I haven't thought much of that incident," Jun Chen said casually. Yao Qiuqi had indeed come to talk to Jun Chen about working on the cruise ship. When Jun Chen previously claimed to have bought it for Song Yaxian, Yao Qiuqi didn't believe it at all. How could someone like Jun Chen easily reveal his plans in front of a bidding auctioneer? Obviously, Song Yaxian was his secretary. Giving a 5 billion cruise ship to a secretary? Who would believe that? It seemed like an excuse to deceive the auctioneer. "Zhang, I actually have something to ask you about." Yao Qiuqi hesitated a bit before mustering up the courage to speak. Jun Chen had been eating with his head low the whole time, not even lifting his eyelids, let alone looking at Yao Qiuqi. However, he had a good idea of what she was going to say. "Regarding the crew for your cruise ship, do you still need people? If you haven't found a crew yet, what do you think about my team? You've met a few of my sisters last time." Finally getting to the point, Yao Qiuqi entered. "I actually never thought about it. Though the cargo ship was a gift for Song Yaxian, she didn't have the ability to manage a cruise ship. At the very least, a professional management company was required. As for allowing Yao Qiuqi's team to work on the cruise ship, it would merely take a word from Jun Chen to seal the deal. How about you consider it?" Jun Chen suddenly felt Yao Qiuqi's leg in the wrong position. Why was it resting on his thigh? Wait, why did Yao Qiuqi take off her shoes? Where are you putting your hand? Don't overstep the line. You see? Will this make up for my previous rudeness? That depends on your attitude. Upon hearing this, Yao Qiuqi immediately put down her cutlery and disappeared under the table. Outside the door, Yao Monmon had been pacing back and forth. She had sent several messages to Jun Chen, none of which he replied to. making her worried. Therefore, she directly went upstairs to find him. Jun Chen hadn't actually fired her from the office. He only pretended to have done so. They had negotiated a condition. If Yao Mongmon was willing to work for him and play a double agent role against Huan Peak and the others, Jun Chen would guarantee not to hold her past against her and arrange a job for her again. After Yao Mongmon agreed, she secretly flew to Jiangnan ahead of time, staying at the same hotel as Jun Chen for easy contact. That was how Jun Chen was able to win the Platinum Princess at the hidden bid auction for just $1. She had made amends for her actions. Coming up now, Yao Mongmon was eager for Jun Chen to fulfill his promise. If Jun Chen needed it, she would meet all of his fantasies. Knock knock knock. Yao Mongmon knocked on the door. No response. She listened carefully by pressing her ears against the door, hearing sounds of intimacy inside. This made Yao Mongmon blush. The sound was faint, only audible by pressing against the door, catching snippets of voices. Actually, at noon, who is inside? Zia Qianchen? Zhang Xiaoyao? Chen Zuli? Or the newcomer Song Yaxian? Ding dong. Suddenly, Jun Chen replied to her message. Jun Chen. Busy. Busy. The key was not the words, but an emoji, a male hand holding a female hand. A rather memorable one for many. Combined with the sounds from the presidential suite, Jun Chen was indeed occupied. The emoji was quite fitting. Next door. Song Yaxian thought back and forth in her room for more than an hour. She felt that she couldn't just forget about this gambling agreement without any explanation. Song Yaxian had been waiting for Jun Chen to knock on her door, but she was still waiting. Forget it. I'm not waiting anymore. I have to go find him and make things clear. Song Yaxian thought that if she couldn't explain this matter clearly, she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly tonight. With these thoughts in mind, Song Yaxian walked out, preparing to knock on Jun Qian's door. Her room was next to Jun Qian's. A left turn out the door would lead her there. Just as Song Yaxian was about to leave, she collided with Yao Mongmon, who was about to leave. Both of them were almost knocked to the ground. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Both of them chose to apologize immediately. On closer inspection, Song Yaxian, Yao Mongmon, Song Yaxian and Yao Mongmon had briefly met at the company before. Today Song Yaxian officially joined the company happened to be the day Yao Mongmon was leaving, so Song Yaxian had a particularly strong impression of her. How did Yao Mongmon end up here? Besides taking her to Jiangnan, Jun Chen had also brought Yao Mongmon along. Judging from the key card in Yao Mongmon's hand, she seemed to be living downstairs. This. Song Yaxian was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what to say to Jun Chen. What a flirtatious man. Yao Mongmon didn't know who Jun Chen had taken to Jiangnan. Their voices were quite similar, somewhat like Song Yaxian's, but she didn't expect to run into her at the corner, so it definitely wasn't Song Yaxian. Both of them looked at each other awkwardly. Are you here to see General Jun? Song Yaxian asked proactively. Yes. But General Jun said he was busy, so I think I shouldn't bother him for now. Yao Mongmon didn't specify what Jun Chen was busy with. Hearing this, Song Yaxian also thought Jun Chen was busy with work, so she just nodded and didn't walk further in. She thought she could find a better time to talk to Jun Chen about the cruise later. Do you live here? Yao Mongmon asked out of the blue. Yes, I live next door. You live here too? After Song Yaxian replied, she asked back. Both sides were quite curious about how the other ended up here. Yes, I live downstairs. Both sides didn't ask if it was Jun Qian's room, but they probably guessed. Song Yaxian was sure that Jun Chen had slept with Yao Mongmon, but Yao Mongmon didn't know if Jun Chen had slept with Song Yaxian yet, probably not for now. At 5:30 in the afternoon, a young woman dressed in a black cheongsong and simple makeup arrived in front of Jun Qian's suite. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yanran knocked on the door, as she had received information from Du Bingbing that Jun Chen lived here. A few minutes later, the door opened. But it wasn't Jun Chen who opened the door, it was a woman. Zhang Yanran recognized this woman. Yao Qiuqi. Wasn't she the female captain from before? Zhang Yanran had even introduced her to work on a friend's cruise ship. How did she end up in Jun Qian's room? General Zhang, someone's looking for you. Let her in then. Zhang Yanran glanced at Yao Qiuqi and boldly walked into the presidential suite. At that moment, Jun Chen and Yao Qiuqi were already dressed neatly. Zhang Yanran didn't catch them in an intimate act, but if Zhang Yanran had walked into the bedroom, she would have seen a mess, as Jun Chen hadn't had time to clean up the battlefield yet. "What are you here for?" Jun Chen was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, casting a glance at Zhang Yanren. She had sent him 7 or 8 messages on his phone, but hadn't received a response. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother visiting a high-priced bunker like Zhang Qian's for the night. Which man in the world could make her send him 7 or 8 messages in a row? Zhang Yanren felt that she had lowered her posture quite a bit, but Zhang Chen was still aloof towards her. "I'm here to tell you that there's a mole around you. Do you know?" Zhang Yanren casually threw her purse on the sofa and sat down in front of Zhang Chen. A mole. Obviously, Zhang Chen knew. He even played a trick on her using a counter-espionage strategy. How else could he have won the Plutonium Princess with just a $1 difference? Whether there's a mole or not, Miss Zhang doesn't need to worry about it, right? Zhang Chen. Zhang Yanren glared at Zhang Chen in anger. She had kindly come to remind Zhang Chen about the mole around him, but she was being treated with such an attitude. Yao Qiuqi was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Zhang Qian's attitude towards Zhang Yanren had changed so quickly. The last time they met, Zhang Qian didn't dare to even breathe when faced with Zhang Yanren's questioning. Now he was dismissing her. If Zhang Yanren hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, Autumn, see Miss Zhang out. We have things to attend to." Yao Qiuqi. Again, her legs were practically giving out. Was Zhang Qian tireless? She had even shed tears just now. Zhang Qian was really heartless. Zhang Yanren bit her lower lip and glared at Zhang Qian with an angry expression. If she wasn't mistaken, Yao Qiuqi and Zhang Qian should have. She didn't expect that Yao Qiuqi would apologize to Zhang Qian in such a self-deprecating manner for the sake of her and her sister's long-term job. Forget it. Not worth dealing with Zhang Qian. She came for a legitimate reason to find Zhang Qian, not to be involved in his personal life. "I have business to discuss." "Oh? What business?" "I want to talk to you about the Plutonium Princess. I know your kind group is now very large, but you have no prior experience operating a cruise ship. I want to discuss cooperation with you. As long as we work together, we can make it happen." Zhang Yanren introduced the connections and power dynamics of the Zhang family to Zhang Qian. After listening, Zhang Qian just shook his head in silence and snuffed out the cigarette. "This is not up to you to decide. Didn't I say it on stage before? I bought the ship as a gift for someone else. If you want to talk, go talk to her. I can make the decision." Zhang Yanren's expression became even more unsightly. She didn't want to talk if he didn't. Making up such excuses was too clumsy, right? Everyone knew he just didn't want to reveal his next move, so he said it was a gift to a woman. Now there were 3 people in the room. Would Zhang Qian really use that excuse? Zhang Yanren couldn't believe a word of it. "You can go to the auction house and check who signed the documents. The ship belongs to her personally, not the Client Group." Well, the Plutonium Princess might not belong to the Client Group. Zhang Yanren saw it as a tax evasion scheme and didn't know what Zhang Qian was scheming. Even if it wasn't under the Client Group, Zhang Qian should have the authority to make decisions, right? Otherwise, why would Yao Qiuqi come to him? "Zhang Qian, let me tell you honestly, with your current strength, even if you've used a large portion of the Client Group's liquid capital to buy the Plutonium Princess, you still won't have enough funds for the ship's operations and maintenance. I know a lot about cruise ships, more than you do." Zhang Yanren ignored Zhang Qian's previous statements. In her eyes, Zhang Qian had mobilized more than 70% of the Client Group's liquid capital to buy the Plutonium Princess. The post-operation, maintenance, and upkeep would be too much for the Client Group's minimal income to handle. You don't have the ability to do it. In the end, you'll just lose money. It's better for both of our companies to work together. I can tell you plainly, AHA Airlines can contribute 500 million and be responsible for all subsequent matters. You just need to be a passive partner. 60-40 split. I take 6, you take 4. How about it? 64 split? AHA takes 60%? Isn't that too unfair to him? If you find it difficult, we can also do a 50-50 split. Zhang Yanren observed Zhang Qian's expression wasn't right and changed her approach. This was her bottom line. Operating a cruise ship was more complicated than she thought. She couldn't bear investing money and effort without getting anything in return. "Miss Zhang, can you make a loss-making deal? As I said, Plutonium Princess doesn't belong to me. I don't have decision-making power over it. If you want to talk about cooperation, go to the next room and talk to her." Autumn, see the guest out. You. Jun Yanran felt her cheeks flush with anger, unable to say a word. All right, Jun Chen. You win. Let's wait and see then. Jun Yanran angrily walked out, her small shoes tapping away. Glancing at the time, it was almost dinner time. Let's go, I'll take you to a place where someone's treating us to dinner. My legs are a bit weak, I can't walk much further. Jun Chen. He admitted that he might have been a little too indifferent to Yao Qiuqi from noon into the afternoon, but Jun Chen also wanted to explain. The main reason was that Yao Qiuqi's body was too soft, too tender. Both of them were at fault. Can't blame it all on him. Blue Whale Restaurant. In the quiet corner of the lobby, there are 4 people sitting, 2 men and 2 women. John Lekhan, Zhang Jian, Zhao Ying, Lu Shanshan. After finishing filming on the Plutonium Princess, Zhang Jian further lowered his conditions. As long as his daughter agrees to be Zhang Jian's girlfriend, the 30 million financing will immediately be transferred to Zhao Ying's account without delay. This news came as a pleasant surprise to Zhao Ying, who immediately brought Lu Shanshan to the Blue Whale Restaurant to have a detailed discussion about the matter. Along the way, Zhao Ying repeatedly advised her daughter earnestly, saying that Zhang Jian is simply giving them money, regardless of whether Lu Shanshan is willing or not. As long as she agrees to be Zhang Jian's girlfriend temporarily, the 30 million will be deposited. This is a great opportunity to regain control of the company and counterattack against Jun Chen. If she really doesn't want to, pretending to agree is also fine. You can break up after the money is deposited. Lu Shanshan repeatedly refused, but she could not resist her mother's stubbornness. Her mother even threatened to sever their mother-daughter relationship, forcing Lu Shanshan to come here with her. She was extremely unwilling in her heart. Mom, can't you see the situation clearly? Is it not good to hold on tightly to Zhang Qian's thigh? Others think that Zhang Qian was just trying to divert the auctioneer by saying he bought the yacht for a woman, but Lu Shanshan can see that he might actually do something so extravagant. From Song Yaxian's expression at the time, combined with her understanding of Zhang Qian, Lu Shanshan could tell that this was very likely true. Lu Shanshan previously asked if Song Yaxian was Zhang Qian's girlfriend, and Song Yaxian denied it. Zhang Qian spent a fortune to pursue Song Yaxian, lavishing 5 billion in one go. Such a large sum, such a lavish display of wealth. Her mother insisted on looking far and wide, seeking financing from John Lekhan of Khan Shipping. Lu Shanshan truly could not understand her mother's actions, but Lu Shanshan could not resist her mother's insistence, even going so far as to threaten to sever their mother-daughter relationship. What could Lu Shanshan do? Dad, why did you suddenly come to Jiangnan? I have an important client meeting, he'll be here soon. I might need to go to the private room in a bit, so I won't eat with you here for now. If anything comes up, we'll talk quickly. After receiving some information, John Lekhan didn't even care about his stroke. He had his secretary book a plane ticket and flew directly to Jiangnan, landing just 20 minutes ago. Lekhan, let's get to the point, Zhao Ying asked. John Lekhan nodded, suggesting that they finish the meal soon and discuss his son's matter. John Lekhan took out a bank card and quietly pushed it in front of Zhao Ying. Yingzi, let's stop talking about financing or not. Consider this card as our engagement gift. How about that? Inside this thin bank card lay 30 million. With no password, Zhao Ying could take it at any time. Zhao Ying had consulted him a few times before and his son had mentioned this matter as well. To be honest, when John Lekhan was in school, he had pursued Zhao Ying. She was fair-skinned and beautiful back then, like a big star. However, Zhao Ying had rejected him as she had high standards at that time. Now, Zhao Ying, probably due to lack of care, has turned into a menopausal woman. John Lekhan had lost interest in Zhao Ying, but her daughter, Lu Shanshan, had indeed inherited the genes from Zhao Ying's younger days. She was elegant and tall with a pair of long legs that made people envious. John Lekhan didn't blame his son for being infatuated with Lu Shanshan these past few days. With a daughter like her, any man would be captivated. As for the engagement and such, it was all made up by John Lekhan. Zhao Ying's family was in a mess now. He never really had a plan for the two juniors to get married. He just wanted his son to have some fun, to satisfy his desires from his youth. 30 million was not a small sum for John Lekhan. At least his conscience could bear it without being morally condemned. Upon seeing this card, Zhao Ying was delighted and without waiting for Lu Shanshan's reaction, she happily tucked it into her pocket. Yingzi, it's settled between us now. John Lekon smiled. It's settled, no turning back. Zhao Ying furrowed her brows, indicating she wouldn't go back on her word. 30 million. Without taking any shares or considering it as financing, it was simply an engagement gift. She wolfed it down eagerly. How could she possibly turn back on her word? Looking at the current situation, no one's engagement gift was more substantial than John Lekang's. If there was another, well, that could be discussed later. After all, giving an engagement gift didn't equate to marrying the daughter into Zhang's family. Emotions can't be explained in such a way. Before Lu Shanshan could react, Zhao Ying quickly tucked the card into her purse, smiling. Shanshan, why don't you address him properly? Zhao Ying nudged Lu Shanshan slightly with her elbow under the table. Lu Shanshan's face flushed instantly. Address him? Called John Lekon dad. This was her first time meeting John Lekon, and her mom was already asking her to address him as such just because of the engagement gift. Lu Shanshan felt mixed emotions. She felt like her mother was selling her to John Lekon and John Jian. After over a minute of struggle, Lu Shanshan couldn't bring herself to say it. Forget it, Yingzi. It's not appropriate to ask her to do it now. Let her call me Uncle John for now. All right, this is a gift I brought for Shanshan to meet with. John Lekon saw Lu Shanshan's embarrassment but didn't press further. Instead, he took out an exquisite wooden box from his bag that contained a beautifully crafted blue crystal necklace. Before Lu Shanshan could thank him, a man and a woman walked in from the door. Jun Chen. Zhao Ying's expression immediately turned awkward upon seeing Jun Chen. Why was this guy here again? Was he deliberately here to cause trouble? Lu Shanshan, upon seeing Jun Chen, remained expressionless, filled with doubt in her heart. Who was the woman accompanying Jun Chen? Why did Jun Chen change female companions every day? In just a few days, Lu Shanshan had seen 3 already. Zhang Yanren, Song Yaxian, and now this girl in a black gray pleated skirt with Parisian stockings on her legs. Technically, Zhang Yanren might not count, but the latter two definitely had an ambiguous relationship with Jun Chen. Wait a minute, Lu Shanshan furrowed her brows. This girl looked familiar. She remembered. Wasn't this the girl who sat in the audience during the daytime auction, wearing a sailor or captain-themed outfit? Lu Shanshan had a distinct impression of her due to her attire. How did she end up with Jun Chen? Did she manage to capture him so quickly? Watching the girl cozy up to Jun Chen, Lu Shanshan couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Goodwill points +5. Hello, sir. The reserve seats for tonight are full. Do you have a reservation? The reception manager didn't dare to neglect Jun Chen, who was dressed strikingly and accompanied by a high-value lady. What? Didn't John Lekon reserve a table for me? Jun Chen asked coldly. John Lekon? Are you Mr. Zhang, right? Your reservation is all set. John Lekon slipped the reception manager a 300 yuan tip, instructing him to be clever when inviting Jun Chen for dinner. Mr. Zhang is seated at that table. Let me go inform him. No need. I'll go over myself. Jun Qian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of John Lekon, along with 2 familiar figures, Zhao Ying, Lu Shanshan, and Zhang Jian. How come the 4 of them were having dinner together at one table? All the dishes were served. Was this the purpose of inviting him for dinner? Jun Qian planned to go ask John Lekon what he meant. Zhao Ying, this guy. Why is he coming over here? Is he coming towards her on purpose? He's deliberately here to mess things up. This was not acceptable. This whole situation was being disrupted by Jun Qian. Before Jun Qian could approach, Zhao Ying stood up first and stood in front of Jun Qian and Yao Qiuqi. Jun Qian, you're here right on time. I'm officially informing you that tomorrow morning, we're going to transfer the financing money to Kind Group's account. Our financing contract is cancelled. Jun Qian, I'm not here to see you. Why is someone jumping out to pick a fight? Jun Qian was a bit confused. Meeting Zhao Ying today was really bringing bad luck. Zhao Ying had a louder voice, drawing the attention of all diners at the Blue Whale restaurant towards them. Lu Shanshan couldn't even raise her head. She didn't know what to say. Was it necessary to say such things in public? And so loudly too. So many people were watching. Lu Shanshan was embarrassed to the point where she didn't know how to react. It wasn't right for her mother to say such things under these circumstances. Even if her mother decided to go through with it, at least she should have considered Lu Shanshan's feelings, especially since she had requested it. Zhao Ying raised her eyebrows at Lu Shanshan. How could she be so clueless in front of Zhang Jian and Zhang Lekang, defending Jun Chen? What would they think? Zhao Ying secretly glanced at the two Zhangs. Zhang Jian looked composed, while Zhang Liking seemed uneasy. She realized she had misspoken. Zhao Ying felt she needed to clarify her relationship with Zhang Qian in front of these two, or Zhang Liking might misunderstand. Good girl. This boy is a crafty wolf in sheep's clothing. He's your classmate? You don't need to spare his feelings. At this moment, Zhao Ying's favorability towards Zhang Qian dropped to -20 points, the lowest among all the women he had met. The lowest negativity before was only 5 points. What a guy. Did Zhang Qian think he had dug up Zhao Ying's grave in a past life, hence her intense hatred for him? Zhang Qian finally understood the feeling of being disliked for no reason. Zhang Liken looked tense. Was Zhao Ying out of her mind? Confronting Zhang Qian like this. Yingzi. Liken, don't worry. I'll handle this punk. Our deal is set. I'm Zhao Ying, one spit, one nail, no turning back. Just keep it to yourself. After saying this, Zhao Ying coldly snorted at Zhang Qian. This left Zhang Liking at a loss, sending a chill down his spine. After all, Zhang Qian was their distinguished guest tonight. Zhao Ying completely disregarded Zhang Qian. Even though he was the chairman of Client Group, when she started her business, Zhang Qian didn't even know if he was born. No matter how big his company was, she was still Zhang Qian Sr. Zhang Qian felt helpless. This old woman Zhao Ying was pushing it too far. What was she trying to accomplish? This was the first time he was so disgusted by a woman. Zhang Qian had agreed to invest 15 million in her clothing company only for Lu Shanshan's sake. But now that Zhao Ying was backing out, he offered to withdraw without her paying any breach of contract fees, as long as she returned the money. Seeing the situation, Zhao Ying changed her mind and said she still wanted the investment. Yet now, she arrogantly told him she didn't need it. It seemed she had found a new benefactor. Fine. If Zhao wants to separate from Kind Group, let's follow the contract. Zhao Ying's repeated confrontations pushed Zhang Qian to the edge. He wasn't planning to play nice anymore. You'll have to pay 10 times the breach of contract fee. Once the money is transferred, I'll sign the termination contract immediately. Zhao Ying's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What did you say? 10 times the breach of contract fee? With 15 million in funding, a tenfold penalty meant 150 million. Zhang Qian was really pushing it. Wasn't the breach fee agreed to be only 5 million? Zhao Ying had 30 million on hand capable of covering the penalty, giving her the audacity to challenge Zhang Qian. The terms were clearly stated in the contract, 1 to 10 times the breach of contract fee. You can check the contract. This revelation shocked Zhao Ying to her core. See? Daughter, he's untrustworthy. Her words not only berated Zhang Qian, but also dragged in Yao Qiuqi. Yao Qiuqi subconsciously retreated behind Zhang Qian, clearly feeling embarrassed. Before Zhang Qian could react, Zhang Liking exploded in anger. Zhao Ying's insults had gone too far, particularly dragging an innocent girl into it. Zhang Liking feared the consequences of not intervening. It would imply his agreement with Zhao Ying's claims. If left unchecked, Zhang Qian wouldn't spare him. Zhang Liking slammed the table, furious. Enough, Zhao Ying. How dare you talk to Mr. Zhang like this? Do you even know who he is? Zhao Ying was at a loss. Was Zhang Liking scolding her in front of Mr. Zhang, who, unexpectedly, Zhang Liking scolded Zhao Ying for her confrontation with Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is the distinguished guest I'm hosting tonight. This revelation left Zhao Ying stunned. Zhao Ying, because we used to be classmates, I was trying to talk things over with you. I didn't expect you to become so arrogant after graduation. Let's forget about the engagement. Our two families colliding will only lead to trouble. It's best to cut ties now. Zhang Liking had no intention of letting his son go near Lu Shanshan at this point, let alone acknowledging Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan's relationship. Offending Zhang Qian for the sake of Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan would only bring trouble. Zhang Liking was not that foolish. Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. There's no relationship between me and her. Zhang Liking's obsequious behavior surprised Zhang Jian, Zhao Ying, and Lu Shanshan. As the chairman of Kongming Shipping, why was he groveling to Zhang Qian? Wasn't this just about Kind Group? Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Jian couldn't believe his father's actions. In his eyes, his father was a powerful figure in the business world, someone he admired and learned from. But now, he was behaving this way towards Zhang Qian. Before Zhang Jian could finish speaking, he was slapped in the face. The crisp sound echoed, drawing gasps from the onlookers. The sudden turn of events left many reaching for their phones to capture the unfolding drama. John Liking's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Zhang Jian, shocked, stepped back repeatedly, unable to meet his father's eyes. It had been years since he had seen that look from his father, especially directed at his own son. Zhang Jian remained silent, no longer daring to speak out of turn. The spectators were startled by Zhang Jian's slap and his father's demeanor. The weight of kind group seemed greater than Zhao Ying had anticipated. Even John Lakin, in his anxious state, was fearful of disappointing Zhang Chen and facing consequences. To attend the auction, John Lakin had emptied all his liquid assets, scraping together 300 million in cash. Jun Chen effortlessly produced 500 million. The difference in their strength was evident. Zhao Ying had underestimated kind group's power, only to realize they were more formidable than she had thought. She was reluctant but had to hand over the card. Reluctantly, she took out the bank card with 30 million and placed it on the table. Mr. Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Don't let her affect you. I've reserved a private room for us to talk. I'll explain everything in detail. Hey buddy, who knows that handsome guy? No idea. He's a new face. Never seen him before. Listening to their accents, they all seemed to be from out of town, not locals from Jiangnan. Could it be some young master from the north? Seems like quite a big shot. The spectators on the side were gossiping about what had just happened, laughing gleefully. They originally thought it was going to be a big fight, but didn't expect a twist at the end. Zhang Qian didn't even make a move. He was instead pushed down by a person at the table, adding a lot of gossip material to the dinner. Yao Qiuqi stood silently next to Zhang Qian, holding onto his arm. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian's influence was quite substantial, and his social status turned out to be quite high. They thought there would be a verbal battle for sure, but in the end, the man who was dining with Zhao Ying at the same table extinguished her arrogance. All right, I want to hear your explanation. With Zhang Lekang's service, Zhang Chen and Yao Qiuqi were invited into the private room. Everyone watched as the man and woman held each other's arms, and Zhang Lekang bent over to serve them. Zhao Ying wore a look of surprise, filled with regret inside. Ah, Lu Shanshan sighed deeply. She looked into the distance with a lot of helplessness. In fact, Zhang Chen had already been kind enough to her. It was just his mother's repeated bad ideas that angered Zhang Chen. Zhang Lekang received his money back, and Zhang Chen demanded a compensation of 15 million in breach of contract. How will this end now? Mom, look at the mess you've made of the situation. Lu Shanshan wanted to say, can you stop making things worse? But no matter who said that, she couldn't. Without Zhao Ying's support and upbringing, what would she amount to? In the private room, after listening to Zhang Lekang's explanation, Zhang Qian probably understood. It turned out that the four of them had gathered because Zhao Ying was selling her daughter. She sold her daughter for 30 million. Not that Lu Shanshan wasn't worth that amount, but Zhao Ying's actions were a bit speechless. Was this something a mother would do? Zhang, let's not bring up those two women's affairs again. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing Zhang Qian's lack of anger, Zhang Lekang felt relieved. Zhang, it's just a small matter I want to talk to you about. Do you think it's convenient to speak here? Zhang Lekang glanced at Yao Qiuqi beside Zhang Chen. Mr. Zhang, if you're discussing business, I can step aside. Yao Qiuqi tactfully offered. It's fine. No need. We're all insiders. There's nothing inconvenient. Just speak up. Don't waste time. Zhang Qian held on to Yao Qiuqi. Having had intimate relations before, Zhang Lekang held a lower position in Zhang Qian's heart compared to Yao Qiuqi. After listening, Yao Qiuqi's heart fluttered. Zhang Qian would let her listen to such a business discussion. Good impression plus 10. All right, Mr. Zhang, let me be direct. Zhang Lekang expressed his thoughts, primarily wanting to cooperate with Zhang Qian on a cruise ship venture. Zhang Qian already had a hunch about what Zhang Lekang wanted to discuss, given his urgent visit. Zhang, just so you know, since this afternoon until now, I've been approached by no less than 20 people. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Zhang Qian took out his phone, showing Zhang Lekang the unread messages, each chat box with more than 5 red dots. I can tell you honestly, I really can't control that cruise ship. I gifted it to a friend. Zhang Qian helplessly spread his hands. Zhang Lekang's eyebrows furrowed into a frown. He thought Zhang Qian didn't want to discuss cooperation with him. Before coming, John Le-kan had already found out that Song Yaxian was Jun Qian's secretary. Who would give a luxury cruise ship worth hundreds of millions to their secretary? Yakyuki, on the other hand, never believed in this from the beginning. This wasn't just a few $1,000s watch, or a bag worth tens of thousands, it was a cruise ship worth hundreds of millions. Even the most popular men didn't have such extravagance as Jun Chen. Also, John, aren't you on good terms with both Hawaiian Peak Shipping and Changsong Shipping? Talking to me about cooperation, isn't that betraying your allies? You can't get away with this. Hua Yunfeng. Jun Qian's casual demeanor, leaning back on the chair, his mouth forming a sharp sarcasm. After listening, John Le-kang's expression turned serious, his thoughts in disarray, as if hit hard in the chest. Mr. Zheng, don't you know yet? Know what? Hua Yunfeng. He had a car accident. A car accident? A small spark of joy lit up in Jun Qian's heart. After the auction, around 1 in the afternoon, Hua Yunfeng had a car accident on the overpass. He's no longer with us. The police found high levels of alcohol in Hua Yunfeng's body, meeting the standard for drunk driving. The accident report is out. Zhang Jian explained in shock. If it weren't for Hua Yunfeng, he wouldn't have dragged his stroke-swollen legs in a hurry to fly to Jiangnan. Zhang Jian didn't know what others thought, but he knew some inside information. Some time ago, Hua Yunfeng had discussed this matter with him and Fen Mingsu. John Le-kan disagreed, but Hua Yunfeng insisted. And now, he fell victim to Jun Qian's retaliation. Jun Qian narrowly escaped death last time, and now Hua Yunfeng was out of luck. It was too harsh. In Zhang Jian's eyes, the prime suspect in this matter was definitely Jun Qian. He must have schemed behind the scenes, seamless enough to not even raise suspicions from professional forensic personnel. If this doesn't scare people, what will? John Le-kan approached not just for cooperation, but mainly to ally with Jun Qian. Otherwise, if he offended Jun Qian for Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan, the consequences could be unimaginable. It was likely that after the end of the auction, Jun Qian would take advantage of the temporary chaos in Moonlight Shipping to crush the Kaijing alliance. Jun Qian, upon hearing this, had a slight pause. How did Hua Yunfeng end up dead like this? They had organized and planned to kill him not so long ago. Jun Qian hadn't had a chance to avenge himself, and now Hua Yunfeng was in trouble on his own. Well, good riddance. It saved Jun Qian from taking risks and sullying his hands. Let me consider this for a few days and give you an answer later. John Le-kang's proposed conditions greatly interested Jun Qian. Handing the cruise ship over to John Le-kan, he'd receive an annual operating fee, while all other profits would go to the client group. It was like giving him a labor job. Evidently, John Le-kan wanted to improve relations in this manner. Jun Qian didn't confirm immediately because the cruise ship was truly bought to be gifted to Song Yaxian. But how could Song Yaxian manage the cruise ship on her own? It had to be entrusted to a professional team for operation. That team was surely Jun Qian's client group. Jun Qian hadn't yet discussed the matter with Song Yaxian, but given his thoughts, asking Song Yaxian for agency rights shouldn't be a problem since he footed the bill. After hearing it all, John Le-kan was delighted. He felt lucky for not picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. Offending Jun Qian for Zhao Ying and Lu Shanshan would lead to unimaginable consequences. Instead of making amends, John Le-kan reckoned that after the auction, Jun Qian would leverage the tumult in Moonlight Shipping to sweep over the Kaijing alliance and take over everything. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed. Mr. Zheng, let me drive you. John Le-kan followed behind Jun Qian like a loyal dog. Downstairs, Zhang Jian, Zhao Ying, and Lu Shanshan were still there. The three of them waited at the staircase for Jun Qian and John Le-kan. Zhao Ying wanted to have a private conversation with John Le-kan. Le-kan, can we talk for a moment? She wondered if John Le-kan had just said those flattering words to make Jun Qian look good. Previously, John Le-kan had clearly expressed his fondness for this marriage proposal. How could he back out just because of Jun Qian? Zhao Ying, I've already made myself clear earlier. Can't you understand? Someone like you, who would dare to do business with you? John Le-kan scolded coldly, almost telling Zhao Ying to leave. Mr. Zheng, please don't mind this unruly woman. You go ahead, I'll handle things here. After turning his head, John Le-kan put on a smiling face again, changing his expression faster than flipping a book, leaving those around him stunned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying was shocked. Zhang Leikan was serious this time. It was completely different from just saying things to please Jun Chen. Jun Chen didn't say anything, just gave a cold glance at the mother-daughter duo. Good impression +5. He noticed that Lu Shanshan's favorable impression, Fin, increased by 5 points, now reaching 50 points. Several times, Lu Shanshan wanted to rush to Jun Chen to explain everything that had happened in the south. But Jun Chen didn't give her the chance. When Lu Shanshan made up her mind, Jun Chen had already left with Yao Qiuqi. Only a cold and different figure was left behind. Watching how different Jun Chen was now, surrounded by beautiful women, Lu Shanshan couldn't understand why he had never shown any favorable gestures toward her. Did she mean nothing to him compared to a sailor or a secretary? Mom, look at what you've gotten us into now. Are you satisfied? Lu Shanshan sighed helplessly, feeling lost in the current situation. Shanshan, why are you blaming me? I'm your mother. Do you think I wanted to be in this situation now? Lu Shanshan began to feel a bitter sense of loss. Then, what do we do now? 2 days ago, the company was in a critical situation, and her mother had temporarily used the funds from Jun Chen, planning to return it once the money from Zhang Leikan was in. But now, Zhang Leikan's money had been withdrawn. On Zheng Qian's side, they had to pay a penalty up to 15 million. Where could they get that kind of money? Even if they sold both of them, they wouldn't fetch 15 million. Lu Shanshan was so distressed that tears fell from her eyes. The next day, at the hotel, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. According to the itinerary plan, over the last 2 days, he should have already entered the venue with Jun Chen. Why was there no news yet? Song Yaxian tried to contact Jun Chen, sent voice messages, but received no reply. Strange. How could Jun Chen sit still like this? Wasn't he the one about to spend 5 billion in cash for her? Not even a word in response, leaving her hanging like this. Song Yaxian was starting to worry. After the auction ended on the first day, her favorable impression of Jun Chen had increased by 60 points. Currently accounting for the previous -5 points, her favorability remained at 55 points. 1:40. Time was running out. Song Yaxian had to go to Zheng Qian's suite and knocked forcefully on the door. Mr. Zheng, no one responded. What was going on? Song Yaxian was anxious. Could it be that Jun Chen had overslept due to fatigue from the previous night? That shouldn't be. Although Jun Chen was known for his flirtatious behavior, he always put business first and wouldn't miss the second round. By a twist of fate, Song Yaxian ended up at Yao Manman's room downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Yaxian, what's the matter? Yao Mangman, in her light, transparent nightgown, opened the door slightly and inquired. Have you seen Mr. Zheng? Song Yaxian asked delicately, not wanting to ask directly if Jun Chen was in her room, which would seem inappropriate. Yao Mangman, Song Yaxian was looking for Jun Chen. How did she end up in her room? Did she suspect that Jun Chen spent the night with her last night? I don't mean anything by it. Don't misunderstand me. The auction is about to start, and I can't find him anywhere. So I came to ask you. Since Song Yaxian didn't have Yao Manman's contact information, she had to knock on the door. Seeing Song Yaxian's urgency, Yao Mangman didn't think much of it. Come in. I'll send a message to Mr. Zheng. Yao Mangman removed the latch and let Song Yaxian in. Song Yaxian noticed that Yao Mangman hadn't gotten ready yet, hadn't changed clothes, and her silk nightgown was subtly revealing her figure. The two women couldn't help but size each other up in just a few seconds, on par with each other, each with her own charms. However, Yao Mangman, whose recent mental state was not great and was still unprepared, looked slightly more worn out compared to Song Yaxian. After glancing around, Song Yaxian saw that Yao Manman's suite was tidier, with no signs of any recent activity. The bedsheets, sofa, and other areas were clean, showing no traces of Zheng Qian's presence. Had he really not been here? Yao Mangman put on a coat, took out her phone, and texted Jun Chen several times, yet like Song Yaxian, she received no replies. Even phone calls went unanswered. It's okay, I'll check elsewhere. Just as Song Yaxian was about to leave, she received a reply from Jun Chen on her phone. Hey. Mr. Zheng replied to me. I've arrived at the auction venue. Transfer pending. 52,000 yuan. Waiting for you to accept. I'm giving you a day off today. Go out and have fun, Song Yaxian. Jun Chen unexpectedly gave her a day off. He went alone to the auction venue. Can that work? All the auction information is in her hands. Jun Chen didn't bring an assistant. Can he remember so much information on his own? Jun Qian's actions undoubtedly made Song Yaxian suspicious. Is this really giving her a day off? Or is it because of some situation that Jun Chen didn't want to see her, so he sent her away with money? Jun Chen, right? Go downstairs and bring Yao Monmon too. Recipient transferred. 18,888 yuan. Pending receipt to consecutive transfers. One for 52,000. And one for 18,888. Let her bring Yao Monmon too. Song Yaxian showed a confused expression on her face, looking at Yao Monmon, at a loss. What's wrong? What did Mr. Jun say? He asked me to take you out shopping. After hearing this, Yao Monmon's expression was even more incredulous than Song Yaxian's. They were getting more and more puzzled by Jun Qian's actions. In Yao Monmon's view, she was just an ex-girlfriend, while Song Yaxian was Jun Qian's new favorite. Letting the new favorite take the old love shopping. What kind of magical thinking is that? Song Yaxian showed Yao Monmon the chat window with Jun Chen, and Yao Monmon noticed to transfers. Hers were 18,888 yuan, compared to Song Yaxian's 52,000, not even half. This shows her position in Jun Qian's heart, not even comparable to a newcomer who just joined the company. After all, she and Jun Chen had once been in love. The auction has already started. Leaders from various industries, wealthy individuals, and elites are gradually arriving. Today, Jun Chen did not come alone but brought Yao Qiuqi to attend this auction. He tasted the sweetness from Song Yaxian, with a direct cashback of 5 billion. How could he miss this Dragon Spitz Pearl auction? He wanted to use Yao Qiuqi to win the second cruise ship and seize the opportunity to brush a wave of system cashback. After today, his net worth would already exceed 10 billion. 10 billion in 2 days. Even if all the cash printing factories in the world were operating at full capacity, they still couldn't print that much money in 2 days. Damn. Why is this so unfortunate? Jun Chen cursed to himself. After entering the venue, he bumped into Zhang Yanren. Mr. Zhang, so busy today? Zhang Yanren asked ambiguously. Why was this guy always surrounded by different women every day? Quite the playboy. Goodwill -5. She thought Yao Qiuqi would only appear in Jun Qian's private room, not brought to such a formal event. She underestimated Jun Qian's character too much. Jun Qian glanced at Zhang Yanren, and her goodwill towards him had dropped to 30. It was 40 before, but when Jun Qian refused to cooperate with Zhang Yanren, it dropped by 5 points, and now by another 5. Jun Qian didn't care much. The more it drops, the better. Mainly, he didn't have time to deal with Zhang Yanren now, but he would eventually take down Zhang Yanren, this tall and cold beauty with a world-weary face. Yao Qiuqi naturally understood Zhang Yanren's meaning, and it seemed inappropriate for Jun Chen to bring her as a companion to such a gathering of business elites. Mr. Zhang, do you have any thoughts about this cruise ship today? Zhang Yanren asked. I do have some thoughts, and I'll fight to get it. Jun Chen replied. Fight to get it? Haha. Zhang Yanren felt that Jun Chen was quite presumptuous. Is this how the chairman of Kind Group behaves? The total market value of Kind Group is only tens of billions, and it's composed of several subsidiary companies. In terms of pure shipping strength, it is still less capable compared to Asia Shipping, which specializes in maritime transport. Even after Kind Group's acquisition of the Asia-America Group, its strength still ranks at the bottom of the 5 shipping alliance. It may take a year to complete the export trade orders for Kind Group to possibly enter the 5 shipping alliance, but for now, Jun Qian's strength is still inferior to her own. Zhang Yanren and several executives held a 4-hour video conference last night, rigorously and detailedly analyzing Kind Group's current total market value, liquid funds, and account balances. In the end, she reached a conclusion. Yesterday's Platinum Princess had already exhausted all the funds Jun Chen could mobilize. Even if Jun Chen had the intention to do so, he didn't have the power to acquire this cruise ship. Mr. Zheng's spirit of embracing the world is admirable. What is sophistication? It is swearing without dirty words, sounding comfortable to those who don't understand but extremely uncomfortable to those who do, insulting you in a roundabout way, and you have to smile and respond. Zhang Yanren's words indicated that Jun Qian's ambitions were beyond his capabilities. Thank you for your commendation, Miss Zhang. Jun Qian politely responded before no longer paying attention to Zhang Yanren. instead leading Yao Kyuki to their seats. Watching Jun Qian's back, John Yanran couldn't help but snort and stomp her foot in anger. Humph. Why are you acting so arrogant? Who will have the last laugh is still unknown. John Yanran was exceptionally confident today, fueled by her in-depth investigations. Surely Jun Chen couldn't take the 5 or 6 billion he had the day before, add another 5 or 6 billion today, and win the bid for the dream of Kyushu, right? After entering the venue early, John Le also searched for Jun Qian's figure, hoping to greet him with John Jian. When you see Mr. Zhang, don't say anything. Got it? John Le reminded John Jian solemnly, fearing this turtle might cause trouble. I understand, Dad. After walking over to Jun Chen, John Le bowed respectfully and greeted, Mr. Zhang, you're quite late. It's all right. John Le mainly came today to watch the show. He didn't expect to win the bid for the dream of Kyushu. Even 3 billion was way down the list. The luxury level of the dream of Kyushu was similar to the Platinum Princess, but the style of decoration was different, the former in European style and the latter in classical style. In terms of price, the dream of Kyushu was slightly more expensive, but not by much. John Le felt it essential to be present at the venue to learn firsthand who would win this cruise ship today. Even if Jun Chen declined to cooperate with him, he could flatter someone else. John Le had actually been considering transitioning in the business sector, but his current company's strength was not yet able to support his ideas. Mr. John, how's your foot doing? Jun Chen casually asked. Thanks to Mr. Zheng's generosity, my foot is almost healed, just a little swollen. John Le replied. Mr. John, you are the most dedicated among these entrepreneurs, even attending this auction after a stroke. Such dedication is truly commendable. Jun Qian's praise surprised John Le. Mr. Zhang, please don't say that. It's too flattering for me. Your kind words overwhelm me. I am truly honored. Entrepreneurs unfamiliar with Jun Chen who heard this were all astonished. John Le had been in the industry for some time. Most of them had met him and knew that he was the head of Kunming Shipping. However, those who hadn't attended the previous auction and hadn't heard Jun Chen speak didn't know him well. They thought, who is this young newcomer? Why is John Le speaking so respectfully and obsequiously? Such a person must be extraordinary. When the opportunity arises, they must make closer connections. Meanwhile, Le Shanshan and Zhao Ying also entered the venue one after another. The expressions on their faces were not pleasant. They had spent the night discussing strategies in the hotel yesterday, with Zhao Ying crying, causing a scene, and threatening to harm herself. In the end, Le Shanshan had no choice but to suggest coming back to the venue today. She wanted to see if she could change Jun Qian's mind and avoid having to pay 10 times the breach of contract fee. If Jun Qian agreed, she was willing to do whatever it took. The two split up, with Le Shanshan going to find Jun Qian and Zhao Ying going to find John Le Kong. After entering the venue, John Le Kong had just returned from Jun Qian's side and coincidentally ran into Zhao Ying. Le Kong. Zhao Ying called out John Le Kang's name affectionately. John Le Kong and John Jian, they had never heard such a corny voice before. Both of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. Although John Le Kong had a slight fondness for Zhao Ying back in school, it was during their youthful and inexperienced youth. Now, both of them were settled with families in their 50s. How could they spark any flames like in their youth? Despite Zhao Ying's decent upkeep, her skin was starting to sag a bit, slightly better than the traditional middle-aged woman. John Le Kong thought to himself, why not go to the club to find those young and beautiful girls? Why are you here again? John Le Kong frowned. Le Kong, about that matter between us, can we discuss it again? Zhao Ying asked. Discuss what? John Le Kong squinted, a dangerous look in his eyes. Did Zhao Ying think there was still room for discussion in this matter? Are you not finding the trouble I caused you enough? Stay away from me. If you don't leave, I'll call security. John Le Kong had just returned from Jun Qian's side humbled. If Jun Chen turned around and saw Zhao Ying whispering to him, he might get the wrong idea. Now John Le Kong couldn't even bear to be near Zhao Ying, let alone engage in further conversation. Zhao Ying, they were all former classmates who had attended entrepreneur gatherings together. Their relationship was there. No need to make it so extreme. All for Jun Chen. Zhao Ying couldn't understand. Had she offended John Le Kong in some way before, or had John Le Kong discovered something that made him reject her? Seeing Zhao Ying standing there confused, John Lecon even signaled security to help her leave. He didn't want Jun Chen to misunderstand the situation, as it would be a hassle to explain later, who would pick a fight with themselves for no reason. Zhao Ying, who was pushed away, had an ugly expression on her face. She glanced at Le Shanshan helplessly. Zhao Ying had no choice but to pin her hopes on her daughter. Le Shanshan's expression was also gloomy. Originally both of them were supposed to handle this burden together, but after her mother was scolded by John Lecon, the burden fell on her shoulders. Daughter, go ahead. Zhao Ying looked at Le Shanshan with hopeful eyes and gently nudged her forward. Watching Jun Chen chatting happily with Yao Qiuqi, Le Shanshan bit her lip, mustered up courage, and walked towards Jun Chen. She had prepared her words and how to approach him. However, before she could reach Jun Chen, a sturdy arm of the security stopped her in her tracks. I'm sorry, miss. The seats in front are reserved for our VIP guests. If you're not invited or part of the entourage, you cannot go to the front. Who are you with? The security questioned as part of his duty. This. Le Shanshan looked around helplessly, then glanced back at her mother, who gave her a perplexed look. I'm sorry, miss. If you're not our VIP guest or part of the entourage, you can't go to the front row. Please cooperate with my work. Thank you for understanding. Le Shanshan frowned. Unwillingly, she turned back, not being able to get past the security to approach Jun Chen. They eventually thought about it. On the first day of the event, the security had reminded them to watch from the back. It was only yesterday, with John Lecon's invitation, that they were qualified to sit in the front row. Now, without an invitation, the security wouldn't let them move to the front, thus they couldn't reach Jun Chen. What were they to do? With no other option, the two sat obediently in the back row, planning to try to talk to Jun Chen after the event. Shanshan, Aunt Zhao. Just as they sat down, a familiar figure walked in beside the aisle. Looking closer, it was Zhao Xinhao. Yesterday, when Le Shanshan and Zhao Xinhao met, they exchanged a few words and she learned that he was working for Huayanfeng now, with quite a high position. He naturally had the privilege to sit in the front VIP seat. Zhao Ying suddenly had an idea. Why not let Zhao Xinhao take them to the front and let her daughter have a chance to contact Jun Chen? That won't work. Zhao Xinhao shook his head helplessly. Don't you know yet? Huan Yunfeng, he had a car accident yesterday. He's no longer with us. Zhao Ying and Le Shanshan looked at each other in shock. He was perfectly fine yesterday. How could he just be gone like that? A car accident? After Huayanfeng's mishap, the large company behind Moonlight Shipping, Starshine Group, urgently sent a specialist to take over the affairs here. Due to weather delays, the specialist would only arrive tomorrow. Zhao Xinhao could only watch the auction from the audience for now. Why? How could he be gone just like that? Zhao Ying questioned in confusion. Huan Yunfeng glanced around and whispered, I actually know some inside information about this. I heard that Jun Chen was behind it. Zhao Xinhao took the chance to smear Zhang Qian's name. He didn't have substantial evidence, but rumors were spreading. What? Le Shanshan exclaimed. Should she believe it? Jun Chen, behind it all. Did he commit murder? That's right, Shanshan. I'm not lying to you, but don't spread this information around. It could get you into trouble if you're targeted. Zhao Xinhao cautioned. Daughter, as I've always told you, that guy isn't a good person. If he's capable of murder, what else is he capable of? Betrayal is just the basic operation to him. Le Shanshan couldn't believe that Jun Chen could be so ruthless behind the scenes. Even if she listened to the stories, she couldn't match them to the Jun Chen she knew. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying silently harbored a thought. The auction has already started. Auctioneer Wan Shaoqi, after introducing the 9-state stream cruise, explained the rules of the silent auction again to allow everyone to start bidding. Jun Chen, using his old tricks, glanced at Yao Qiuqi next to him and quietly grabbed her tender jade hand. General John, what's wrong with you? Qiuqi, do you like this cruise ship? You mean the 9-state stream cruise? Jun Chen nodded solemnly. Of course, I like it. Yao Qiuqi boarded the ship because she loves sailing. Despite opposition from her family, she obtained 3 big certificates and 4 small certificates, from the deck to the engine room, and then to the captain's cabin. Only she knew the effort she put in. She just wanted to be able to enjoy the beautiful blue ocean view every day. How could she not like this brand new 9-state stream cruise? Yao Qiuqi's ultimate goal in life was to own a ship of her own, regardless of tonnage, as long as it had the capability to sail around the world. However, a ship with such capability typically starts at 8 figures, and she didn't know if she could achieve this goal in her lifetime. How about I buy it and give it to you? Jun Chen remained calm. Yuki, she saw Jun Chen speak so casually, as if buying the cruise ship was just a drop in the bucket for him. This might not be appropriate. Yuki was a bit unsure, not knowing what Jun Chen was up to. +5 favorability rating. Jun Chen had just proposed to buy the 9-state stream cruise for Yuki, which raised her favorability rating by 5 points, making Jun Chen feel a great sense of urgency. He feared that if he delayed any longer, Yuki's favorability rating would rise to an unprecedented level, jeopardizing his plan to earn cashback by manipulating the system. What's inappropriate about it? Jun Chen picked up Yuki's hand and used her fingers to tap the number 8 on the tablet continuously. 888,888,888 yuan. Yuki, don't randomly input prices. It will stir up chaos. She looked at Jun Chen affectionately, carefully observing his facial expression. Was she worth this high price to him? Yuki began to doubt. Was Jun Chen really the one who bought the Platinum Princess yesterday and gave it to his secretary? Was he now trying to win her heart with the same strategy? After 15 minutes of inputting prices, auctioneer Wang Xiaoqi began to announce the prices of the 3 lowest bids. The prices of the last 3 bids are 400 million, 455 million, 533 million. The data of the 9-state stream cruise, including draft, tonnage, capacity, and area, were not as impressive as the Platinum Princess from yesterday. In the eyes of the public, the European and American style was certainly more valuable than the classical style, but unexpectedly to date, the classical style's price far exceeded that of the European American style. The main reason was Jun Chen. His bid from yesterday was much higher than what everyone had estimated for the cruise. Initially, everyone attended the auction with the mindset of finding a bargain, but Jun Qian's did raise the stakes, causing everyone to adjust their bids accordingly. Yesterday's bid of 3 billion could still make it into the top 3. But today, this 9-state stream cruise couldn't even make it into the bottom 3. The lowest bid was 4 billion. Now let's announce the top 3 prices. Wang Xiaoqi's clear and sonorous voice resonated throughout the venue. People's expressions became tense, and some even held their breath, indicating the gravity of the situation. The third highest bid is 5.79 billion. As soon as the price was revealed, discussions erupted in the audience. The various tycoons and financial giants had professional analysts by their side who determined the ideal price range for the 9-state stream cruise to be between 4.7 billion and 5.7 billion. Crossing 5.7 billion would be equivalent to buying a brand new cruise ship. However, the fact that 5.79 billion was only the third place bid left everyone wondering how much the winning bid would be. The production cost difference between the 9-state stream cruise and the Platinum Princess was around 30%. The price gap between the two ships was unexpectedly vast. If Jun Qian's winning bid from yesterday were placed today, it wouldn't even make it into the top 3 bids. At that moment, Zhang Yanran displayed a look of determination on her face. Her bid was much higher than 5.79 billion, surprising everyone. However, when Wang Xiaoqi announced the price of the second-place bid, she was no longer able to smile. Second place, 6.14 billion. 6.14 billion. Zhang Yanran's bid was only in second place. Everyone present was top players in various industries, including financial juggernauts from various foundations. Their fundraising capabilities were unmatched, but even within a short 6 hours, Zhang Yanran managed to gather 6 billion. How many people in the audience could achieve such speed and efficiency? Buying a classical luxury cruise ship for 6.14 billion and only achieving second place left Zhang Yanran in a frenzy. How was she going to justify this? She was curious to know the winning bid and who placed it. Now announcing the winning bid. 888,888,888 yuan. When Wang Xiaoqi announced the name of the winning bidder, her expression momentarily stunned before she continued. The winner is Jun Chen. The entire room fell silent, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a brief moment of silence, the entire room erupted in shock. Jun Chen? Again? Approaching 9 billion. Is this guy crazy? I don't know if Jun Chen is crazy, but I know the second place might be. People had already deduced from Zhang Yanran's expression that she must have placed the 6.14 billion bid, landing her in second place. No wonder she had looked so determined since entering the venue. It turned out that bidding had to exceed everyone's estimate of the reasonable price range for the cruise ship, which was between 4.7 billion and 5.7 billion, a surplus of almost 50 million for a bid at 6.14 billion. However, no one could have expected Jun Chen to bid 9 million. With that amount, he could commission a shipyard worldwide to build a larger, more luxurious cruise ship with a higher passenger capacity. This guy must have lost his mind. Some in the audience were shocked, some were incredulous, and a few even criticized Jun Chen for flaunting his wealth. General Jun, after learning that Jun Chen had won the bid, Yao Qiuqi was speechless. Jun Chen pinched her little face and gave her a gentle smile before walking towards the stage. Zhang Lekong and Zhang Jian, watching from the 6th row, couldn't believe their eyes. They stared at Jun Chen as he confidently walked up to sign the legal documents. What the hell? Over 5 billion, and now 9 million. Did Jun Qian's kind group have this much money? What kind of godlike financial power was this? An ordinary person spending 9 billion at once would probably need help just to walk. Jun Chen walked with a steady pace, as if the 9 billion was used to buy not a commercial luxury cruise ship, but a big tow. Zhang Lekang's heart raced. He was convinced that behind Jun Chen was the support of a top financial group, explaining his immense financial strength. Zhang Lekong secretly felt a chill. He understood better than anyone that offending Jun Chen was equivalent to offending the large financial group behind him. The consequences would be much worse than a car accident with Huan Fen. One wouldn't even know how he died, let alone how his body was placed in the coffin. This was Jun Qian's power. The power of a top financial group. He felt extremely fortunate to have withdrawn from the alliance with Zai Jinyi in time, and attempted to build a relationship with Jun Chen. At the same time, Zhang Lekong was even more determined not to have any dealings with Zhao Ying. It was evident that Zhao Ying and Jun Chen were not compatible, daring to confront Jun Chen in public with so many eyes watching. Anyone with a brain wouldn't do something so foolish. Zi Xinhao, Zhao Ying, and Lu Shanshan in the back row were shocked to see Jun Chen signing the legal documents on stage, their faces turning pale. Not one of them escaped the shock. Zi Xinhao, in particular, felt a sense of foreboding. What the heck? Jun Chen won the bid again. Zi Xinhao shuddered violently, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. He underestimated Jun Chen. Within just 2 months, Jun Chen had shocked him several times. Initially, Zi Xinhao thought Jun Chen was just a small business agent, only to discover he was the vice president of Jiangxin Shipyard. In less than a month, he not only secured a position in Jiangxin Shipyard, but also became the chairman and even merged several prominent enterprises in Yezhou to establish the Crane Group, holding a large stake and firmly positioned as a decisive figure. Yesterday, he spent over 500 million in cash to acquire the Platinum Princess. Today, he outbid everyone by almost 30% and acquired the Kyushu Dream. In just 2 days, Jun Chen spent nearly 1.5 billion, 15 billion. The average person may never grasp such a concept in their lifetime. If converted to cash, it would take dozens of trucks to transport it all. A pang gripped Lu Shanshan's heart. 15 billion. Jun Chen, is this your bottom line? This guy is too much, isn't he? He can throw out 15 billion in cash but isn't willing to give us 15 million, and still wants us to compensate him tenfold. That's too stingy. Zhao Ying crossed her arms, her face a mix of anger, envy, and discontent. Mom, at this time, why are you saying such things? Lu Shanshan reminded. Jun Qian's financial resources far exceeded their imagination. Should they try to secure Jun Qian's support in every way possible? Why speak ill-conceived words like these? Jun Qian had proven through actions that he was more impressive than anyone present. Conming Shipping was completely insignificant before him. The last person who opposed Jun Qian had a bad outcome. Did Mom forget that? The director of Moonlight Shipping, Wan Feng, was formidable, wasn't he? But still met an accident. Jun Qian probably wouldn't resort to ruthless means against the two women, so just being ignored by him was already unsettling. If Jun Qian heard Mom's words just now, they both wouldn't get off easily. Why have such a short memory? She always thought her mother understood business and was sensible. Why keep holding on to Jun Qian? Did Jun Qian do something wrong? Lu Shanshan sighed deeply, completely speechless with her mother during this period. At this moment, Jun Yanran was in an unprecedented state of confusion. The last time she felt this way was in kindergarten, when she learned how wealthy her family was. She watched Jun Chen confidently stride up to the stage. Jun Chen was insisting on opposing her. He didn't want her to be comfortable, did he? Beside her, Du Bingbing hurried over and whispered to Jun Yanran about the news of Huan Feng's untimely death. Jun Yanran furrowed her brows. Huan Feng had attended the auction yesterday, but how did he suddenly disappear today? I heard that Huan Feng's accident was orchestrated by Jun Chen, Du Bingbing said anxiously, reminding Jun Yanran quietly. Where did you hear this news? Jun Yanran asked. It's just hearsay. Everyone is talking about it. I'm not sure if it's reliable, Du Bingbing explained. Jun Yanran raised her head, staring directly at Jun Chen on stage, her expression wise and contemplative. This might not be impossible. The Kijini alliance led by Huan Feng was originally established to combat other competitors, including the Five Fair Lines Alliance, especially in the Beiyao region where Zheng Qian's enterprises posed a direct threat. After Jun Chen snatched a large piece of the pie at the bidding meeting from the Kijini alliance, he became the glaring target in their eyes. It was said that Jun Chen had also been the target of an assassination, although it failed, leaving Jun Chen alive. This accident was most likely retaliation planned by Jun Chen. Otherwise, how could things turn out so conveniently? Jun Yanran believed that this hearsay had a high degree of credibility. Huan Feng had brought this upon himself, resorting to such despicable violent tactics, but it backfired and caught up with him. Jun Chen, at such a young age and reaching this level, was decisive and extraordinary in his methods. This inevitably reminded Jun Yanran of when she had to maneuver through internal turmoil to establish her position at Asia Airlines. Besides Zheng Qian's considerable capabilities, Jun Yanran believed there was a top-notch financial support behind Jun Chen. Since getting to know Jun Chen, every one of his actions bore substantial funds of unknown origins, completely detached from his company accounts, as if appearing out of thin air. Go investigate his background and social connections thoroughly. I want detailed information on him. Yes. On stage, Wang Xiaoqi felt a bit awkward. For the first time in her career, she didn't know how to proceed with the hosting. Jun Chen won the bid yesterday, and he did the same today. Mr. Jun, we meet again. First of all, congratulations on winning the bid once more. I extend my sincerest congratulations to you. Thank you. Mr. Jun, you mentioned yesterday that the Platinum Princess was bought to gift to your girlfriend. So, I suppose this kiss you dreamed today will be part of the company. Can you reveal your next plans? Actually, this one is bought to gift to another friend of mine. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the audience below. Hearing Zheng Qian's nonchalant response, Wang Xiaoqi felt as though she had been teased. Since you don't want to reveal it, at least come up with a better excuse. Another friend? What kind of excuse is that? Is it also a girlfriend? She was losing control of the event, as it's Zheng Qian's domain. No, Wang Xiaoqi didn't want to lower her head. She wanted to defend her position and prepared to challenge Jun Chen. Mr. Zheng, friends yesterday and friends today, you were so generous to your friends. Can I be your friend? Wang Xiaoqi set a trap for Jun Chen in her words. Jun Chen remained silent, under everyone's watchful eyes, dramatically surveying Wang Xiaoqi with his eyes, shaking his head. No, you can't. You're not sassy enough. Ha ha ha. Another wave of laughter filled the room. Wang Xiaoqi's face darkened. What is this brat saying? A bit of money makes you superior. I've participated in beauty pageants as Miss Hong Kong. Saying I'm not sassy enough. Then what qualifies as sassy? Not only did Jun Chen verbally taunt her on stage, but he even metaphorically exposed her weaknesses to everyone. Despicable. Wang Xiaoqi ended the entire interview segment feeling angry and embarrassed, prompting Jun Chen to sign on the legal document. Jun Chen took the pen, signed a strange name on the document. It wasn't Jun Chen of Crane Group, nor was it yesterday's Song Yaxian. It was Yao Qiuqi. Who is Yao Qiuqi? Could Jun Chen be telling the truth? Buying a cruise ship to gift to a girlfriend? Spending hundreds of millions just for a smile? This extravagance was too much. That's too much. Wang Xiaoqi is feeling very unfair. Why is the gap between people so big? With excellent conditions and solid professional skills, Wang Xiaoqi entered to work at this high-end domestic auction house, earning a hefty salary every month. But even if she worked for decades, without eating, drinking, or consuming anything, she wouldn't be able to earn billions. Jun Chen, on the other hand, casually gave away multiple billion as gifts. Wan Shaoqi couldn't help but deeply doubt, is her figure really that bad? Is it really, as Jun Chen said, not curvy enough? She wanted to find an opportunity to compare figures with this woman named Yao Qiuqi, to see who is really curvier. After Jun Chen came down from the venue, there was enthusiastic applause from the audience. Some marveled at Jun Qian's financial strength and wanted to flatter him. Some were impressed by Jun Qian's composure. Even Zhang Yanren, who was haughty, couldn't help but clap her hands. Here, from now on, you are the owner of the 9 continents dream. After Jun Chen sat back down, he ended the just-signed legal document to Yao Qiuqi, and in the name column, her name was resolutely filled in. This is real, not a joke, and definitely not just for show. After seeing the document, Yao Qiuqi subconsciously covered her mouth and nose, deeply moved by Jun Chen. She was so touched that she almost wanted to kneel down and give Jun Chen a kiss on the spot. Sir? Yao Qiuqi's eyes were filled with tears of emotion, not knowing what to say to express her excitement. To her surprise, Jun Chen pressed his index finger against her lips and softly said, "Don't say anything, otherwise others will look down on me." Hearing this, Yao Qiuqi was startled and quickly suppressed her emotions, wiping away the tears in her eyes. "If you have something to say, save it for when we're in the room," Jun Chen said, nibbling on Yao Qiuqi's earlobe. She involuntarily squeezed her legs together, feeling a bit. Spent 888,888,888. System cashback 8,888,888,880 yuan. Received in account. Jun Chen glanced at his phone. 88 billion transferred. Isn't this faster than buying a house? 2 cruise ships allowed Jun Chen to net a profit of 14 billion. All the world's printing presses, running at full capacity, wouldn't be able to print that much money. Jun Qian's net assets had already exceeded 15 billion, a solid billionaire. The combined net worth of everyone at the venue today couldn't compare to Jun Chen. The current Tasia Airlines, in Jun Qian's eyes, was like an ant. Only if Jun Chen wanted, he could crush it at any time. At this time, Song Yaxian and Yao Mongmon were still shopping in the New World. Jun Chen had given them around 70,000 yuan for shopping. But the two had been shopping in the New World for almost the whole afternoon, only spending 80 for yuan, each buying a cup of Starbucks. They were very cautious, not willing to spend money in front of each other, seemingly afraid of appearing materialistic. Song Yaxian was like this. Yao Mongmon, in order to shake off the label of materialism, was even more so. She even wanted to pay for the Starbucks herself. During the shopping trip, she spotted an item she liked, not very expensive, just over 2,000 yuan, but she restrained herself from buying it. Jun Chen transferred 52,000 to Song Yaxian, and she just bought a drink, not spending anything else. How could Yao Mongmon spend that money? Song Yaxian checked the time on her wrist. The auction is almost over now. Shall we go back? Sure. I'm fine. Yao Mongmon nodded. By the way, the money Jun Sir transferred to me includes your share. Hot. What do you mean? What I mean is, since we didn't buy anything today, I'll either return this money to him later. This drink is on me. What do you think? Sure. I don't mind. Yao Mongmon agreed. Song Yaxian was currently favored by Jun Chen, and Yao Mongmon didn't dare to object to her arrangement. If Song Yaxian spoke good words to Jun Chen, Yao Mamin's impression in Jun Qian's heart would plummet. She couldn't afford to be reckless. There was still a need for redemption. After dinner time, Song Yaxian didn't even mention eating. She took a cab straight back to the hotel. Every bit saved counts. She planned to order takeout at the hotel, without spending Jun Qian's money. The cruise ship matter hadn't been clarified yet. She was actually very flustered today. Her mind was in chaos. She had no idea what strategy Jun Chen was using. Was it a new way to flirt? According to the logic of ordinary people, when giving a large gift, typically a confession would follow, and the girl would be touched and accept. But the auction house had sent the legal document to her room 2 days ago, and Jun Chen hadn't said a word. Only transferred money twice and let her take Yao Mongmon out for shopping. This operation, Song Yaxian couldn't quite understand. If Jun Chen had sincerely confessed to her about the cruise ship matter, maybe she would have agreed. But Jun Chen didn't mention anything about the cruise ship, leaving Song Yaxian at a loss. She even messaged her sister Song Kingli, who also didn't understand the spending habits of wealthy people, finding it too abstract. In the hotel room, Jun Chen lit a cigarette. Yao Kyuki was gasping heavily beside him, clearly exhausted after spending all her energy just now. Now, she didn't even have the strength to lift her leg. Hm. Thank you for being willing to buy the cruise ship for me, but I really can't accept this 9 continents dream. Although Yao Kyuki loved the maritime industry, her capacity was limited to being a captain. She didn't understand business operations. Not to mention a luxury cruise ship, even a regular one would need a professional team for management and operation. How could she do all that alone? Jun Chen purchased the 9 continents dream and gave it to her. She was deeply touched. This gift was worth nearly 900 million. She really couldn't accept it. Since you're so reluctant, I won't force you. How about this? I'll have my secretary prepare an agreement later. You transfer the agency rights of this cruise ship to Qianju Corporation and let us run this cruise ship for you. How about that? Jun Chen already had an idea before buying the cruise ship. Why make it so complicated? Can't I just give it back to you? Yao Kyuki used her fingers to draw on Jun Qian's chest, gradually igniting a fire on him. No. I said it's bought and given to you. You're still the owner of this cruise ship. Jun Chen called Xia Qianchen, and 10 minutes later, an electronic version of the contract document came over. Take a look. Sign on the phone if it's okay. According to the contract, Kind Group pays Yao Kyuki an annual leasing fee of 18 million. Yao Kyuki has entrusted the full agency rights of the Kyushu Dream to Kind Group to operate, and all profits belong to Kind Group. Legally, the Kyushu Dream still belongs to Kind Group, and Yao Kyuki remains the mistress of the Kyushu Dream. After reading this contract, Yao Kyuki didn't see much difference. She wasn't supposed to handle this cruise ship in the first place and wouldn't be able to manage it if she did. This contract was like a guarantee of income given to her by Jun Chen. It could be said that Jun Chen provided her with a living allowance, just in a different way. Under Jun Qian's gaze, Yao Kyuki completed facial recognition on the electronic contract and signed her name. The legal effect took immediate effect. Jun Chen firmly held the agency rights of the Kyushu Dream. Zhang and Yao Kyuki ordered some dishes at the hotel, finished dinner, and Jun Chen thought of sending Yao Kyuki back to her hotel. They arrived at the elevator waiting for it. How about I just open a room for you here, stay downstairs, in my building? Jun Chen thought. This 7-star hotel was very expensive for a night, and if he could open a room for Yao Kyuki here, he could also get some system cashback. Mr. Jun, you don't need to spend more. The hotel I'm staying at has been open for several days without anyone staying there. Yao Kyuki politely refused. It would be a waste not to stay there. Yao Kyuki expressed her understanding of Jun Qian's intentions, but insisted on going back since it wasn't far and just a 10-minute drive. Ting. The elevator reached Jun Qian's floor. The doors opened slowly, and two fair and beautiful women walked out. Jun Chen. What a coincidence to run into Song Yaxian and Yao Monmon just like this. It was an awkward moment as they locked eyes. The actions of Jun Chen holding Yao Kyuki's slender waist intimately surprised Song Yaxian and Yao Monmon, who had been unable to reach Jun Qian's phone earlier. So you've been busy, Mr. Jun. I hope I didn't interrupt you, Song Yaxian said with a slight edge. Oh, not at all. Have you come back from shopping so soon? Let me introduce. These two are my subordinates. This is the senior ship captain, and we were discussing work. Jun Chen explained tactfully. In truth, he was a bit nervous. Lying wasn't Jun Qian's strong suit. Yao Monmon furrowed her brows, feeling shocked. Why did Jun Chen need to discuss things with them in a hotel? And the way the two were acting didn't seem like a serious work discussion. That these were Jun Qian's matters, and she didn't have the authority or qualification to interfere. Mainly, Jun Qian's explanation seemed forced. Given his status, it didn't seem like anyone could stop him from being with any woman at a hotel. At least she and Song Yaxian had no right to. What surprised Yao Monmon even more was how Song Yaxian daringly and sarcastically spoke to Jun Chen, and how Jun Chen nervously explained. Clearly, Jun Chen and Song Yaxian had a close relationship. Yao Monmon couldn't help but feel inferior. Not even worthy of a female sailor. Sighing inwardly, she regretted her foolish actions leading to this situation. Yao Qiuqi sensed the tension and awkwardness and tactfully said, "Mr. Zhang, I can go down by myself. You should attend to your matters." With that, she quickly entered the elevator. "Wait. I'll go down too." Yao Mongmong lived on a different floor from Jun Chen and Song Yaxian, so it was better to go down rather than be the third wheel. "Mr. Zhang, I haven't been able to contact you since yesterday. Are you that busy?" Song Yaxian asked, crossing her arms in a mocking tone. Flustered, Jun Chen scratched his head. "Oh, I was just about to call you when you arrived." He then took out 2 concert tickets from his pocket. "See, I didn't forget you." "A Zhangzhu concert?" Jun Chen seamlessly transitioned. "A master of time management, unbelievable." After the next elevator ride, the two headed to the Zhangzhu concert. Song Yaxian didn't bother to verify Jun Qian's poor lie. She had been wanting to attend the concert and saw this as an opportunity to talk to Jun Chen. Since the auction the previous day, Jun Chen had been avoiding her and not discussing cruise matters. Song Yaxian had been trying to understand Jun Qian's intentions, but couldn't figure out what he was planning. Without clarity, she wouldn't be at peace. Outside the concert, fans were eagerly waiting with banners and matching shirts. The venue was packed, and the atmosphere was lively even before the concert began. It was evident how popular Zhangzhu was in mainland China. "Shanin, I didn't expect you to be such a big fan of Zhangzhu. Take a seat." Zhang Jian smiled warmly, leading Lu Shanshan to their seats in the front row. He had put in a lot of effort to secure these tickets, despite his father's warning not to interact with Lu Shanshan and Zhao Ying. Zhang Jian was drawn to Lu Shanshan and was a bit reckless. He wouldn't listen to his father as long as he kept it hidden. Even if his father found out, he believed he could cover his tracks. According to his sources, Lu Shanshan had a powerful lover in Kilu with a prestigious background. Zhang Jian subconsciously imagined scenarios of infidelity. Lu Shanshan wasn't a die-hard fan, but she came to the concert mainly to repair her relationship with the Zhang family. She now had to choose: wait for Jun Chen to change his mind or fix things with the Zhang family. The former was more challenging. The latter involved Zhang Jian actively pursuing her, claiming no financial constraints and convincing Zhang Lezang to change his mind. Ultimately, Lu Shanshan was also driven by self-interest. In the middle of the concert near the front row, there was a woman with an alluring figure, wearing a traditional Chinese kipao dress. Upon closer inspection, she was the same woman who was teased about her figure by Zhang Qian at the afternoon auction. Wang Zhao. Compared to Lu Shanshan, she was the loyal fan of Zhangzhu. After entering, Wang Zhao took a set of photos and posted them on her social circle, with a somewhat melancholic caption, "Watching Zhangzhu alone feels lonely." In less than 5 minutes, there were several comments and likes from fans. "Why did Ziwan go to the concert alone? Goddess, has the show started? Next time, let me know in advance. I'll accompany you." Wang Zhao didn't reply to any of them. All she could think was, these people are annoying. Some men just act cheap. These few licking dogs. Wang Zhao had already clearly rejected their pursuits, yet they still lingered around licking. Her principle in relationships was simple. If she liked someone, she would directly show it, and if not, she would never lead them on. But some people just enjoyed licking, inexplicably sticking their tongues out. These men were all Wang Zhao's colleagues, constantly appearing before her, making it impossible for her to ignore them. "Shanshan, there's a surprise for you later," Zhang Jian said with a hint of pride. "Oh, what kind of surprise?" Lu Shanshan could tell that Zhang Jian wanted to show off, so she asked, playing along. "You'll see later, heh." Zhang Jian chuckled mischievously. For concerts of this scale, most singers have set lists. For example, today Zhangzhu was only going to sing 16 songs. After the 16 songs, the management company would arrange for some newly debuted singers to perform the end to attract more attention and increase their popularity. Zhang Jian had checked the prices beforehand. Having Zhangzhu sing an additional song cost 3 million, while for a new singer, it was only 50,000. 3 million was enough for Zhang Jian to buy a brand new Ferrari, so he naturally chose the young singer for 5,000 a song, as long as it pleased him. Lu Shanshan nodded. She could already guess what the surprise Zhang Jian mentioned was. Was he going to have Zhangzhu perform a song? Lu Shanshan wasn't sure about the exact cost, but she knew it was expensive. Zhang Jian looked sincere and trustworthy. If this plan worked out, she wouldn't need to embarrass herself in front of Jun Chen, and she could just apologize to him casually. And at that moment, Lu Shanshan happened to see Jun Chen and Song Yaxian being escorted by a team of security personnel wearing black suits and earpieces to the front row. The two were only 3 rows apart. Lu Shanshan felt a bit nervous. She hoped Jun Chen wouldn't recognize her, subconsciously adjusting her cap to cover her face a bit. "Alright, you guys can go about your business now." Jun Chen waved to the security personnel after seating Song Yaxian. When they checked Jun Qian's ticket at the entrance, the security immediately called for a team to escort him due to his front row ticket. Front row tickets were being resold for 100,000 each. Those with such financial means were all influential figures, and they needed to be taken care of. So many people. It was Song Yaxian's first time at a concert venue. Even before the show started, the atmosphere was already electrifying, and it would have been challenging to get there without security personnel escorting them. "Jun Chen, I've thought about it carefully. I can't accept that cruise ship." "What did you say? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you." Jun Chen shouted back at Song Yaxian. When Song Yaxian approached, she repeated herself. Jun Chen shook his head. "But why? The cruise ship was originally intended for you." Song Yaxian was taken aback. She had reflected on things these past 2 days and thought that Jun Qian's silence towards her was to make her realize her position. But now, he still hadn't changed his mind. She was becoming increasingly unsure about what exactly Jun Chen was up to. What Song Yaxian didn't know was that Jun Chen had received billions from the Platinum Princess auction system. If she refused, the system would have to return over 50 billion to him. Once the duck was in his belly, there was no way he'd spit it out again. Jun Chen had been busy these past 2 days. He saw how things worked with Yao Qiuqi and believed the same approach could work with Song Yaxian. He told Song Yaxian exactly as he did in the hotel that afternoon, not missing a word. "Yaxian, the Platinum Princess cruise was originally bought for you. Why would you turn it down? Are you thinking of reneging? You still owe me a condition. If you're worried about managing it on your own, you can give the operation rights to the Kind Group, and we'll help manage it for you. You can still be the mistress of the Platinum Princess. What do you think?" Song Yaxian was shocked by Jun Qian's seriousness. Was he doing this because of the impulsive condition she agreed to before? "If you're willing, just sign this." Jun Qian took out his phone and opened an electronic legal document. In the afternoon, Jun Chen had prepared a copy for both Yao Qiuqi and Song Yaxian. Song Yaxian glanced briefly at it and signed on the contract. "Captain Song, thank you for your trust in the Kind Group. Our team will not disappoint your expectations." Jun Chen put on a serious facade and reached out his hand to Song Yaxian. "Nice working with you." Clap. Song Yaxian lightly pushed away Jun Qian's hand. "Humph. Why pretend? Everyone knows that the Platinum Princess was bought with your money. Hehe. Just trying to add a little ceremonial touch. Pa. Who needs your fake ceremonies?" Song Yaxian snorted coldly, showing a proud expression. "Your condition. Speak up now. I don't like owing you." "The condition. Let me think." "Think now. Time waits for no one." Seeing an evil glint in Jun Qian's eyes, Song Yaxian urged, not wanting to know what dirty thoughts were running through his mind. Bang, 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 bang. Brilliant fireworks suddenly lit up the sky. Accompanied by the prelude of Hungry Wolf, the fans below erupted in cheers. Zhang Zhu appeared with several handsome dancers. Wow. Even Song Yaxian, who was usually composed, couldn't help but admire and quickly took out her phone to snap photos of her idol. Hey. Song Yaxian nudged Jun Chen with her elbow. "What? Do you want to take a photo with me? For my social circle?" Jun Chen. "Ha. Social circle? Ah. Is that convenient? Isn't this sabotaging your love life? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." Song Yaxian rolled her eyes. "If you don't want to take a photo with me, that's fine. I won't force you." "All right, let's take a photo." Jun Chen leaned closer voluntarily. After the photo, Song Yaxian made some quick edits and posted it on her social circle. The caption read, "Zhang Zhu, Wid's forever a god." Immediately, there were over a dozen comments from former colleagues. "Yaxian, who's the guy next to you? Yaxian, why are you in Jiangnan? Yaxian is in Jiangnan? Shall we have a coincidental meetup? Yaxian, are you alone? I'm also here." Song Yaxian also did not reply. This scene was clearly seen by Zhang Jian, who was sitting in the back row. No wonder Lu Shanshan just lowered her hat. She obviously did not want Jun Chen to see her. Damn it, Zhang Jian felt very unfair. He knew that Jun Chen had taken 2 tickets from the restaurant manager, but he didn't expect their seats to be so close. "Shanin, do you want to take a few photos? Aren't you a fan of Zhu?" Zhang Jian also casually suggested taking a photo together to post on social media. The intention was to make Lu Shanshan public. Lu Shanshan hesitated after hearing this. Taking to photos is fine. Lu Shanshan's social media had never featured the presence of the opposite sex before. She also did not expect Zhang Jian to make such a request. Despite her resistance, she had no choice but to agree. Initially, Zhang Jian wanted to put his hand on Lu Shanshan's shoulder to show a special bond between them, but Lu Shanshan tactfully avoided it. Photo taken. Lu Shanshan casually took 2 pictures. "Will Shanshan post on her social media tonight?" I will." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shanshan replied. Zhang Jian clearly intended to have a presence on her social media. Wasn't this cutting off other suitors? It would be bad if recognized by other acquaintances, especially if people like Kui Jinghui or Tang Xinyu saw it. They would definitely ask a lot of questions. At this time, the grouping feature on the phone came in handy. Once back, posting a social media post visible only to Zhang Jian would help brush off the situation. On stage, Zhang Zhu was charming, interacting with the audience from time to time. It was truly a star-studded concert, and the atmosphere was explosive. After singing the 16 songs on the setlist, Zhang Zhu bid farewell to the audience and left the stage. Fans were still reluctant to leave. Backstage, in the dressing room, a young female artist with picturesque features and a proud figure was preparing to go on stage. She was wearing a sexy Chinese-style cheongsong dress, with the hem reaching up to her thighs, revealing her flawless white skin. This was the first time Yin Yanyan dressed so revealingly. But in order to return to the stage, she was ready to go all out. Suddenly, a man in a suit entered without even knocking on the door. His name was Nikai, a representative from the management company sent to oversee all aspects of the concert. Nikai's position in the company was just a little below that of a superstar. "Yin Yanyan, the superstar has finished. It's your turn to go on stage. You have to understand, the company is under a lot of pressure outside to promote you. You better perform well and not disappoint the company's expectations," Nikai earnestly reminded Yin Yanyan. Yin Yanyan nodded slightly. She was once a talented singer who debuted as the champion of the program Who is the Singer, establishing herself in the music industry. It was expected that her career would be smooth sailing. However, at an event hosted by the company, a mainland mining tycoon took an interest in her and wanted her to be his mistress. With Yin Yanyan's character, she refused no matter what promises or resources the management company or the tycoon offered her, even if they promised to promote her to become a top-tier star. In the end, the tycoon, enraged, used his influence in the industry to blacklist Yin Yanyan. Helpless, the management company had to temporarily shelve her career. Yin Yanyan had already spent a year and a half in the company's cold storage, unable to terminate the contract or find a way out. She had experienced depression and even attempted suicide a few times. The management company assessed that the situation had calmed down, and there had been no female singer with such potential as Yin Yanyan in the past 2 years. So they decided to bring her back and place her in the spotlight at the concert featuring the superstar, hoping to revive her career. And now, after enduring, she finally had the chance to make a comeback. Yin Yanyan was wearing an outfit she had never worn before, a kippao that reached up to her thighs. She couldn't stand this revealing style, but Nikai insisted on her dressing that way to attract attention. To go on stage, Yin Yanyan had to comply. "Do you remember the names of those bosses from earlier?" Nikai asked again, and Yin Yanyan recited the seat numbers and names to his satisfaction before he let her go. "Enough. Hurry up and go on stage," Nikai urged Yin Yanyan. Introduced by the host, with flashing lights and dazzling fireworks, Nikai took the microphone and announced to the audience, "Dear viewers, dear fans, the superstar has finished his setlist and is resting backstage. However, as a gesture to his fans, the superstar has specially sent a female artist he highly regards to perform a few songs for everyone. Now, let's pass the microphone to Yin Yanyan." The fans in the audience initially thought that the superstar was returning to the stage, but upon seeing Yin Yanyan, they realized something was off. She was just another decorative artist arranged by the management company. To talk about being a singer the superstar admired was pure nonsense. The atmosphere in the audience changed, with almost half expressing disapproval. These were mostly female fans who came to see the superstar, not a decorative artist. The other half of the fans didn't mind. After all, they were getting more songs for free. Plus, the artist was a stunning beauty with a top-notch figure. In their eyes, attending this concert was a huge win. Who is this stunning female artist? Wow, this concert was totally worth it. What's the name of this female artist? I'm not sure. Seems like a newcomer. I think she participated in Who Is the Singer show. Who knows what those people are thinking, getting freebies and still complaining. After Yin Yanyan took the stage, the fans' emotions diverged. Some fans stayed, not because they wanted to hear Yin Yanyan's performance, but in hopes that a wealthy fan would pay for a superstar to sing. The rumor was that having the superstar sing a song required a hefty sum, but at past concerts, there were always big spenders who would treat fans by requesting a few extra songs from the superstar. Yin Yanyan, with her experience on stage, ignored the booing fans selectively. Thank you to Mr. John in row 4, seat 7. This song is dedicated to his beautiful girlfriend and the audience present. Taking the microphone, as instructed backstage, she acknowledged the person who requested the song, giving face to the big spender. The spotlight then focused on Jun Chen and Jun Chen in row 4, seat 7 and 8, remaining there for 3 seconds. These 3 seconds were no ordinary 3 seconds, with tens of thousands of eyes in the audience fixed on Jun Chen and Jun Chen. Their vanity was easily satisfied. Following this, Yin Yanyan began her performance. Who are these two people? They look familiar. Song Yaxian squinted her eyes, remembering the 2 people she had met at the upscale restaurant that night. Wasn't the man called Jun Chen? And the woman, Jun Chen, the one who seemed to be trying to hit on Jun Chen. Did you see that? Should we go say hello? Song Yaxian nudged Jun Qian's elbow. Jun Qian had been busy looking down at his messages and hadn't seen anything. It was only when Song Yaxian pointed it out that he turned to take a look. Who is it? Jun Chen and Jun Qian? How did these 2 end up together again? When Jun Qian turned around, he even made eye contact with Jun Chen. Beside him, Jun Qian looked pleased with himself, as if he had successfully outshone Jun Qian in this setting. No need. What's he even worth? If anyone should greet the other, he should come over and greet me. Jun Qian snorted and ignored the 2 behind him. Even if Jun Qian's dad Zhang Lekon was here, he would have to respectfully address Jun Qian as Brother Qian, let alone a second-generation playboy with no notable background. If he wanted to pursue Jun Chen, then let him do so as long as Jun Chen was willing. It had nothing to do with Jun Qian. Oh. Alright then. Song Yaxian tactfully fell silent and focused on listening to Yin Yanyan's performance on stage. It had to be said that this female artist was quite the talent, with a clear voice and powerful vocals, definitely a strong female singer rather than just a pretty face. As soon as she started singing, Yin Yanyan's strong abilities became apparent. Halfway through the first song, the emotionally charged fans in the audience began to calm down. It seemed not bad. Getting songs requested by big shots for free seemed like a good deal to them. However, Jun Chen did not share the same sentiment. She had lost all interest in the music at that moment. Jun Chen, why didn't you discuss it with me before requesting the song? For the 3 seconds when the spotlight had been on her, all eyes in the room were on her. Usually, Jun Chen might have been moved by such attention, but today, Jun Chen was also present. They had exchanged a glance just a moment ago. A glance that completely silenced Jun Chen. This was a catastrophe. This was not just embarrassing for Jun Chen. She had come with Jun Qian to watch Zhang Ziyu's concert, and he had boldly requested a song in such a public manner. It even seemed somewhat provocative. If she were Jun Chen, she would definitely be displeased. Was this Jun Qian's intention? To sabotage Jun Qian's path and force her to take his? What a cunning move. Jun Chen was completely clueless about Jun Qian's scheme. This matter should have been handled discreetly, yet Jun Qian had made it so public. Wasn't he afraid of causing trouble for his father, Zhang Lekon? Jun Chen was filled with anxiety, her brows furrowed, and her teeth clenched in frustration. I wanted to surprise you, heh. Jun Qian smirked. He had disregarded his father's warnings completely. Just moments ago, he had even glanced at Jun Chen with disdain. His intentions were simply to show off in front of Jun Chen. A surprise? It was more like a shock. Jun Chen was both anxious and angry. However, Jun Qian's sudden move had stranded her, and now she couldn't turn back. She could only hope that Jun Qian would deliver the promised 30 million yuan as originally agreed. Even if Jun Qian's path was blocked, at least she would have something to show for her actions. Shanin was on the verge of tears. If it weren't for her mother's firm pressure, she would never have done such a thing. She still cared deeply about how Jun Chen viewed her. Yin proceeded to perform a few more songs on stage. 50,000 yuan wasn't that expensive and still allowed for some swagger. Apart from Jun Chen, several wealthy individuals also requested Yin to perform on stage. The audience quickly began cheering for her. Watching them wave glow sticks in unison almost brought Yin to tears. Luckily, she held back. This was her first return to the stage in 2 years. For a power-packed female singer like her, requesting her to perform live should cost at least 100,000, right? Song Yaxian remarked to Jun Chen. Look at all the people spending 100,000 just to express their love. Why not show some kindness, or simply cut off contact with that girl? Song Yaxian wasn't entirely sure why she was saying these things. Normally, these matters were private to Jun Chen and not within her purview as his secretary. However, after Jun Qian's constant doting and even spending 500 million on a cruise ship for her, Song Yaxian had developed some possessiveness. Despite speaking up for Jun Chen, she harbored some ulterior motives and wanted to prevent any further ties between Jun Chen and Shanin. She understood that as long as Jun Chen wished it, that girl Shanin could easily end up in his arms. Requesting a song, isn't that what concerts are all about? Jun Chen furrowed his brow. Have you never been to a concert before? Song Yaxian shared some insider details about concerts with Jun Chen. 5,000 for requesting a song, the management company took 4,900, leaving only 100 for the singer. After a 400 tax deduction, the singer would end up with just 500. Previously, Yin would never have considered such engagements. Even the 5,000 was barely enough to cover her appearance fee. Jun Chen narrowed his eyes. Could it really work that way? I speculate that this singer named Yin was previously neglected talent by the management company and is using these events not just for profit, but to build her fan base, Song Yaxian explained. Jun Chen had a sudden epiphany and came up with a brilliant idea. If these wealthy individuals were spending to impress their companions, why couldn't he do the same? Currently, Song Yaxian's favorability rating toward him was of 55 points. The cruise had brought that up significantly, but there was still room for significant cashback through the system. Requesting a song for 100,000 would yield a 1 million rebate. Spending $1 million on a song would provide a 10 million cashback through the system. I'm only saying it could be 100,000. I'm not sure about the exact amount. Song Yaxian explained to Jun Chen. Can we request a king to sing then? Seems like that could be done, but it might be quite expensive. Having seen online versions of Zhang Ziu's concerts before, Song Yaxian knew that it was possible to request him to perform. However, such requests were rare. A king of his stature would likely demand at least $1 million for a song, right? Indeed, the king's status probably overshadows this hidden gem of a singer. Even 100,000 might be a modest estimate. Jun Chen nodded. Why not simply request the king to sing then? Forget about just 100,000. Even if it cost $1 million, Jun Chen could afford it. After all, whatever he spent, the system would give back tenfold. The king's price wouldn't be a concern. With these thoughts in mind, Jun Chen got up and left his seat. Song Yaxian didn't think much of it, assuming he had gone to the restroom since the concert had been going on for 2 hours, and Jun Qian's condition might not have been great. Jun Chen did not go to the restroom. Instead, he went straight to the backstage lounge. Who's in charge here? Jun Chen asked directly as soon as he entered the lounge. Several heads of talent agencies in the lounge, led by Ni Kai, were dumbfounded. Who is this guy? Dressed in bright and luxurious clothes, wearing an expensive watch on his wrist, young and arrogant. He must be a rich second generation from Jiangnan, right? So what if he's a rich second generation? They were from talent agencies in Hong Kong, accustomed to dealing with business tycoons. Even if the rich in Jiangnan were wealthy, could they compare to the economic prosperity of Hong Kong? Furthermore, Jun Chen was not even a rich first generation, but a rich second generation. Judging from his demeanor, he probably wanted to take a photo and get an autograph with Zhang Qianwan, right? Ni Kai had seen many people like this before. Jun Chen must have bragged to some female companion beside him during the show, boasting about his connections and means, saying he could take a photo and get an autograph with Qianwan, just to impress the girls. Normally, Ni Kai wouldn't refuse such people because those who wanted a solo photo and autograph with Qianwan had to pay. and most of that money went into their pockets. Nikai and the others had never seen such an arrogant rich second generation before. Those who had played such tricks before were always respectful towards them, not even knocking on the door and directly entering the backstage lounge. So rude. Do you think you can act like a boss just because you spend money? Little brother, this is the entertainment industry. Do you think Chanwon is just a title given for free? Does it matter if Jun Qian's dad is as rich as Chanwon? I am. What do you need? Nikai asked disdainfully, glancing at Jun Chen. Can we request songs here? Jun Chen stepped forward. Request songs? Everyone exchanged glances. So conceited, right? Being rich, isn't it? 100,000 per song, Nikai said coldly. Their original price was 50,000 per song, but seeing Jun Chen acting so arrogantly, he doubled the price, showing that he did not think highly of him. Nikai held a large number of resources within the entertainment industry. While his personal wealth might not be much, those resources were invaluable. You can't get them even if you're rich. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high status in a talent agency compared to Chanwon. Nikai had met countless wealthy people, all giants in the industry. Used to being respected by those wealthy individuals, Nikai didn't regard Jun Chen highly. 100,000. Jun Chen hesitated for a moment, not expecting Song Yaxian's guess to be so accurate. This hesitation made Nikai also pause. It's like this. Originally, for the artist to perform live, it only costs 50,000. But since you didn't make a reservation in advance, we have to charge a portion for the service and rush fee. So it's 100,000 per song. We have transparent pricing, no deception, Nikai replied. Jun Chen, how is this transparent pricing? It's just ripping people off. It increased by 100,000 out of nowhere. If Nikai hadn't explained it, Jun Chen wouldn't have realized. Jun Chen could afford the 100,000, but he actually preferred the price to be higher. You may have misunderstood me. I'm not looking to request songs from that female singer. I want Chanwon to sing a few more songs for my friend. How much? You name the price. After hearing Jun Qian's words, everyone was stunned. Nikai and the other heads of the talent agencies burst into laughter. Alright, how many songs would you like Chanwon to sing for your friend? Nikai chuckled. He had started to treat Jun Chen as a joke by now. 10 songs. 10 songs. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Brother, have you had too much to drink? Getting Chanwon to sing for your friend? You seem to be unable to afford it, right? Chanwon's concert had not received a high-priced invitation like this before. Jun Chen was asking for 10 songs up front. It was ridiculous. The concert had a total of 16 songs, so Jun Qian's request was almost like hosting half of the concert. Sure, it's 1 million per song. If it's 10 songs, it will be 10 million. Do you have that much money? We don't negotiate prices. People were already looking forward to Jun Qian's reaction after hearing the price, expecting him to flee. However, unexpectedly, Jun Chen showed no emotional change on his face and didn't dash out as they had imagined. Instead, he faced them calmly and uttered a shocking sentence. Okay, give me the account number. 1 billion. Requesting Chanwon to sing 10 songs. Could this guy be the son of the wealthiest person in Jiangnan? The speculation among the people was that he must be requesting Chanwon to sing for a girl he hadn't wooed yet. He was so willing to spend money. Are you joking or serious? Nikai's hand holding the water cup began to tremble slightly. He was truly shocked by Jun Qian's financial power. To think that Jack Brother had received only 2 or 3 million for a collaboration in the past. People's faces showed skepticism. We need to be paid upfront. No, it's not us. It's Chanwon who needs advance payment. Nikai, shaken by Jun Qian's audacity, almost slipped. Then give me the card number. Jun Qian was getting impatient. What was the point of dilly-dallying and not giving the card number? It's just 1 billion. Can't he afford it? Jun Qian handed his phone to Nikai, urging him to enter the card number himself. Is this for real? The next second after Nikai received Jun Qian's phone, his face turned pale and then green. 10 million. 100 million. Nikai mentally calculated Jun Qian's downs. Available balance. 15 billion. This, Nikai, who had been in the entertainment industry for half his life, had never seen so much money. This was unbelievable. A real big shot. Hurry up and enter it. Don't waste time. Okay. Jun Qian urged. Yes. Yes, I'm entering it now. Nikai nervously entered a private account number. Jun Chen confirmed the identity using facial recognition and transferred 1 billion. Payment of 100 million yuan. System refunds 1 billion yuan. Transaction completed. Another 10 billion had come in. Jun Chen, spending so lavishly, unexpectedly made a windfall. His net assets were about 160 billion in cash. Combined with Client Group, Jun Qian's net worth had reached nearly 200 billion. He never expected to make this much money in Jianan this time. Jun Chen was even surprised himself. Nikai was in a state of panic. He received the payment confirmation message. 1 billion was a bit of a hot potato to handle. The figure of 10 million earlier was just a number Nikai made up, never expecting Jun Chen to actually pay. Will spending money make you a boss? Typically, not. However, he had spent too much. 1 billion. As a top-tier superstar like Chen Wan, who had come to Jianan for a concert, hadn't earned this much money. Nikai thought he had to take good care of Jun Chen now. Excuse me, sir? How should we address you? My surname is Jun. What are you all still doing standing there? Hurry up and get chairs for Mr. Jun. Nikai scolded a few officials in charge. Are they blind? Why are they just standing there silly? Nikai half bowed and handed a cup of tea to Jun Chen. Mr. Jun, please wait a moment. I will go talk to Chen Wan. The entire communication process between Nikai and the King of Heaven wasn't difficult. Originally, the King of Heaven didn't even want to listen. But Nikai quoted 50 million, not even going through official channels, directly into his personal account. Even the King of Heaven was dumbfounded. Where did this rich person come from? Is the development of the mainland's economy that goat? 5 million for one song. Isn't that just giving him money for nothing? What the King of Heaven didn't know was that the 50 million price was already Nikai's quote. After taking a cut of half, each one taking half, no one would have an issue with money. The King of Heaven agreed immediately. About 10 minutes later, Nikai came back smiling from the King of Heaven's exclusive lounge. Jun Xiao, the King of Heaven has agreed. He will perform for you and your girlfriend later. May I ask if you had any requirements for the 10 songs? Jun Chen randomly mentioned a few song titles he was familiar with. Alright, then go prepare. Jun Chen was about to leave the backstage lounge when he happened to see Yin Yanyan coming down from the stage to drink water and rest. Yanyan, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is Jun Xiao. Jun Xiao. Yin Yanyan narrowed her beautiful eyes and proactively extended her hand to greet politely. Jun Xiao, hi. I'm Yin Yanyan. Jun Chen saw a stage performer up close for the first time. It was even the first time he shook hands with a performer. Just now on stage, Yin Yanyan truly attracted many people's attention with her fair skin like frost and snow, graceful figure, combined with this Chinese-style cheongsam, adding a touch of femininity to her. Pure and elegant, yet sensual and charming. Just based on her voice, she could conquer numerous audiences, bowing down under her pomegranate dress. No. It should be under the cheongsam. Nikai saw Jun Qian's gaze towards Yin Yanyan somewhat differently. Suddenly had an idea. Since Jun Chen had his eyes on Yin Yanyan, why not just straightforwardly give Yin Yanyan to Jun Chen? In Nikai's eyes, Yin Yanyan was not an artist, not even a person. She was a bargaining chip. 2 years ago, Yin Yanyan was targeted just because she refused to accompany that my Moss, even threatened to blacklist her. The company had to temporarily shelve Yin Yanyan, letting her sit on the bench. Now, isn't there a big shot in front of them? 15 billion. This was just the money lying in the bank. Jun Qian's worth probably far exceeded 100 billion. If they tied Yin Yanyan to Jun Chen, then raised her up later, wouldn't it be smooth sailing? It even saved the company a lot of resources. Nikai quickly did some calculations in his mind. This was definitely a profitable deal. Nikai didn't know whether his previous haughty attitude had left a grudge in Jun Qian's heart. This was a good opportunity to dispel any barriers in his heart. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just do it. Thinking of this, Nikai said, Jun Xiao, how do you think Yin sang? He tentatively asked Jun Chen. Jun Chen nodded. She sang well. Nikai was overjoyed. A glint of hope flickered in his eyes. Looks like Jun Chen indeed had his eyes on Yin Yanyan. In that case, Jun Xiao, do you have time tonight? I happen to have a black gold card at a KTV. Let's Yin accompany you to sing a bit more. What do you think? Nikai didn't even ask Yin Yanyan. He just decided for her. In fact, he had the power to do so. When Yin Yanyan signed the contract, it clearly stated that when accompanying customers for necessary business discussions, she must follow the company's arrangements. Besides this authority, Nikai didn't ask Yin Yanyan for another important reason. She had been benched 2 years ago for such things. Yin Yanyan should have learned her lesson, right? If she offended Jun Chen again, she would just end up on the bench. Jun Chen could just make a call and possibly blacklist her in the industry. She wouldn't be able to do anything related to arts anymore. Yin Yanyan would have to change careers completely, ending her professional life. Yin Yanyan? Her expression was very complicated. Again, this scene, the same as 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she refused the company's arrangement and got benched. Just returning to the stage tonight, and a big shot wanted to take her away. Wasn't that just too unlucky? Nikai's intention was already very clear. Bringing her to KTV to sing. Obviously, he wanted Jun Chen to take her away tonight and sleep with her. Yin Yanyan was caught in a dilemma for a while. Jun Chen felt that Nikai's proposal wasn't unreasonable. Just now on stage, Jun Chen had already been attracted by her voice like a nightingale and her fair and beautiful appearance. Unless one was a monk or had male health issues, it was impossible not to be attracted to Yin Yanyan. Money was indeed a good thing. Just moments ago on the stage, a female singer who was adored by thousands. Just resting off stage for a few minutes, Yin Yanyan's agent wanted to send her to his room. Spending 100 million to make billions in return, profit 10 billion. And he also got to fool around with a female singer, a future leading artist in the music world. Wasn't this a huge profit? However, seeing Yin Yanyan's awkward expression, Jun Chen didn't want to force her. Debtor asked first, "Miss Yin, would you be willing to go to KTV with me after the performance ends?" Jun Chen asked understandingly. If Yin Yanyan was unwilling, what was the point? A forced fruit, though quenching thirst, is not sweet. Winning over her heart can unlock more possibilities. Yes. Yes. Mr. Jung, you're absolutely right. You are indeed a true gentleman. Nikai buttered up to Jun Chen. Then his tone changed, becoming very stern. Ziyin, why don't you make a gesture to Mr. Jung already? What should she do? How should she choose? Yin Yanyan's face had turned red. If she refused, maybe her fate wouldn't be as harsh as 2 years of being benched. For an artist, especially a female artist, the golden age is between 20 and 28. If one hasn't achieved fame or established their position in the music industry during this time, then there's practically no chance for a comeback in the future. At this moment, Yin Yanyan was so embarrassed that tears were almost welling up in her eyes. Jun Chen understood Yin Yanyan's thoughts at a glance. If she wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do. Forget it. I was just joking. I actually already have a girlfriend. Zini, you hurry up and get ready. Jun Chen said, and left the lounge. All right, Jun Shao. Jun Shao, you're like a man unmatched these days. Nikai nodded and bowed, smilingly seeing off Jun Chen. Although he had a smile on his face, in his heart, Nikai was cursing and frustrated. Yin Yanyan, do you know what you were doing just now? After Jun Chen left, Nikai immediately shouted at Yin Yanyan. Yin Yanyan, what are you up to? Do you know who he is? Yin Yanyan? She didn't know. Who? Nikai was irritated by Yin Yanyan. He didn't actually know who Jun Chen was. But looking at the balance of over 10 billion in his account, could this be an ordinary person? Even the four masters of Hong Kong Island might not be able to match the financial power. Jun Chen had an astounding background. No matter what, he couldn't be offended. How dare you ask who he is? I can tell you clearly now. He's someone you can't afford to provoke. Not only you can't afford it, even our entire brokerage company may not be able to afford it. Yin Yanyan's eyes flashed a hint of panic, standing there like a statue, dumbfounded. If it was someone she couldn't afford to provoke, that's understandable. In this society, there were plenty of people she couldn't afford to provoke. But Nikai's statement that even the brokerage company couldn't afford to provoke him left her somewhat incredulous. The brokerage company had many well-known celebrities under its banner. Representing Hong Kong Island were Zhang Zhu, JJ, Shi, and from the mainland, there were famous names like Brother Kun and Ziwei, covering various areas such as variety shows, film and television, and the music industry. How many people in the world could the brokerage company not afford to provoke? Do you know you missed a chance to become popular? If you had agreed decisively just now, not only would John Shaw support you, our company would put all its resources into promoting you. Now, after putting you in such a difficult position just now, if Jun Chen isn't angry, that's already a good outcome. Why bother with further promotion? Ziyin, 2 years ago's lesson, you still haven't learned? Yin Yanyan fell into deep thought for a moment. Why are you standing there? Get on stage quickly. Sing along with the King of Heaven a few lines. That'll be your apology to Zhang Xiao. Nikai was extremely anxious in his mind. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend Jun Chen. In front of the stage, where did you go? Song Yaxian curiously asked. I went to the restroom, Jun Chen replied with a smile. Song Yaxian pursed her lips. Could Jun Chen have kidney problems, spending so long in the restroom? Or could it be there's an issue in that aspect? It wouldn't be surprising. After all, Jun Chen could favor multiple women in a day. Jun Qian's complexion was ruddy, full of spirit. Looking at his face, there seemed to be no problem. The female singer who just performed has left the stage. Shall we go back to the hotel? Song Yaxian saw people starting to leave one by one, thinking the concert was almost over. Wait, I heard backstage that the King of Heaven is going to perform next. Is it true? Song Yaxian was somewhat skeptical. If Zhang Zhu were to perform again, it would mean a big shot song request. The last female singer's song cost 100,000. A big shots request would start in the millions. Before she could finish her sentence, fireworks erupted on the stage. Dozens of bright spotlights focused once again backstage. The music began to play. The audience, who thought the concert was over, even those who were leaving their seats, sat back down. The King of Heaven was going to perform again. Making a song request from the King of Heaven wasn't cheap. Indeed, there were wealthy people in Jiangnan spending such a huge amount of money. Requesting a song costs several million. The economy in the north, compared to the south, is still lagging behind. The King of Heaven even changed into a white silk suit at this moment, holding a microphone, exuding a strong aura. Those young idols in variety shows couldn't compare at all. Indeed, mature men are more charming. After the King of Heaven returned to the stage, he expressed thanks and mentioned that he would sing 11 more songs for everyone. After all, he was the King of Heaven. Unlike Yin Yanyan, who directly stated who requested the song, he emphasized his fans. After all, his status was there. He couldn't stray from mentioning his fans. Water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. It couldn't appear that he came to sing for money, but should emphasize giving back to his fans. By saying this, the King of Heaven had already given face to Zhang Chen. Those who knew the inside story basically understood what was going on. 10 songs. A fortune spent. At least $1 million per song, so that's tens of millions thrown out, just to win a smile from the beauty. Who else could match such generosity? Song Yaxian was baffled, turning her head to look at Zhang Chen dumbfoundedly. Did you go backstage just now to request the King of Heaven to sing? Jun Chen just smiled, then didn't say anything. Seeing Jun Qian's expression, Song Yaxian understood immediately. Jun Chen, you didn't have to do this. Although Song Yaxian said this with her mouth, deep down she was deeply moved. Her favorability towards Jun Chen was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. 10 songs. Jun Chen had spent tens of millions at least. It was at this moment that she realized, in Jun Qian's heart, did she hold such importance? If buying a cruise couldn't shake her icy heart, this request for the King of Heaven to sing 10 songs had truly struck a chord. It's okay, you're a loyal fan of the King of Heaven. He's performing for you now. Listen carefully. Tears were welling up in Song Yaxian's eyes. If you had listened carefully just now, the first song was dedicated to Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren? Jun Chen indeed heard the name Zhang Yanren. He was curious. Zhang Yanren had come to attend Zhang Zhu's concert too. She also requested the King of Heaven to sing. That's not it. Apparently, Song Yaxian knew a bit more than Jun Chen. Yes, the venue today was provided by Zhang Yanren. I heard it was discounted a lot just to welcome the King of Heaven, so he had to sing for her first. Jun Chen hadn't paid much attention just now. Zhang Yanren was a local influencer. Jiangnan was her turf. Even if he had spent 100 million, he had to slightly step back, pay respect to Zhang Yanren, the local influencer. A small portion of the audience below exclaimed at this largesse. Even Zhang Jian and Lu Shanshan behind them were shocked. Lu Shanshan had just seen Zhang Chen leave, thinking he went to the restroom. Now it seemed that he didn't just go to the restroom. He actually spent a hefty sum to request the King of Heaven to sing. Zhang Jian's face instantly turned incredibly ugly. He had inquired about the King of Heaven's fee. It was at least 7 figures per song. Who could afford that? Zhang Jian regretted deeply. He had rolled his eyes scornfully at Jun Chen just now. He requested Yin Yanyan to sing. Jun Chen left for a moment and ended up requesting the King of Heaven to sing. And he even requested 10 songs at once. Zhang Fitness is a second-generation rich, and the largest amount of money he has ever spent in his life at one time was buying a second-hand Porsche for over 2 million. This amount even surpasses the amount spent by Kui Jinghui. He couldn't even request a song by Zhang Ziyu, let alone 10 songs. Lu Shanshan was truly surprised. Is this the competitiveness of men? Zhang Jian requested a song for her, while Jun Chen directly requested 10 songs for Song Yaxian. And it was from the King of Songs. You should know, a small singer from a talent agency is not in the same league as the king. A small singer might cost tens of thousands for one song. The king's song, at the very least, would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Wan Shaoqi was secretly amazed in the audience. She doubted whether she misheard the name. Mr. Jun, could that be the same Jun Chen who showed off at the auction, spending such a large sum of money? Wan Shaoqi couldn't help but think about Jun Chen. It wasn't until the king finished singing the last song. Mr. Zhang, Miss Son, would you be interested in performing a song with me on stage? Perform together. When Song Yaxian heard the personal invitation from the king himself, she was stunned. Her mind went blank for a moment. Zhang Ziyu was her idol, and to sing on stage with her idol would be such an honor. Jun Chen waved his hand, indicating he wasn't musically talented, so he wouldn't perform on stage. All right, then please come to the stage, Miss Song. Song Yaxian stood blankly in place, silently looking at Zhang Chen. Everyone around cast envious glances. Being able to sing on stage with the king, the man by Song Yaxian's side, must either be powerful or incredibly wealthy. Even Song Yaxian herself had never imagined singing on stage with her idol. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go up, Jun Chen said with a smile. Aye. Song Yaxian stammered nervously. She wasn't mentally prepared at all and never expected such a big surprise from Jun Chen. All the spotlight was now on Song Yaxian for over a minute, for exceeding the 3 seconds of honor and vanity Lu Shanshan experienced before. In the end, Song Yaxian accepted the king's invitation and took the stage, singing a classic old song together. Song Yaxian was a loyal fan of the king's. She could sing many old songs decently, although she hadn't received any systematic training. Paired with her unique voice and singing style, she was not inferior to those mainstream artists. The audience below enjoyed her performance. After performing for over a minute, the crowd was astonished to see the woman, who was previously praised by everyone, leading a dance troupe onto the stage to dance alongside the king and Song Yaxian. At that moment, Song Yaxian was the brightest star on stage. It was him, Jun Chen. Wan Shaoqi vaguely remembered, at the auction on the Platinum Princess, when Jun Chen signed legal documents, he signed Song Yaxian's name. The woman currently singing with the king was brought by Jun Chen. In other words, the song requests, the duet, all of it was paid for by Jun Chen. At that moment, Wan Shaoqi thought back to what Jun Chen had jokingly said about her on stage this afternoon. In her mind, she compared herself with Song Yaxian on stage. She closely observed Song Yaxian's shy demeanor, every move she made, and her figure. Today, Song Yaxian was wearing a khaki pencil skirt that hugged her figure tightly. Wan Shaoqi's figure was slightly larger than Song Yaxian's, but Song Yaxian had better proportions due to being slightly taller. But if Song Yaxian had a better figure than her, Wan Shaoqi vehemently disagreed, especially in terms of curves. Wan Shaoqi fiercely glared at Jun Chen from the audience. If she wasn't considered curvy, then what was the level of curves in Jun Qian's eyes? Could it be like Song Yaxian's? At that moment, Wan Shaoqi felt that Jun Chen had insulted her greatly. At the same time, a hint of jealousy rose in Wan Shaoqi's heart. She could work for a lifetime in the auction house and still not earn enough money for a cruise ship, probably not even enough for an anchor. And what about Song Yaxian on stage? Wan Shaoqi didn't know her identity, profession, education level, or family background, but she was certain that Song Yaxian couldn't be much higher than her. Wan Shaoqi wasn't materialistic. With her monthly salary of 50,000, combined with her commission from the auction house, she could live a comfortable middle-class life. But they were both women. Why did Son Yaxian have the adoration of a top-tier guy like Jun Chen while she didn't? Wang Xiaoqi shed a tear in her heart. Wah. She also wanted a gentle yet domineering man like that. But Jun Chen didn't even take a second look at her. He even said she wasn't curvy enough. That was truly despicable. In a nearby private box, positioning just slightly behind the front row seats, those wealthy individuals who liked excitement and wanted to get close to their idols would often choose to sit in the front like Jun Chen. But for those who preferred quiet and were not particularly obsessed with John, they would opt for a private box just to make an appearance. Zhang Yanren was one such person. She wasn't especially interested in Zhang Ziyu. She just happened to have some free time in the evening, so she came to sit for a while. She even turned down the opportunity that countless fans dreamt of, to duet with Zhang Ziyu, just to enjoy some peace and quiet. She never expected that even escaping here today would bring her in touch with Zhang Qian's limelight. The Zhangnan Convention Center was funded by Zhang Yanren's father in the past. For large-scale commercial events, the Zhang family's convention center in Zhangnan was the premier choice. However, booking this venue was quite difficult. Zhang Yanren gave Zhang Ziyu face, pushing other events aside to make way for his concert. The talent agency was also tactful, showcasing her name when the king performed on stage, giving her ample face. Although it might seem insignificant, it reflected the agency's profound respect for Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren had never been left speechless like this before. This was the first time she felt overshadowed by a man. After the auction ended, Zhang Yanren wanted to contact Zhang Chen, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't answer her calls or reply to messages. Yet, there he was at Zhang Ziyu's concert, showing off so extravagantly to impress women. Wherever this guy appeared, he loved to show off. Didn't he realize the repercussions of being so high profile? Didn't he have any sense of discretion? Zhang Yanren was clearly provoked by Zhun Chen, ignoring her and flirting with other women at a concert. She was trying to talk business with Zhang Chen. Didn't he know business should take precedence over women? How could he prioritize women over business? Did he look down on her? The more Zhang Yanren thought about it, the angrier she became, and her expression gradually turned unpleasant. These high-profile actions would likely draw unwanted attention and lead to trouble. Director Zhang Yanren's secretary Du Bingbing, holding a set of documents, stumbled into the room. What's the matter? Zhang Yanren furrowed her brows. This is just what she needed. She had previously investigated Zhang Chen and thought he was a self-made entrepreneur, a rising star in the eyes of others. But ever since the auction meeting, Zhang Yanren had started to take notice of Zhang Chen. His displayed abilities and courage, or seriously, odds with the background information from the initial investigation. Zhang Yanren ordered a re-investigation of Zhang Chen, wanting to dig deeper. After looking at the new investigation report, she was infuriated. How is this report different from the last one? Zhang Yanren slammed the table, causing Du Bingbing to shiver. Director Zhang, I personally supervised this investigation. We almost dug up Zhang Qian's ancestors' graves to check their DNA. Du Bingbing felt like crying. She had no other means. Du Bingbing sent out several teams to investigate, but the results were similar to the previous report. Zhang Yanren rarely got angry at Du Bingbing. Zhang Qian's background, being an orphan and a graduate from Yebai University, all showed surprisingly ordinary. Given Zhang Qian's background, he would have at most risen to the position of vice president of Jiangxin Shipyard, even if he climbed to the top. However, Zhang Qian not only became the chairman of Kind Group in a leap, but also made frequent large investments. It seemed like there was a powerful financial group backing him, otherwise how could one explain the repeated emergence of huge amounts of funds out of nowhere? Unless Zhang Qian's background far exceeded her imagination. Otherwise, it was impossible to visit multiple times and almost dig up Zhang Qian's ancestral tomb for just this much information. If that was the case, then Du Bingbing couldn't be blamed. It could only be said that Zhang Qian had hidden himself too well. Wait, Zhang Qian was from an orphanage. Zhang Yanren had overlooked this point before. An orphan with no parents. Could it be that Zhang Qian's biological parents were from one of the most influential families in Zhuzhou? Zhang Yanren had seen such plots in movies and TV shows before, like the 3-year deadline being up, and the young master returning home style. By the way, Director Zhang, I have another matter to report to you. Go ahead. Du Bingbing interrupted Zhang Yanren's thoughts. Internally, Zhang Yanren had just considered many things, but her expression remained calm and composed, her words being measured. There has just been news from the auction house that Yu's company is going to re-auction that merchant ship. A large merchant ship? Which one? Zhang Yanran looked skeptical. Yu's company mainly dealt with cruise ships, but it still had 2 merchant ships running international routes. However, before the auction began, these 2 merchant ships had already been secured by a mysterious beer. Now they were being re-auctioned, indicating that something had gone wrong. Most likely the beer had backed out without giving notice. Compared to cruise ships, these 2 merchant ships were the lifeline of Yu's company, the biggest cake. Even if they couldn't secure a deal on the cruise ships, winning one of these merchant ships would still be a good choice. How much is the starting price from Yu's? Zhang Yanran inquired. It wasn't mentioned. I heard that they are opting for a closed-bid auction to sell it. Zhang Yanran smartly nodded. Du Bingbing explained that one of the ships to be auctioned was the White Robe Knight. Zhang Yanran had long been eyeing these 2 huge cargo ships. The cost of building new ones was up to 2.5 billion. With the international routes being tough over the past 2 years, prices might slightly drop, but for such a million-ton container ship, the lowest would still be over 10 billion. Even with these prices, Zhang Yanran didn't have that much cash on hand. How to buy the White Robe Knight then? Just using the few billion in her possession wouldn't be enough. What to do? How about discussing a collaboration with Jun Chen? Zhang Yanran reluctantly thought about Jun Chen, but who else could raise so much capital in such a short time? Yesterday, she had struggled to gather just a few billion, and now to come up with 10 billion or more was simply impossible. Zhang Yanran hadn't anticipated that she would also encounter difficulties due to money. Despite her unwillingness, for the sake of business interests, Zhang Yanran decided to temporarily set aside her pride and approach Jun Chen to discuss. She acted quickly as always. After all, Jun Chen was just downstairs, wasn't he? The concert was about to end, and Zhang Yanran thought it'd be simplest to just confront Jun Chen at the entrance. Jun Qian's temper and attitude had truly become difficult to handle. Several attempts to meet him were already rejected. Was Jun Chen deliberately retaliating against her? After the concert ended, Song Yaxian took the initiative to hold Jun Qian's arm, surprising him. He hadn't even managed to sway Song Yaxian with a cruise ship. Had he won her over simply by having the Heavenly King sing a few songs with her, without having even spent any money? Jun Chen glanced at Song Yaxian's affection for him at that moment. It had already reached 80 points. Clearly, Song Yaxian had been moved by his actions. She was the woman that Jun Chen found hardest to sway, having spent so much money for just a slight increase in favor before. Now spending billions had her affinity already at 80 points, making Jun Chen feel a slight crisis. Was this woman going to be so easily won over? As the saying goes, once a woman's heart is moved, the favorability could increase rapidly. Song Yaxian took the initiative to link arms with Jun Chen, and they left the venue together through a less crowded fire exit. Along the way, she couldn't bring herself to look directly into Jun Qian's eyes. Jun Qian wasn't sure what to say. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Both kept quiet but refused to let go of each other. Inside, Song Yaxian was quite conflicted. The man beside her was quite something. She didn't want to be played, but he even got the Heavenly King to sing with her. Previously, when Jun Chen gave her a cruise ship, Song Yaxian hadn't felt as moved as she was now. Seeing Jun Qian's sincere attitude and relentless pursuit, she reluctantly agreed to his proposal. As the two arrived at the parking lot, not far away, a young, spirited couple was engaged in conversation. Shanshan, let me drive you home. Zhang Jian courteously opened the passenger door for Lu Shanshan. When Lu Shanshan lifted her eyes and saw Jun Chen walking towards her, there was a woman beside him, intimately linking arms with him. It was the one who had just performed with the Heavenly King, Song Yaxian. Damn it, what were they doing parked here? Was it just a coincidence? Jun Chen had surely seen Zhang Jian opening the car door for her. To avoid unnecessary misunderstanding, Lu Shanshan changed her mind and declined Zhang Jian. Never mind, I'll take a taxi home by myself. And with that, she made a quick escape from the car, using the vehicle as cover. Zhang Jian stood dumbfounded in his spot. What's going on? Didn't even want to ride home. Insisted on taking a taxi. Zhang Jian didn't understand Lu Shanshan's intentions. Turning his head, Zhang Jian instantly comprehended the situation. It was Jun Chen again. Zhang Jian, seeing Jun Chen now, was itching with hate in his heart. How come every time he goes out with Lu Shanshan, he runs into this jinx Jun Chen? At the same time, Jun Chen also felt a bit scared in his heart. Damn. Jun Chen was coming straight towards him. Could it be that he's looking for trouble? At this moment, Jun Chen suddenly remembered his father's repeated warnings and admonitions, warning him not to offend Jun Chen at all costs. Otherwise, Kangming shipping would be doomed. What to do? What to do? Jun Chen was in a panic. It was only now that he remembered. He had boldly gone out with Lu Shanshan before, completely forgetting about this matter. He thought he wouldn't run into Jun Chen, but ended up being caught by him directly. As for the outcome, it all depended on Jun Qian's attitude towards Lu Shanshan. If Jun Chen thought Lu Shanshan was a bad woman, there's no telling what he would do to himself. But Jun Chen understood men as well. He himself had the same mindset. If he didn't want a woman, he wouldn't want anyone else to have her either. Holding on to what he already had. Many big shots, on the surface, appeared righteous, but deep down had this kind of mentality. Because Jun Chen was such a person himself. Jun Xiao. Jun Chen quickly bowed and greeted Jun Chen. It would be too passive if he waited for Jun Chen to start the conversation. His father had said that with Jun Qian's influence, just one call could destroy Kangming shipping. If his father found out about his actions today, he would definitely break his legs and present him in front of Jun Chen to plead guilty. To avoid such an outcome, it was better to apologize to Jun Chen early on. Jun Xiao, would you like a cigarette? Jun Chen took out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, intending to offer it to Jun Chen. However, Jun Chen waved his hand, rejecting the cigarette. She can't stand the smell of smoke, so I won't smoke. Jun Chen waved his hand, declining Jun Chen's offer. Jun Chen stole a glance at Song Yaxian. These two actions, Jun Chen had already entangled Song Yaxian. Envy was evident in Jun Chen's eyes. If he could sleep with a woman like her in his lifetime, even if it meant 10 years less of life, he would be willing. Song Yaxian was touched in sighing. How did this man suddenly become so gentle? Affection +5. Jun Chen, he really wanted to slap himself. Just a few words raised Song Yaxian's affection by 5 points. Damn. How much money must he spend less now? Such a loss. If he had known, he should have accepted Jun Qian's cigarette. Maybe Song Yaxian's affection would have decreased a bit more. Jun Xiao, regarding me and Lu Shanshan, please don't misunderstand. Listen to my explanation. Jun Chen forced a strained smile on his face. What does it have to do with me? Your business with Lu Shanshan. I don't want anything to do with her. Jun Chen coldly replied. Slap, slap. Jun Chen slapped himself twice. It was only then that he realized he had spoken the wrong words. How could he discuss Lu Shanshan in front of Song Yaxian? I'm sorry Jun Xiao, I misspoke. I deserve to be punished. Jun Chen slapped himself on the face. It was okay to slap himself now, but if he didn't do it now, he might get his legs broken by his father in return. I came to you not to blame you, but to give you a kind reminder. Jun Xiao, please go on. Do you know how many women there are in this world? Over 3 billion. Why do you insist on someone like Lu Shanshan? Do you think you can control her? Jun Qian's two sentences completely awakened Jun Chen. Is this what a big shot is like? So clear-minded? He hit the nail on the head with just a few words. With his conditions, he could find any kind of woman he wanted, as long as he was willing to spend money. Beautiful women, campus flower, even minor celebrities were vying to be with him. Thinking back on Lu Shanshan's actions towards him, it was clear she was treating him like a lapdog. He was no different from a lapdog. Damn it. Once Jun Chen understood this, he cursed inwardly. How did he, as a second-generation wealthy man, unknowingly become a lapdog? Lu Shanshan gave Jun Chen the feeling that she was almost his. Wasn't this the feeling between a goddess and a lapdog? Keeping a balance, playing ambiguous games, without establishing a clear relationship. It was similar to the tricks used by those wealthy men, fish raisers, and green tea holders. Just a slight improvement in status and position. Jun Xiao, I understand now. I can't be a lapdog. Thank you for enlightening me today, Jun Xiao. Although Jun Chen had some shortcomings, deep down he was not a bad person. He didn't want to see Jun Chen being led on by Lu Shanshan like a lapdog. Every time he saw Jun Chen, it was like seeing himself in the past. Only then did Jun Chen couldn't help but come over to guide Jun Chen, advising him not to be led astray. Jun Chen felt that Jun Qian's words actually had two meanings. First, he genuinely didn't want him to be a lapdog. Second, there was some interest in Lu Shanshan, but it was embarrassing to say it in front of Song Yaxian, so he chose this method. Regardless of the meaning, Zhang Jian felt it was time to distance himself from Lu Shanshan. After the conversation ended, Zhang Jian returned to his car and decisively blacklisted Lu Shanshan. "Zhun Xiao, I'll be going now. Take care on the way." Zhun Qian and Song Yaxian held hands as they walked towards the parking lot. "Isn't that Lu Shanshan your classmate?" Song Yaxian curiously asked. "Yes, she's my classmate." It was due to for years of being schoolmates that he had a deep understanding of Lu Shanshan. Song Yaxian had actually sensed that Lu Shanshan was not a good woman the first time they met, but out of respect for Zhang Qian, she didn't want to say it out loud on the spot. Little did she know that Zhang Qian felt the same. When they reached the entrance of the venue, someone suddenly called his name from behind. "Zhang Qian." A woman's voice. Song Yaxian felt a twinge of jealousy. Who was this red-faced capable woman of Zhang Qian's now? When they turned around, it was none other than Zhang Yanren, who had been waiting for him at the venue entrance for a long time. "You really are hard to wait for now, even more so than the chairman of Beta Wen Corporation." Zhang Yanren knew Zhang Qian didn't have a car in Jiangnan and had taken a taxi to the concert, so she chose a spot where it was easier to get a taxi to meet Zhang Qian. She didn't expect it to be so difficult. She had no idea that Zhang Qian had gone to the parking lot to find Zhang Jian. "What's the matter?" Zhang Qian asked. Zhang Yanren looked at the two of them, still holding hands, and frowned. She didn't know why, but she found herself inexplicably jealous of Song Yaxian. "Nothing. Don't take a taxi, I'll have the driver take you both back." Zhang Yanren pointed to the side where an extended wheelbase Maybach was waiting. Luxurious, supreme, top-notch. It was clearly a ride only a big shot would have. Just parking at the venue entrance for 20 minutes had attracted countless men's eyes. Some even covertly took photos to post on social media. "I met Zhang Beauty and her luxury ride by chance." "No need. I'll take a taxi, can't afford it." Zhang Qian refused. He had no good feelings towards Zhang Yanren, who would offer flattery for no reason, especially from the aloof, self-confident duty and CEO Zhang Yanren. Zhang Qian just couldn't believe that Zhang Yanren was simply waiting here to send him back to the hotel. The secretary beside her, Du Bingbing, was shocked. How many people would kill for such treatment? Zhang Qian had actually directly refused. When Zhang Yanren heard this, a 3-meter flame of anger instantly rose in her heart. She was giving him face, and he was acting like he was above it all. When had she ever been rejected before? Even the chairman of Dawen Group personally opened the car door for her. Little did she expect Zhang Qian to be so difficult. The surrounding crowd gradually started to gather, eager to see more of the scene, with a handsome man and 3 beautiful women. That they didn't expect the situation to unfold in such an unexpected manner. Someone actually rejected Zhang Yanren. Everyone in the south knew Zhang Yanren's reputation. People lined up from the south to the north to court her. This beautiful, talented, powerful, and assertive woman had become the helm of Asia shipping at a young age, dominating one side. She was also known as the #1 Ice Queen CEO in the south. People started discreetly taking out their phones to capture videos. If this got online, it would definitely go viral on short video platforms. Faced with the camera capturing her, Zhang Yanren's face blushed slightly. But Zhang Qian was really hard to reach. If they let him go this time, who knew when they would see him again? "Actually, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have time? I can come to your hotel." Zhang Yanren had already put away her pride. She was clearly showing Zhang Qian that she was willing to initiate cooperation. This was the first time she had shown such sincerity since entering the business world. "Not tonight. I have other engagements. Let's talk another time then." Zhang Qian finished speaking and hailed a taxi, leaving with Song Yaxian. Zhang Yanren was left alone in the wind, feeling abandoned. She had been left hanging here. For a moment, Zhang Yanren couldn't even react. This was the biggest insult to her. It was as if someone had stomped on her pride. Who is that guy? He actually left Zhang the Beauty aside. The woman just now doesn't seem to have the same aura as Zhang the Beauty. That guy is so bold. This will make headlines in no time. Don't you guys know who that man is? The one who sang with the queen at the concert. Rich and handsome, but he shouldn't be so indifferent to Zhang the Beauty. Yeah. To think he made Zhang the Beauty take the initiative. He must have a strong background. The surrounding people were discussing Zhang Qian's identity. Flashlights were focusing on Zhang Yanren's face, almost taking pictures of her. Zhang Yanren stood there in the wine, hearing words like rejected and fawning, feeling frustrated as she got into the back seat of her Maybach. Du Bingbing held her hand in front of her face, dispersing the nosy onlookers. "Stop taking pictures, just stop." Jun Chen took Song Yaxian to the hotel, and the two entered the same room tacitly without saying a word. But on the way, no one said a word. The awkward atmosphere in the fire escape was even more pronounced now in the hotel room. Song Yaxian was a bit shy, her face flushed with embarrassment. "So, did you have fun today? You seemed a bit constrained on stage, but your singing was good." It was okay. It was Song Yaxian's first time singing on stage, especially singing alongside the king in front of so many fans. She couldn't help but feel nervous. While on stage, she carefully observed the countless fans below, who were looking at her with admiration. Even the highly praised Yin Yanyan was there as her backup dancer. It was the first time Song Yaxian realized how good it was to have money. Money can really buy happiness. Zhang Yanren is the helm of Asia Shipping. Your attitude towards her might affect future business cooperation, don't you think? Song Yaxian asked tactfully. Jun Chen shook his head. In the eyes of outsiders, he may have gone a bit too far, causing Zhang Yanren to lose face in public. But who knows that Zhang Yanren calling him in the middle of the night to go to the hotel was just to amuse him. If Song Yaxian knew the whole story, she probably wouldn't ask that question. By the way, I received some news from the auction house. What news? UASC company has handed over one of its large modern cargo ships to the auction house. This time, it's not a silent auction but a public one, with the highest bidder winning. Before coming, Jun Chen had done his homework on UASC company. Apart from managing 3 cruise ships, UASC company also operated 2 large modern cargo ships. If those 3 cruise ships were like small desserts, then this large modern cargo ship was the real cake. Is the news from the auction house reliable? Yes, but it's probably not top secret. Jun Chen nodded, understanding the situation. UASC company was undergoing bankruptcy reorganization and had even abandoned the silent auction method in favor of a public one where whoever bid the highest would win. Those big shots flying in from all over for the bankruptcy reorganization auction were mostly related to shipping. With such a big prize, everyone naturally wanted a piece of the pie. Modern cargo ships were different from regular cargo ships. They could carry tens of thousands of containers at once, with a draft even larger than an aircraft carrier. I think, apart from us, UASC company and the auction house have also informed several other powerful CEOs with strong backgrounds to compete and drive the bidding higher. With this realization, Jun Chen understood. Zhang Yanren wouldn't have wanted to send him back to the hotel for no reason. There must be something tied to this news. Since he received the information, then as the leader of the 5 Airlines Alliance, Jiannan's shipping overlord Zhang Yanren must have received it too. By the way, there's one more thing. Do you really like me? Song Yaxian said, shyly lowering her head. Jun Chen? He didn't expect the topic to suddenly take this turn. Jun Chen didn't intend to answer the question. Instead, he was ready to throw it back. Do you think I really like you? Jun Chen thought that was the best response to a beautiful woman's question. What's the use of just saying it? The key was in your actions. If everything was in place, these things would speak for themselves. Jun Chen had showered her with flattery, made bank transfers, and even gave her a rent envelope worth billions. Most people would give luxury gifts, but Jun Chen was different. He got the king to sing with her. Ego and anticipation were fully satisfied. Do you think I really like you? For mere amusement, was it worth such a high cost? Just the money Jun Chen spent on Song Yaxian could be used to acquire Asia Shipping, which Zhang Yanren was so proud of. Jun Chen had indeed outwitted her. Song Yaxian was completely at a loss. Jun Chen slowly leaned in, their noses almost touching. Inside a hotel room. Sweetie, why do you look so worried? Zhao Ying asked as Lu Shanshan returned and went straight to the bathroom to shower. Coming out wrapped in a towel, Lu Shanshan's mood wasn't particularly upbeat. She seemed troubled by something. Is everything going well on Zhang Jian's end? Lu Shanshan sighed. She wasn't physically tired, but emotionally exhausted. Lu Shanshan couldn't have imagined that her seat at the concert was just 2 rows away from Zhang Qian. She saw her as soon as she turned her head. Don't sigh, my daughter. Tell mom what's going on. Zhao Ying picked up the hairdryer and sat beside Lu Shanshan to blow-dry her hair. Lu Shanshan recounted the concert incident to her. Halfway through, Zhao Ying was still cheerful. Isn't this good? It's going smoothly. Jun Chen also requested a song for her, showing his consideration. If things go smoothly, the 30 million won't slip away. What's good about it? What's good at all? Lu Shanshan felt disheartened, speaking grumpily. Facing such consecutive blows, nobody could bear it. Zhao Ying had no idea Lu Shanshan was only halfway through her story, including Jun Qian's female companion, the point where she ran away from the parking lot. All of it left Zhao Ying speechless. After listening, Zhao Ying's facial features stiffened. She couldn't laugh anymore. What made Lu Shanshan emotionally exhausted was that Jun Chen hadn't planned to request a song originally. It was Jun Chen's request that made him suspicious, leading him to contact the management company. Not just one song, but 10. Clearly, it was to compete with her and Jun Chen. While Jun Chen's 30 million was important, Lu Shanshan didn't want her relationship with Jun Chen to turn cold because of Jun Chen, causing him to see her as a social climber or opportunist. That's why she ran away from the parking lot just now. If Jun Chen thought she was going back to the hotel with Jun Chen tonight, the misunderstanding would be significant. It would be irredeemable even if she tried to explain. Mom, watch carefully. This incident tonight will definitely make the headlines. Zhao Ying's mouth couldn't shut from shock. Could it be? She was wrong. Zhao Ying was in deep doubt. She knew Jun Chen held power, but she didn't realize he had this much influence. Given Jun Qian's recent actions, Thousand Crane Group Chairman, Zhuzhou Dream Cruise, assassination of Hua Yunfeng, Platinum Princess Cruise, King's Concert, each one of these was enough to shock anyone with its scale and magnitude. Did she really have to bow down to Jun Chen? This younger person, after a series of doubts, Zhao Ying beat herself up. The situation had escalated to this point solely due to her reckless decisions. Sweetie, Mom knows she's wrong. What should we do now? Zhao Ying was in tears from desperation. She admitted her past actions were biased. The current situation wasn't because of Jun Chen, but mostly her doing. If she hadn't been so stubborn, letting the Thousand Crane Group take control of the fashion company, none of this would have happened. But now that things had reached this point, what should she do? If Jun Chen continued pressing for the compensation money, Zhao Ying would have no choice but to jump off a building. Seeing her mother in such a state, Lu Shanshan couldn't bear it in her heart. Sigh. She's her mother after all. She couldn't just watch her mother be pushed to death. Sigh. Knowing this, why did she act the way she did in the beginning? Least she could do now was resolve the current issues first, then figure out a way to mend things with Jun Chen. Thinking so, Lu Shanshan opened her phone, getting ready to message Jun Chen. She agreed to be Jun Chen's girlfriend, but only if he first released the 30 million financing. But who knew? When Lu Shanshan sent the message, she saw a red exclamation mark. Lu Shanshan, Zhao Ying, Jun Chen had blocked her. Both were shocked. Lu Shanshan's surprised lips quiver. She had always been the one to block others. How could someone proactively block her? But now, faced with the truth, she had no choice but to believe it. Jun Chen had indeed blocked her. Now both Lu Shanshan and Zhao Ying were panicking. Sweetie, what's going on? Why did this guy surnamed John block you? Zhao Ying asked perplexedly. Lu Shanshan? What else could she ask? Lu Shanshan's brows furrowed, her heart sinking for no apparent reason. Could it be that her hurried escape in the parking lot today to avoid Jun Chen had somehow crossed Jun Chen's bottom line? Did it strain their relationship too much, causing Jun Chen to snap the cord connecting them? Zhao Ying was now as restless as an ant on a hot pan, spinning around. If Jun Chen had blocked her daughter, didn't that mean he didn't want to continue? With Jun Chen demanding such a huge compensation, Jun Chen was about to get his 3 million. But now the lifeline was cut. Zhao Ying lost all hope in life, wanting to climb to the rooftop and jump off right now. Sweetie, why don't you try reaching out to him? Say something nice, it might work. Zhao Ying's eyes were brimming with tears. But Lu Shanshan shook her head. Doing so was no different from being a sycophant. If she accepted Jun Chen's offer, he could easily manipulate her, leading her into his rhythm step by step. In the end, she might end up losing more than just an advantage. She might not even get the financing. Her mother was truly out of her mind, even suggesting such a thing. Mom, even if Jun Chen transfers the 30 million to me, it won't solve anything. Don't you remember? Jun Qian's side demands a compensation of 150 million for breach of contract. What's more, our company accounts are frozen by Jun Chen, so the 30 million will immediately be deducted to the 1,000 Crane Group's account. Lu Shanshan's point was, if the Zhangjian Avenue didn't work, then forget about it. Arguing over 30 million was petty. Jun Chen casually spent millions of yuan on his love interests. So what can we do now? Zhao Ying smacked her head suddenly. She just remembered the 150 million compensation owed to the 1,000 Crane Group. Even if her daughter managed to convince 5 Zhangjians, it wouldn't be enough. The best choice was to try to win Dak Jun Qian's favor. Who could afford such a hefty sum of compensation money? If they couldn't settle things with Jun Chen, Zhao Ying's clothing company would not only go bankrupt but also be burdened with a 150 million debt. It wasn't just this life. Even in the next life, or the one after that, Zhao Ying might never be able to afford it. Sweetie, should we start contacting Jun Chen now? Is there still hope? Faced with this question, even Lu Shanshan didn't know how to respond. She needed to tie the bell around the cat's neck herself. Now, apart from Jun Chen, no one could help them get out of this mess. It's time to give it a shot now. Inside a luxurious hotel in Jiangnan, a man in a crisp suit, with a thick cigar between his lips, confidently strides into a presidential suite. Qu Zieng, please, please. Xia Xinghao wears a flattering expression, bowing low to usher Qu Chongqing into the room. He dare not offend the man standing before him. With Hua Yunfang's incident the day before, Hua Shipping was left leaderless. An emergency commissioner was parachuted in from above to take charge. It is said that Kai Chongqing comes from the wealthy father behind Hua Shipping, the Shanjiao Group. This is the highest position he has seen since his career change. Kai Chongqing's position in Shanjiao Group is not low at all. It is said he has risen to the rank of vice president and is the right-hand man of the CEO. His dispatch here clearly indicates the intent to clean up the mess. A bunch of useless people. Kai Chongqing could not contain his anger as soon as he sat down, cursing loudly. When facing Hua Yunfan, Xia Xinghao did not dare to even breathe, let alone with the commissioner who parachuted in to take control of Hua Shipping. He could only listen attentively and respectfully hand over the ashtray, maintaining proper decorum. Kai Chongqing had already understood the situation somewhat before coming. He didn't expect Hua Yunfang to have such a chaotic situation despite his good facade. How did you all mess up like this? And now I have to come clean up after you. You are all a bunch of useless trash. Frustrated, Kai Chongqing directed all his anger towards Xia Xinghao. Yes, I am trash. Xia Xinghao did not dare to argue back. Whatever Kai Chongqing said, he had to accept it. The power of Shanjiao Group far exceeds that of anyone present in Jiangnan, with involvement in various industries. Reports suggest that Shanjiao Group's market value has already reached billions. Hua Shipping is just a part of their investment, not even accounting for 1/10. Compared to Shanjiao Group, even the entire Qzhenyu Alliance, and even Nading Yami Group, all are insignificant in comparison. Shanjiao Group is a major player, not solely relying on sea transport for profits. It is a diversified conglomerate. Kai Chongqing scolded Zhao Xinghao for 20 whole minutes. Xia Xinghao was sweating profusely from the scare. Previously, he had used Zhao Manman as a mole to gather information from Kinzhal Group, but ended up failing miserably. It was because of him that Hua Shipping missed the Platinum Princess deal. Xia Xinghao was mainly responsible for this incident. He did not anticipate Zhao Manman's betrayal and precise targeting by Zhen Jiqian. Only Hua Yunfang knew about this matter. The others in the company were unaware. Even Kai Chongqing was unaware of the intricacies of the situation. Xia Xinghao shifted the blame onto Hua Yunfang. It must be said that Zhen Jiqian doing away with Hua Yunfang actually helped him. If not for that, the consequences could have been more severe. Hua Yunfang had wanted to dismiss him and hold him accountable, but before he could deal with it, tragedy struck. He could still manage to stay afloat at Hua Shipping. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound in the ear. Qu Zieng, let me get the door. Kai Chongqing seemed to ignore him, quickly putting down his cigar and hurrying to the door. Xia Xinghao, what's going on? After opening the door, Kai Chongqing's facial expression changed. Initially filled with anger and ready to discipline the high-ranking members of Hua Shipping, his attitude suddenly became respectful upon opening the door, as if a significant figure was outside. Xia Tong, you're here. Kai Chongqing smiled and greeted. Upon seeing this person, Xia Xinghao was dumbfounded. Tong, Tang Xinju? Shanin Hao couldn't close his mouth from surprise, standing still like a statue. You're here too, Shanin Hao. Tang Xinju wore a crisp blue suit, with a gold LV belt around his waist and neatly styled hair. Dressed in a professional attire, with his unique aristocratic demeanor, Tang Xinju truly resembled a successful young man. Sha Tan, do you guys know each other? Kai Chongqing raised his eyebrows. Yes, he is my college classmate. I see. Come in and let's talk. Kai Chongqing spoke while glancing at Shanin Hao. He did not expect this relationship between him and the heir of the Shanjiao group. Kai Chongqing had been by Tang Xinju's father, Tang Chunian's side since he was 25 years old, helping him carve out success. At least 1/5 of Shanjiao Group's accomplishments belonged to him. Currently serving as vice president of Hua Shipping, he was urgently sent to Jiangnan after Hui Yunfeng's incident to handle the situation. Bringing Tang Xinju to Jiangnan was to teach him business principles, with the hope that even if his career didn't go smoothly, he could return home to take over. Even Tang Xinju was surprised to see Shanin Hao enter Hua Shipping under the Shanjiao Group. Sha Tan, your father sent you here to assist me in handling matters at Hua Shipping, also wishing to groom you. Shanin Hao, why don't you brief Sha Tan on the situation? Shanin Hao nodded, recounting the details of the situation. Of course, he depicted himself in a clean light, pushing all the blame onto Hui Yunfeng. After Shanin Hao finished, he began to plot. It turns out Shanjiao Group was the predecessor of Xinta Group. While in university, Shanin Hao had tried to integrate into Tang Xinju's circle a few times, but due to his background and circumstances, he couldn't quite fit in, so he never got to hang out with them. His understanding of Tang Xinju remained at the level of a rich second generation. He didn't know exactly what his family did, only that Tang Xinju's father had a large business and an uncle in a legal role, a typical figure of influence and power. He never expected the mountain behind Hua Shipping was the Tang family. This was a really sharp move. Kai Chongqing, as the vice president of Shanjiao Group, would not remain at a small enterprise like Hua Shipping for long. If he performed well these days, combined with the relationship with Tang Xinju, perhaps he could become an essential figure in Shanjiao Group. Taking on the role of CEO of Hua Shipping and succeeding Hui Yunfeng shouldn't pose any problems. Just now, he had shifted all the blame onto Hui Yunfeng, and he even thought about implicating Zheng Qian. Tang Xinju, after hearing this, was shocked. He was only interested in Zheng Qian in this matter. Hui Yunfeng and Shanin Hao were of no concern to him. Tang Xinju had never dreamt that Zheng Qian would be the chairman of Kinzhal Group. If that's the case, then all the various things that happened before can be explained. Yi County is someone else's turf, so it's no wonder that a timid person dared to challenge him and Kui Jinghui when he was in school before. Jun Chen. Jun Chen. So this is where you derive your confidence. Kind group. Your reach is quite long. In the Jiangnan region, daring to take down the Huan Peak, how audacious is that? Tang Xingyu's father didn't have much trust in Huan Peak, but Zheng Qian's actions undoubtedly provoked Starry Sky Group and his father. I heard that you were a high-ranking executive in Zheng Qian's company before. Tang Xingyu was very curious about this matter. Shanin Hao nodded. He entered society earlier and could see through Tang Xingyu's thoughts at a glance. Recently, there were rumors that Kui Jinghui and Tang Xingyu teamed up and got into a fight at their alma mater. Both of them were severely beaten up by Zheng Qian's bodyguards. Shanin Hao had always been skeptical of this incident, but when he saw the scars on Tang Xingyu's face, still unhealed, then matching the areas where he was hit in the video, Shanin Hao finally understood. Jun Chen really did beat up these two. Leaving Kui Jinghui aside, let's talk about Tang Xingyu, who was a prominent figure in school in terms of background, family status, grades, appearance, and temperament. Regarding all aspects, no one dared to take first place if Tang Xingyu claimed it. He was so proud. From Shanin Hao's understanding of Tang Xingyu, he too enjoyed this pride. With such a personality, how could he possibly endure it? Even Shanin Hao couldn't bear this. Seeing the opportunity, Shanin Hao started cursing Zheng Qian. The more vicious his curses, the happier Tang Xingyu became. Shanin Hao's trust in the Tang family would increase. As long as Tang Xingyu mentioned him to his father, he might end up managing the whole Hua Shipping Co. That would be quite prestigious. Yes, Xingyu, I worked diligently in Zheng Qian's company for so long, only for him to kick me out in the end. What happened? Tan Xingyu furrowed his brows, obviously very interested. Well, Kind Group is the former Zhenshin shipyard, mainly focused on maritime transport. During the Zhenshin shipyard phase, I was a high-ranking executive in the business department, waking up earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. In just 2 months I brought in a large amount of orders for the business department, setting a new record. I was doing well in the business department, and my subordinates praised me for being capable. But obviously, when he found out that I was making moves on the office romance front, instead of promoting me to vice president, Jun Chen fired me. Speaking of it, Jun Chen is really unscrupulous, a despicable person. Because I was efficient and capable in the business department, Jun Chen, with a narrow mind, envied me. He not only blamed me for things I didn't do but also kicked me out. I never expected him to be such a person. Zi Xinhao spoke more excitedly, almost venting all his grievances against Jun Chen. Tang Xingyu furrowed his brows and lowered his gaze. Zi Xinhao might have exaggerated, but not everything was necessarily false. This also indirectly proved that Jun Chen actually had another side to him. Ultimately, he was just a petty person. Feeling that Zi Xinhao was too successful, he kicked him out of the company. Despite his current success, the company was doomed to collapse due to Jun Qian's petty nature. Not understanding how to manage people, let alone lacking any grace, how could he grow and strengthen his business? Even though he understood the importance of both reward and punishment in managing subordinates, Jun Chen was too short-sighted. It was a shame to waste a talent like Zi Xinhao. Back in school, Jun Chen was not remarkable. He was even bullied by Kui Jinghui on various occasions. Now, being able to perform like this, who knows what kind of luck he's been having. It's okay, our class relationship is closer than with others. After this matter is over, I will definitely suggest to my father to let you become a high-ranking executive in Yuhua Shipping Co. and have a good battle with Jun Chen. Tang Xingyu was confident, and his words carried weight with his father. Xingyu, thank you so much for that. Zi Xinhao was very excited and even shed tears from his eyes, pretending to be moved. The three then discussed countermeasures. There are currently two things that need to be addressed. One is the Che-Jinyi alliance, which is on the brink of collapse, and the other is the auction of the White Robe Knight. What a crappy alliance, just let it disband. Che Chunqing cursed without reservation. General Che, that's how President Hua thought when he was still around. The purpose of the alliance was to resist the Five Aviation Alliance led by Asia Airlines and to deal with the scattered, small players in the Yanlu region, to eat some trivial small fish and crabs. Zi Xinhao explained. Nonsense. Let me ask you, did your resistance succeed? Now, isn't it me and Little Tang who are wiping your butts? A bunch of disparate individuals. Yuhua Shipping Co. is bankrupt because of this alliance. Tang Xingyu's eyes also showed disdain. He agreed with Che Chunqing's thoughts, but didn't resort to vulgar language. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. This time, Zi Xinhao became cautious and didn't dare to make a sound. Zi Xinhao, what are you standing there for? Go open the door and see who's outside. Che Chunqing ordered. Zi Xinhao, oh, I'm going right now. After opening the door, surprisingly, it was one of the members of the Che-Jinyi Alliance, the head of Kangming Shipping, John Lekon. Director John, why are you here? Zi Xinhao asked in puzzlement. John Lekon squeezed a smile on his face, peeked into the room, and said with a smirk, Manager Z, is General Che here? General John, you're quite well informed. Zi Xinhao exclaimed. Even he had to put in a lot of effort to research Che Chunqing's background, and he was surprised that John Lekon knew even more than him. Che Chunqing had not been here long, but John Lekon was already at the door. John Lekon had no other choice. Despite the smiling face he put on, he was more anxious than anyone else. Last night, John Lekon questioned his son's whereabouts, only to receive a piece of news that almost drove him mad. After hearing his son's explanation, he felt deeply touched. He had repeatedly warned his son not to have any contact with Zhao Ying's daughter Sha, but Zhang Jian blatantly disobeyed him, and was caught red-handed by Zheng Qian. How could a person with Zheng Qian's status and position not take this to heart? Fuming with anger, John Lekon immediately took out his Hermes belt from his waist and thrashed Zhang Jian severely. John Lekon had prepared photos of beating Zhang Jian last night, and was ready to send them to Zheng Qian. It happened to receive information about the appointment of a new vice president at Yuhua Shipping Co. Beating his son wouldn't quench Zheng Qian's anger, but intelligence could. Now, John Lekong was still a member of the Chejini Alliance, so he came here to gather some information, report back to Jun Chen, as a gesture of goodwill. If he could gather some useful information, that would be great. If not, he would reveal Che Chunqing's identity to Jun Chen. Along with the photos of beating Zhang Jian and information about Che Chunqing, the combination might soothe Zhang Qian's frustration. John Lekong was eager to cling to Zhang Qian like a sturdy pillar. Zixin Hao, who's outside? Che Chunqing's voice came from the room. Manager Zhang, please come in. Manager Che is inside, the voice of the room said. The two entered the room. Manager Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Che Chunqing, the vice president of Xingyao Group. Manager Che, hello, I am John Lekong, the chairman of Confronting Shipping. I have long heard of your great reputation in Kilu. It's better to see in person than to hear about it. Indeed, you are extraordinary. John Lekong was meeting Che Chunqing for the first time and complimented him excessively to lower his guard. Che Chunqing, of course, did not care. Just now, he was still talking about the allies of Yuming Shipping as a bunch of unorganized individuals, but unexpectedly, they came knocking at the door suddenly, faster than expected. Manager Zhang, this is our Xingyao Group's young master Tang Xingyu. He flew over specially this time to supervise the matters here. Young master? Tang Chuanyan's son? John Lekong had noticed the energetic and exceptional young man beside him early on. He had speculated on the person's identity before and was surprised to learn he was indeed Tang Chuanyan's son. Young Tang, hello. John Lekong bent at a 45-degree angle, extending his hand towards Tang Xingyu. Tang Xingyu politely shook hands with him. Confronting Shipping and our Xingyao Group's Yuming Shipping are allies. Manager Zhang, you don't need to be so polite. Please, have a seat. Zixin Hao was shocked to find Tang Xingyu extremely terrifying, with such meticulous thoughts. Just now, he was cursing their allies, the useless bunch, but now he was smiling, shaking hands, and sitting at the same table. Zixin Hao suddenly felt that Tang Xingyu would surely make a mark in the future. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. This was the terror of Tang Xingyu. Compared to Tang Xingyu, Che Chunqing appeared relatively more composed. He wore a disdainful expression, which everyone could see, indicating he was unimpressed with John Lekong. Tang Xingyu, on the other hand, excelled in hiding his emotions, never revealing his likes or dislikes. Manager Zhang, what important business brings you here today? Tang Xingyu was the first to inquire after John Lekong sat down. Yun Tang, why be so formal? We are all allies after all. When Nei Chue was around, he was the leader of the Qijingxi Alliance. I'm just here to say hello to the peer this time, John Lekong said politely. Today, he came to probe the situation. With the sudden appearance of two high-ranking members from Xingyao Group, including the young master, they definitely had some cards up their sleeves. No one would come to Jiangnan unprepared to handle the mess left by Huayanfen. While everyone spoke intimately, everyone knew that after the unexpected death of Huayanfen, the Qijingxi Alliance was on the verge of collapse. Even the opposite party assumed that John Lekong was coming to discuss whether they should form an alliance, without any suspicion towards him. Che Chunqing and Tang Xingyu were unaware that John Lekong had already secretly befriended Zhang Qian and was ready to turn the tables at any time. Hehe. Manager Zhang, there's no need to be polite. Aren't you here today out of fear that the Sokola Group will swallow up your little shipping companies? Che Chunqing did not like playing mind games. He had a fiery temper and straightforward nature, saying what he meant. Yuming Shipping was backed by Xingyao Group and was unlikely to fall. Confronting Shipping, Changsan Shipping, as well as the individual shareholders in Shuhai, Kilu, and Dongyi, would fare badly. The Sokola Group was currently strong, having secured orders for food exports and to cruise ships in succession. Within half a year, they might take even bigger actions. In his eyes, John Lekong had come knocking precisely because of this reason, to mend fences. Hehe, is it just the Sokola Group? Look at how scared you all are, Che Chunqing said. Do you know how much money old Tang has allocated to me this time to handle this mess? 5 billion. And you're afraid of just one Sokola Group? 5 billion? Unexpectedly, Che Chunqing revealed his trump card so blatantly. Immediately, John Lekong feigned great joy. That's great. With you and the young master managing the Qijingxi Alliance, we can rest assured. Tang Xingyu sensed something was amiss and quickly intervened. Manager Zhang, you might have misunderstood. We are still in the process of formulating business plans. We need to discuss what the next step will be before we make any decisions. As you know our Xingyao Group's strength, 50 billion is not our limit. If the situation becomes clear, easy to leverage, and the benefits are significant, landing another 20 or 30 billion won't be an issue. Tang Xingyu was a bit anxious. His father sent him to Jianan not to learn but to oversee the situation. People are deceitful, and who knows if John Lekan will divulge this information. Regardless of the other party's intentions, they could not reveal their trump card. That was how Huayanfeng suffered a loss, didn't she? Che Chunqing felt a bit embarrassed being lectured by his junior Tang Xingyu. His face betrayed a lack of face. It's all right, little Tang. Even if the Sokola Group finds out, so what? Jun Chen, that kid, has consecutively bid on to cruise ships, spending over 10 billion yuan, definitely depleting his reserves and entering a state of financial shortage. This 50 billion is not all used to deal with Kind Group. Before Che Chunqing arrived, he had already received news that Yu's company was going to auction a large modern merchant ship, the White Robe Knight. A large part of it was used to bid on the White Robe Knight. Jun Chen should also know about this news. He must regret it deeply. Tang Xingyu agreed with Che Chunqing's words. He also believed that Zheng Qian's current funds were severely insufficient, spending over 10 billion to acquire two cruise ships. Without 1 or 2 years of operation, it would be impossible to break even. However, business secrets or business secrets, recklessly revealing them to others just to show off is simply unacceptable. Who knows what accidents might happen? Tang Xingyu had a somewhat bad premonition. Uncle Che, you should be more careful next time. I know this simple principle, and you should understand it too. All right, I got it. Beep, beep, beep. Jun Qian's phone next to his pillow vibrated continuously. Jun Qian opened his drowsy eyes and subconsciously reached for his phone to check the unread messages. However, a soft body blocked his movement. The soft body was none other than Song Yaxian, still deep in sweet dreams. Not wanting to disturb her beautiful dream, Jun Qian tiptoed out of bed to grab his phone from the other side. John Lekan had sent several messages in a row, accompanied by pictures. After viewing the original image, Jun Qian almost dropped his phone. In the picture, Zhang Jian was only left with his underwear tied up with a hemp rope, showing many square bruises on his body. Clearly, he had been beaten with a belt. What was Zhang Lekan trying to do? It was too harsh. Perhaps, hearing about Zhang Jian and La Shanshan going to a concert last night, he did it out of anger. Perhaps as an apology. Jun Qian felt it was unnecessary. He didn't care at all. There were also some business news below. It probably mentioned that the Qijing Alliance was about to disband soon and operate independently. Moonlight Shipping had sent down to specialists, at least carrying 50 billion in cash. John Lekan also attached his own analysis, believing that these two individuals bringing so much money to Jianan were definitely eyeing the White Robe Knight. Jun Qian simply replied with a hum, indicating he had seen the message. He had a clear understanding. So what if it was 50 billion? Did he feel he had the upper hand? Ridiculous. Following that, Jun Qian chatted with the people from Yezhou on WeChat and briefly explained the situation to Chen Weiqiang and others. It's worth mentioning that La Shanshan had sent him dozens of messages. Jun Qian just glanced at them and didn't reply. About an hour and a half later, Song Yaxian finally stirred. Are you awake? Jun Qian put down his phone and walked to the bedside. How long did I sleep? Jun Qian glanced at his watch. It's been several hours. Dao. I obviously know that. Song Yaxian rubbed her temples. She didn't sleep well last night. Waking up, her exhaustion hadn't dissipated, still feeling tired. It's all your fault. You let me sleep so late last night. Song Yaxian glared at Jun Qian fiercely. All right, my bad. Jun Qian admitted his mistake with a smirk. It was indeed his fault that he had let Song Yaxian sleep so late last night. It was almost 10 o'clock now, and the auction was about to start at 1 in the afternoon. Yaxian, take a little more rest. I'll order something for you to eat later. Don't go to the auction in the afternoon. Rest well, Jun Qian said gently. Song Yaxian, who had originally closed her eyes, softly opened them after hearing Zheng Qian's kind words and looked at him, suddenly feeling he looked even more handsome. Oh my god. No wonder those girls are willing to be deceived by scumbags as long as they are rich and good-looking, even if it's people like them. This feeling is just too good. +5 affinity. Jun Qian, He should have kept quiet. Song Yaxian's affinity had reached 85 points. Just one sentence made Jun Chen lose at least a few billion. Truly being outspoken. It seems like in the afternoon. It's the auction for the Royal Symphony, right? Are you okay going alone? Jun Chen didn't want her to accompany him to the auction, although she knew it was considerate. Not letting her do anything for him left her feeling empty, like something was missing. As Jun Qian's temporary secretary, following him to Jiangnan, they attended 3 auctions together, with her only present at one. If the people in the company found out, she might be accused of being in Jun Qian's pocket, becoming just a freeloading secretary. It's fine. I'll be fine. Just rest assured and sleep well. Okay. I'm really going to sleep. So tired. Go to sleep. Over the next 2.5 hours, Jun Chen did some research, covered the order items with insulated covers, and then set off for the auction venue. Inside the venue, Jun Chen was dressed in a dark blue suit prepared by Jin Lu, showcasing understated luxury. It had to be said that having a woman at home was really important, taking care of these little details. Speaking of Jin Lu, Jun Chen hadn't talked to her properly these days, let alone shown any affection, just exchanging daily greetings on the phone. After returning to Yezhou, Jun Chen planned to make it up to her properly. Jun Xiao. Before Jun Chen could sit down, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw 2 familiar faces. 2 bosses of Kunming Shipping and Changsan Shipping, Zhang Lekong and Fen Mingsu. Both had smiles on their faces, waving and greeting Jun Chen. Zhang Zong, Fen Zong, you're not late. How could we be late? Boss Zhang, don't make fun of us. Yeah. Boss Zhang, just call me Xiao Fan. Yes. Just call me Xiao Kan. Calling us bosses is a bit too formal. Xiao Kan, Xiao Fan. Jun Chen barely contained his laughter. Just a few days ago, these 2 were members of the Qijin Alliance, opposing him at every turn. Now they were fawning and flattering him like this. Jun Chen admired their behavior. Politely speaking, it would be, a great man can bend and stretch. Or you could put it as, those who know the times are heroes. Harshly speaking, it's like being opportunistic, blowing with the wind. Especially Zhang Lekong, who had sent him those messages and pictures in the morning. Xiao Kan, you don't need to treat your son like that. He's not mature yet. Teach him more. Jun Chen walked closer, more like an elder, patting Zhang Lekong's shoulder. Yes, I'll remember Boss Zheng's teachings. Zhang Lekong nodded repeatedly. With Zhang Qian's attitude, Zhang Lekong didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he was proud. Calling him Zhao Kong meant Jun Chen was willing to get close to him. Otherwise, he would have referred to him as Zhang Zong, gradually bridging the gap. For now, Jun Qian's smiling face may have already planned how to knock down Kunming Shipping with a single punch. Zhang Lekong had to be cautious. All right, the auction is starting soon. You to take your seats first, and I'll find some time to talk to you both. Got it. Fen Mingsu and Zhang Lekong exchanged glances, suddenly ecstatic. Not far away, this scene was seen by Che Chunqing, Tang Xingyu, Zi Xinhao, and others. Damn it, these 2 bastards. Che Chunqing couldn't help but curse out loudly. He never expected that Zhang Lekong would turn his back so quickly. In the morning, he was still calling Che Lekong, but in the afternoon, he joined hands with Fen Mingsu to flatter Zhang Chen. Che Chunqing was very displeased and wished he could have a real-life TK with Zhang Lekong on the spot. Tang Xingyu had been worrying about this matter in the morning, but he didn't expect it to happen. This can't all be blamed on Zhang Lekong. Che Chunqing practically wrote on his face that he no longer wanted to lead the Qian Alliance. Zhang Lekong should hurry to flatter Zhang Chen. Zhang Lekong might even tell Zhang Chen that they brought 5 billion funds. This is tricky. Zi Tang, don't worry too much. That kid has no money left. It's fine. Che Chunqing saw Tang Xingyu's serious expression and reassured him again. I hope so. Tang Xingyu still shook his head. Xingyu? Tang Xingyu suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he actually saw Lu Shanshan. Shanshan, how come you're here? Tang Xingyu felt incredulous, never expecting to run into Lu Shanshan here. Well, it's a long story. Lu Shanshan didn't know how to explain. After Zhang Jian deleted her last night, she sent messages and called Jun Chen, but got no response. So today she came to the auction venue again, hoping to speak to Jun Chen. How come you're here? Lu Shanshan asked curiously. Shanshan, don't you know? The Xingyao Group behind the Huawei shipping is the big financier. Xingyu is the young owner of the Xingyao Group and came specifically to handle things after Huazong's incident. Zi Xinhao explained to Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan only knew about the Xingyao Group in Tang Xingyu's family, not the subsidiary company Huawei Shipping. Let's sit down and talk. Tang Xingyu nodded to the security personnel, signaling that she could come over. Lu Shanshan hesitated. She came here to find Jun Chen today, but she didn't expect to run into Tang Xingyu. What should she do now? Looking around, Lu Shanshan found that Jun Chen had already entered and was sitting in the front row. Xingyu, the air conditioning in the front row is too cold. I'm dressed lightly today. Can we sit in the back row? Sit in the back row. The three of them all wondered. That's fine. As Tang Xingyu and Che Chunqing represented Huawei Shipping, whether they sat in VIP seats or not, their bids would be effective. Lu Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief and sat in a secluded spot. Tell me in detail, how come you're here? Front row. After bidding farewell to Zhang Leikon and Fen Mingsu, Zheng Qin came to sit next to Zhang Yanren. General Zhang, I've been looking for you so hard, Zheng Qin said, unabashedly sitting in the seat next to Zhang Yanren, squeezing Du Bingbing to the side. Zhang Yanren, what's going on? Is this kid sick? Why did his attitude towards her suddenly change drastically? Who's been looking for whom so hard? Even Du Bingbing beside her could feel that Zheng Qian was acting unusually today. Previously, Zhang Yanren had offered to send Zheng Qian and his secretary back to the hotel, showing a humble attitude. But Zheng Qian still ignored her and left. As a result, Zhang Yanren's rejection of him caused quite a stir in Jianan. What happened? That Zheng Qian's attitude towards Zhang Yanren today had such a significant change. Who doesn't know that you, General Zhang, are a very busy person, like a dragon in the sky, disappearing without a trace? Just say what you have to say. Don't act strange here, Zhang Yanren said coldly and arrogantly. Zheng Qian saw that her fondness for him had clearly decreased, currently only at 20. This was a great opportunity to win her back, wasn't it? Despite their previous unpleasantness, Zheng Qian was willing to work with Zhang Yanren in the face of immense benefits. Moreover, in these 2 days in Jianan, Zheng Qian had ignored Zhang Yanren for so long that he felt his face had been saved and even humiliated Zhang Yanren. Done right. General Zhang, you're overreacting. I've just been busy and had no time. Zheng Qian wasn't one to back down, and he also put in his best effort for the upcoming system cashback. Busy flirting with girls, huh? Zhang Yanren disdainfully said. Since being rejected by Zheng Qian last night, she had already come to terms with the situation. If they don't work together, they don't work together. How many wealthy people like Zheng Qian are there in the world? No. Let me explain. Zheng Qian waved his hand, saying that Zhang Yanren misunderstood him. Zhang Yanren glanced at Zheng Qian. She wanted to see how Zheng Qian would spin this. I was unprepared for everything. I feared we wouldn't see eye to eye. Really? Trust me. Zhang Yanren didn't believe a single word that came out of Zheng Qian's mouth. Unprepared for everything. Joke. Did Zheng Qian's face not show that he didn't want to have a good chat with her? Why mention not seeing eye to eye? I studied the situation last night and roughly understood everything. You came to see me to discuss the White Robe Night, right? Zhang Yanren was slightly surprised that Zheng Qian had also received the message, and his guess was quite accurate. The reason she had urgently looked for Zheng Qian was to discuss the White Robe Night. I didn't sleep all night last night. See these dark circles under my eyes? Didn't sleep all night? Nonsense. Women barely lose sleep in a night. Okay. Then please tell us, what did you find out? Zhang Yanren challenged Zheng Qian. Ahem. Zheng Qian cleared his throat. He actually did some research. The White Robe Knight is a large modern commercial ship that was commissioned 2 years ago. Unlike ordinary cargo ships, this ship carries containers and has a larger water displacement and an aircraft carrier. It can carry up to 24,000 containers at a time. The cost was as high as 2.5 billion, with a 25-year operational life, and annual depreciation of 6 million. Currently, only large multinational companies specializing in international routes in Kyushu would use such ships. High cost, high profit. But there is also a downside. The ship's volume is too large to pass through the Panama Canal, meaning it can run the U.S. East Coast route but can run the U.S. East Coast route. From Shanghai to Los Angeles, it takes about half a month. Fuel consumption is 200 tons, 1 ton of oil costs 3,000 yuan. 15 days of fuel amounts to 9 million, and wages are 300,000. The white-robed knight can carry 24,000 containers, but with optimal usage, it can carry a maximum of 20,000 containers. The freight for one container is around 100,000 yuan, calculating agent fees, port fees, and unpredictable costs. The gross profit for one trip is 2 billion. It pays off in just half a month. Zhang Yanren's face, covered in a cold frost, showed a hint of surprise and joy after listening to Zhang Qian's explanation. She hadn't expected Zhang Qian to have such strong business acumen. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Yanren quickly did some mental calculations. Afterwards, she gathered the company's executives for a video conference, displaying various sets of data. They carefully analyzed for 5 hours before coming to a conclusion. Is this analysis you did independently? I don't understand. Can you put it in simpler terms? These are my own personal insights and conclusions. Zhang Qian spoke confidently. He had indeed put in effort. At this moment, Zhang Yanren began to take a renewed interest in Zhang Qian, and her favorable impression of him increased by 5 points. Current favorability level, 25 points. Had Zhang Yanren misunderstood Zhang Qian before? She couldn't be bothered to dwell on it and decided to remain cautiously skeptical of him. Director Zhang, weren't you interested in a cruise ship before? I have a more accurate piece of information I can share with you. Zhang Qian shared the intelligence obtained by Zhang Leikan with Zhang Yanren. Zhang Yanren was amazed. Where did he get this information from? With news about Huan Yunfang's sudden death circulating, there were rumors that Zhang Qian was involved. Could it be that Zhang Qian had coerced someone from UHUA Shipping to divulge internal information? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. This rumor was really far-fetched. Did he take out Huan Yunfang? Was Zhang Qian the type to act rashly without thinking? Such ancient methods were unnecessary in today's world. Huan Yunfang's accident was truly unrelated to him. Nevertheless, he should be thankful it was an accident. Otherwise, Zhang Qian might have made his life unbearable. After clarifying this with Zhang Yanren, Zhang Qian said, "As for how I obtained the information, you don't need to worry about that. I have already shared the intelligence with you." According to Zhang Leikan, his information had been thoroughly verified and was absolutely reliable. Yuhua Shipping was planning to acquire the Royal Symphony. Modern commercial ships were a profitable venture, and cruise ships were considered a smaller yet desirable segment. The Royal Symphony was the third and final cruise ship being sold by the used company. It was a pure British make, boasting superior specifications in terms of waterline, tonnage, passenger capacity, and interior design compared to the Platinum Princess and Kyushu Dream. Furthermore, the construction of the Royal Symphony took a staggering 5 years. This meant that producing one would take 5 years, ensuring impeccable craftsmanship and attention to detail. The elder siblings of the Royal Symphony were the Ballet Symphony and Moonlight Symphony. Cruise ships in the Symphony series were highly sought after in the market, with an estimated value exceeding 10 billion. However, due to the current unfavorable international market conditions, even the Royal Symphony would face a decline in price. Prior to attending the auction, in the afternoon, Zhang Yanren had obtained professional data indicating that the final price of the Royal Symphony would range between 10 billion and 15 billion. Zhang Qian's mention of 15.77 billion was not baseless. Yuhua Shipping was pulling out all the stops to acquire this cruise ship. Zhang Yanren's original target was the Platinum Princess. If that wasn't possible, she could settle for the slightly pricier Kyushu Dream. However, acquiring the Royal Symphony was beyond her financial capacity. 15 billion. Even with careful calculations, she could only access 8 billion. Even if Zhang Qian's information was accurate, she was still 7 billion short. Where could she come up with such a large sum? This was the moment Zhang Qian had been waiting for. In the maritime transport industry, despite not being cash-reliant, given the scale of Yaha Airlines, it was impossible to come up with 15 billion in one go. How about this? I will bid on your behalf first. What do you think? After you break even, you can repay me. Zhang Yanren, Du Bingbing, was Zhang Qian serious? Or was he joking? Both of them believed that Zhang Qian was handing over the information as an apology for going too far in the past few days. They didn't expect him to suggest repaying later after bidding on Zhang Yanren's behalf. Zhang Yanren, you should feel comfortable, right? The auction is about to start, and preparing a contract takes time. Won't we run out of time? Zhang Yanran furrowed her brows. You don't need a contract, I trust you. Jun Chen had no intention of having Zhang Yanran repay him. He was bidding on her behalf as a gift. Spending 15 billion could yield a return of 150 billion. Jun Qian's account balance would instantly double. If Zhang Yanran repaid the money, Jun Qian wouldn't agree. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Anxious yet delighted, Zhang Yanran asked. Of course not. Jun Qian had spent the entire morning figuring out how to leverage the cruise ship that day. The women he knew were almost all at maximum favorability levels. This was when he thought of Zhang Yanran. As long as he presented it as a gift and didn't accept her repayment in the end, there shouldn't be any issues. Zhang Yanran didn't know how to continue the conversation with Jun Qian. 15 billion. Nearly half of Yaha Airlines. Jun Qian didn't need to sign a contract or have a legally binding document. However, I have a condition. Jun Qian smiled. Zhang Yanran scoffed. She knew it couldn't be that simple. What condition? Go ahead. You have to promise me not to make me deliver a package to you in the middle of the night in the future. Zhang Yanran? He remembered that. When Zhang Qian mentioned this matter, Zhang Yanran's face reddened slightly, showing that she was in an awkward situation. Yes, that's the condition. Do you agree? If you agree, entwine your pinky with mine. Zhang Qian extended his pinky. Zhang Yanran hesitantly extended hers. Even though Zhang Yanran was a titan in the business world, this was the first time she had negotiated such a large deal with someone. Moreover, it was sealed with a pinky promise. A truly gentleman's agreement. The auction on stage began. The auctioneer was still Wang Shachi. She briefly introduced the basic details of the Royal Symphony before allowing VIP guests to input their bids on their tablets. Jun Qian took another glance. This girl, for some reason, dressed even more provocatively in the previous days. Jun Qian and Zhang Yanran each had a tablet in hand. You don't need to input, I'll handle it. Jun Qian skillfully entered the bid on the tablet. Wait. Didn't you say 15.77 billion? Why did you input 20 billion? Just to be safe, Zhang Yanran started to doubt if Jun Qian's information was accurate. Even if there was no intel, Jun Qian's bid was confidently securing the auction. Who would pay 20 billion for this cruise ship? With that money, you could easily buy a brand new one instead. Jun Qian, I have to tell you, I will return the extra 500 million to you. Zhang Yanran pursed her lips, crossed her arms, and had an aloof expression on her face. This was exactly what she wanted. Jun Qian never intended for Zhang Yanran to repay the money. Let me tell you, the big sponsor behind UXing Shipping sent the big shots this time, carrying 50 billion in cash. Better aim high. 50 billion? Could it be? Jun Qian was referring to the Xingyao Group. Zhang Yanran had investigated the background of UXing Shipping and found that the Xingyao Group from Kilu was behind it, mainly focusing on real estate development with a market value reaching hundreds of billions. In that case, Zhang Qian's information was more accurate. But this price, if it was 20 billion, it might not be worth it. It could almost match the price of a large commercial ship, one for tourism and sightseeing, the other for long-distance heavy transportation. Profitability-wise, it couldn't compare to the latter. But owning a cruise ship was a symbol of strength for a shipping company. It was also a ticket to enter the Capital Land Fame Arena. What to do now? Zhang Qian had already quoted the price. Was it still possible to back out now? Zhang Yanran found herself in a dilemma for a moment. It's okay. The excess amount will be my gift to General Zhang. A gift to her. How wealthy was Zhang Qian? A favor worth 500 million. Repaying money was easy. It would be paid off in a few years at most. But how does one repay a favor worth 500 million? Zhang Qian didn't think that much. He just wanted to earn more cash back from the system. If he spent 20 billion, he would get 200 billion back. When Zhang Yanran snapped out of her confusion, the auctioneer had already begun announcing the final prices. The bottom three prices are 10.5 billion, 11.4 billion, and 12.1 billion. Even the lowest three prices had already started at 10 billion. Zhang Yanran's analysis was correct. The VIP guests didn't seem too surprised. After all, the Royal Symphony was quite prominent, and in the last few days, Jun Chen had driven up the prices significantly through premium bids. The audience was shocked. Even the last ship was filled with a high price tag. For some, 10 billion was their entire wealth. It would be difficult to operate and might eventually be sold off for a few million in profit. The auctioneer's voice resounded, now, announcing the top 3 bids. Third place bid, 14.99 billion. Second place bid, 15.77 billion. When this was heard, the whole room fell silent. Zhang Yanran couldn't help but inhale sharply. Really? 15.77 billion? She looked at Jun Chen with an incredulous gaze. See? I said 15.77 billion is 15.77 billion. HMPH. Isn't someone afraid of the other party raising the bid? Zhang Yanran was also unwilling to back down. If you were so confident, why bid 20 billion? You weren't entirely sure after all. The room went from silence to bowling excitement. 15.77 billion only ranked second. Most people valued the Royal Symphony around 15 billion, so 15.77 billion was a premium of 70 million. Unless done oneself, profiting from reselling wouldn't yield much. But in a silent auction, all information about non-winning bidders was kept confidential, so no one knew who came second. With the second place bid being so high, wouldn't the winning bid be even higher than 15.77 billion? Who could it be? In the last row of the venue, in a secluded corner, the expressions on her faces were unusually grim. Zishinhao had boasted to Lu Shanshan for quite a while about how high the price was, the premium being several million, and he was sure to win. Lu Shanshan, enchanted by his words, thought Tang Xingyu was splurging. Tang Xingyu felt a sense of pride. Zishinhao was good at knowing when to be the main character and when to be a supporting role. In this setting, he should have highlighted Tang Xingyu and the Xingyao group's prestige. However, he went overboard before Lu Shanshan, and the three of them were confident about the cruise before the price announcement. Little did they expect such a turn of events. How could this be? Even Tang Xingyu couldn't help but call out in surprise. The auctioneer continued. The winning bid is 20 billion.